Chapter 301. The Miko Lady with a Fox Mask. Although she said so, Vivian still had no idea how to do it. But it didn't matter. The little wolf had planned everything long ago. While there was still a little time before the players landed on Sakuraji Island, he needed to make some advanced preparations for the little girl's contact with the players. The first step was to change her clothes and dress up. Miko costume? I don't mind. But is it really necessary? When she heard her little wolf's telepathic voice asking her if she'd like to get a set of Miko costume, Vivian was a little surprised. But the little wolf cub had a strong argument. Geely has a saying that goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Seeing that Vivian knew every word, but still had a completely confused expression on her face, the little wolf cub sighed. And while considering whether to find time to improve the girl's cultural level, he simply translated, if a craftsman wants to do his work well, he must first sharpen his tools. Corresponding to us, since we want to entrust foreigners to help save Sakurajima, we must have a decent identity. Right? Otherwise, who will listen to us? Combined with the background history of Sakurajima, it is absolutely most appropriate to appear in front of foreigners in the form of a witch. This is a lie. This is actually only a small part. For most players, whoever feeds you is your mother, as long as you can issue high-value tasks. The identity of NPC is just a bonus. The real purpose of the little wolf cub here is to cover up the identity of Vivian. As for why it is covered up, it will soon be known later. Learn. Xiao Hei knows a lot. On the other hand, first showed admiration for the profound knowledge of her little wolf cub. But soon, Vivian still hesitated and said, but Xiao Hei, do you mean that you want me to pretend to be the shrine maiden of the Ye Shrine? Is this really okay? In the heart of the little girl, she still has great respect for shrines. If she goes under someone else's banner, although she is doing good things, Vivian will still feel bad. To this, the little wolf cub quickly explained, there is no need to use the word impersonate. We just use the identity of Shrine Maiden because in the culture of the Thousand Islands, this identity can be accepted and trusted by everyone the fastest. And there is no need to actively declare that you are from the Ye Shrine. It is better to say that the more you are Riddler, the more vague your identity is. Because in this way, players will be crazy about it. Isn't this much better than directly impersonating the Shrine Maiden of the Ye Shrine? Of course, the last sentence is what the little wolf cub said in his heart. And he didn't say it to Vivian. After finally helping the little girl overcome this psychological barrier, the next step was to find a set of Shrine Maiden clothes. Originally, the little wolf cub imagined that it should be an easy thing. But after they went around and asked many clothing stores, they found that no store would sell authentic Shrine Maiden clothes. The reason was that the little wolf cub explained not long ago that Shrine Maidens have a high status in the Thousand Islands culture. Even if it is just clothing, it is not something that ordinary people can wear. Clothing stores naturally will not sell it. Even privately selling counterfeit clothes is an illegal act. Once it is inspected by the community supervisor, you will be imprisoned. In desperation, the little wolf cub and Vivian can only go to find that certain community clerk, Ant, who seems to have been ignored by them for a long time and almost forgotten. I'm so angry. Why? Why does that little girl always have such good luck? Who does she think she is? The heroine Feng Aotian in the light novel. Sakai Risa gritted her teeth. And Lucy beside her had already been expressionless, because she didn't know how many times she had heard the sentence in the past few days. In Bella's imagination, Vivian might come to her obediently in less than a day. But she waited and waited. And waited for almost 2 days without any movement. Bella couldn't sit still. She took Lucy to the foot of the shrine. And after asking Xiao, she found out that Xiao was actually related to the daughter of the Earl of Huidian City. And Vivian just took advantage of this point. So she easily got information from Xiao. And she, where is she still useful? Missed a great opportunity to tease the little girl, which made Bella feel very resentful every day. At this moment, unexpected footsteps sounded from outside the door, followed by Lady Risa. Miss Ruko, can I come in? Vivian's voice came from outside, which made Bella shudder all over. The decadent and lost expression on her face just now was instantly put away. Bella did a good job in losing face. After Ruko opened the door, the figure of the little girl came into view. Humph. If you come to me to borrow the power of the company to play your so-called Revival Island plan, then I suggest you give up, Sakai Risa said unhappily. Also from Owl. Bella learned about Vivian's next move, which was to restore the cursed island to its original state. Bella originally thought that she could rely on her own resources to seduce the little girl and train her to relieve her anger. But who would have thought that Vivian would play such a big game all of a sudden? Even her clone of Sakai Risa's power in such a matter would probably be a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning. That's why she was not interested in Vivian's arrival. But unexpectedly, the little girl on the opposite side actually shook her head and said with a little shyness and embarrassment, "Ms. Risa, I wonder if I can borrow your Miko costume for a while." Sakai Risa is the former head of the family of the Society Budyo. And the Society Budyo is in charge of the Ritual Teaching Society. If the little wolf cub remembers correctly, Sakai Risa in the previous life also wore a Shrine Maiden costume to appear in front of the players. So now they want to get a set of the most authentic traditional costumes. Sakai Risa is undoubtedly the best candidate. A helpless choice under the circumstances. But in the ears of the witch Bella on the opposite side. Shrine Maiden costume. Bella quickly reacted to what Vivian wanted to do. Nothing more than pretending to be a Shrine Maiden from Sakurajima. Of course, this is not the point. What really concerned Bella is, it seems that the little girl can't find a way to get the Shrine Maiden costume. So she came to her, and Bella did have several sets of spare Shrine Maiden costumes that she had never worn in her luggage. Don't look at her like this. She is also a nominal Shrine Maiden of Yuan Shrine. So, she can finally unlock Vivian's new costume. Miko hee. Miko. And Vivian said that she was just borrowing, which means she would return it later. Doesn't that mean that she can get the clothes that the little girl has worn without any effort? This is simply puff. Ah. Risa-sama. Are you okay? Vivian was shocked when she saw the bright red blood flowing from Sakai Risa's nose. Ahem. That? The Miko costume. Right? No problem. Come on. Lucy. Take Vivian to change. Bella covered her nose and agreed without hesitation. Even the plot that the little wolf cub imagined that she would deliberately embarrass them did not appear. I didn't expect Ning to be a female copper. Although Bella's temporary residence on Sakuraji Island was very simple. It had 2 bedrooms after all. After Lucy took Vivian in, they finally came out after a while. The biggest reason was that it was really difficult for the little girl to put on Sakai Risa's Shrine Maiden costume. After all, the difference between the 2 sizes was not ordinary. Especially the bust of the clothes. When Vivian put it on, she felt a piece of it was shrunk. And it was extremely loose. But anyway, this little problem still didn't bother the old tailor's little girl and Lucy. After a little adjustment and modification, the newly released limited edition Thousand Island Shrine Maiden Vivian appeared in front of Bella and the little wolf cub, who were looking forward to it. By the way, Bella and the others also wanted to go in after the nosebleed stopped and help Lucy change clothes for Vivian. But under the extreme 1-for-1 exchange of the little wolf cub, she sacrificed her opportunity to feast her eyes, and successfully held back the big witch who was already classified as the female bronze group by the little wolf cub. Isn't it strange? Vivian, who had already looked like a witch after coming out, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, when she took off the original dark-toned, most ordinary long-sleeved and long-trouser adventurer outfit, and changed to the white and red witch costume with bright colors. It can't be said to be eye-catching, but it can only be said to be brilliant. The little wolf cub now feels that the saying that clothes make the man is true. The witch costume itself, whether in color or simple style, highlights the word pure, which invisibly magnifies the flawless feeling that Vivian already has. Due to the size problem, the witch costume was slightly modified, such as tying a thin red belt around the neck, and then passing the 2 sides of the red rope from the back under the shoulders, and finally coming to the front of the chest, and tying a knot similar to a bow. In this way, the girl's looseness caused by the flat surface is solved, and the witch costume is fixed and tightened, without appearing abrupt. Instead, it is more like a decoration, adding a bit of playfulness and approachability to Vivian, who originally exudes a strong and pure atmosphere. In addition, because of nervousness and discomfort, Vivian's cheeks were slightly red, her eyes were slightly drooping, her lips were tightly pursed, and her feet wrapped in white stockings in the wooden clogs below were twisting back and forth restlessly. Her toes clenched and loosened immediately. There was no doubt that today was another day of bloodshed and extremely miserable defeat for Witch Bella. What is the pure desire ceiling? By the way, there is one thing that cannot be forgotten at the end. The little wolf cub used his little paws to push a fox mask that he had looted from Bella in front of Vivian. Since it was to hide his identity, he naturally could not show his face. Sakai Arisa strongly protested 100 times, and Vivian wanted to hug the little wolf cub and kiss him 100 times. As expected, Xiao Hei understood her best. Vivian felt that it was still too shy to meet people directly as a witch, but if she could wear a mask on her face, she would feel much better. So that's it. Mysterious Witch Lady with Fox Mask. This is customized by the little wolf cub for Vivian. For the large number of public beta players who will arrive at Sakuraji Island soon. The new NPC image is completely finished. No. I almost forgot again. The last one can be said to be the most important thing. Since I use a new identity, I also need a new name. In the little wolf cub's mind, although a name immediately emerged, he still asked the little girl's opinion first. But when he saw Vivian's eyes brightened immediately after thinking for a few seconds, the little wolf cub knew that they really thought of the same thing. Then in the future, let's call this fox-masked witch lady. The wolf cub and Vivian looked at each other. They had already communicated with each other, so there was no need to say anything more. So, after Liao Zixuan opened Vivian's panel, he changed the NPC name he had originally written for the little girl, and replaced it with this new name that will surely be unforgettable for countless players who were born in Thousand Islands in the near future. And, fuck, Brother Go, that most handsome wolf is really amazing. Do you think he is an insider of Falling God? When the refugee boats, in the storm, headed for a purple island covered by thunderstorms, the people on the boats did not show any despair or helplessness, but were eager to try. Looking at the cursed island opposite, they seemed to have seen a paradise. There is no doubt that these are the players who are finally allowed to land on Sakuraji Island under the new decree of the three priests, and no longer have to be stopped on the sea, because they are the initial boats. They are protected by the system, so even the biggest waves will not overturn the players' boats. The boats will not be damaged before landing on the island. At least the system still has this kind of protection for the players. On one of the ships, there was a player with the ID Big Earth Dog is not a dog. If Little Wolf Cub was here, he would be fine. I probably don't have much impression of him, but he was indeed an unlucky player who had been indirectly persecuted by Vivian for his own reasons during the internal test. I still remember that Little Wolf Cub was trying to get votes for the God and Witch election, so he did everything he could on the forum, even if the people he pulled in were all black fans, in order to increase the percentage of players willing to start with Thousand Islands after the public beta. Liao Zixuan did have a good effect. Under the influence of his post, many players who were like Big Earth Dog during the internal test, who were more or less black fans against Vivian, and who really disliked the little girl, chose Thousand Islands. Detugo's idea is very simple. He doesn't believe that Vivian is in Qiandao. On the contrary, he just hopes to stay as far away from Vivian as possible. And Detugo's original group of younger brothers naturally had to follow the boss. They all started with Qiandao. As a result, we can see from the player forum a few days ago that those who started with Qiandao almost became subordinates, belonging to the bottom of the contempt chain, and were mercilessly ridiculed by players from other countries. Among them, the Vivian fan group in Yinyu is the most popular. Shouting? Why don't you continue to shout? Look at our Yinyu. And then look at your Qiandao. You didn't even choose the country where Vivian is, who is almost short of writing the words mainline NPC. And you still listen to the nonsense posts of the most handsome little wolf. Now you are stupid. Bah! It's what you deserve. These few days can be said to be the darkest days for Qiandao players, especially those players in the Vivian hater group. However, from the words of the little brother of Detugu at the beginning, we know that the light of righteousness arrives late. Just when countless players on the forum began to question why the leader of Vivian's haters, the handsomest little wolf, was silent. He only posted a picture. To be precise, it was a picture of an island. Just when the players under the post didn't understand what it meant, the third priest turned around and issued an order to send all the players to an island. This is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the Thousand Island players and Vivian's haters. And they all have a hunch that next, they will turn the situation around. It's time. It's their turn to blow the horn of counterattack against those players from other countries who keep sneering at them. Chapter 302. We were like abandoned orphans until she showed up. You have unlocked the new map Sakurajima. Current exploration degree, 1%. When Detuga got off the initial boat and stepped onto the land of Sakurajima, the long-lost system prompt finally sounded in his mind. which made Tetsugu burst into tears. Many thousand island players have this feeling. They haven't heard the voice of the system lady for a long time. Boss, what should we do next? The younger brothers around Tetsugu were rubbing their hands, eager to try. But because there is no novice village and no NPC to issue tasks, most players landed on the island. But they stayed where they were for a while, not knowing what to do. In fact, many game organizations have conducted surveys and found that only a few players really like to explore completely freely. Most ordinary players still prefer to be given a clear purpose in the big world. After Tetsugu glanced at his character's hunger and thirst, which was about to run out, he said to his brothers, "Let's first aim to find food and water. Although the death penalty in the early stage is very low, we should try to avoid it." To be an internal test player at the time, Tetsugu must have a solid foundation in the game. Otherwise, there would not be so many brothers following him. After he led his brothers to explore the interior of the island, many other players also responded and began to explore with the primary goal of filling the stomach of the game characters. Of course, there was a small episode in between. Boss, well, my stomach hurts a little, so I'll stay on the boat on the shore first. A younger brother of the big dog huddled in the boat and didn't move. What the hell? Stomach hurts? Doesn't this game have a pain system? Facing the doubts of his teammates, the younger brother hesitated until crack. A purple lightning bolt about the size of a bucket just flashed through their area, followed by a loud thunder, which hit an unknown place on the island. Wow! Mom! Mom! The crew member who was just holding his stomach and pretending to be serious, jumped up in shock under the thunder and lightning, and was so scared that he was talking nonsense and shaking all over. This time, he was completely exposed. It wasn't a stomachache. It was clearly fear of thunder. Alas! After sighing, the big dog left with the remaining laughing brothers. In fact, there were not a few players like this. When they landed on the island and finally got over the excitement of freedom, the players gradually began to realize that the island they were on was a bit dark. Of course, soon after, the players realized that this was not a bit dark. It was simply too damn dark. Ha ha ha. I laughed to death. Lao Han used to brag about his courage in the group every day. But today he is like this? Isn't it just thunder? What's the big deal? This little brother of Big Dog had just said half of his words, and he found out of the corner of his eye that the lavender ground under his feet suddenly became much darker. And there was also a slight sizzling sound in his ears. What happened? This thought in his heart had just arisen. But the next moment, crack! Boom! From the sky above the island covered with thunderclouds, a purple lightning flashed down, and the little brother had no time to react, and it exploded on the ground under his feet. Woo wow! After the big dog and his group only heard a scream, the little brother was blown several meters away by the thunderstorm. When he landed, there was no chance of rescue. The whole person turned into a white light, disappeared on the spot, and was resurrected. The group of players who were talking and laughing and very relaxed just now suddenly fell silent regarding the thunderstorm covering Sakuraji Island. Everyone has always thought that it is just a setting for the environment and atmosphere. But now it seems that this thunderstorm will really strike them. The reason why most people are not afraid of lightning and thunder is that they know that there is nothing else except the scary sound. But now if they say that it is not just an atmosphere group, but will really give you a blow. Hiss! Everyone took a breath of cold air. From the screams of the little brother just now, they can hear how scary it is to be struck by lightning. Obviously, Fallen God does not have a pain system. But the almost completely realistic sound and shadow effects alone are enough to make players feel as if they are in the scene. The entire field of vision was covered by purple light. The electric current exploded in the ears, and the whole body was thrown into the air without weight. Several brothers shivered all over after just simulating it in their minds. And at this time, it just so happened. Boom! 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 From all directions not far from them, several thunderstorms similar to the previous ones were heard one after another, followed by screams and frightened sounds from various players. Obviously, those players who came to explore Sakurajima after Tetsugu and his friends also began to be hit one after another. And judging from the severity of the sound and the increasingly dense thunderstorm clouds above their heads, it may be because of the large number of players that the thunderstorms fell more and more frequently and more fiercely. The precise strikes of the thunderstorm seemed to hint to the players that these thunders were not random, but were aimed at outsiders like them. This Dadagu team instantly had several more players with stomachaches. Fortunately, this was a game, not reality. Otherwise, let alone those little brothers, Dadagu himself would definitely be the first to leave this damn place. However, since it was a game, and they were players, there was no real pressure of death. But it was better to say that some players would be afraid of it, while others would feel more challenged and excited. Dadagu was not so excited, but he quickly calmed down and began to think. Don't panic. Since the game sent us to this island, it's impossible that it was just to let us be struck by lightning. There must be some key point that we didn't notice. While Datugo was pondering, a younger brother seemed to be enlightened and suddenly said, Boss, have you noticed that if we stay still now, we won't be struck by lightning? This sentence made Datugo's eyes light up. Indeed, they were frightened by the unlucky younger brother at the beginning, causing everyone to be stupidly standing there, while the players who came later not far away from them began to be bombarded by thunderstorms one after another. And even many players who ran back to the coast were killed by thunderstorms as predicted while running. On the other hand, although the Dadagu group was in a deeper position, there was no more thunderstorm. If the thunderstorm on the island really had the ability to lock the enemy, why didn't it strike them? Following this line of thought, Dadagu carefully observed the place where his unlucky brother was struck by lightning just now. And finally, he showed such a happy expression. Look! Are there any vines on the ground? Dadagu called a few of his brothers and quietly surrounded them. The land of Sakuraji Island was almost all dark purple because it was washed by thunderstorms all year round. Dadagu and his group squatted down and took a closer look and found that some vines, like blood vessels, were growing on part of the ground. Because the colors of the two were dark purple and very close, it was difficult to detect if you didn't pay special attention. When the big dog threw a reconnaissance towards these vines, Thunder Sakura's whiskers. Introduction. The scattered roots of the mutated plant Thunder Sakura that absorb the power of the curse. Once any creature touches it, it will be discovered and attacked by the Thunder Sakura in the area. Note, this entry has been included in the Natural History Thousand Islands and can be viewed at any time. Due to your discovery, your exploration level in Sakuraji Island has increased slightly. Fuck. After reading the panel message, the big dog and his brothers first breathed a sigh of relief. But soon they couldn't help cursing. The reason for the long breath was that they at least figured out the thunderstorm. As for the reason for cursing, Boss, this picture is too dark. We won't have to walk with our heads down next time. Judging from the tragic thunderstorm experience of the surrounding large group of players, there must be a lot of Thunder Cherry whiskers hidden on the surface. In addition, the colors are similar and difficult to distinguish. What this little brother said is indeed correct. If you want to continue to move forward on the island, you really have to keep your head down and be careful every step of the way. It will definitely not be necessary in the future, because it is not written on it. The source of everything is actually Thunder Cherry. I guess we won't have to work so hard after we defeat the damn Thunder Cherry. Now, alas, this is the only way to do it. Everyone should be more careful about your feet. Dad Dog and his group relied on this discovery to continue exploring the island. After other Thousand Island players were struck by thunderstorms several times, some of them would wake up and find this clue. In addition, the players have been struck by lightning many times, and they have also summed up their experience. In fact, there is about half a second reaction time from the trigger to the thunderstorm. Therefore, once the later players find the purple light under their feet, they don't think about anything else, and quickly jump to the side to dodge. Most of the time, they can save their lives. As soon as the players started, they were hit by Sakurajima. A fox-masked witch lady and the little wolf cub beside her saw it. Vivian wanted to go out to help several times, and even wanted to move and take the initiative to cut the lightning cherry blossoms in the area for the players, but was stopped by the little wolf cub. The little wolf cub said that the strangers would not really die anyway, and they had to be trained and adapted more. But in fact, the little wolf cub just felt that the pressure Sakurajima put on the players was far from enough. He had to let the players suffer more, when they were crazy but had no way out. It was the time for him to let the little girl appear. How did that saying go? The darker the night, the more the dawn of dawn can be highlighted. Boss is the source of water. As the big dog and his group moved forward cautiously, their efforts finally paid off, and the sharp-eyed little brother shouted excitedly, "In Fallen God, see, water is not edible, but players can directly drink water from the stream not far ahead of the big dog and his group to relieve their hunger and thirst. The younger brother ran over excitedly, when he just stood in the stream and had not had time to take out the basic empty bottle prop from his backpack. He found that his character's health bar began to drop. What the hell? When the younger brother came to his senses, his health bar, which was not much to begin with, was almost at the bottom. He was so scared that he quickly jumped out of the stream, and the actions of several other teammates, including Datugo, who were about to follow in, also stopped abruptly. Ding. You are suffering continuous damage due to contact with cursed and polluted stream water, losing 7% of your maximum health per second. When the younger brother shared the system's battle record panel to their teams in game chat, Datugo and his team fell silent again. Boil. If it sticks to your skin, you will bleed. Why should you think about whether you can drink it? Do you think you are not dying fast enough? Look at the plants growing by the stream. For example, water plants sway with the flow of the stream. But when you look closely, you will find that the swaying of water plants is not due to the flow of water, but the leaves of the plants are like worms, wriggling non-stop. As Datugo and others continue to go deeper into the island, they see more and more things that make people lose their sanity. For example, it looks like a flower, but once you get close to it, it will suddenly jump up from the ground and attack you. The roots of the plants originally buried in the ground have long been mutated into tentacles like feet, rushing towards your face. Another example is a kind of oval fruit that looks very dreamy and beautiful with a blue-purple appearance. But in fact, when players eat it, they will be immediately judged as dead. What's more terrifying is that the player's body will be parasitized by the fruit after death, becoming a red-named deformed monster. Of course, the most disgusting and chilling thing for players is still an eyeball-shaped monster that floats in the sky. Floating Thunder Beast Big Earth Dog and his team were all wiped out, and they were resurrected and refreshed on the coast where they first landed on the island. All thanks to this monster on the island. Because this monster has two most disgusting points for players. The first is that it floats in the air. Chiandao players can't even see half an NPC on Sakuraji Island, let alone a professional mentor. So how can they learn any profession? The players in the initial state do not have the ability to attack from a distance, so most of them can only stare at this floating eyeball monster. If it were just this, it would be fine, because the floating thunder beast still has a close collision attack, and the players can still kill it as long as they find the right time to focus their fire. But the reason why Datugo and many other Thousand Island players were wiped out is because of the second point of this monster that makes people disgusted. Curse damage. Whenever the player is hit by the attack of this kind of monster, a curse buff will appear on the player's body for a long time, and during the duration, the player's health will be continuously deducted according to the percentage of the maximum health value, without even a bottle of medicine. The poor Thousand Island public beta players have no means of treatment and supplies, unless you can guarantee that you will not be attacked by monsters every time and kill monsters without injury. Even if the players kill the monsters, they can only watch themselves being taken away by the curse damage, or they will be left with only a bloody skin and can't support the next battle. Finally, it happened earlier than the little wolf cub expected. Only half a day had passed. In the official forum of Fallen God, the defense-breaking posts from the Thousand Island players on Sakuraji Island completely flooded the entire section. Chapter 303. I'm going to say this today. No one can design these monsters on Sakuraji Island. The first hot post was Little Wolf Cub Lives in Bungbu. To match the title of the post, the author attached many screenshots of the game. The monsters on Sakuraji Island, at Vivian and Little Wolf Cub's current level, no longer posed a threat to them. So Liao Zixuan really didn't pay much attention to them. Until today, a large number of players landed on the island, which was equivalent to a mobile human camera, recording and photographing the various monsters on Sakuraji Island and posting them online. Little Wolf Cub finally realized from the player's perspective how desperate an ordinary person would be if he was left in a place like Sakuraji Island. In addition to the mutant flowers and floating thunder beasts that Datugo and his friends had seen before, there were also soft-bodied monsters that looked like octopuses but crawled on land. Large silkworm-like flesh worms with bloody mouths. Skeleton creatures with bones all over their bodies. Ghost-like shadow dogs that could appear and disappear from time to time. Slime-like but completely unlovable and irregular. Deformed and grotesque soft mud creatures. And six-eyed spiders the size of a wash basin. Many monsters were of the kind that would make you have nightmares at night if you looked at them a few more times. So it was no wonder that players would post such posts. And in a sense, what the host said was not wrong. These monsters were indeed no longer considered living creatures, but rather, as Al had told Vivian before, they were the concrete mimicry of the thunderstorm curse on the island. Comments below this post, especially from players from other 4 countries, all expressed shock. What the hell is this Cthulhu monster? My god, I thought the monsters we encountered in the forest were scary enough. But after seeing your monsters, I found that at least ours have limbs. Suddenly I feel like being locked up in a lab is pretty good? Are we really playing the same game? A Chiefone player, I agree. Isn't this a card collection game? This post is like a fuse. And the little wolf cub continues to scroll down. And almost all he sees is this the Thousand Islands? Love it. Excuse me. How can I delete my account and reincarnate in fallen god? Floating Thunder Beast. I hack you. Where are the official people? Come out and explain. What are you asking us to play? I feel like a clown for choosing Thousand Islands. I was wrong. Vivian. Take me away. I want to go back to the Flame Realm. Sob sob. Suddenly, the popularity of a post is rising at a rocket-like speed. For this to happen, it is basically only possible that a Super V has also spoken publicly. The little wolf cub immediately clicked in, and saw that it was as expected. He even showed a surprised expression. Because it was an old acquaintance. ID. Bring an umbrella but not a knife on a sunny day. The one who wrote the popular strategy post, why I strongly recommend that no one choose Thousand Islands as the first choice on the eve of the public beta, which caused the Thousand Islands preference rate to fall to the bottom at that time, forcing the little wolf cub to post a reply. This time, the title of this big umbrella post is full of sadness and desolation. We are like an abandoned orphan. Hello everyone. Yes, I believe that many friends on the forum will be very surprised to see my post in the Qiandao subsection. And will say, Big Umbrella. Big Umbrella. Did you also choose Qiandao to start? Before starting this post, I will reply to you in unison. Yes, but I don't mean to say that I want to slap myself in the face. On the contrary, I hope to use my own personal experience to verify the strategy one wrote before the public beta. Let's see if the experience of a Qiandao player after the game's public beta is as I expected. I will be very confused. Or as the most handsome little wolf who once played against me said, it will become the birthplace of the new main line of the version. It can be seen that this umbrella master has a very good control of aggressiveness and topicality, and knows how to create conflicts and attract the attention of players. The little wolf cub saw that the umbrella master even put a portal link to the post he had posted before. Why I recommend everyone to be born in Thousand Islands first. Under the previous sentence, and a group of players were madly brushing the words public execution next to it. After that, the whole post got to the point. The umbrella master described how uncomfortable the Thousand Islands players were when they were trapped on the sea by the 3 magistrates at the beginning, and then suddenly allowed to enter the island. They thought there was a turnaround, but who knew it was a greater torture. He talked about how many times her character starved to death and died of thirst because of lack of food and water. How many times she tried to explore Sakuraji Island. How many times she was struck by lightning. And how many times she was killed by those deformed monsters. With excellent writing and tragic experiences that can resonate with many Thousand Island players. There are constant tearful comments under the post, which completely creates an ordinary player who faces this new fantasy world with hope and longing, but gets full of malice and pain from this world. Finally, Sanda compared Thousand Island with the remaining 4 countries. Needless to say, Yenyu is simply a paradise. And Gili, which is the most similar to them, has a power organization similar to the 3 adherences. Gili's 5 elements did not send players to the cursed island. Instead, after the first few days of adaptation, they kept sending various supplies to the players, and also brought the new professional mentors and books and classics, constantly trying to enable players to experience and learn Gili culture, obviously laying the foundation for future contact. Even the once seemingly most miserable winter, relying on the escape lab strategy posed by the White Ghost. More and more players have gained freedom, and a large number of winter players have found that even if they do not resist and are brainwashed, they can actually join the executive camp later, and after gaining a certain degree of favorability, they can also obtain certain freedom rights. Chiefone is needless to say. The players over there only have one word in their minds. Cards. To be honest, I did predict after analysis before the public beta that the Thousand Island players would definitely be very uncomfortable. But I really didn't expect that the game officials could design it so ruthlessly. Other countries can see the future. But what about us Thousand Island players? I really can't see any hope at all. There is no novice guide, no novice village, and even no novice NPCs. I feel that all of us Thousand Island players are like abandoned orphans, thrown into the sewer and left to fend for ourselves. I would like to ask, what did we do wrong? If the official really did not design a game plot in Thousand Island, why didn't they just ban players from choosing Thousand Island? Finally, judging from the response to the public beta in the past few days, there is no doubt that the game Falling God is absolutely epic making. It can be said that this year, and even for countless years to come, no one can shake its position as the industry leader. And it has great potential. But it is precisely because of this that I feel sorry for all Thousand Island players and myself. I hope that all the newbies who haven't entered the game Fallen God can learn from this post. If I make a mistake, please punish me with the law instead of letting me suffer on Sakuraji Island and become an orphan that no one wants. As a Big V, he already has his own fans and traffic. And what he wrote is very real and touching. In just a few minutes, there were hundreds of comments under this post. The coast of Sakuraji Island. Big Earth Dog and his little brothers were doing the same days as many of the surrounding Thousand Island players at this moment, all browsing the forum. So naturally they had read this post once. Alas, Big Earth Dog sighed as he sat on a reef on the beach. He closed the forum and returned to the game. He looked at the brothers around him, who were so excited a few hours ago, ready to make a name for themselves in Falling God. Now they were all dejected or extremely frustrated. I'm sorry, if it wasn't me who insisted on choosing Thousand Islands. The big dog finally broke the silence and began to apologize with self-blame. If we were in Yenyu now, we wouldn't have to endure such a humiliation. He was so angry that he banged the reef next to him. His younger brothers were very righteous. Even in this situation, they still comforted him after seeing this. It's okay, boss. No one knew that the fucking Thousand Islands could be so hellish. Yes, don't blame me, boss. Who doesn't have an NPC they don't like? I actually hate Vivian, too. There are a lot of people praising her on the forum, which makes me annoyed when I see this name. That's right. Me too. We only played in the public beta, and we haven't experienced the internal beta. We haven't even seen Vivian. But you still force us to like this NPC. Isn't that a bad thing? That's right. Who says we have to follow the crowd? Who says that those who are niche are not heroes? Oh, sorry, boss. With the encouragement and comfort of his younger brothers, Datugo was obviously much better. After he regained his morale, he led a group of younger brothers to prepare to launch the 27th exploration of Sakurajima. They were familiar with the road ahead, and they carefully avoided the vines on the ground that would trigger thunder. Datugo and his group finally arrived, which caused them to be wiped out countless times, and was also the biggest culprit that brought their exploration progress to an abrupt halt and stagnated. Looking at the three floating eyeball monsters blocking their way not far ahead, Datugo took a deep breath. Get ready. Lure the monsters according to the plan formation. Immediately, a player from the team ran out first and ran towards the floating eyeballs. As the player approached, the three floating eyeballs immediately noticed and turned their heads in unison. At this time, Datugo and his group took the opportunity to continue running forward. Just as they planned, two of the three eyeballs that were originally chasing the player immediately turned back and headed towards Datugo and his group. At this time, Datugo and his group retreated again, and a new player was separated to attract the attention of the two eyeballs, and then repeated the initial operation. In this way, two of the three floating eyeballs that were originally grouped together were successfully dragged around in circles by a single player, and the last one left was beaten up by Datugo and his group. Because Thousand Island players have no professions at all, they naturally cannot learn abilities like taunt. So they can only use this most primitive method to separate the grouped monsters, and then defeat them one by one. But Datugo was not happy about this. After all, the next step was the most difficult. During the battle, they were not top players, and it was inevitable that they would be scratched by the attacks of the floating eyeballs. For players like them who have died countless times and have long been at level 1, they can only be hit 3 times at most, and then have to retreat. Those with curse buffs retreat quickly. New people come in. Big Earth Dog was commanding from the rear at the moment, and there were many other brothers around him who were just as thin as him, and who were only left with a thin layer of blood. These were all retreated at the extreme limit based on the experience Big Earth Dog had summed up. And they calculated the cursed bleeding damage accurately. This time, there was a warm light in his eyes. Because they were lucky. The group of about 20 people relied on the number of people to slowly grind. And they actually managed to eliminate 3 floating thunder beasts without killing one person. After the last eyeball monster was cut down from the air by a player's sword, Big Earth Dog and his group finally cheered. Fuck. Awesome. Boss. We did it. Fuck. I'm so scared. I only have 2 points of health left. The curse damage is so painful. Luckily boss let me retreat in time. Looking around. The classic red blood. This is the current situation of the Thousand Island players. The big dog was about to call the brothers to sit down quickly, and use the system's built-in meditation ability to restore the health bar first. Hiss. A purple claw tore through the space. And then a ghost-like dark gray dire wolf floated in the air, staring at them with empty eyes. Fuck. It's a cursed dog. Many players cursed out loud, recognizing this monster at a glance. Cursed dog is a nickname given by players. The actual name of this monster is Ghostly Shadow Hound. With its ability to teleport and backstab, it is definitely one of the top 10 most hated monsters in the hearts of Qingdao players. Unlike the floating thunder beast just now, Ghostly Shadow Hound is an elite monster. One of them is probably more than 5 floating thunder beasts. It is not something that players can fight at this stage. And because it has extremely high flexibility and desire to attack. Basically, if you encounter one, you can declare the whole team dead. And you can't even run away. Let alone the Big Earth Dog and his team who have just experienced a fierce battle and are all in a bloody state. Everyone is almost desperate. The Big Earth Dog looks at the experience bar that he has finally defeated 3 floating thunder beasts and is about to reach level 2. If he dies now, it means that all his efforts just now will be in vain. This is actually the most disgusting situation of the Thousand Island players. It is not difficult for them to defeat the lowest level monsters. But because of the bleeding characteristics of the curse, they are often in a state of blood. Not only can they not continuously and efficiently kill monsters, they must rely on the most basic meditation after leaving the battle, recovering at a snail's pace, and are extremely easy to die suddenly. Once they die, they will be penalized by experience points, entering a vicious cycle. The Tugo thought that they had to repeat this process again. But this time, an invisible halo, centered from a certain place, spread and covered at a very fast speed. The Tugo and the younger players beside him only felt a shiver all over their bodies. And then, it seemed that a very comfortable warm current flowed through their bodies. At the same time, the long-lost system prompt sound, which had not appeared since they landed on the island, rang again. Ding! You have received the intermediate life blessing from the fox-faced priestess N. During the duration of the effect, you will recover 15% of your maximum health per second. Ding! You have received the intermediate blade enhancement from the fox-faced priestess N. During the duration of the effect, your attack power is increased by 27%. Ding! You have received the advanced magic shield from the fox-faced priestess N. During the duration of the effect, you will gain a shield based on 30% of your maximum health limit. Ding! You? Chapter 304. We were like abandoned orphans until she showed up. What happened? What happened? A series of system prompts suddenly popped up, leaving the big dog completely confused. But when his brain was stunned, the monsters that had already appeared would not wait for him. Boss, be careful! The exclamation from the younger brother behind him pulled the big dog back. But it was obviously too late, because the ghostly evil dog had torn the space and used its skills to teleport behind the big dog. Its thin and long sharp claws, wrapped in the gray-purple mist that symbolized curse, swung fiercely at the big dog. It's over. In this split second, Dadaga was not an extreme player, so he had no time to dodge. He could only watch as the cursed claws of the ghostly evil dog fell on his body, which was only a bloody skin. Wait! What? Why is there a large gray blood bar in his blood bar besides the red one representing HP? Just when Dadaga glanced at the blood bar, the purple beast's claw had already attacked him. But in Dadaga's imagination, he was slapped away by a slap. And then the character turned into white light and disappeared. But it did not happen. Instead, at the moment when the beast's claw was about to touch Dadaga's body, a light blue barrier-like protective layer automatically emerged from the position where he was hit. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The barrier took on the claw attack of the Shadow Hound instead of the big dog. The light blue halo was visibly dimmed. But the damage from the Shadow Hound was offset. At least the direct damage was completely blocked. Ding. You suffered 70 points of claw damage from the Shadow Hound. Since you are under the protection of the magic shield, this damage is converted to consume the shield value. Shield value. It was not until he saw the system's combat record panel that the big dog realized what the extra gray in his health bar was. And the big dog was also shocked. Generally, in the combat record, the damage number is followed by A, which means it was a critical hit. Skills like Shadow Hound, which teleports behind a character to launch an attack, are indeed easy to be triggered by the system to hit critical damage. At this stage, players will have a hard time getting hit by a claw from an elite monster, let alone a critical claw. However, he was not dead, but alive and kicking. He rolled over to distance himself from the monster. This was all thanks to the thickness of the shield value. And why did it only hit 70 points of damage even with a critical hit? You should know that the initial health of level 1 players at this stage is 300 points. If Shadow Hound's attack is not a critical hit, it is equivalent to only hitting 35 points of health, which is too little for an elite monster that is generally at least 5 levels higher than the players. What? Did this one not eat? No. It's not that this ghostly evil dog didn't eat, but they seem to have become much stronger. It was only at this time that the big dog finally had a chance to breathe and took a good look at his character status bar. It didn't matter if it looked at it. It was really shocking. As many as 7 or 8 buffs were squeezed into a dough in his status bar, making the big dog a little dazzled. The magic shield that saved his life just now was one of them. Fuck. How come all my attributes have doubled? Hey! Why is my health soaring? It's almost full. My body seems to have become much more flexible. Boss! My sword is actually glowing. The exclamations from the younger brothers all around made Datu realize that he was not the only one who had this magical phenomenon. But all the players at the moment were all strengthened at once. But of course, what quickly made Datugo's face dark was, is this opened? It's over. Boss, don't act anymore. Just open it. It's open. I'd rather be on the list of gods with you than to get rid of this pent-up anger caused by these monsters. That's right. And who said that it's open? It's cheating? A group of stupid younger brothers. Their subconscious reaction to this was that he was cheating. But the scene in front of me is indeed very similar to the one that was turned on. The younger brothers who were frightened by the ghost dog just now, with pale faces and despair, are now rushing forward one by one, with nothing in their minds. Just one word. Look at that look. It's like they want to cherish every second before being blocked during the cheating period. What about moving and dodging? It's completely unnecessary. Why are you afraid of these when you have cheated? In fact, it is true. After several players approached, the ghost dog launched a group attack skill. It did a 360-degree tail swing to force back the large number of players approaching. Unfortunately, the shield on the big dog before also appeared on each player, resisting this attack. Then, the shield can resist direct damage, but the indirect continuous bleeding damage from the curse cannot be exempted. Datu only saw that in his team column. Many brothers' blood bars showed red blood loss damage, but in the next second, a green blood number immediately covered it, allowing the brothers' blood bars to return to health, without the means to hurt the players. The ghost dog, no matter how high its level and how much blood it has, can't withstand the players' group fight. What's more, even the initial broken novice sword of the current players, as the brother explained just now, was covered by a layer of halo, with a temporary armor-breaking effect, which was even more powerful when it was cut on the ghost dog. Originally, a ghostly evil dog could have wiped out their entire group in 5 minutes. But now it was the other way around. It took Big Earth Dog and his team only 5 minutes to completely put an end to this nightmare monster that had shrouded the hearts of the Thousand Island players, hacking it to death with random swords. Awesome. Awesome. It's worthy of being an elite monster. It almost allowed me to level up to level 3 directly. I think the boss's cheat is more awesome. By the way, did you hear any strange system prompts before? The younger brothers, who had gradually recovered from the tense experience of a roller coaster, finally found something wrong. And Big Earth Dog, who had been watching the battle on the side, also glared at these idiots. I'm not good at this. How can I do that? Can't you check the battle records yourself? After being told so unhappily by the big dog, the younger brothers scrolled to the top of the battle records and noticed that the buffs on them all came from a fox-faced priestess. Many players pronounced this name with a little surprise. However, after just a few seconds, the surprise on their faces turned into excitement. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Could this be? Could this be? NPC. The boss is an NPC. A wild, living NPC. The monkeys on both sides cried one after another, and the excited screams almost deafened the big dog's ears, pulling away the demented younger brother who was hugging him and shaking him. Datugo remained calm for the sake of his image. But in fact, he was no less excited than his younger brothers. Why? For players from other 4 countries, NPCs may not be a big deal. But for the players from the Thousand Islands, especially those trapped on Sakuraji Island, they couldn't even see a living person for 3 days. Either disgusting monsters or deformed people with crazy sanity values. Do you know how these players got through? They finally waited for the first NPC on Sakuraji Island. And it seems that they were the first to discover it? Wouldn't all this make Datugo excited? However, boss, it's strange. Where is this NPC? The words of a younger brother, who was looking around, were like a bucket of cold water poured down. This made Datugo and his companions quickly start looking around with the current place as the center of the circle. But the result was very disappointing, because they were still the same. Not even a single person could be seen. Datugo and his companions naturally didn't believe in evil, and were unwilling to give up this great opportunity that seemed to have triggered some special event. But until half an hour later, they were almost turning over the land, but still had no harvest. Finally, it was a younger brother who accidentally opened the forum that finally stopped Datugo and his group from searching. Because boss, check the forum. At the call of this younger brother, Datugo and his group hurriedly sat on the ground and opened the built-in forum one by one. What appeared in front of them was Brother Ming. I seem to have accidentally triggered some extraordinary special event. Someone called Fox-Faced Priestess gave me a lot of buffs. Clicking in, they found that this brother had the same experience as them. They were all suddenly given buffs and strengthened when they were in danger in the battle, which turned the situation around. Moreover, this brother also attached a screenshot of a bunch of buffs in his game status bar, and a screenshot of the Fox-Faced Priestess written in the battle record. This was like a depth charge, which made the players in the Thousand Islands section go crazy. When Datugo and his friends clicked in, there were already many comments from players. Me too. When I was about to be cursed and burned to death by a floating thunder beast, I inexplicably started to recover health. What a coincidence. I was wondering if there was a bug, and I didn't know until I opened the record. There is such a good thing? Why don't I have it? Where did you all meet it? I want to go too. This post asking about the area reminded Datugo, and he quickly looked at the coordinates of the poster's location. Sure enough, it was not far away from them. From the comments of players on the forum, it can be seen that only players in this area can enjoy the blessing of this buff, while players in other locations of Sakuraji Island have expressed their doubts. But soon after, Datugo found that the buff effect on them was gone. And soon after, there were new players who were strengthened by the fox-faced witch on the forum, and they posted excitedly. And this time, the location coordinates began to be quite far away from where they were at the moment. Could it be that the special event of the fox-faced witch will move, not be fixed in one place? Datugo guessed secretly in his heart. And there are not a few players who are as careful as Datugo. And they soon discovered this. So they finally gave up the crazy search in their respective places. As time goes by, more and more Qiandao players have enjoyed the benefits from the fox-faced witch. And the 4 words of the fox-faced witch have become more and more well known among the Qiandao player group. Southwest of Sakurajima, on the coast, which is also one of the landing points for players. 2 female players, one big and one small, are sitting by a camp where players gather. Shonda, have you read the forum? Are you referring to the fox-faced priestess? The female assistant nodded excitedly. But the other female player next to her, who had a single ponytail and looked cool, snorted disdainfully. Shonda, what do you think of this newly appeared mysterious NPC? What do you think? What else can you think? Judging from her behavior, it is basically certain that she is friendly to the players. And she is likely to be the main guide of our Thousand Island plot later. Ah? The main guide? The female assistant was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the always rigorous Sando would give such a high evaluation to this mysterious NPC so quickly. Because you have to know that how to distinguish the potential of an NPC. For players, strength is secondary. And the main thing is the other party's activity and participation in the plot. And if the other party not only participates in the plot, but also acts as a guide for the players, it will be even more amazing. You can refer to the internal beta guide NPC Vivian. How popular she is among the Yenu players. Humph. Isn't it obvious? Although I cursed the official of the God of Falling in the post. It was just for traffic. How could a game of such a large scale as the God of Falling make such a low-level mistake? If I guess correctly, the official deliberately arranged to disgust us. And we suffered all kinds of suffering on Sakuraji Island in order to shape this character. Since so much effort has been spent, it is natural that this NPC's role and weight in the 1,000 Islands will definitely not be low. Intentionally disgusting us. Creating characters? The female assistant was very confused. The cool girl stood up and skipped a stone on the water. And said, as if she had expected it, "This is a high-level gameplay. Called momentum. Manipulating the emotions of players. Just like the difference between sending charcoal in the snow and adding icing on the cake. What the official wants is to create a feeling of being in the snow for our players." And as expected, the person who sent charcoal finally appeared. Shonda. Are you referring to the fox-faced priestess? The female assistant heard it immediately. Look at the 1,000 Island forum now. The boiling look will know that the effect the official hopes for has been achieved. When you are tortured by the harsh environment and monsters of Sakuraji Island and you want to die, suddenly an NPC that allows you to kill randomly appears to assist you. Who doesn't like it? The female assistant nodded, not quite understanding, and said, "That's right. But the only thing that makes me a little strange is why this NPC hasn't appeared in front of the players yet? Forget it. Never mind." After shaking her head, the cool girl showed a happy expression on her face. Summoned the game's virtual keyboard, opened the document and started typing. Because for her, she has played too many games and seen too many routines. So she has long lost that enthusiasm. What makes her more excited is the eye-catching topic that she can catch this time. When the female assistant looked at the title typed by the cool girl with curiosity, she was a little speechless. Stop being so self-satisfied. Analyzing the ugly official design behind the fox-faced witch character. Is such a deliberately PUA character really worthy of our love? Nodding with satisfaction at her own title, the cool girl closed the document. She is now looking forward to the fox-faced witch to show up earlier and release those extremely tricky tasks that she can guess with her eyes closed. Such as using players as tools to defeat monsters, unlock seals, curses, and save Sakurajima, which are actually pure part-time jobs. In this way, she can collect material evidence and complete her hot article that will definitely go viral as soon as possible. In addition to the players who are looking forward to the fox-faced priestess, a little wolf cub on Sakuraji Island also had this feeling at the moment. And he also had a strange mentality. Due to Vivian's activities in the future, he would definitely not be able to bring him with him. After all, the combination of one person and one wolf is a bit too conspicuous and classic. In addition, the little wolf cub also planned to do some secret solo actions. So he and Vivian split up. But now looking at the dynamics of the players on the forum, the little girl did take action. But the question is how to hide? How to give tasks to players without showing up. The little wolf cub remembered that he should have told Vivian well how to deal with players. And even prepared the lines and tasks for Vivian in advance. And made a draft. And just read it according to what he said. So, what is this silly girl of his family doing now? Chapter 305 Purification. Squeak. Squeak. Fox-masked witch. Squeak. 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 Fox-masked witch. Squeak. I understand what you mean, Sinyan. But don't do that kind of thing. On a hidden high slope, the witch lady, who was wearing a fox mask, was still squatting with her face covered, shaking her head constantly, looking extremely ashamed and refusing to see anyone. In this scene, a little sparrow on the witch's shoulder let out a very anthropomorphic long sigh. Vivian had used the halo magic in the Battle of Fire Classic City. Now that she is stronger, the area that the halo can radiate is naturally larger. Vivian used this method to secretly assist the players on Sakuraji Island. The little girl had just finished her aura buff for the players in this area and was about to go to the next place where players gathered. Sinyan, who was specially given the important task of supervision by the little wolf cub, finally couldn't sit still. Sinyan's chattering just now probably meant to urge the little girl that it was almost time to stop hiding behind the scenes and to go to meet the foreigners, as Brother Xiaohe said. But Vivian's reaction to this has been seen before. Sure enough, even if she wore a fox mask, it was still too difficult for the little girl to meet people in this witch costume that had a huge cultural difference. Of course, this was just one of the reasons. In the face of the big picture, Vivian was able to overcome the shameful thought. It was nothing. The real reason why the little girl was a little afraid to meet the players was, in fact, Sinyan, do you think we are a little too selfish? At some point, Vivian had stood up from the ground where she had covered her face. The shame she had just felt gradually faded away, and the little girl looked far away at the bottom of the island, where the players were fighting with the cursed thunder beasts. But after losing her aura blessing, it didn't take long for the players to retreat because of the lack of supplies. But there were always a few unlucky ones who couldn't hold on until they were out of the monster's hatred range, and died with hatred, or were cursed and bled to death, although their fallen bodies would turn into white light in the next moment, and then magically resurrected and reborn on the coast where they landed. This was something Vivian had secretly confirmed several times. But in the heart of the little girl, this feeling was still not good. There was also a point that made Vivian think about it terribly. That was the side effects that inevitably came to her after her strength became stronger. Can it be described as side effects? Vivian didn't know. But what she knew was that if she were the unknown little village girl who knew nothing about the world, she would definitely feel cruel and unbelievable about her suggestion to transfer the strangers to Sakuraji Island. Because she was weak at the beginning, just like the strangers now. She could experience from the perspective of the weak what kind of dangerous place Sakuraji Island is for ordinary people before making a decision. However, she has become a witch, and she has Xiaohe, Sinyan, and various reliable and powerful partners around her. So the first impression of Sakuraji Island to Vivian is that there is no concept of danger in her subconscious. When she began to secretly help strangers as a fox-faced witch, she witnessed that those strangers were finally able to avoid being killed over and over again by the monsters on the island with her assistance. When she saw one of the female strangers kill a floating thunder beast with her own hands, she even sat on the ground and cried on the spot. Because before that, she had been killed 14 times by the monster. All these touched Vivian. The little girl realized that the Sakuraji Island, which she thought was nothing, was actually like a pony crossing a river. She crossed the river too much. From Vivian's perspective, she didn't know that there was such a creature as player. What she knew was that the image of players in the eyes of most natives was that they were all refugees and displaced travelers. She shouldn't arrange these already miserable people to Sakuraji Island, even if they were allowed to grow up for a while, and then hired to Sakuraji Island in other ways. It would be better than now. Alas, the face under the fox mask sighed. It's like why Vivian insisted on opposing violence. Because she was worried that she would develop the habit of solving everything with violence. Now Vivian is a little scared. She is afraid that one day she will lose the ability to understand the weak, which will lead to some very ridiculous things. Just like a certain noble from a big city who came to their poor little village to buy maids. But after seeing how skinny they were, he asked them in a complaining tone why they didn't eat more meat. Vivian didn't want to become like this. But she also understood that nothing in the world is unchanging. And people are the same. So, Vivian took off her fox mask and exhaled a long breath of turbid air in her chest. It is difficult for people to keep their original intentions. But it does not mean that they should give up directly. Since she has discovered her mistakes halfway, she must do her best to make up for and correct them. Looking at the dense crowds of foreigners on the coastline, the witch clenched her fists and put on her fox mask again. Let's go. Sinyan? She? Well, let's not go to the next area. I suddenly thought of a new place. When the time comes, I'll have to ask Sinyan for help. The fox-faced witch said this. Put the little sparrow, with a puzzled expression in her palm, stroked its head a few times, and then disappeared in a flash. When the fox-faced witch appeared again, she was already next to a large lake on an island. Many water sources on Sakuraji Island are diverted and gathered from here. Sinyan, can I borrow your feather? The fox-faced witch asked the little sparrow beside her with her hands clasped together, although the little girl asked in a tone. How could Sinyan refuse? She seemed to understand what Vivian wanted to do. The little sparrow reluctantly used its wings to dig behind its buttocks, and a bright red feather was put into the witch's hand. By the way, in order to match the character of the fox-faced witch, the little wolf cub also asked Sinyan to do some disguise, dyeing the originally fiery red chick into earthy gray, which was really no different from a sparrow. After getting Sinyan's fiery feather, the fox-faced witch floated to the center of the lake. Through the mask, she saw the dark purple lake below that had been polluted by the curse. There seemed to be many deformed monsters hiding under the water. But when the fox-faced witch opened her clasped hands, the special feather, with the forbidden monster phoenix of Shinhua slowly floated down from her palm, and finally fell to the moment it touched the purple lake. The dazzling red color bloomed from the feather, and the blazing flames covered the entire lake in an instant. The phoenix power of Sinyan was reborn, repairing all damage in the fire. The water source polluted by the curse was naturally considered to be repaired. So, a magical scene appeared. Under the baking of the flames, the uncomfortable purple in the lake began to fade gradually, and became clearer and more transparent, as if it had been purified. The purple that symbolized the curse eventually turned into water mist and steam, which evaporated into the air and quickly disappeared. The whole process didn't take too long. When Vivian touched the lake water again, she felt a very normal cool feeling from her fingertips. And there was no longer the original feeling of the cursed water, with stinging and burning. Sinyan, so powerful. While stroking the little sparrow, who enjoyed the praise, Vivian nodded quietly in her heart. This should be able to deal with it temporarily. Right? The reason why I use temporarily is because the current lake water relies on the power of Sinyan to maintain its purified state. Once the energy of the feathers is exhausted, the curse power from the root of Sakuraji Island is not exorcised, and the pollution will come back again. But at least it looks like the feathers can last for about 3 days. The little girl noticed early on that even if the strangers didn't eat or drink, they wouldn't feel hungry or thirsty, but they would still die physiologically. So purifying the water source and bringing at least clean drinkable water to the strangers was Vivian's first step to improve and make up for it. In Sinyan's eyes, this was undoubtedly a redundant approach. After all, strangers could ignore death, so there was no need to go to such great lengths to get them clean water to drink. If they died, they could just be reborn. But for the little girl, this symbolized a change in her general direction. She was no longer thinking about how to get the strangers to help her defeat the cursed thunder beast, but how to make it easier for the strangers to survive on this island of disaster that she had brought to. Of course, if the little wolf cub was at the scene, he might sigh at Vivian's accidental hit, because Sinyan's understanding that death has no effect on strangers is wrong. It's just because the current player level is low, so it can't be seen. Once the players level up, if the problem of hunger and thirst is not alleviated, and there are frequent phenomena of starvation and thirst, the players will be stuck in a cycle forever. However, this is a matter that needs to be solved later. But unexpectedly, Vivian changed the order and moved it to the first. The water source is purified. But now there is a problem. The purification time is precious, and the strangers must know it as soon as possible. But if this happens, the two sides will inevitably come into contact. Sinyan? Vivian thought about it, and finally looked at the little sparrow on her shoulder for help. The little sparrow immediately understood what Vivian meant, and squeaked weakly at the fox-faced priestess. There was no way. Who told me that I was someone else's monster? Sinyan flew up from the fox-faced priestess's shoulder, circled in the sky, found the nearest player gathering place, and quickly approached it. Shonda, let's not sit here all the time. Let's go to the island. The girl who was browsing the forum heard the female assistant next to her muttering, and said without raising her head, "Why? You still like to go out? Last time you were killed more than 10 times by a small floating thunder beast, and you cried and logged off on the spot. Have you forgotten the painful experience so quickly?" The female assistant gnashed her teeth as soon as she heard it, as if she recalled the past. But soon she said, "It's different now. I just saw on the forum that the fox-faced priestess buff of the player next to us just disappeared not long ago. Who knows? It might be our turn next time. So why not take this opportunity to go out and kill people?" The female assistant rolled up her sleeves and waved her little fists. In fact, most players now have this mentality, although the fox-faced priestess does not show up. From the appearance and disappearance of her buff, they can still vaguely infer the opponent's movement trajectory and predict where the next blessed area may be. So from the beginning, Vivian went to places where there were many players to release the halo. And it has gradually evolved into a large number of players trying to chase the little girl. After all, the difference between a battle with or without blessing is too big. I'm not interested. You go if you want to. The girl waved to her female assistant. Her focus now is on hoping to find out what the next move of the fox-faced priestess is, and quickly let her finish the hot article against the routine. Then I'll go. Seeing that she couldn't pull the girl away, the female assistant stopped trying, and was excited to find the floating thunder beast to take revenge. But at this moment, a little sparrow that flew from nowhere suddenly appeared in front of her. Huh? The female assistant was surprised. Sparrows are not rare. But if they are placed on Sakuraji Island, it is a bit unexpected. Because so far, it can be said that players have not seen a normal creature. All of them are deformed under the curse. The female assistant subconsciously stretched out a finger. Who would have thought that this little sparrow would actually land on her finger? Wow! The umbrella is big. Look! She shouted excitedly to her girl companion. But the girl just glanced at it, and quickly moved away, not paying much attention. But the little sparrow seemed to understand human words, knowing that the girl was the leader, and was very dissatisfied with her ignoring attitude, and actually flew up from the female assistant's finger again, and landed directly on the girl's head. You? The girl was a little angry on the spot, and wanted to take a picture of it. But the little sparrow was extremely flexible, and couldn't be taken down. It even made a squeaking sound, as if mocking. It was not until this time that the girl and the female assistant finally realized the strangeness of the little sparrow. So they made a very player-like move. Sunny day with an umbrella but no knife. A detection skill was thrown at the little sparrow. Then, WTF? The girl rarely cursed. Level, 27 race. Skills, indestructible. Super fire element affinity. Fiery feather. Life ray. Danger level, extremely high. Chapter 306 A sigh of relief from the players of Thousand Islands. Sunny day brings an umbrella but no knife? Her mind is full of question marks. Just like the part of the fire flame panel, she got through detection. Level 27. Players who are 5 levels higher than them are considered elite monsters. And those who are 10 levels higher are already boss level. So what kind of monster is nearly 20 levels higher than them? Also, although you can only see the skill name, you can tell from the style of the name that it is definitely not related to the ordinary, and ordinary written in the notes given by the system at the bottom. After calming down a little, Sunny Day focused all her attention on the last sentence. Fox-faced witch. So this ordinary little sparrow is just a fed pet of the fox-faced witch. How strong is the opponent? It is known that there are 9 kingdoms in the world of fallen god. According to the official setting, the upper limit of the level of the creatures in the world is level 90. Only the 9 gods can break this limit. Therefore, players can more or less infer that the upper limit of the level set for them in each version should not exceed 20 levels. And the number will definitely decrease as time goes by. So according to this logic, creatures like the one in front of us that are over level 20 will have to wait until the next version to appear. And the witch behind them is even more than who knows how many versions higher. How could such an NPC be released by the game as soon as the server is launched? Could there be some big storyline in Qiandao? Sure. The little sparrow stood proudly above the head of the girl who had been so arrogant before. She enjoyed the shock of the 2 strangers at this moment. But of course, Sunyan would not forget the main business. She pointed at the players not far away with her little wings, and then pointed at herself. Do you mean I should call them over too? The female assistant asked tentatively. Seeing the little sparrow nodded humanely, and even a little urging. Chi-Tian and the female assistant looked at each other, and had to do it. They undoubtedly triggered some task event. But it seemed that this event could not be enjoyed alone. So, in a short while, in this gathering place for players, countless pairs of eyes full of curiosity and excitement were all focused on the body of Sunny, with an umbrella but no knife in the open space. To be precise, it was Sunny's head. Yes. After staying with a little wolf for a long time, Sunyan also secretly learned a lot of habits, such as being a taboo monster and having a taboo monster shelf. So as the lucky player that Sunyan first came into contact with, Chi-Tian was honored to become Sunyan's bird shelf. The girl's previous cool look was gone, and at this moment, the Big V looked like she had no desire to live. And she was mentally crazy. Fortunately, there were no fans of her here. Otherwise she would not be able to see anyone in the future. Fuck. A level 27 sparrow? Damn. It's 5 of my old men. People are not as good as sparrows? What do you think will happen if I attack it? A very smart player in the crowd suddenly had an idea. This is not surprising. After all, it's a game, and players can explain any behavior. But soon this buddy was drowned by the scolding of other players around him. Brother, I'll sit at the table with the children during the banquet. You want to die? Don't implicate us. That's right. It doesn't matter if you die. What if it flies away? Falling God adopts a real name system, and each person is limited to one account. So most players will still control their weird thoughts, and not do something too outrageous and crazy. After the initial discussion, the players began to think about it. It seems to be taking us somewhere? I know. Could it be that the fox-faced priestess sent it specially to guide us to find her? Really? Can we finally meet the mysterious novice NPC of our 1,000 islands? The players who realized this became more and more agitated. And Xingtian, who was serving as a bird stand for Sun Yan at the moment, also thought so. She was secretly excited in her heart. Finally, the fox-faced priestess had another move, and she happened to run into it at the first time. This was a godsend opportunity. On the other side, Sun Yan also saw that the players had almost gathered. She finally flew away from Xingtian's head and began to lead the players to the purified clean water source at a leisurely speed that the players could just keep up with. After arriving at the destination, Sun Yan did not linger. Before the players could react, she accelerated and flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Where is the bird? Yes. Why is it gone? Where is this? I don't see the fox-faced priestess around. The players who were led to a stream were a little dumbfounded. They looked left and right. All of them looked at a loss. Until a certain player exclaimed, "Wow! Come here quickly. The water in this stream." The player said as he stepped into the stream, "Come out quickly. The water on this island is poisonous. It will cause you to lose blood." His companions were furious when they saw this and tried to stop him. Many other players were also about to shift their attention back to what was being attracted, because there were actually quite a few newbies like this. And there were endless players killed by poisonous water every day. But this time, this is clean. It's a clean water source. The player who had half of his body submerged in the stream was not only unharmed, but he even scooped up a large mouthful of stream water with both hands and put it into his mouth. The players around him couldn't sit still anymore. Is this true? After he said that, I realized that the color of the stream water here is indeed much lighter than the purple in other places. No. You see, the purple color of the stream water now is just a reflection of the purple of the sky. When you hold it up, it is actually completely transparent. It's drinkable. It's really drinkable. My character's thirst has begun to decrease. This is definitely a big discovery for the players. As the players who can defeat the island's deformed monsters and successfully gain experience points by relying on the blessing of the fox-faced priestess gradually increase their levels, the problem of thirstiness has become more and more serious for the players. If they were all at the lowest level, then it wouldn't matter if they died. But if they died of starvation or thirst after accumulating levels with great difficulty, the players would be really angry. So how could the pure water source not make the players excited and excited? Everyone took out their small bottles and rushed to fill the stream with water, seeing their hunger and thirst levels decreasing little by little in their character status bars. Many players actually felt a sense of happiness in their hearts. Woo woo, gulp gulp, wow. This stream water is really delicious. Try it. The female assistant came to the girl with 2 bottles full of water. But the girl's face was not as happy as other players. Is the umbrella big? Nothing. The girl shook her head. But in fact, in the heart of Xingtian, who carried an umbrella but no knife, she began to have a different feeling about the fox-faced priestess. This feeling was very subtle and a little difficult to describe. If I had to say it, the girl felt that this NPC seemed to be a little warmer than many NPCs she had seen before. So, the purpose of sending the little sparrow was to guide us to a clean water source? Soon after, in the Qiandao subsection of the game forum, there were more and more discussions about clean water sources. And Xingtian also realized that it was not just the stream water in their place. Their side was just a lead. In many places on Sakuraji Island, players have found that the originally polluted water sources seem to have been purified and can be drunk. As for who made these changes, if there was no wolf cub who also kept a hand and modified the setting notes for Sun Yan, players might have to guess for a while. But now, thank you, Sister Miko. for letting the child drink the first sip of clean water in his life. By the way, that little sparrow is really cute. Why haven't I met it? I think the fox-faced Miko has a crush on me. Knowing that my thirst is about to be full, she purified the water source for me. So where are you? I really want to see you. Let's meet in person. Woo woo woo. The above person is a crazy person. Since Sister Miko has raised sparrows, will she also raise some other small animals? Such as, if you want to be a dog, just say so. Sunny day with umbrella, but no knife found that the players' attitude in the forum had changed. From the beginning, the Thousand Island players had cursed Sakurajima, making the forum full of black mud posts full of resentment. But now there are even team posts and discussion posts. The players' anger has been visibly reduced. And the most important thing is that there is a vague sense of unity. The cause was that a certain Yinyu anchor found that there were so many Thousand Island players on the forum of the Thousand Island subsection who were so excited about drinking clean water that they posted a post, and couldn't help but mock and despise them in the live broadcast room. This instantly aroused the Thousand Island players, who responded with surprising unanimous anger. After all, what can bring people together the most is often adversity, in which they share weal and woe. Next, because of the response from the fans of the Yinyu anchor, the war of words became bigger and bigger, and even turned into a hostility between the players of the two countries of Yinyu and Qiandao. This can indeed be said to be the general trend. It's like a rich family and a poor family. Yinyu enjoys the best resources among the 5 countries where the server is launched. Both the Vulcan cult and the Knights have begun to try to be the first large NPC force to absorb players. There are also people like Liz, who, with the help of the little wolf cub, gave the players all kinds of preferential treatment in advance, which made a large number of players actively follow and surrender, and also made other Yinyu nobles jealous, and began to follow suit to compete for player resources. All these factors combined have made the players in Yinyu very happy, and their levels are far ahead of other players. Let's look at the players in Qiandao. No wonder the anchor couldn't help but make a mockery. Drinking clean water can make people so excited. The sense of superiority is the root of the conflict between players this time. It's so funny. Isn't it just choosing a good place to be born? What's so great about it? I really hate that some Yinyu players are not only arrogant, but also gloating. If you have the ability, come to Qiandao for a few days? That's right. You also said that our Qiandao has no future and there are no NPCs. You probably don't know that our fox-faced witch sister has a pet bird that is about the same level as the leader of your Yinyu Knights. Since we are talking about NPCs, haven't you Yinyu players been bragging about the internal beta super mainline NPC called Vivian? But how many days have passed? And where is the figure of Vivian in your Yinyu? Could it be that she has never appeared once? No way. To be honest, I think our Qiandao Miko sister is not necessarily weaker than the Vivian in Yinyu. While cursing, the topic suddenly turned to the comparison between Vivian and the fox-faced Miko. It's no wonder. After all, the little girl can be regarded as a representative NPC in the hearts of Yinyu players. And the psychological status of the Miko sister in the Qiandao players is naturally unshakable and cannot be shaken. After all, this is the only NPC for the players. This has brought the war between the two sides to a new level, because some rational players in Yinyu, especially Vivian's fans, could not sit still and took the initiative to charge in because the Qiandao players started to praise one and step down the other. Several big verses who are both well known in Yinyu and are loyal to Vivian, such as Luochen and Changlamanman, flashed to start the group. But in the end, it still depends on strength. No matter how much the Qiandao players curse each other, it can't change the fact that they are indeed behind the Yinyu players in all aspects. So soon, brothers, we can't be looked down upon by the dogs in Yinyu. We must also work hard to kill monsters and level up. Strive to surpass them, and slap those dogs in the face. Isn't this a bit difficult? After all, the resources in the flame domain are really good. What are you afraid of? The last thing we lack in Qiandao is monsters. And we must believe in Sister Witch. She will definitely give us tasks. That's right. Now it's probably just because the time has not come yet. As long as we hold on, our NPC's story will start and we will win. Leave the team to kill the cursed dog efficiently. Only players above level 5 are accepted. Interested M. Coordinates A46. Sister Witch's blessing appears. Come and kill monsters quickly. Buy all recovery items at high prices. In the hearts of most Qiandao players, they held their breath. because in reality, more or less, they have experienced similar things. For example, a colleague relies on his relationship with a leader to get promoted more easily than the hard-working self. A classmate relies on his superior family background to be easily admitted by a doctoral supervisor. And a tall, rich and handsome man can seduce the goddess of his dreams just by beckoning his finger. These injustices and gaps caused by nature may be difficult for them to resist in reality. So is it the same for them in the game? Just because they did not choose the popular flame domain in the internal test, and came to Qiandao, are they inferior to others? No. So just like that, as the hostility between the players of flame domain and Qiandao became more and more intense, a wave of leveling began to sweep the Qiandao player group. Players who wanted to quit because of the bad environment of Sakurajima, or those who were originally casual players, were also inspired by this. And their online time began to increase significantly, and their activity level increased. Of course, for all this, a certain girl in the focus position was not aware of it. At this moment, the fox-faced witch lady, with her pet sparrow, knocked on Sakai Risa's door again. Chapter 307 Occupational Steel. So, what are you asking me for help this time? Sakai Risa sat in the study of the cabin, holding her cheek, a little listless, and asked the little girl opposite with a slightly tired look. Due to the strength of the players, the scope of activities can only stay in the outer exploration of Sakuraji Island. So Sakai Risa's temporary residence deep in the island has not been discovered by the players. However, the fact that the players did not discover Sakai Risa does not mean that this hidden, which did not discover the large number of foreigners who suddenly landed on the island. Even before the players set foot on Sakuraji Island, Bella had been secretly paying attention to them since they created their accounts and came to this world. Or, in fact, in the Nine Kingdoms continent, all the beings who have reached a certain level of strength, more or less, have vaguely felt something at the moment when the public beta of Fallen God was launched. If I have to describe that feeling, it may be the sense of the times. Bella vaguely remembers that the last time this feeling appeared was at the end of the chaotic era, when the nine gods rose out of thin air, divided the continent, and established new rules and order. Bella, who had encountered players as early as the internal beta, had this premonition at the time, and thought of a legendary prophecy. But when this day really came and the prophecy came true, Bella's mood was still a little difficult to describe. There was excitement and excitement, because as a witch, she actually hated the Nine Gods era, which was too boring. But there was also a faint fear and panic hidden in her heart. After all, the end of an era is bound to be accompanied by the fall, just like the demons, monsters, evil spirits, etc. of the old era. Almost all of them were wiped out by the nine gods and fell. Only those like them, the witches, who did not belong to the pure evil camp and were more inclined to chaotic neutrality, escaped by luck. But their status was far less than before, and they dared only to move quietly in the dark. So whether it was to avoid being crushed to death in front of the wheel called Era next, or to go further and use this wheel to build her own carriage, Bella needed to obtain a lot of information. As it happens, in terms of intelligence ability, Bella dares to say that at least among the witches she knows, no one can compare to her. The thousand-faced witch. Bella's name is not called for nothing. The unique clone ability allows her to be spread across the 9 kingdoms and 8 kingdoms. Bishop Eugenia of the Flame Domain was eaten by the fallen Abyss Bone Dragon, and Bella didn't have time to replenish it. Under normal circumstances, each clone is a separate consciousness, and when encountering special circumstances, such as now, Bella can switch her mental power back and forth between the clones, so that she can easily grasp all kinds of intelligence information happening in the 8 kingdoms in a very short time. Of course, as a witch, how can she not create chaos? Bella used each of her clones to secretly form a big hand behind the scenes, guiding some things to develop in the direction she thought was interesting. For example, her clone in Winter, a certain executive officer, secretly revealed the method of removing brainwashing control to the strangers who were captured as test subjects. For example, her clone in Qifeng, a certain innkeeper, began to secretly collect and hoard rare cards, and then turned around and sold them to those strangers, making a lot of money. Recently, she also learned a business method called drawing cards from strangers, and is planning to try it. Another example is her clone in Gili, a certain 5-element secretary. But of course, the cost of doing so is too high. which is why Bella is still panting and depressed when facing Vivian in which clothes, who took the initiative to come. As the clone in Thousand Islands, Sakai Risa also wanted to make trouble for the strangers. But what she didn't expect was that the silly-looking girl opposite her actually took action on the strangers before her again. Sakai Risa almost didn't need to guess that Vivian came to her now. Definitely for those strangers. As expected, after Vivian briefly described to Sakai Risa the plight of the players on Sakuraji Island, she began to show hopeful eyes to the woman opposite. Sir Risa, I wonder if I can buy some formulas for recovery medicine from you. Since she purified the water source, the number of strangers who died naturally has dropped sharply. But death in battle is still unavoidable. In the final analysis, once the blessing aura is gone, the strangers will have no means of recovery. Vivian saw all this and knew that it would be difficult for her to change it by herself. So she appeared here. As a former resident of the shrine, it should not be difficult for her to get the medicine formula. As for why she didn't ask for medicine directly, Vivian also knew that there were too many foreigners on the island, and it was difficult to rely on external supply. In addition, foreigners were born with strong learning ability, so teaching them how to fish was the best way. Yes, but the question is, can you afford it? Sakai Risa finally showed some interest. She placed the scrolls in front of the desk like a magic trick, and introduced them to Vivian. This is dragon tongue medicine, which is specially used for detoxification. This is Qingmu water, which can relieve abnormal conditions in the body. This is grass beard cream. After applying it to the wound, it can quickly stop bleeding and accelerate healing. This is... Every medicine formula that Sakai Risa took out was what Vivian wanted particularly. But the little girl quietly touched her shrunken wallet, before the little girl tentatively asked about the price. Sakai Risa seemed to see through it and raised the corner of her mouth. Without Vivian asking, she continued in advance. Dragon tongue medicine is cheaper, and the formula is only 1 or 2,000 gold coins. Although grass beard cream is common and has a large sales volume, the formula is worth 7 or 8,000 gold coins. However, Qingwu water is expensive, because it was developed by our company after many years of research. It is a special medicine that cannot be sold to outsiders. But considering our relationship, I will sell it to you for 30,000 gold coins. Seeing Vivian's face falling more and more, when she heard that the formula cost tens of thousands of gold coins, the little girl's face was completely depressed. Lucy next to her looked down on him, coughed heavily a few times, and began to translate. Lady Vivian. What Lady Risa meant was that even if you give these medicine formulas to those foreigners, it would be useless. Not to mention whether they can mix them. The raw materials of those medicines, even the most common grass paste, cannot be found on Sakuraji Island, because all the vegetation here has long been distorted under the influence of the curse, and it is impossible to mix medicine. Lady Risa has tried this many times personally. Humph. Risa Sakai looked bored, crossed her arms, snorted, and did not deny it. Is that so? Vivian clenched her fingers. Is it the same with buildings? Even if there are blueprints, they can't be built? The little girl soon realized this, and Ruko beside her nodded to confirm. Yes, this little house we have now is also dependent on Risa-sama's purification method that our club practices in advance. It took a lot of effort to exorcise the curse on the deformed trees before it can be lived in. It is difficult for those foreigners to do it alone. Ruko was still vague here. It was not difficult. It was impossible. How difficult it is to completely purify the curse. We know from Sinyan at the beginning. Even the power of the forbidden monster can only keep the water source clean for 3 days. I understand. I'm sorry to bother you, Risa-sama. If you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Vivian sighed and was about to leave the house. But Sakai Risa saw the girl's disappointment, but still had no intention of giving up, and still insisted on improving the conditions of foreigners on Sakuraji Island. The determination on her face. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but call Vivian. Wait a minute. When Vivian turned back in confusion, Sakai Risa turned her face away and looked very reluctant, but quickly took out new scrolls one after another. These are... Vivian didn't understand. But Ruko next to her saw this and showed surprise to her boss, because there are 7 or 8 scrolls, all of which are secret scrolls that record professions. As long as you read and comprehend the contents of the scrolls, you can become a corresponding professional. This can be said to be a family heirloom among the people of Qiandao. Even one can form a sect. It is because Sakai Risa, as the former head of the community, has a rich family background that she can come up with such a large amount of money in one go. Anyway, I have been demoted now, and I only have Ruko to use. These are idle here, so why not lend them to you and collect rent and interest? Vivian picked up one of the scrolls, and after just a few glances, she immediately understood its purpose and was full of gratitude to Sakai Risa. Thank you. Thank you. Risa-sama. I will return them to you as soon as I finish engraving them. Okay. Okay. Let's go. I haven't slept well in the past few days. I need to rest. Faced with the sincere thanks from the little girl who bowed deeply, Sakai Risa was a little uncomfortable. She waved her hand and urged Vivian to leave. After the little girl left, Risa-sama, the price of those scrolls is several times more expensive than the medicine formula you took out before, Ruko said expressionlessly. So I deliberately lent it to her and charged a sky-high rent. Isn't it a good deal? Sakai Risa didn't mind at all, and Lucy was speechless. Although her young lady always said that she would do something to Vivian, Lucy had already seen that up to now. Lady Risa had not been able to get even half a copper coin from her, but continued to give her this and that. Lady Risa, do you need me to help you? Lucy asked after recognizing her young lady's attitude. Although she was a government official, her own strength was not weak. Lucy also learned her profession with the help of Lady Risa's previous scrolls. But unlike ordinary scroll professions, she received special care and was a higher-level rare profession, the Witchwater Mage. But this time, Sakai Risa shook her head and stopped Lucy. And it was not because of hard talk. But humph. Forget it. What if those foreigners think you are the one who has been silently helping them behind the scenes? That silly girl is not easy. Can you bear to pick peaches halfway? Lucy. After being mentioned by Sakai Risa, Lucy realized that, indeed, Lady Vivian had been deliberately hiding her identity for some reason. And if she appeared in front of strangers rashly, she would be mistaken for them. At the same time, Lucy was even more surprised that Lady Risa could think so carefully about Vivian. It was only then that she understood why Lady Risa had deliberately told her not to go out too much in the past few days. It turned out that the root cause was here. I understand. Lady Risa. Haha, let's go to bed. Sakai Risa waved her hand and stretched lazily towards her bedroom. After Vivian got the job transfer scroll, she immediately started to engrave it. Because there were so many players, it would be too inefficient to look at the scroll one by one. In addition, the scroll was borrowed, so the girl would not let the players get it directly just in case. Therefore, Vivian thought of a way to find some relatively large stones. With the help of Sunyan, she cut the stones into the shape of a steel. Then the girl picked up the carving knife, compared the scroll, and engraved the contents on it one by one on the steel. Although the help of Sunyan made the whole process much easier, the dense contents on the scroll needed to be engraved by the girl herself. Any wrong character would result in all the previous efforts being wasted, which was undoubtedly a great consumption of mental strength. It took almost 3 days. Vivian wiped the sweat stains between her eyebrows, and didn't even notice that her hair was stuck to her cheeks. There were many useless stone tablets around her, and even some of them were almost finished. But because of the last mistake, the whole stone tablet was scrapped. If it were someone else, they might have gone crazy and had no patience at all, or wanted to give up and quit halfway. But Vivian was different. The hard-working quality of the little girl was not affected by her improved strength. In return, the little girl took a long breath at the more than 10 stone tablets in front of her. On her serious and tired face, which had been tense for 3 days, she finally showed a happy smile with dimples on her cheeks. Finally finished. More than a dozen stone tablets correspond to different professions. Vivian believes that with the learning ability of foreigners, it should not be difficult to master these relatively basic professions. The only thing that makes the little girl a little regretful is that the number of stone tablets is still too small, compared with the entire Sakuraji Island and the foreigner group. It may still be a drop in the bucket, but at least Vivian put on the fox mask again, and at the same time, one by one, secretly placed these stone tablets near the areas where foreigners gathered more. After the last professional stone tablet was also arranged, this time the fox-faced witch did not leave in a hurry, but took her little sparrow to find a hidden corner near the stone tablet and secretly observed it. The little girl wanted to make sure that the foreigners could understand and discover the use of the stone tablet. Didn't let her wait for long. After a while, a group of foreigners happened to be approaching this direction. Chapter 308 Big Dog's Mentality Change. Hey, brother dog. How come our witch sister is offline at this critical moment? A younger brother next to Big Dog sighed and looked lost. Since the two players of Yenyu and Qiandao ignited the war on the forum, not only Qiandao players began to work hard and level up, but also Yenyu players. After all, the current players have no cross-border means. PK is not possible. And the only way to PvP is to show off their character attributes, rare professions, skill panels, etc. Originally, the Qiandao players lost at the starting line, but who knew that it would rain all night? And it seemed that it started from the day before yesterday. And the blessing from the fox-faced which never appeared again, because during these 3 days, Vivian was concentrating on engraving the stone tablet. So she did not continue to open the aura field for the players. But the players did not know that most people initially thought that it was bad luck, and the witch's blessing happened to appear in some remote and sparsely populated place. But later, there was not even a post reporting the location of the blessing on the forum. The players realized that it was not the remoteness of the blessing, but the person who released the blessing, the fox-faced witch, disappeared. This news was no less than a thunderbolt for the players on Sakuraji Island. And it was a huge blow. Originally, even if the time and location were behind the flame domain, the Qiandao players still believed that the source of their turnaround was the fox-faced witch, this mysterious NPC who had been secretly helping them. But now, this spiritual pillar suddenly disappeared. And it was just when the Qiandao players had just fought with Yenyu on the forum and needed her the most. How could this not make the Qiandao players feel like being poured with a bucket of cold water? Think more positively. I believe the fox-faced priestess will not abandon us. The current disappearance must be only temporary. And it may even mean the start of the next plot. Big Earth Dog comforted his younger brother. Boss is right. There is only the priestess sister in our ghost place. If the official dares to take her away from us, then we really have to start. But I specifically checked the internal test data. And it seems that the official dog has had such a precedent. The NPC named Vivian, who was very popular during the internal test, was suddenly killed by the official plot and disappeared. Vivian is Vivian. And the fox-faced priestess is the fox-faced priestess. Can they be the same? On the other side, the players of Datugu would never have thought that the fox-faced priestess they had been thinking about was hiding near them at the moment. Vivian saw that the strangers were finally passing by the stone tablet, and she couldn't help but get nervous. But unexpectedly, these strangers seemed to be talking about something very intense, and they didn't pay attention to their surroundings at all. How could this be? So the fox-faced priestess waved her sleeves, and a little sparrow hidden inside flew out reluctantly. After Sinyan picked up a small stone from the ground, he flashed over the head of the leader of the group of strangers. Ouch! Big Earth Dog suddenly felt something hit the back of his head. Just like that. When he turned around and looked in the direction where the stone came from, Big Earth Dog finally found the stone tablet that they passed by but didn't pay much attention to at the time. But now, if they look carefully, they can still clearly find it. Look! That stone seems a bit strange. Big Earth Dog hurriedly called his younger brothers and approached the stone tablet together. The material of the stone tablet itself is nothing special, just like the rocks that can be seen everywhere on Sakuraji Island. This is why Big Earth Dog didn't notice it at first. But when they really walked in, the players suddenly found that there were many small characters and symbols engraved on the stone tablet. Because of the system support, players don't need to understand, and the prompt sound will automatically sound in their minds. Ding! You found the 1000 Island Branch Basic Sequence 1 Warrior secret text. After reaching LV5, you can change your job by reading the secret text. Big Earth Dog, the younger brothers behind him. After a short silence, there were exclamations and screams one after another. Fuck! Boss! What is this? Am I seeing right? Change your job? Brother Dog? Brother Dog? Slap me quickly to see if it's an illusion. Snap! Wow! Brother Dog? Why are you really slapping me? I can feel it in my palm. It's not an illusion. It's real. We can learn the profession. Big Earth Dog retracted his trembling palm. If the players of Yenyu saw this scene, they would probably laugh their heads off, thinking that it was a bit too much of a fuss. It was just a way to change jobs. And it wasn't a hidden rare job. Why was it so exciting? This is the most classic. A full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. No wonder the players of Qiandao have such a big conflict with Yenyu. Even the most basic job can provide a lot of extra attributes in the early stage. And most importantly, it can give players skills. Among the group of Datugu, only he met the condition of level 5. And he did not hesitate, without even blinking, and directly chose to change jobs. Ding! You have understood the mystery of warrior by reading the content on the stone tablet. Congratulations on your successful job change. Datugu had never felt that the voice of the system lady in his mind was so sweet. He quickly opened his character panel and confirmed his new profession. Samurai. Sequence, Warrior. Professional attributes, Strength growth plus 0.7. Endurance. Physical growth plus 0.5. Tsushima branch additional bonus, Agility growth plus 1. Professional level limit, 15. The main soldiers trained by the 3 magistrates abide by the Bushido code and are proficient in knives and swords. Compared with ordinary warriors, although they lack range lethality, they are more flexible and mostly rely on skills to win. It is said that masters who have practiced the samurai to the extreme can often decide the outcome in one move. The whole body seemed to be filled with warmth in an instant. The real experience of falling god was very strong. The 3.5 strength attribute brought by the profession, as well as the endurance and physical attributes, made Datugu feel that his body was much stronger. Of course, the more intuitive one came from the agility attribute, which soared by 5 points. Datugu felt that his body was as light as if several kilograms of iron sheets had been unloaded. In addition to these hardware improvements, in terms of software, Datugu took a deep breath, then moved his fingers and quietly grasped the hilt of his novice sword. Ha! With Datugu's shout, the brothers around him only felt a flash of white light, so fast that they couldn't see it clearly. When they came to their senses, only a faint sword shadow dissipated in the air. The basic active skill of the profession samurai, sword drawing / swordsmanship. Although it can only be used once per battle, it has a very high coefficient bonus in the early stage. Once a critical hit is made, if the whole body equipment is luxurious enough, there is a possibility of killing monsters in 1 second. In addition, Datugu swung the novice sword. Originally, he had no rules and just chopped randomly. But now, he suddenly became very good at it, as if he really made some achievements in swordsmanship. This is all thanks to another passive skill of this samurai knife / sword entry-level mastery. It is no exaggeration to say that Datugu feels that he can now fight 3 or 4 people alone. Just a few seconds ago, he was just a blank and unprofessional self. After suppressing the urge to quickly find a few monsters to try his hand, Datugu began to think about another problem. Needless to say, from his own personal experience, the benefits brought by this job transfer steal are undoubtedly huge. As the first to discover the steal, what should they do now? The first thought that popped into Datugu's mind was very honest. Keep it all for himself. First, deliberately find some cover to disguise and hide the steal, and then let his group of people stay here. Always send his brothers to patrol around. Intentionally or unintentionally prevent other players from getting close to here. Then he used his new professional power to help his brothers efficiently kill monsters and level up, until more and more members met the level 5 requirement for samurai job transfer. I believe that it won't be long before all the members of their entire guild can become professionals. This force will definitely be the best among the 1,000 Island players. It is no exaggeration to say that it is overwhelming and unstoppable. At that time, they don't even need to deliberately conceal the existence of the stone tablet, because other 1,000 Island players without professions can be said to have no power to fight back here, and they can just stand there violently. As long as they rely on the great opportunity of the stone tablet, they can quickly attract players and expand their guild power during the golden period of the server opening. With this momentum, they may really occupy a seat in the future Fallen God player group. The younger brothers surrounding Datugu were obviously more or less aware of this, and they all showed an uncontrollable excitement. After all, to be honest, the level of their group of people is actually the most embarrassing middle level. They can't compare with those big clubs with financial support or old super guilds. But at least they have more brothers and are united, which is better than many small guilds. Therefore, everyone is actually holding back their energy and wanting to try to break through this bottleneck. So when the game Falling God came out, they almost pinned all their hopes on it. Datugu's internal test qualification was obtained by the brothers, who pieced together and tried every means to get it for the boss. Therefore, now there is such an opportunity that can almost realize their wish. Even if they are just nouveau riche, You can imagine how tempting it is to Go and his friends. So, although the group of younger brothers did not speak, their fiery eyes were all staring at Go. The meaning they wanted to express was self-evident, and they were just waiting for the boss to give the order. So, just when Go's mind was hot, when the words monopolize were about to fill his mind, suddenly, the figure of a little girl flashed from the depths of his memory. That was Vivian. Why? Why did I think of this annoying NPC again for no reason? Go suddenly understood a little, because the current scene was so familiar to the internal test. At the beginning, Chien Town was the first line to resist the invasion of the Fallen Abyss. Under the organization of Vivian, the internal test players were united. Vivian even spent her own money to rent weapons, and then lent them to the players for free. But at that time, he was blinded by the interests, and wanted to get the equipment for himself. And later, the result is self-evident. Who would have thought that the NPC who looked like a silly and innocent person on the surface was actually a super witch who liked to act? At that time, Vivian in the internal test was merciless to those who wanted to fish in troubled waters, like himself. Go remembered very clearly that he was chased and killed by the other party's black wolf summoned bees several times because of this, until he replenished the experience points of Xiang Vivian Gongna. It was from this time that Go began to dislike Vivian. After all, who would like a black-hearted NPC who made him die several times? Even if he was the one who made the mistake first? People are so real. But if you think about it the other way around, if he was not so greedy, and was not blinded by temporary interests, would everything be different? At least now, he would never give up Yinyu and choose Qiandao. A hellish start. Just because he still hated Vivian. At this point, Go finally understood why the shadow of the NPC in the internal test suddenly appeared in his mind at this time. This is his subconscious mind telling him not to make the same mistake a second time. Posted on the forum. Big Earth Dog sighed. What? Several of his brothers around him were stunned, a little suspicious of their ears. Big Earth Dog certainly understood what they meant, but still shook his head. Now our Thousand Island players are in a difficult period. And the fox-faced priestess suddenly disappeared. Instead of hiding the stone tablet and taking it all for ourselves, I think it's better to post the location on the forum so that everyone can come and benefit from it. A few of the brothers of Boss still showed regret, but the vast majority of brothers, after being told by Big Earth Dog, began to respect their dog brother. Fuck. Brother Go. Your vision is too big. What the boss said makes sense. We, the Qianao players, really need such a booster. Indeed, I also think that now is the time to unite against the common enemy. We, the Qianao players, can no longer fight among ourselves. Otherwise those sons of bitches in Yinyu will be laughing. Support the boss. The group of Go, apart from other things, has a really strong cohesion. Once most of the group makes a decision, even if someone is dissatisfied, they will not secretly make trouble. So just like that, Go wrote the location and function of the career steel, and attached the attribute panel after his job change, as well as the new skills. It took him about half an hour to write it, and finally completed the strategy post and posted it on the forum. But who would have thought that after opening the forum, Go originally wanted to check his own posts. But he found out that when he was writing the post, someone else had already posted a similar job transfer post. It was the same career steel, but it was just a different career. It turned out that there was more than just theirs. But career steel appeared everywhere on Sakuraji Island, as if overnight. Huh? Seeing this, Go was not only not sorry, but breathed a sigh of relief. Because this way, he would no longer feel that he had lost anything. Because you see, aren't there still honest players, like them, who choose to make the location of the steel public? Although the fact that Go hated Vivian did not change, he still felt a little grateful because of this time. Because the lesson he learned from the Big Witch through the internal test did change him a little. But of course there will always be one or two player forces, who can't resist the temptation, and have not been beaten like Go. This is actually something Vivian has never considered. Because with the little girl's subjective consciousness, she would never think that the stranger would do such a thing as taking the stone tablet for himself. So at this time, a little wolf cub, who seemed to have been offline for a long time, and didn't know what he was doing, secretly narrowed his eyes, and licked his paws. Chapter 309 Little Wolf Cub in Action. Stop! The front is our Holy Fire Guild station. No outsiders are allowed to approach. Near another career stone tablet in Sakuraji Island, At the entrance, a large group of individual players are looking angrily and indignantly at the people whose ID nicknames have the Holy Fire prefix in front of them. What guild station? Stop talking nonsense. We have seen the posts on the forum. There is clearly a job transfer stone tablet behind you. That's right. You are so shameless. Others kindly reported the location of the stone tablet and posted it on the forum. But you shameless people rushed over and occupied it directly. Bah! Everyone, ignore them and rush over. Yes, rush over. What qualifications do you have to stop us from entering? Among the people who were stopped, several high-level independent players who met the job transfer requirements and reached level 5 were the first to lose their patience. They shouted loudly and wanted to lead other players behind them to break through the blockade of the Holy Fire Guild. But on the other side, facing the aggressive independent players, the several Holy Fire members who were guarding the entrance and exit were not panicked at all. On the contrary, they had disdain and eagerness on their faces. Humph! Since you don't want to drink the wine, don't blame us for being ruthless. With a cold snort, the leading Holy Fire player immediately began to surge with magical power. He quickly formed seals with both hands in front of his chest. And then a rune phantom composed of magical power condensed and faced the many individual players who were about to rush over. Spiritual talisman explosion. The individual players hadn't reacted at all, and the rune phantom turned into a stream of light and flew towards them at the opponent's command. Followed by boom. The flames of the explosion filled the players' vision, and their momentum of charging was stopped abruptly. Several players at the front were affected the most, and some were even blown away directly. Ahem. 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 They climbed up with a dusty face. Among the several casual players, the players who belonged to the high-level players showed anger and unwillingness on their faces. Being able to fight alone in such a harsh environment on Sakuraji Island to reach level 5. They are definitely in the first echelon among the players of Thousand Island. They are either good at operation or hardworking. But now, they can't even take a single move in front of the members of the Holy Fire Guild. This is the gap between professionals and blanks. But a large part of the reason is due to the occupational stone tablet occupied by the Holy Fire Guild, which is considered a very offensive magic profession. Thousand Island Branch Basic Sequence 1 Spellcaster Caster. This is one of the few professions that has range AoE damage from the beginning. No wonder the Holy Fire Guild is so bold that they would rather risk being rushed by players to forcibly occupy the stone tablet. And the fact proved that their strategy was indeed successful. 3 or 4 Holy Fire members who changed their professions to spiritual spellcasters stood at the pass and took turns to cover the spell range damage. Those individual players, who were all blank slates, were helpless against them. They could do nothing except staring at these people with gnashing teeth. The leader of the Holy Fire Guild was quite strategic. He also knew that if there were more and more individual players in the future, or if they were also competed for by other large guilds, even if they had large-scale damage methods, their magic value would still not be enough. So he released the announcement in advance. Recruit individual players to become peripheral members of the guild and help them guard the stronghold. Those with outstanding performance can be promoted to full members of the Holy Fire Guild and become spiritual spellcasters. As soon as this announcement came out, the individual players, who were originally quite united, immediately became a little divided. Although everyone said that they would strongly resist, there were always people who could not resist the temptation and defected to the Holy Fire Guild to help the evil. This made the individual player group, who were already unable to defeat, even worse. They had no choice but to give up and watch the professional stone tablets that were obviously public resources become the private products of the Holy Fire Guild. Haha. You are worthy of being the guild leader. It has only been a short time, but our Holy Fire has already opened 3 or 4 branches. There are still a large number of new members who want to join the guild. Now we have really made a name for ourselves. Next to the professional steel, several core members of the Holy Fire surrounded their guild leader, all smiling and happy. The same was true for their guild leader, whose ID was Torch High. He even laughed at the players who posted and scolded him on the forum. What a bunch of fools. Why don't you take advantage of it? Brother Torch said sarcastically. That's right. I see that several guilds were the first to discover it, but they are willing to release the steel for sharing. Especially the warrior professional steel posted by the big dog on the forum. I feel that it is even more powerful than our spiritual spellcaster. But it was also made public. It's really a waste of resources. If you really don't want it, you can share it with us. So it was the president who was decisive and resourceful, and took us to control the stone tablet in the first place. Ha ha. Just when the senior members of the Holy Fire Guild were still chatting and laughing, imagining the future. Who would have thought that a member suddenly ran in a panic? President. It's bad. When several people saw the nervous look of this member, their first reaction was that other guilds were jealous of them and wanted to come and grab the territory. But who would have thought? Ghostly evil dogs. A lot of ghostly evil dogs suddenly appeared near our guild. Ghostly evil dogs? If they had heard this name before, these people of the Holy Fire Guild might have been nervous. But now that they have a profession, they are no longer too afraid of this kind of monster. On the contrary, the appearance of a large number of ghostly evil dogs should be a good thing, so that they don't have to kill them one by one. If the monsters gather together and use AoE skills, wouldn't the experience be as fast as mowing the grass? No. 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 President, the level of these cursed dogs is much higher than what we have seen before. Moreover, there is a super big one leading the way. The monster's name is terribly red. The member who reported the news saw the misunderstanding of his boss, and hurriedly explained that the greater the threat of the monster to the player, the redder the name will be. Before the high-level members of the Holy Fire Guild could react, the exclamations and screams were already very close to them. Meeting another member of the Holy Fire Guild ran over like he was running for his life. As a result, he had just reached halfway, and he couldn't even finish his words, when the purple mist claws of the ghost shadow evil dog emerged from behind him, mercilessly tearing the player's body apart, and turned him into white light to be resurrected. What? Level 13? The president of the Holy Fire, Torch Brother, threw a detection and looked at the monster panel he got, and was shocked. You know, the ghost shadow evil dogs they usually encounter outside Sakuraji Island are all around level 5 or 6, and the highest will not exceed level 10 at most. Is this the super large leader mentioned by the member just now? So unlucky that they encountered a boss? Until now, the Holy Fire leader still felt that the situation was under control, because a level 13 ghost shadow evil dog was definitely difficult to fight. But if the guild members, who were scattered by the surprise attack, were reorganized under his command, Brother Torch was confident that he could defeat it. On the contrary, the benefits that a boss-level monster could bring him might allow him to level up several levels. Although it was dangerous this time, it also brought opportunities. Unfortunately, Brother Torch's beautiful fantasy was broken in just a few seconds. Because 1, 2, 5, 10. The ghost shadow evil dog that he thought was the boss just now appeared in front of him one after another, which made Brother Torch realize that these were just small monsters. The real leaders were actually the members of the Holy Fire Guild stationed at the occupational steel. They didn't even scream, and they must have been slaughtered. Only the president and the top leaders in the center were left. A monster that was about 7 or 8 meters tall, 3 or 4 times taller than the surrounding ghostly evil dogs, slowly emerged from the shadows. At this moment, the president of the Holy Fire Guild was already scared silly. He trembled and threw a detection, and got Ghost Beast King. Level 25. Puff! It was a no-brainer that the Holy Fire President didn't even use his spiritual spellcaster skills before the Ghostly Beast King jumped and the huge claws pierced through his body. But in fact, it was proved later that even if the skills were released, it was useless. The guild leaders around him tried to struggle, but the Spirit Talisman explosion that could have blown away several individual players was just like tickling the Ghost Beast King in the face of the absolute level gap. The people of the Holy Fire Guild had no ability to resist at all. After the last player next to the professional steel turned into white light and disappeared, the scene was completely quiet. No, it should be said that it was dead silent. At this time, the players of the Holy Fire Guild would never have thought that a small black dot suddenly appeared on the head of the super boss Ghost Beast King, who was regarded as the god of death in their eyes. Looking closer, it turned out that it was not a small black dot, but a wolf cub that was not very obvious because of the huge size difference. Huh? Liao Zixuan lay on the head of the Ghost Shadow Beast King and rubbed his eyes with his little paws. Since the word dog was added to the Ghost Shadow Hound, it meant that they could not escape the blood suppression of the wolf cub. During the period of separation from Vivian, one of the things Liao Zixuan did was to recruit them. When he was still in his infancy, he could make Shirley's tribe surrender temporarily from the hands of the Abyss. Now that he has entered the growth period, it is even easier for him to do so. What's more, Although the curse on Sakuraji Island is also very powerful, and has a close relationship with Thor, it is still not enough compared to the public enemy of the whole world. Abyss. Okay. Let's go. Let's go to the next one. The little wolf sent a message to the ghostly beast king, waving his little paws, like a conductor above its head. After receiving the order, the ghostly beast king howled, and the more than 10 ghostly hounds following him also fled into the space, and disappeared on the spot. Although Liao Zixuan said that he would let the little girl act on her own, he couldn't really rest assured. Although he couldn't get the first-hand dynamics because he was not with Vivian, Liao Zixuan could still learn about the little girl's every move through the forum and the posts of the players. In general, he felt that Vivian did a pretty good job, and even had a taste of self-taught. Whether it was the current professional steel or the previous purification spring water. But later on, thinking about it carefully, maybe selflessly helping others is just Vivian's instinct, and he doesn't need to teach her anything. The little wolf cub is helpless about this, but he won't interfere with Vivian openly. He just secretly does things on behalf of the little girl that must be violent. For example, the scene of the annihilation of the Holy Fire Guild just now. On Sakuraji Island, Vivian placed a total of 14 job transfer stone tablets, 5 of which were occupied by groups like the Holy Fire Guild as private property, and the remaining 9 successfully served all Sakuraji Island players, as the little girl imagined. To be honest, this ratio is a bit surprising to the little wolf cub. In his impression, the players should not be such a selfless group. Right? But the number of stone tablets that are willing to share is nearly twice that of those who take them all. When the little wolf cub learned about Vivian's plan, he was even prepared, and all 14 stone tablets were occupied by the guild forces. I can only say that the unity and cohesion of the Thousand Island players in this life seemed to be really unusual. This was not the case in Liao Zixuan's previous life. In short, the 5 guilds that thought they were very smart but were actually unlucky were all bloodbathed by the next little wolf cub using the Ghost Shadow Evil Dog. At first, they thought it was just bad luck. After seeing the Ghost Shadow Evil Dog leave, they wanted to occupy the stone tablet again. As a result, after suffering the same bloodbath for the second and third time, these guilds finally realized that this group of monsters was definitely intentional. My comment is, it's like a meow. Thanks to the cursed dogs, they really helped us Thousand Island players vent our anger. Those brain-dead guilds have lost both fame and fortune. I declare that in the future, the cursed dogs will be upgraded to cursed fathers in my place. Big brother. Not that. Not that. But speaking of it, why would those ghostly evil dogs attack the guilds that occupy the stone tablets? They don't attack those public stone tablets? Is there someone behind the scenes manipulating it? And how did these professional stone tablets appear? Confused +1. After the intervention of the little wolf cub, there was a cheer on the Thousand Island forum. And at the same time, the players' doubts in their hearts increased, which was also what Liao Zixuan hoped to see, because this would just fit in with his second plan. Vivian could accept doing good deeds without leaving a name, but the little wolf cub couldn't. He felt that his little girl should be admired and loved by the players, and Vivian really deserved this treatment. But of course, the little wolf cub would not openly tell the players all the behind-the-scenes stories, but would slowly unveil the mask of the fox face, which for the players in a more high-end, more clever, and more game way. Ding! You have successfully made the special drop item Mysterious Slate Part 1. Mysterious Slate Part 1. Introduction. It records a legendary story that happened on Sakuraji Island a long time ago. How to obtain, randomly dropped by monsters on Sakuraji Island. Chapter 310 Past Stories. The sword flashed, and before the floating thunder beast entered the combat state, its eyeball-like body wandering in the air was split into 2, and fell down softly. Correspondingly, a player below it instantly lit up with a golden light, which was a sign of upgrading. Brother Go, you are too powerful. It's already level 7. Even if it is placed in the flame domain, it is considered one of the best. Right? Thinking of the floating thunder beast that chased us. It can now be killed by Brother Go with one sword. It's too powerful. Listening to the praises of the younger brothers around him, although the big earth dog was happy in his heart, he still had to maintain his image on the surface. Don't brag. It's just a critical hit. Otherwise it would take another sword to kill. Brothers. Fuck. Let this guy pretend. After a while of laughter, the group suddenly sighed. Boss. Have you been paying attention to the forum recently? The people in the Holy Fire Guild are in such a miserable state now. First, they were killed by monsters several times, and their levels returned to the starting point. As a result, they are now wanted by players. They are almost like rats crossing the street. After one of the brothers said this, his companions nodded in agreement. It's not just the Holy Fire Guild. All the guilds that stood on the opposite side of the Thousand Island players and wanted to occupy the job transfer steel have now suffered a miserable fate. It is said that several of them have been directly disbanded, and the presidents have run away. Yeah. Who would have thought that such a horrible monster would suddenly appear when we were still on the outskirts of the island? My God. Did you see the screenshot of the boss of the ghostly evil dog they sent? It's level 25. It's almost catching up with the level of the pet sparrow of the witch sister. Well, it seems that level 25 is nothing? Humph. Think about the Holy Fire gang laughing at us and saying that the boss didn't know how to seize opportunities. Now they should know who the real clown is. Right? So Brother Dog is really foresight and must have anticipated that such public resources of welfare nature will definitely not be well rewarded if they want to monopolize them. What the younger brothers didn't know was that their few words fell into the ears of the big dog. And in fact, their boss still felt a sense of fear in his heart. Because Dadagu asked himself, to be honest, he almost made a decision similar to the Holy Fire Guild. If it weren't for the last moment, he suddenly recalled the lesson he had learned from Vivian during the internal test. He might not have been able to resist the temptation. Okay. You have time to gloat over misfortune. Why don't you just keep on grinding? Dadagu's voice suddenly stopped before he finished speaking. Because what is this? Just when Dadagu habitually went to check the monster's body, he noticed that this time seemed different from the past. On the body of the floating thunder beast, a piece of the exclamation of the big dog also attracted the attention of the people around. And everyone also found the stone slab. Is this a special drop? Oh my God! What happened to you recently? Boss? You have such shit luck every day? Brother Dog? Eat more good food after you go offline. Sister-in-law. We will help you take care of it. Get out. The big dog glared at the younger brothers who were making trouble. Especially the one who was full of dirty talk. When he picked up the stone slab from the corpse with great expectation, thinking that it was something like a job transfer item or a special skill book. The prompt given by the system made the big dog a little disappointed. Ding. You have obtained the special item Mysterious Slate Part 1. Mysterious Slate? One more. What is this? A mysterious slate of unknown origin, which seems to record a legendary story on Sakuraji Island a long time ago. Do you want to read the slate immediately? When Datugo picked up the slate, 2 lines of prompts from the game system immediately appeared in front of him. Without thinking, Datugo chose to read immediately. Ding. You read the contents on the slate carefully. Although these ancient characters are very different from modern ones, and you can't recognize them at all, these ancient characters seem to have a kind of magic. And they still convey the secret stories they record to you who are illiterate. With this hint, Datugo suddenly found that the densely packed small characters on the stone slab in front of him began to distort and change, and finally turned into the font that Datugo used on Blue Star. This time, even without the help of the game system, Datugo could understand the contents on the stone slab. A long time ago. It was a chaotic era before the 9 gods appeared. There were 4 major human families on the Thousand Islands. 3 of them started an endless war for power and profit. For a time, the Thousand Islands were devastated, and the people were living in misery. When the war intensified, the 4th family, which had been trying to walk between the 3 major families and persuade peace, finally chose to give up. In order to stay away from the war, they migrated with their entire family. However, at that time, there was no Thousand Islands under the protection of the water god. The outside world was full of demons and evil spirits. Moreover, because of the war, countless resentful souls and corpses turned into food for the evil spirits. They thought it was an uninhabited desert island in a paradise. But in fact it had already been secretly occupied by demons. The demons did not choose to alarm these humans at the first time, but adopted a more evil method to keep them in captivity, so as to obtain a steady supply of food. The 4th family thought they had finally escaped the war, but they had no idea that they had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. In this way, as time went by, the people on the island finally gradually realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. The demons had secretly destroyed their ships, blocked the island with magic, and trapped humans on the island. The demons never killed them all, but would deliberately leave enough for humans to reproduce. And so on. The cloud of despair enveloped the humans on the island. Until Big Earth Dog felt a little confused when reading. And so did the younger brothers who surrounded him. But then, when they saw the next paragraph on the stone tablet, Big Earth Dog and his men were all shocked. All the confusion and puzzlement just now turned into surprise, and surprise in an instant. Until, finally one day, among the fox demons, there was a little fox demon of a different kind who felt sympathy for humans. In order to avoid exposing her identity, she transformed into a human, put on a mask, and wore human clothes. Since then, the humans on the island have always been surprised to find that they suddenly have divine help. As strong as an ox, as fast as a rabbit. Sometimes the swords in their hands can cut iron like mud. The armor on their bodies is as solid as a rock. And the bleeding wounds will stop by themselves. Humans have always wanted to find the person who helped them behind the scenes. But what disappointed them was that even after transforming into a human form and disguising himself, the fox demon never came into contact with humans. This was because the fox demon was timid. And also because the fox demon felt guilty towards humans for what the demons of the same race had done, and was unwilling to show up. An anxious younger brother couldn't help but want to say something after hearing this. But soon, the people around him stopped him with their eyes. Everyone didn't want to be interrupted halfway, and they all concentrated and continued to read the records on the stone tablet. With the secret help of the fox demon, the number of casualties caused by the battle became less and less, and the number of human populations on the island finally began to soar. The fox demon saw it with his eyes, and was happy in his heart. However, this state did not last long. The island was already filled with evil spirits due to the large number of demons. The pure resources available to humans were few and far between, which was one of the reasons why the demons dared to keep humans captive. So, the human race, which had just begun to rise, began to die in large numbers, and decline due to famine. When everything was about to return to the starting point. When everyone was reading excitedly, they found that they had reached the bottom of the stone slab. What the hell? What's next? That's it? I can only say that one day when I have a knife in my hand. Break. That's it. Right? Howls and screams came one after another. And Datugo and his group all gnashed their teeth and cursed non-stop. After calming down a little, they immediately set off and began to slay monsters around them, because it was clearly written on the props. If there was one, there must be two, three, and so on. The same scene was also happening everywhere on Sakuraji Island. The little wolf cub prepared several stone slabs like this, and they were secretly distributed to those who were higher in the Thousand Island player group or had greater influence. The method was also very simple. It was a pure physical method. For example, Datugo, the floating thunder beast, was caught by the little wolf cub in advance, and the stone slab was forcibly stuffed into the monster. As for the function of these stone tablets, little wolf cub has always believed in the imagination of players. And it turns out that the players of Thousand Island did not disappoint him, and interpreted what he wanted to express. If we talk about the most popular V in Thousand Island at present, it must be bring an umbrella but not a knife on a sunny day. Faced with such a hot topic, how could this person let it go? As expected by Little Wolf Cub, a post on the interpretation of the mysterious stone tablet soon became a hot topic on the forum. I believe everyone should have seen the mysterious stone tablets that monsters dropped recently on Sakuraji Island. Friends who haven't seen it can click the portal below my post. Here I will share my personal perspective to give you some ideas. First of all, I wonder if you have noticed that the stories recorded on the stone tablets, although they are in the distant past, are surprisingly similar to us today in many places. For example, at the beginning of the story, the fourth family in the Peach Blossom Spring version, is it somewhat similar to us, who thought we were finally released by the three magistrates and sent to Sakuraji Island? We were full of expectations, but in the end, we suffered a more miserable situation. It became even more obvious later. The humans on the island were slaughtered over and over again by the demons, just like us when we first landed on the island. The destruction of the ships, the sealing of the island by demonic magic, and the so-called captivity are also the same as our current situation of being imprisoned on this island and unable to go anywhere. After that, the most crucial part comes. I believe that many people have only discovered the connection between this legend and us until here. The biggest turning point for humans in this story is the appearance of the fox demon. And the same is true for us now. Moreover, judging from the description of the fox demon in the story, it is completely consistent with the name of the fox-faced priestess. It cannot be said to be very close, but it can only be said to be a perfect match. Ending, finally. Here is my little suggestion. The appearance of the mysterious stone tablet is undoubtedly a way for our eagerly awaited players to finally unravel the mystery of the fox-faced priestess, allowing us to better understand the various things behind this NPC. And it is very likely that it is also hidden hints for us, the real main line of Sakuraji Island. So I hope that if there are lucky players who can find the Mysterious Slate Part 2, they can post the content on the forum as soon as possible, and let everyone analyze and speculate together. This is a standard post, and as mentioned at the beginning, it is just a starting point, because there is too little information at present. It is difficult for the Umbrella Master, as a public figure, to say too much. What really interests the little wolf cub is the Jades, who are attracted by the Umbrella Master under this post. Nuomi Zioxiaosu, so the witch sister is not a human, but a fox demon. Furue control is so disgusting, fox demon. Hee. After transforming, will it look like half human and half demon, with furry ears, and a small tail hidden in the witch's clothes? Pucci medical soldier. Hurry up. Save. Night without sleep. If there is more content on the slate later, it would be even better if it is written from the perspective of the fox demon. I really want to know how the witch sister sees us players. Black critical strike. If I were the screenwriter, I would definitely add more identity buffs to the fox demon, such as the daughter of the clan leader, the future hope of the demon clan, knowing her own identity, but still taking risks to help humans. Her position constantly wandering between the two camps, constantly confused, tormented, and painful. Ah, this twisted pleasure. Herbicide number 208. Fuck. Where can I read your masterpiece? Tauren. Die. So the final ending is that the fox demon is not pleasing to both sides. It is regarded as a demon by humans and a traitor by demons. Finally, on a rainy night with thunder and lightning, it completely awakens, turns into Shura, curses the entire island, and dies. All of them die, ha ha ha. The replies in the following floors began to go astray. Players turned into writers one by one and began to speculate on the subsequent stories, and each one was more outrageous than the other. After reading each one, the little wolf cub realized that his first was still too restrained and too shy. It seems that the players are really receptive and imaginative, and they are more inclined to write more from the perspective of the fox demon. The more the fox demon has the identity of a nesting doll, the more excited it is, and the more bizarre and tortuous the whole story is, the more excited it is. In this case, the little wolf cub's mind was immediately opened up. Originally I didn't know how to write the story about purifying water and occupational steel, but inspired by the sand sculpture players, the little wolf cub started writing with his claws. Chapter 311. It didn't take long for Mysterious Slate Part 2 to meet the players. As the players guessed, the story on Sakuraji Island described in the slate was exactly the same as what happened to them now. But what surprised the players was that this time, Part 2 not only came to the Fox Demon special show, but also the behind-the-scenes story that the players didn't know was very vivid and interesting. In order to purify the water source polluted by the demon spirit and help humans overcome difficulties, the Fox Demon decided to find a rare spiritual lotus on the island. This kind of spiritual lotus only grows on the top of the mountain, the mouth of the volcano, and the depths of the magma. Legend has it that there will be a long-lost Phoenix clan guarding it. The Phoenix clan is the top existence among all the demons, although they are rare in number. Each of them is extremely powerful. More importantly, it is rumored that they are full of wisdom. No matter from which point of view, the Fox Demon has no chance. But the Fox Demon still resolutely climbs to the top of the mountain. Finally, after going through hardships, the Fox Demon climbed to the top of the mountain. And there, the Fox Demon was happy to see the spiritual lotus she had hoped for was right in front of her. But what also made the Fox Demon nervous was that next to the spiritual lotus, she really saw the legendary Phoenix. The Fox Demon asked the divine Phoenix if he could give her half of the spiritual lotus to purify the polluted water source. But the divine Phoenix shook his head after hearing it and said to the Fox Demon, "If you came for the lotus of purification, then it is not the right time. Because the spiritual lotus has a total of 3 growth forms. The first year is the lotus of purification, which can purify all things in the world, which is also what the fox demon wants. But once it reaches the second year, the spiritual lotus will turn into the lotus of power and lose the power of purification. But after eating it, it can gain 100 years of practice power. This state will last for 3 years, and finally come to the third form of the spiritual lotus, the lotus of destruction. The lotus at this time is brewing with poison. Not only can it not purify the water source, but it will turn the water source into poisonous water. Whether it is human or demon, drinking it will be poisoned and die. Only after 6 years will the next cycle begin. The poison will recede, and it will become a lotus of purification again. And it will go back and forth like this. The divine phoenix saw that the fox demon came not for the lotus of power, but for the power of the lotus of purification to save lives. So she had a good impression of the fox demon. She explained that the mission of the Phoenix clan is to eat the lotus of destruction after the 11th year to prevent the spiritual lotus from falling into the hands of evil-minded people and causing disasters. Seeing this, the fox demon was about to leave in disappointment. But suddenly, she realized that something seemed wrong. The fox demon secretly calculated that the cycle of the spiritual lotus is 1 year, 3 years, and 6 years respectively, which means that 10 years is a reincarnation. But why did the divine phoenix say that she wanted to eat the 11th year? When the fox demon explained her confusion to the divine phoenix, she was laughed at by the divine phoenix. It was said that fox demons were a smart race among demons. But it turned out that she couldn't even figure out such a simple arithmetic. 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 11, which she had calculated several times. Looking at the wise and confident eyes of the divine phoenix opposite, the fox demon realized at this time that perhaps the legend and reality were still different. But the fox demon did not question the divine phoenix, but asked the divine phoenix to check the status of the spirit lotus. Under the repeated insistence of the fox demon, the divine phoenix reluctantly stepped into the magma to get close to the spirit lotus, and then explained as expected. In the end, the fox demon successfully retrieved the spirit lotus as she wished, and used the purification power in it to free the humans on the island from the barren resources. And there was no famine again. On the other hand, there was also a little sparrow next to the fox demon. This was because the divine phoenix had nothing to do after missing the spirit lotus cycle. So it disguised itself. After solving the most basic survival problem, it does not mean that the crisis of mankind has been alleviated. If humans want to truly fight against the demons and evil spirits on the island, the emergence of professionals is indispensable. However, regarding this inheritance, the demons have long destroyed all the classics along with the original sea ship. After thinking for a while, the fox demon decided to set out to find a very special ancient existence on the island, the witch. After the content of the mysterious stone tablet part 2 was published on the forum, it did not surprise the little wolf cub that it aroused discussions among players again. And from the effect point of view, both the number of posts and the number of replies far exceeded the first one. Super high school level secretary. So that little sparrow has such a big background? White critical attack, Sister Miko. She really made me cry. I forgot what happened later. Anyway, she is so gentle. Big Earth Dog. So what is 1 plus 3 plus 6 equal to? Molotov Cocktail 34. What a wise Phoenix clan. I seem to understand why Sakurajima has become what it is now. It's too amazing. Flower, wait a minute. Didn't you notice? It seems that there is a third. And it mentioned professionals. Could it be that those professional stone tablets that suddenly appeared recently are also fantasy-colored Emmy? I know it. In this island, besides Sister Miko, who else would be so kind to help us? Lay, mysterious stone tablet. Moto, Sugar Devil, damn it. I really can't wait a moment. I'm going to see the third mysterious stone tablet right now. Right now. Witch in the forest? Witch. Are there still witches on this island? While players were showing great interest in the stone tablets on the forum. At the same time, on the other side, she, beside a rock on Sakuraji Island, the fox mast which appeared next to a monster corpse, and a little sparrow was now curiously hovering over a piece of stone tablet exposed in the monster corpse. What is this? Vivian, under the fox mask, showed a puzzled expression. Recently, she did notice that foreigners always like to gather together suddenly. Vivian secretly observed them a few times out of curiosity, and found that these foreigners seemed to be extremely addicted to stone tablets. Just when Vivian was a little worried that the atmosphere on Sakuraji Island was too depressing, causing some mental problems for the stranger, she didn't expect that she herself was attracted by the stone tablet. When the little girl took the stone tablet out of the monster's body, cleaned it, and began to read the contents on it, she covered her face with her hands halfway through. Even though there was a fox mask between them, the helplessness of the person in the middle could still be seen. Now she completely understood why the stranger would hold the stone tablet and read it all day. And when she thought about how many strangers had read the contents on the stone tablet, a strong sense of shame emerged from Vivian's heart. Little Black. Apart from her own little wolf cub, Vivian couldn't think of another bad guy who could be the source of the mysterious slate. Chirp! Chirp! When the fox-faced witch was about to use her feet to dig out the 3-bedroom and 1 living room, a little sparrow that landed on her shoulder and was reading the second mysterious slate with her was reading it with great interest. By the way, with Vivian's perseverance every night and Sinyan's own efforts, the little sparrow is finally no longer illiterate like when he was in Yinyu. Now Sinyan can proudly pat her chest and say that she can understand the contents on it without Vivian's help. Isn't it chirp? Chirp! 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 Sister, the phoenix in this story is really stupid. Ha ha! Sinyan couldn't wait to discuss the plot with the little girl, and took the opportunity to show off her remarkable progress in recognizing words and characters in the past few days. She could read such a long article, which was amazing. However, the praise from the little girl that Sinyan imagined did not appear. Instead, the fox-faced witch covered her mask with her hands again. Shiji? Shiji? Shiji. Sister, what's wrong with you? Ah, I know. Sister, don't worry. The phoenix in this story is obviously not pure blood, and it can't be compared with a genuine phoenix like me. I will definitely not be as stupid as her when I grow up, the little sparrow said, while comforting Vivian with her little wings in a very humane way, showing an expression of disappointment. It seemed like she was complaining about why the Phoenix clan in the story was so disappointing that even her image in Vivian's heart was damaged. Fox-faced witch. Sinyan, don't you think this story is a bit similar to ours? Chirp. The little sparrow tilted its head, and after a short delay, its eyes suddenly lit up. Sister, it seems to be true now that you said that. That fox demon also wears a fox mask, and the divine phoenix beside it also transforms into a little sparrow. It really seems like it. But the next second, a sharp and impatient voice broke out from the little sparrow. Chirp. Sinyan flapped her wings. No. No. Sister, do you mean that the little sparrow in this story is me? The little sparrow opened her eyes in disbelief. Her mouth opened wide, and when she saw the fox-faced witch nodded at her, Sinyan was completely furious. Who wrote this? Who made up this story? How could I be as stupid as the phoenix in this story? I, Sinyan, can count with my toes, and I know that 1 + 3 + 6 = 9. This is slander. Naked slander. Fox-faced witch. Vivian opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but finally gave up. Everything was silent. The little girl just used her hand to comfort the little sparrow, who looked aggrieved and angry, and touched his head. Well, our Sinyan is not that stupid. But just to be on the safe side, let's do a few more math problems every night in addition to learning to read. Shiji. What? Woohoo. No. At the same time, at Sakai Risa's temporary residence on Sakurajima. At this moment, there were 2 slates full of words on her study table. The political officer Lucy next to her looked at them, hesitated, and finally couldn't help but say, Risa-sama. These can't be. Lady Vivian. Lucy thought that the slate was the product of the little girl's self-directed and self-acted. But this is too different from the image of Vivian in Lucy's impression. How could that little girl do such a thing with her thin skin? Sakai Risa curled her lips. Compared to Lucy, which Bella certainly knew Vivian better, and also knew that behind Vivian, there was a certain shameless little wolf cub who had been accompanying her from the beginning. Therefore, Bella knew the origin of these stone tablets without even thinking about it. It's quite smart to use this method. Bella had long guessed that the little wolf cub would definitely not be willing to let Vivian be so stupid and keep paying behind her back. The other party wanted Vivian to do a little good, even if it was just to help an old lady who fell down. The whole world would know and praise her. It's quite interesting to write. Well, it's still a bit conscientious. And you didn't forget me. Sakai Risa naturally finished reading the second stone tablet. The reason why she was now crossing her legs, hooking her toes, the corners of her mouth kept curling up, and she hummed happily from time to time was from the end of the second stone tablet. From the above description, the character who is about to appear is herself. In the past few days, through the intelligence collected by the clones around the world, Bella has been able to realize more and more the infinite potential of the emerging force of strangers. If it is true as the prophecy says, a new era will be opened, and strangers will definitely play an indispensable role in it. Therefore, while the other major forces on the road have not yet reacted to this sudden situation, and are still vigilant and nervous about strangers, it is the best time for Bella to win over and attract strangers. In fact, she did so. Each clone took the initiative to contact strangers in various countries in secret, and deliberately began to move closer to cultivating their own stranger forces. Moreover, Bella also noticed that the strangers seemed to have a unique means of communication, similar to the ability of the Magic Network and the Adventurers Association. No matter where something happened, strangers from all over the world, no matter how far apart, could inform each other. Therefore, Bella couldn't let go of any place that could improve her fame and popularity among strangers. Originally in the Thousand Islands, Bella had planned to give this opportunity to Vivian, but she didn't expect that the little wolf cub was quite conscientious and knew who had been helping them behind the scenes. So while improving Vivian's reputation as a stranger, she didn't forget her. Bella could imagine that when the third stone tablet appeared again, the strangers would definitely be as interested and concerned about the supporting characters in it as the second stone tablet now. Except for the fox demon, which, to be honest, Bella didn't really like this identity, but she had to endure it. After all, she couldn't really write a witch, right? So that's it. Bella waited and waited with great expectation, and sent Lucy out to collect the third slate. Finally, hard work pays off. Ms. Risa, I found the third slate. Lucy knocked on the door of her master's house. But when she saw Risa jumping up from her Guyu position and eagerly reaching out to her for the slate, Lucy's face showed a struggle. Risa, I think it's better for you not to look at it. Why? Isn't there anything about me on it? No. It is written. It is indeed written. But I am afraid that you will be angry after reading it. Sakai Risa? Chapter 312. The Witch. This is a being that appeared on this island even earlier than the demons. She is evil and greedy. It is said that children who approach her will be eaten alive. Men who approach her will be squeezed dry. And women who approach her will be killed. There are many different opinions about her true appearance. Some believe that she is an old demon who has lived for thousands of years. And some say that she is an old woman who studies black magic. In short, even the demons on the island retreat from this witch, dare not provoke her, and are unwilling to approach her. Even so, the fox demon still insists on her decision. She jumped over the swamp, passed through the fog, and finally came to the depths of the dark forest. There was a small wooden house entangled by vines. There was no doubt that it was the witch's residence. The fox demon took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to knock on the door. Soon, the door of the wooden house opened. But to the fox demon's surprise, it was a human girl who opened the door. Before the fox demon could react, the girl said that her master had been waiting for the fox demon for a long time, and she made way for the door and invited the fox demon to enter the house. The fox demon was amazed at the witch's power, and at the same time curious about the human girl. The fox demon noticed that there was an iron ring and handcuffs around her neck. In addition, the other party called the witch before, and the girl might have noticed the fox demon's sight. So she took the initiative to explain that she was the witch's slave servant, responsible for taking care of the witch's daily life, working all year round, without salary, and busy from morning to night. Despite being so exploited and squeezed, she still had no complaints about the witch. Sakai Risa. Lucy. Fall. The angry woman slapped the table, making the desk creak and wail. Sakai Risa frowned and looked at Lucy, as if to prove her innocence. What the hell is that? Did I ask you to take care of my daily life? Did I ask you to work all year round? Did I ask you to work from morning till night? As a result, Sakai Risa kept shouting, but her voice became less and less, because it was not until she was told that she realized that she seemed to be really like this. At the beginning, with the temperament of which Bella How could she really work obediently at her post? She was basically a hands-off boss. Just a figurehead. Except for showing up at important decisions. Bella basically threw all the other tedious and trivial work to her. The political officer. Even more so at the end. After discovering that Ruko was not only not overwhelmed, but also had plenty of energy to spare. Bella saw this and said that she wanted to live with Ruko. But in fact, she just wanted Ruko to take care of her housework such as eating and washing clothes. It can be said that it was undoubtedly exploitation and oppression. At least I didn't put a collar on your neck. And I paid you a high salary. Although I can't pay you for the time being after being demoted. It's only temporary. Temporary. Sakai Risa was still trying to argue for herself weakly and palely. Alas, Ruko on the other side sighed. So, she, who had read the slate beforehand, thought that it would be better for Risa-sama not to read the third slate. This was just the beginning. Risa-sama was so angry. What if she saw the rest of the words? Risa-sama, how about we still? Ruko suggested again. Unfortunately, before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Sakai Risa. No, I have to read it today. So, Sakai Risa continued to read the second half of the slate. Finally, led by the servants and slaves, the fox demon came to the witch's room. The witch was not the 1,000-year-old demon as rumored. Nor was she an old woman with a hooked nose. Instead, she looked mature and beautiful. However, as soon as they met, the fox demon was shocked by the witch's huge evil visually. Looking down at her own, it had a great impact on the fox demon's young mind. And she was at a disadvantage right from the start. The fox demon told the witch about her request, hoping that the witch could let her copy the classics about professionals. The evil witch had guessed it long ago. It turned out that the witch had been paying attention to it when the fox demon first started to secretly help humans. Even the reason why the fox demon was so successful was inseparable from some tricks operated by the witch behind the scenes. This is not to say that the witch also wants to help humans. The witch never favors any party. She prefers to see chaos, and likes to see good people or demons step by step towards depravity. So in the face of the fox demon's request, the witch gladly accepted it. But at the same time, she also put forward a condition. As she said that, the witch clapped her hands and asked her slave servants to bring a special dress and put it in front of the fox demon. The witch told the fox demon that her only condition was that the fox demon must always wear this dress in the future. The fox demon was surprised at first, and then relieved. The fox demon was prepared to make great sacrifices, but she didn't expect it to be so simple. On the other hand, looking at the innocent and ignorant face of the fox demon, the witch was grinning in her heart, because the clothes she prepared for the fox demon were actually a set of shrine maiden clothes. The so-called shrine maiden is the holy existence responsible for exorcising demons and exorcising evil spirits in human society. In the old times, they had a high status and were extremely rare. Nothing could make the evil witch more excited than making a demon become a human shrine maiden. Risa Sakai. A series of beautiful sentences came out of the mouth of the exasperated witch Bella. Ruko next to her had an expression that she had expected it long ago. I asked her to wear the shrine maiden costume? Did I force her to wear it? Didn't the little girl come to me and borrow it? How did it become my doing? Evil witch. What's evil about me? Where? As Sakai Risa was yelling, Ruko secretly glanced at her boss's chest, which was surging with anger. Just a few glances would make you dizzy. It must be said that the adjective evil on the stone slab is indeed very vivid to some extent. Rarisa-sama, where are you going? Where? Kill wolves. We're having wolf meat hot pot tonight. Sakai Risa was about to walk out of the cabin with her wand in hand. It was only after Lucy persuaded her and tried her best to stop her that she was pulled back. Sitting in the study chair angrily, the witch Bella was getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. That stinky little wolf cub. Bella gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and was furious. She originally thought that the other party had a change of heart and created an image for herself in front of the strangers. Not to mention the image of a mysterious and powerful teacher of a little girl. At least a capable and reliable teammate. Right? But what did she get now? It is conceivable that after reading this third slate, the strangers must have a bad feeling and hostility towards her role as the evil witch. If they know in the future that her clone is the prototype of the witch in the story, they may start to attack her. Bella has seen precedents in this regard. These strangers are really brave. Probably because they are immortal. No matter who you are, they dare to fight you. Although the strength of the strangers is too weak now. They are all ants. And Bella doesn't need to worry. But who knows what heights the strangers can reach in the future with their damn gross speed. Once they are targeted, can Bella still handle it with ease? Besides, as long as there are enough ants, they can also bite elephants to death. Thinking about it, suddenly an emotion that has not appeared in Bella's heart for a long time has appeared again. That is, the grievance of the nose. It's okay. It's okay. Risa-sama, I believe that you, the witch, will definitely have a reversal in the future. Seeing this, Ruko hurriedly comforted her reluctantly. What's the follow-up? It's over. It's all over. There is one last point on the stone tablet. Like the previous 2 stone tablets, the next stone tablet will be left with suspense at the end. After coming out of the witch's hut, the fox demon immediately began to carve. It took 3 days and 3 nights of sleepless work before the fox demon finally carved the inheritance information about the professionals on the stone tablet, and quietly placed these precious stone tablets around the human gathering place. Soon, humans discovered the stone tablet. They were full of surprises, but they didn't know that it was the work of the fox demon. They thought it was a treasure left by the predecessors on the island. Humans relied on the inheritance on the stone tablet, and a large number of professionals appeared one after another. From then on, humans finally had the power to compete with demons, and got rid of the fate of being raised. The story should have ended here. The original intention of the fox demon was just to allow humans to protect themselves. Seeing that the fox demon was about to return to the demon clan quietly, the evil witch could not sit still. The witch never thought that the fox face which she carefully designed did not even appear in front of humans once. How could this be possible? Therefore, the evil witch planned an unexpected disaster. She planned to use this to force the fox demon to appear in front of humans. There is still a sequel? What sequel to expect? It is obvious that she has been portrayed as a villain. How could such a character have a reputation among strangers? Just when Bella was about to turn her resentment and anger into her motivation to hunt the little wolf cub, she didn't know that in the player forum that she could not see. It turns out that the witch sister suddenly disappeared 3 days ago and went to engrave the stone tablet for us. I knew it. The witch sister will never abandon us. Woo 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 /////. Damn it! You actually used despicable means to make our fox demon sister wear a witch costume. You? A scheming evil witch. Really? Really? Well done. Where is this witch now? I want to see how evil she is. That servant-slave girl is so pitiful. Unlike me, I work 996 every day and can only have 1 day off on weekends. Why are there tears on the screen suddenly? Hey, you guys have missed the point. Right? No matter how you look at it, this witch is a big villain, who is going to cause trouble behind the scenes. Everyone should be vigilant. But according to the subsequent plot trend, doesn't it mean that we will finally meet the fox-faced witch under the witch's conspiracy? Am I understanding it wrong? This player's post was like a bomb thrown into deep water, awakening other players who had not yet reacted. Instantly, the entire forum was boiling, and various reply floors began to be filled with comments. Fuck. Fuck. Really? That makes sense. The story on the mysterious slate happened in the past, and what we are experiencing now may be a replay of the past. So we can also predict the future in disguise through the slate? Who said that the witch is a villain, and we need to be vigilant? Explain to me what the hell is a villain. What is this called? This is called a good person. Evil witch. Goose drop Superman. Listen to me and say thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. Quick. Everyone. Go find the 4th mysterious slate. These days, the fox-faced witch, who is already curious in the hearts of the players, like a kitten scratching her, has been scratching more and more frequently because of the story and foreshadowing in the mysterious slate. If an NPC is too mysterious and has very little information, it will give people a sense of being out of reach, and the enthusiasm of the players will slowly fade. However, through these stories, the little wolf cub has obviously achieved his first goal, making the fox-faced witch, the NPC, gradually lose some of its mystery in the hearts of the players and add a little more intimacy. After the appetite has been whetted enough, the little wolf cub is about to take his last step, which is also the main reason why he made the mysterious stone tablet. Vivian can't stay away from meeting the players forever. The little wolf cub also respects Vivian's choice, gives enough buffer period, and uses the stone tablet story as a pre-writing for both parties. I believe that not only the players are reading the content of the stone tablet, but the little girl must have discovered the stone tablet a long time ago, since Vivian didn't come to stop him. It proves that the little girl is almost ready. The last one is, the little wolf cub looks at the 4-stone tablet in front of him. This will be the last one in the mysterious stone tablet series. After all, the players think it is a story from the past, but it is actually what the little wolf cub wrote according to the present. Since the fox-faced priestess will have direct contact with the players in the future, the role of the mysterious stone tablet will be gone, and it can be retired gloriously. How to write the final stroke of this past story, and arrange for the fox demon to meet humans. The little wolf cub had already thought about it. The evil which deliberately lured a monster that humans could not defeat even with the blessing of the fox demon to the gathering place of humans. When the monster was rampant and humans were about to suffer heavy casualties, the fox demon behind the scenes could no longer stand by, and finally chose to take the initiative to attack. In the end, the fox demon repelled the monster. But the price was that her appearance was also seen by humans, and she was surrounded by grateful and excited humans in an instant, and she couldn't get away at all. With this, the future fate of demons and humans, fox demons and witches, and the entire island began to move in an uncontrollable direction, and could not turn back. The end. Perfect. How can an open ending be called a bad ending? Actually, when I read novels before, I always criticized the author who liked dogs for being short. But after trying my hand at it this time, I found that even if I wrote based on a ready-made story, it was really hard to write. Just 4 stone slabs almost broke his brain cells. In short, the little wolf nodded with satisfaction, while sending his ghost shadow evil dog brothers to place the 4-stone slab. And at the same time, he rubbed his claws on the boss-level monster on Sakuraji Island, the Ghost Shadow Beast King, which was now serving as his wolf-climbing frame. Be patient, and you will be free soon. Chapter 3 13,000 islands gradually become the center of the vortex. Yenyu, Huidian City, Yamei Bar. After experiencing a series of major events during the internal test period, even this very famous bar in Huidian City has fewer customers. Fortunately, with the arrival of the public test, a large number of foreigners have undoubtedly added a lot of fresh blood and vitality to the city. This can be seen from the current Yamei Bar, which is now bustling with people coming and going. This wine is so white. Oh no. This bottle is really big. What I mean is that I finally understand why Harvey asked us to come here. Under the moody dark lights, beside the dim bar, Chunlu Maman talked while never taking his eyes off the female bartender in bunny girl costume not far away. His accomplice, Luochin, immediately showed a contemptuous expression after hearing it. Is this the person who claimed to be Vivian's #1 promoter on the forum? Besides, don't you say you like flat breasts? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Humph. Little brat. What do you know? Lust is lust. And feelings are feelings. You won't understand even if I tell you. Chunlu Maman curled his lips in disapproval. Of course, what he got was Luochin's even greater disgust expression. Mouth area. Speaking of Harvey, you have also seen the announcement issued by the Fire Code Knights recently. It seems that the Fallen Abyss has shown signs of reappearing in the Flame Domain. Harvey has also been sent out from the Fire Code City to suppress it. Suddenly I feel a little lonely. The last of the 3 people at the bar spoke with a big watermelon. They were all players who surrounded Vivian during the internal test period, and they were also outstanding. Naturally, they all became friends with each other after the public beta started. After experiencing various intense races in the first half of the month, the pace has finally slowed down a little. When they have time, they come to the bar to get together and reminisce. Another interesting thing is that none of these 3 people were able to spawn randomly near the Fire Code City. They all ran all the way here. After Deshigawa's speech, the 2 nodded in empathy. Indeed, although we can receive more tasks every day now than during the internal test, and there are many new NPCs, but the old NPCs we knew during the internal test, Demir, Chris, Harvey and Vivian, have all been sent out, or are in seclusion, or disappeared. Hey! Luochin said, and drank another glass of wine. The realistic simulation of falling god, and the spicy feeling of the wine in his throat are just like his mood at the moment. Now, when they, the old people who have experienced the internal test, face the newcomers in the public test, It seems that they have a sense of the vicissitudes of the times when the old and the new are replaced. The public beta players, who belong to the majority, have already started discussing the new main line, new plot, and more new popular NPCs that are loved by players. They are popping up one after another like mushrooms after rain. For example, among the Geely players, the most discussed one seems to be the Pavilion Master of Chiling Pavilion, one of the 5 elements. Just by listening to a few keywords about this NPC: long black hair, Sam, strong woman, rich woman, you know that it would be strange if she didn't become popular among the player community. On the winter side, there is an executive who secretly helps players escape from the laboratory and is very popular. In Chifeng, there is a bard dressed in green, who hangs out with players every day to play cards and drink. Of course, they are not without new popular NPCs in Yenyu. For example, the beautiful female countess, whose fans have been increasing rapidly recently, and even the expressionless white-haired maid beside her, have been followed by many Yenyu players. On the contrary, the older generation of NPCs, because they have not appeared, even if they rely on the influence of the internal test players in the early stage to drive a wave of popularity and discussion, they are still due to their lack of roles in the game. So they gradually faded out of the vision of the public test team. This can't help but make the 3 of them miss it very much. When the internal test was in the beginning, every time they opened the forum, they would see that 6 or 7 out of 10 posts were related to the Yenyu entry. Now if they want to talk to others about the stories of the internal test and those familiar old NPCs, they can only chat with each other like now. When these old friends get together, they can talk to each other freely, and the newcomers have completely lost interest. As for this, the 3 experienced people know that it is inevitable. After all, a game must constantly launch new content to continue to attract players, and players' attention is always limited. If they are attracted by the new, they will naturally forget the old. There are only a handful of NPCs that can really run through the entire game and be remembered by players. Most of them will become the tiers of the version. Okay, don't be so discouraged. Haven't we found some clues about Vivian recently? Chanlumanman said, while casting his eyes towards Dashigwa. Originally, when the internal test ended, the 5 people agreed to get together. The 2 people missing now are exactly related to what Chanlumanman said above. The cause was from Dashigwa's friend, Melee Mage, who was not only lucky enough to be born in the village where Vivian was originally, but also had a great opportunity and met a mysterious NPC named Shirley. Later, it was verified that all high-level players had a chance to meet this mysterious NPC and get the Fallen Abyss-related tasks she issued to the players. If they performed well with Shirley, Melee Mage would have released screenshots to them long ago, and received a series of tasks that seemed to be the main line of the version. Hunting the Fallen Abyss corruptors lurking among the upper echelons of the human race in the Flame Domain. This is also the reason why Melee Mage was absent from the party. And the other person, by Wiringrong, who was also a firm Vivian party during the internal test, was affectionately called Lao by Changlamanman, and began to reason along this line. Since there is information about the fallen corruptor, does it mean that Vivian's assassination of the Count in the internal test plot has also been explained and proved? For more, by Wiringrong decided to get inside and find the key person in the incident. That is, the now popular Countess. Exploring the truth at that time is also a clue about Vivian's disappearance. Sure enough, talking about topics related to Vivian can make them happy. Just when the 3 of them were chatting happily, they were all thinking about where to find Vivian next. At this time, the little brother who was long distance suddenly sent a private message. Boss, look at the forum of Qiandao subsection. As soon as the news came out, Changlamaman frowned, and when he opened the forum again and took a look as the younger brother reported, his good mood was instantly swept away. After seeing this, the remaining 2 also opened the forum, and soon found out the reason why Changlamaman was so angry. Because live, historic meeting, the fox-faced which made her debut, give the Yenyu dogs a slap in the face. It was mentioned before that each country has new stories and new popular NPCs. So naturally the same is true for Qiandao next to Yenyu. But the reason why the 3 of them deliberately avoided Qiandao just now is because the relationship between the players of Qiandao and Yenyu is very stiff, and even hostile to each other. The key title of the live broadcast post in front of me is the Fox-Faced Priestess. This is the super popular NPC character that has quickly risen among the players of Thousand Islands. It can also be said that this is the origin of the current hostility of Changlumanman towards the players of Thousand Islands. Originally, the Yenyu side had some intention of mocking the poor resources of Thousand Islands. Yenyu made the mistake first. But the players of Thousand Islands later attacked, and even compared the fox-faced priestess with Vivian. The behavior of stepping on one and praising the other annoyed Changlumanman. At the beginning of Changlumanman, he mentioned that he wanted to be the biggest Vivian single pusher. This guy really went up when he had something to do. He immediately organized people to attack the fox-faced priestess, mocking the players of Thousand Islands for bragging for a long time. It turned out that they had not even seen the real person of the other party, and they didn't know anything when asked. And they still said they were true love parties. However, as time went by, more and more information about the fox-faced priestess gradually surfaced as the plot of Sakurajima progressed. The Qiandao players gradually unveiled the mysterious veil behind her, and the Changlumanman side was at a disadvantage. Before, he boasted about how strong his NPC, Vivian, was, and there was a domineering little wolf with a supernatural bloodline as a summoned beast beside him. The Qiandao players could only swallow their anger. But now it's different. After the story of the mysterious slate, the Qiandao players immediately became confident and fought back, saying that the sparrow beside their fox-faced priestess was the divine phoenix in the story. And I don't know how much higher its bloodline is than that of the broken little wolf beside your Vivian. Before the city was taken, Changlumanman soon found another reason to talk, mentioning that their Vivian's identity was very mysterious, and was a legendary witch. As a result, the Qiandao side sent screenshots of 3 mysterious slates to prove that their fox-faced priestess identity was definitely very important, and their background was not inferior to your Vivian's at all. The two sides went back and forth like this, competing with each other, and having a lot of fun. Just when Changlumanman was still thinking about which aspect to fight back against the Qiandao players, he didn't expect that this time it was the Qiandao players' turn to take the initiative to attack. On Changlumanman's side, the most hurtful thing about Vivian in the NPC PK was that she never appeared again after the public beta. Fortunately, the fox-faced priestess did not appear in front of the Qiandao players, so the two sides were tied in this regard. As a result, after the Qiandao players excitedly exposed the content of the 4-stone tablet, under the stone tablet prompt, they were actually going to see the real body of the fox-faced priestess. How could this not make the Thousand Island players of the fox-faced priestess faction very excited? Several of the top anchors of the Thousand Island opened the live broadcast, and it was hard to say how much of it was deliberately showing off to the players of the Flame Domain Vivian faction. I want to see what the ghost fox-faced priestess that the players of the Thousand Island have been bragging about for a long time is. Changlumanman opened the live broadcast post with a disdainful look, and Luochen and Daxigwa beside him also came over to watch together. To be honest, they were actually quite curious. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, Changlumanman was shocked by the extremely high number of online viewers of more than 100,000. You should know that this is a live broadcast on the official forum of Fallen God. There is no such thing as fake popularity. And this is just a live broadcast room of an anchor. Judging from the barrage, the majority are undoubtedly Qiandao players. After all, not all Qiandao players can come to the scene. On the contrary, it should be said that only a small number of people can experience the first-hand plot on the scene. But there is no need to worry about missing it, because for important main plots like this, there will be special plot crystals for players to simulate the scene at that time and watch it repeatedly. This is a common setting in many games. But after all, replays cannot be compared with live broadcasts. So it is not surprising that so many Qiandao players are squatting for live broadcasts. As for the second largest audience, Changlumanman found that they are all players from Yenyu like him. Sometimes, I really have to mention that haters are also fans. The dispute between Yenyu and Qiandao has, to some extent, added a lot to this fox-faced witch, not to mention popularity. But she is definitely well known. What surprised Changlumanman the most was that he actually found many players and viewers from Gili in the barrage. Why are so many of you Gili players coming to join in the fun? Why are you so concerned about Qiandao? At this stage, because the players are in the opening period. They can't explore the massive content of their own country. So how can they have the energy to pay attention to other countries? Of course, except for Yenyu and Qiandao. Changlumanman quickly opened the Gili section of the forum and took a look. And then he understood a little bit. It turned out that in Gili, some players received a fleet task chain called Northern Cross. They thought it was just a job transfer task to become a sailor pirate. But unexpectedly, they suddenly got a big surprise. Their big sister told them that the fleet would sail across the border to the Thousand Islands. Although the players don't know what they are going to do in the Thousand Islands, it doesn't prevent them from rubbing their hands and shining their eyes. This is a cross-border trip. You can tell that the follow-up will definitely not be simple. Therefore, even the Gili players, who didn't receive the Northern Cross Fleet task, became interested in the Thousand Islands. If they happened to encounter the live broadcast, they naturally flocked in. This, Changeling suddenly felt a little complicated, because unconsciously, the Thousand Islands attracted two countries at once. And it seemed that there was really a feeling that it was going to become the center of the vortex? You know, the title of the center of the vortex is not a good word in reality, which means that there will be chaos soon. But in the game, it is completely the opposite. After all, players are not afraid of chaos, but they are afraid that it will not be chaotic. Could it be that? It is really like what the most handsome little wolf posted nonsense at the beginning. And the Thousand Islands are actually the main plot of the server opening? Those who chose Yenyu were fooled. No! How is it possible? Changeling quickly shook his head. However, when the live broadcast finally started, not only Changeling, but also Luch beside him, who ate a big watermelon, and even many Yenyu players, seemed to be choked by something. Chapter 314 Costume True Flame Witch. Crack! The real opening lightning strikes. Purple lightning flashes across the sky above the cloudy island. And the rumbling thunder never stops in my ears. The devastated island land is full of evil spirits. Looking around, all you can see are twisted boulders and deformed vegetation. Foreign players are not unaware of the miserable birthplace of Thousand Island players. But most of them only stay at browsing some forums and the screenshots of the game taken by Thousand Island players themselves, and have a vague concept. And when it is really broadcast live, from static pictures to a moving first-person perspective, the sense of substitution instantly increases a lot, as if you were really there. This finally made foreign players realize how hellish Sakurajima is. The anchor was carefully observing the corrupted ground covered with purple moss, while explaining to the audience that on Sakurajima, you have to be careful every step because there is a cursed plant called Thunder Sakura. If a player accidentally touches its scattered roots, he will be struck by purple thunder from the sky. Some foreign players didn't believe it until the anchor demonstrated it himself and saw the anchor being blown away in an instant. And then they shut up. What's even funnier is that the next barrage was more concerned than the anchor, staring at the ground nervously and carefully throughout the whole process. Whenever they saw something like Thunder Sakura's vines, they would send barrages to remind the anchor. Later, some Thousand Island players, who had long been accustomed to it, sent bullet screen reminders, such as little knowledge. You can breathe now. Reminder. You outside the screen will not be blown up with the anchor. Etc. Which made the foreign players recover a little. However, as the anchor continued to go deeper, in addition to the landform environment, the monsters on Sakuraji Island naturally and inevitably appeared in front of the audience. Foreign players finally experienced what it felt like to have a seemingly ordinary flower next to you. But suddenly its roots and stems grew legs and jumped out of the soil to attack you. To experience the taste of a bunch of maggot-like insects crawling around you. And to experience what it felt like to look up and see countless octopus-like eyeball monsters in the air staring at you, and your sand value dropped wildly. The live broadcast has not entered the main show yet, and the barrage of comments is so overwhelming that it is unbearable. Some people who are timid and have poor acceptance have directly exited the live broadcast room and dare not click on it. Changeling also had this feeling in the Yame bar. He didn't know when his hands were so nervous that they clenched fists. If it weren't for the fox face which plot later, he would never want to continue watching this live broadcast. No, it's not a live broadcast. It's simply mental pollution. So, are these what the Qiandao players face every day? Changeling looked around him again. Compared with the live broadcast, what is around him? Fragrant wine, tempting meals, comfortable bar seats, beautiful bar music, and even beautiful female bartenders in sexy uniforms. At this moment, even though Changeling had indeed confronted the Qiandao players before and had a lot of friction, he actually felt a little sympathy in his heart. Finally, as time went by, the anchor finally arrived at the plot-triggering location. I saw that this place was already crowded with people, and the players were densely packed. Almost all the players who were nearby and not too far away put down their work and gathered here. By the way, the so-called plot-triggering location is a convenient name for the Thousand Island players, referring to the location recorded on the mysterious slate part where they found, where the fox face which was forced to appear in order to save humans attacked by monsters after being designed by the evil witch. The little wolf cub deliberately wrote this location in great detail, with the purpose of guiding the players and a little girl who must have read the contents of the slate. Now the players have almost arrived as promised, and the little wolf cub, the fox-faced priestess who is the protagonist of the plot, has long sensed that Vivian has been waiting here for a long time. In this case, it is time to let the past story recorded on the mysterious stone tablet play out again. Anchor. Anchor. Where is the fox-faced priestess? Yeah. Didn't you say that your mysterious NPC would show up? Why is there no trace? I have endured for so long and did not quit just for now. Don't let me down. Could it be that you, the Thousand Island players, have misunderstood? Changlemaman saw that after the anchor arrived at the agreed location, he just joined the waiting army with the surrounding people, and many questioning comments immediately floated in the live broadcast room. The host quickly explained that the location was correct, and the time was most likely today, because the frequency of the mysterious stone tablet was basically once every 3 or 2 days, and it had been exactly 2 days since they found the 4th mysterious stone tablet, unless the story on the mysterious stone tablet will happen again. But many professional players have analyzed that the mysterious stone tablet is the plot hint and guidance given by the game to the players. So just be patient and wait. Another strong evidence is that the players found that there were no monsters in this place, as if it was cleared by a mysterious force, exactly the same as what was recorded on the mysterious stone tablet. The host had just finished speaking when suddenly, there was a commotion from the crowd in the front. Immediately afterwards, one after another of the ghostly shadow dogs emerged from the void, as if they had been lying in ambush for a long time, until the number of players reached a certain level. They finally appeared. Here they come! Not only the host and the audience in the live broadcast room, but also many Thousand Island players at the scene seemed to be suddenly attacked and surrounded by monsters. But in fact, their faces were filled with ecstasy and excitement, because this meant that their guess was correct, and the past story really reappeared. To use a more game term, they finally triggered the plot. Everyone, go! Go! For Sister Miko! Kill! The players were very good at understanding. There was no doubt that this was the first stage of the plot. Just like every time before fighting the boss, they had to clear the monsters before they could transition to the next stage. The players who had been waiting for a long time rushed forward, although the level of these ghostly dogs was 10 or above, the same as when they wiped out the guilds that occupied the transfer steel. This time the players did not present a one-sided situation. Instead, they fought against these ghostly dogs that were much higher than them. The situation was tense and evenly matched. This was not only because of the psychological excitement, but also because the number of players was several times that of monsters. Another very important point was that there was more professional cooperation between the players. The guilds that occupied the stone tablets were all single professional. But now, swish! The big dog on the battlefield used the sword drawing technique to slash at the ghost dog. At the same time, magic light flashed from his teammates behind him. A armor-breaking spell weakened the monster just right. With the big dog's attack, it actually dealt several times more damage than before. After the ghost dog felt the pain, it was about to use its claws to hit the big dog in a stiff state with a skill. But unexpectedly, a roar came from the side. The effect from the skill challenge roar was triggered, forcibly attracting the ghost dog's hatred target, forcing it to turn its head and hit the claws on a player who had already taken a blocking posture. With the cooperation between the professionals, in just a few minutes, a ghostly evil dog of more than 10 levels was successfully killed by the big earth dog. Similar scenes also occurred in various places on the battlefield. It is said that laymen watched the excitement, while experts watched the doorway. Most of the players in Yenyu, who came with a melon-eating mentality, were shocked by the combat power of the players in Qiandao and the popularity of almost all players. You should know that other places are not like Qiandao, where there are job transfer tablets, and the only requirement for players is the level. If you want to transfer jobs in other places, you not only need to find a mentor, but also complete a series of job transfer tasks, hand in materials and props, and finally pay a considerable amount of extra job transfer fees. So in terms of the number of professionals, I'm afraid that the Thousand Island players can be more than the recognized opening treasure land Yenyu. And if you look deeper, That is, the insiders. Now the three people in the Night Charm bar look at each other, and they can see the same disbelief in each other's eyes. Regarding the number of professionals, they don't care much. After all, this thing is only lacking in the early stage, and all players will definitely be professionals in the later stage. What really surprised Luo Chen was the cooperation between the Thousand Island players and their very skilled and excellent fighting skills. Luo Chen secretly calculated in his heart that even the elite members of their Star Pavilion were probably only able to reach the average upper-middle level of the Thousand Island players. And you have to know that if these elite members of Xingchen Pavilion were placed in the group of Yanyu players, they would all be top-notch. Is this the difference between greenhouse and wildflowers? Deshiguo looked at the live broadcast and couldn't help shaking his head. They had already felt the environment of Sakuraji Island through the first half of the live broadcast. It was a world apart from Yanyu. The Qiandao players had been in such harsh conditions every day for more than half a month. Although it was hard, there was no doubt that they were far superior to any other players in the other four countries in terms of combat awareness and operation. But of course, in terms of weapons and equipment, as well as props reserves, let alone Yanyu. Even Qifeng players, who knew how to play cards every day, could crush Qiandao players. Because the current Thousand Island players still have the same set of pitiful novice suits given by the system at the beginning. And they can't even find half a bottle of medicine on their bodies. When they are out of blood, they can only rely on the nurse profession to support them. But even so, we can't sit back and relax anymore. We have to call on the players of Yanyu to level up and kill monsters as soon as possible. Changliminmin secretly became alert. Given the current situation of Yanyu and Qiandao, they may really fight after cross-border travel is opened in the future. Originally, Changliminmin thought that they were bullying the players of Qiandao with their eyes closed. But now he found that if the two sides really fought, it was really uncertain who would win and who would lose. His side was like a rich second generation born with a golden key. Excellent weapons and armor can be bought everywhere, and there are countless high-quality prop stores with a wide variety of varieties. Therefore, the battle process of Yanyu players often becomes particularly easy, and basically no operation is required. Qiandao is like an orphan without a father or a mother, with no extra resources. But he is diligent and hardworking, and has come one step at a time. Oh, no. I almost forgot their fox-faced witch. The Qiandao players are at most a single-parent family, and the weak NPC old mother has raised them little by little. I thought it was a script of rich brother versus poor boy. However, with the next subsequent scene, what he never expected was that the poor boy Qiandao players he thought were actually not backed by a poor mother who was frugal and hardworking. Instead, it was a domineering, or a dominant CEO mother? Not yet the second stage? It should be soon. Look, the number of ghost dogs around is getting smaller and smaller. Brothers, work harder. The little wolf cub in the distance watched the battle. The fighting power of the Thousand Island players not only exceeded the imagination of the players of the four countries, but even the little wolf cub, one of the culprits behind the scenes, was a little surprised. He actually didn't plan any plot stages at all. He just wanted to make Vivian's appearance after the players were beaten by the ghost dogs. But who would have thought that the players not only survived, but also successfully eliminated the ghost dogs? In this case, I can only let you appear in advance. The little wolf cub jumped down from a huge body, and the liberated ghost beast king finally couldn't suppress the instinctive impulse brought by the curse. Its figure flashed, and when it appeared again, its terrifying physique, 4 or 5 times that of an ordinary ghostly hound, accompanied by a thick evil purple mist, suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, symbolizing its boss image. It's the cursed dog leader from before. The boss has appeared, and it has entered the second stage. The second stage? What do you say now? Is it going to weaken its health to a certain extent? Or what? It looks like there will be 3 stages? At first, the players thought there were 3 stages, and they all focused their fire on the ghostly beast king. But then the players realized that they were wrong. In the face of the absolute level gap, no matter how many of them there were and how well they coordinated, it would be useless. At this stage, the level 25 ghost beast king is not a fatal boss that players can encounter. They can't even break the boss's defense, the big dog's most proud sword drawing technique / the beast king, but only got a very mocking single-digit damage. Umbrella. Shoo. Don't talk. The key plot is coming. Xingtian interrupted the assistant beside him with an umbrella but no sword, and looked around nervously and expectantly. Many other Qingdao players at the scene did the same. Everyone had that premonition in their hearts. The fox-faced priestess is about to appear. And on the other side. Huh? The little girl took a deep breath. Xinyan, are you ready? She. On a high slope where one can overlook the battle. To be honest, Vivian is really happy now. Not because of her appearance later, but because she witnessed that those foreigners who were chased by the weakest floating thunder beast and cried to the sky have now grown to the current situation. Vivian is really happy that her efforts have not been in vain. The foreigner has done a good job. So let her take over the next step. Just as the little girl put on the fox mask and was about to jump down from the high slope. Suddenly, Vivian was stunned, because she saw that right in front of her vision, a pale red phantom who looked exactly like her, dressed as a fox-faced witch, appeared suddenly at some point, and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When the little girl looked over, the shadow also looked at her. Then, Vivian had no time to react. The light red shadow turned into a stream of light and flew into Vivian's body. And it was at this moment, the game system prompt sound belonging to Vivian began to sound wildly in the little wolf cub's mind. Ding! You have temporarily learned the skill of the secret fire sword technique. Ding! You have temporarily learned the skill of the red cloud. Ding! You have temporarily learned the skill of the dance of the flames. Ding! You have temporarily learned. Ding! Due to unknown reasons, you are temporarily forced into the state of the costume. And you have obtained a new costume. The Witch of True Flame. Ding! Due to unknown reasons, you have temporarily obtained a new costume weapon. The Demon Sword Bloodstained Cherry. Chapter 315. Buzz. The red true flame shot straight into the sky. At this moment, the layers of purple clouds that symbolized the power of the curse and enveloped Sakurajima seemed to retreat. And some were even burned red by the true flames. Such a strange sight attracted all the players without exception. They stopped fighting and looked in the direction of the source. Following closely were shouts. Look there. Yes. It's the fox-faced priestess. CG is here. Finally. The CG animation. Sister Priestess is so grand. I saw that Vivian's body floated in the air involuntarily. And the true flame beam that had just soared into the sky was gradually retracted. At the same time, the priestess clothes on the little girl also changed. Under the power of the dress, the cuffs and hems of the shrine maiden's clothes, which were inconvenient to move, were all wrapped up by the phantom of Xinyan. The next second, the scarlet warrior armor replaced them. Of course, it was not the kind of heavy and bulky armor. On the contrary, there were not many scarlet armors, and most of the original shrine maiden's clothes were still retained. The armor only fits the skin tightly in a few key parts, such as the forearms and elbows. While protecting, it pursues lightness to the maximum extent. The original clogs on the feet have long disappeared, and the new scarlet boots wrap the calves. In addition, a change that cannot be ignored is that there is a scarlet saber at the waist of the shrine maiden's clothes. Although it has not been unsheathed, it is already faintly emitting a strange red light, which makes people shudder. The little sparrow Xinyan looked stunned, hovering around the new look girl, as a forbidden fire monster. She had no way to deal with the true flame on Vivian. The last time this happened was when she encountered the dark flame of the little wolf cub. What on earth is this? As for Vivian, she still couldn't understand the changes in herself until now. Instead, the first thing that reacted to this was the curse power that permeated Sakuraji Island. Boom! Wow! Thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. The true flame that broke through the dark clouds before was like a great stimulus to the curse on Sakuraji Island, which produced a severe stress response. The gloomy purple clouds in this area accumulated thicker and thicker in the blink of an eye, so dense that they even covered the entire sky without leaving a single gap. The rich purple flowed on the sky, so sticky that it seemed to be dripping down. Swish, swish, swish. Whether it was breaking out from the surface, deforming from huge rocks, or condensing from rainwater, the curse of the island seemed to have its own consciousness, and new deformed monsters were created one after another. In a few breaths, the red-armored priestess in the air was completely surrounded, and she kept roaring dangerously at her. Not good. Should we do something too? Just as the players subconsciously worried about the fox-faced priestess, the red figure in the air moved. To be precise, it was not Vivian's own consciousness that was controlling it. but her body that moved on its own. Clang! Even if the scene was chaotic, the crisp sound of drawing the sword could still be heard by everyone present. The demon sword was unsheathed, and Vivian's body fell back to the ground. She stood with her legs spread out, and placed the demon sword on the side of her head with both hands. Her movements were skillful, and it didn't seem like she was using the sword for the first time. The first style of the flowing fire sword technique. No thought. This time, only Vivian could hear the mumbling at the bottom of her mouth. Well, it's better to say that this was originally a soliloquy from her own mouth. Vivian closed her eyes uncontrollably. But this not only did not make the little girl lose her visual perception, but instead made her enter a state of emptiness. Even the abnormalities that happened to her were thrown behind her mind. And the only thing left in her mind was the focus on this battle. The harsh environmental noise under the influence of the curse, whether it was thunder or heavy rain, disappeared at this moment. Then, the distorted monsters surrounding her were outlined one after another by the power of true flame in the dark world after closing her eyes. When Vivian opened her eyes again, these monsters were like being marked. No matter how many there were, no matter how dazzling they were, none of them could escape Vivian's perception. When the distorted monsters saw the little girl land, they immediately launched an attack. The leading one, a rotten fleshworm, opened its sharp ring-shaped mouth parts and bit Vivian. At the same time, the little girl under the mask was still mumbling to herself, and her lips moved slightly. Second style, stepping on the clouds. Before she finished speaking, Vivian retreated to advance, and stepped back with her red boots. Her movements were so fast that they left a faint shadow in the air, and she easily avoided the bite of the fleshworm's mouth parts. If it were just this, it could not be called retreating to advance. The truly magical scene was the following scene. The magic sword held by Vivian in both hands, and the enchantment pattern engraved on it instantly shone brightly. At this moment, the flow of time on both sides seemed to be different. Vivian was accelerated several times, while the fleshworm monster seemed to be slowed down several times. The effect of the addition of the two was that it was as if in the fleshworm monster's world, its time was still, and it could only watch the magic sword in Vivian's hand split its body into two without any obstruction. Puff! There was no bloody scene, because these deformed monsters were not living creatures at all, but just the mimicry of the curse. After being exorcised by Vivian, they turned into purple mist and dissipated into the air. Just relying on these two styles of swordsmanship, Vivian was able to move freely among the deformed monsters, purifying them one by one, and the monsters couldn't even touch the corners of her shrine maiden's clothes. When the players, who had already automatically imagined and entered the CG viewing state, were shouting with excitement, and couldn't help but cheer for the cold and elegant red-armored shrine maiden in the monster group, the ground suddenly shook. Boom! Boom! It turned out that the previous boss, the Ghost Shadow Beast King, seemed to have been possessed by the will of the curse. After seeing that these monsters couldn't do anything to Vivian, it finally took the stage in person. The thick limbs sprinted on the ground, which was the source of the earthquake felt by the players. In just a blink of an eye, the Shadow Beast King closed the distance and began the final sprint. The giant body jumped high and rushed towards Vivian in the monster group. From the perspective of the players, the red-armored witch seemed to be too focused on the battle at hand. She didn't notice the sneak attack of the boss Shadow Beast King, and still exposed her defenseless back to the opponent. What's more, the magic sword in the witch's hand was just in the state of slashing, and she couldn't spare it to go back to defend. Be careful, which many anxious players shouted. But they stopped before they finished shouting. Because of the flowing fire sword technique third style, Vivian's lips moved slightly, and the whisper that only she could hear rang again. It was only at this time that the little girl seemed to have some understanding of something. It seemed that the other party was teaching her. Not sure, but Vivian's body moved again as expected, facing the high-altitude attack of the Ghost Shadow Beast King behind her. The red-armored witch still did not turn back, and she was not even ready to use the magic sword in her hand. But her original posture of holding the magic sword with both hands quietly changed, freeing the other hand and reaching for the waist of the witch's clothes. Clang! Only to hear another sound of unsheathing. I don't know when. There was originally only one scabbard on the waist, but there was another hidden shorter scabbard. Now it appeared in Vivian's left hand, borrowing the momentum of a sudden turn, not only blocking but also repelling the short sword of the Ghost Beast King. Which came from this. Backfire is a sword technique that is specifically used to break the reversal after being attacked from both sides and falling into a disadvantage. It also fell into Vivian's ears at this moment. But if you think that this is all about backfire, you are wrong. After the Ghost Beast King failed to sneak attack, he entered a head-on confrontation with Vivian. It seems that because the pressure brought by the boss-level leader monster is much greater than the previous small monsters, Vivian had to continue to fight with dual weapons, and did not retract the short sword just now. The Shadow Beast King's movements are just as its name suggests. Extremely strange. And with the blessing of the Curse Mist, it can attack from anywhere. And its sharp claws are extremely fast. And you may be torn to pieces if you are not careful. The two sides seem to be in a state of anxiety. But from the form, it was obvious that the Red Armored Witch was the passive defense party. And every sword was used to resist the attack of the Shadow Beast King. However, of course, only the little girl herself knew her true situation. It was not visible from the perspective of outsiders. This was a change that only Vivian could perceive. After she blocked a blow from the Shadow Beast King, the red color on her sword and knife became brighter. After passively or actively putting oneself in adversity, taking the opportunity to accumulate strength in each attack, paving the way for the last move of the flowing fire sword technique, is the true meaning of the backfire. Finally, when the red accumulated on her sword and knife finally reached the critical point, and if it was not released, it would burst and overflow, hurting herself instead. Vivian seemed to have practiced it thousands of times and easily grasped this moment. So, the last move of the flowing fire sword technique, Fierce Wind. The Red Armored Witch turned her offensive, jumped up and slashed, and the rich fire element poured out from her sword and knife. The sword light and sword shadow were just as fierce as fire and fast as wind as the name of this move. In the first few moves, the players could at least catch the movements of the Red Armored Witch. But in this last move, even if the players stared with wide eyes and held their breath, they could not see Vivian's sword clearly. All the players could see was the afterimage of the sword in the air under the violent fire element explosion. And in this attack, the Shadow Beast King was obviously a big and small contrast with Vivian. But the leader boss was chopped away. So strong under the huge contrast. Except for the shock of being dumbfounded, the players did not make any extra movements. On the other side, it was like a last gasp, or a desperate struggle. After getting up, the ghostly Beast King began to howl towards the sky. And then a scene that made people's sanity values drop wildly began to appear. The deformed monsters began to rush towards the ghostly Beast King like crazy under the ghostly Beast King's long howl. They did not hit the ghostly Beast King, but merged with the ghostly Beast King under the power of the curse. During this period, the ghostly Beast King whimpered, because even if he lost his mind, he would still feel pain instinctively, which was equivalent to a complete transformation of his body. But the pain was painful. But the change was still obvious. The two scars on the wolf's face were caused by the fierce wind attack just now. And now they were completely repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, one tumor after another bulged and expanded from its body. And parts that should not belong to its limbs began to grow wildly from the tumors. After absorbing enough deformed monsters, the current Ghost Beast King no longer looked like it did before. It had the limbs of a vicious dog, but its mouth parts were worm-like, and its back was covered with slimy tentacles. Not only did its appearance change, but its overall momentum was also rising at an astonishing speed. In the player's panel prompt, even the name of the boss was changed to Giant Curse Fusion, and its level was doubled from the original level 25 to the terrifying level 50 that players dared not even think about. Now, this monster, which has turned into a meat mountain, is aiming at its only target, the Red Armored Witch, with its bloodthirsty and vicious eyes. And facing this cursed fusion, a sigh seemed to come from the Red Armored Witch. And it seemed to come from somewhere farther away. But there is no doubt, the next request was definitely not from Vivian. Little guy, can I borrow your power for a while? Vivian knew that the owner of the voice behind this was probably the real Red Armored Witch phantom that had just merged into her body. It was also the other party who had been assisting her body and performing one move after another. The situation was urgent. The little guy the other party was referring to was Sinyan, and the little sparrow was at a loss at the moment, not knowing who was who. After a slight hesitation, Vivian nodded in agreement, and her body moved again on its own. A part of the forbidden power in Sinyan's body was extracted and flowed to the demon sword in her hand. Originally, from the previous battle, the demon sword seemed to be just like that. After absorbing the power of Sinyan, It was like a greedy beast that was finally satisfied and began to show its fangs. Forbidden secret instant shadow. Hellfire tribulation array. As the last word fell, Vivian merged with the demon sword in her hand at an extremely fast speed, and the whole person turned into a red sword shadow, passing through the flesh mountain body of the cursed fusion monster. The process seemed too fast to watch once. Not only the players, but even the cursed fusion body did not react. But should we say it was unfortunate or lucky? This process did not happen only once, but 9 times. Swish, 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 because it was so fast. In the player's field of vision, it seemed as if there were 9 red-armored priestesses. After passing through the cursed fusion body for the 9th time, all the blade shadows disappeared, and the red-armored priestess returned to the original starting position. But this time, she turned her back to the meat mountain monster, and did not even look at this terrifying monster again, because she knew it was no longer necessary. The red-armored priestess tilted her forehead slightly. She made a murmur. The road to the underworld has been opened for you. Rest in peace. Clang. Along with the words, there was also the sound of the sword being put away. At some point, the scabbard originally pinned to the waist appeared in Vivian's hand, and was placed across her chest, taking back the scarlet demon sword. Or should it be sealed? As if there was a delay. The fiery red sword shadows, like a storm, fell on the body of the meat mountain monster at the moment of putting the sword away. Even if it has a very strong self-healing ability, the sword shadow formation is like a meat grinder, ruthlessly and completely destroying every part of its body. Finally, boom, this cursed fusion body, which is as high as level 50, fell to the ground without even resisting from beginning to end, and all the deformed monsters formed by the curse in its body were burned to ashes under the fire of karma and dissipated into the air. Chapter 316 Flame Domain Players, with a growing sense of crisis. Ding. You successfully killed the boss curse fusion and gained 153,900 experience points. Ding. You have reached level 42. Ding. You were forced to remove the ceremonial state and lost the ceremonial state of the true flame witch. Ding. You lost your weapon, the demon sword bloodstained Sakura. Ding. The proficiency of your skill secret flowing fire sword technique has dropped to LV1. Ding. A series of system prompts from Vivian sounded in the little wolf cub's mind. To be honest, this script was completely beyond Liao Zixuan's expectations. The first thing to confirm is that, after the little girl's true flame which ceremonial state was removed, the curse power on Sakuraji Island seemed to have lost its hostile target and returned to its original appearance, and no longer caused riots. The sticky purple curtain in the sky gradually faded. The thunder roaring in the ears was no longer so dense, and the heavy rain was getting smaller and smaller until it finally stopped completely. The little wolf was relieved about this. Otherwise it would be troublesome if another fusion monster of more than 50 levels appeared. He quickly checked Vivian's current status, and there was nothing abnormal. Instead, it was a series of surprises. First of all, what surprised the little wolf the most was that the experience value of the 50-level fusion monster actually fell on the little girl, allowing her to directly upgrade 2 levels to level 42. Secondly, although the gift clothes and the demon sword disappeared, the system prompted that the skills that were only temporarily obtained before were all retained one by one and appeared in Vivian's own skill column. Although it was a bit of a pity, the proficiency of all skills was reset and returned to the initial state of LV1. But the little wolf cub also knew that he couldn't be greedy. Judging from the demonstration that the red armored witch had just made with the little girl's body, no matter which of these skills were taken out, they would definitely be snapped up. In Gui Li's words, they were all first-class peerless martial arts. It was already a great deal to be able to learn them all. Here the little wolf cub couldn't help but sigh. That mysterious substitute lady. What a good person. Yes, if Liao Zixuan still couldn't see at this time that it was his little girl who had hired a substitute to play, then he, the little wolf cub, could be saved to death. However, although he wanted to run to Vivian and ask the little girl what happened, the little wolf cub had to endure it under the current situation, because now someone is more anxious than him. After a short delay, the live broadcast room in front of the long road screen was directly flooded with bullet comments. Even if he set the highest bullet comment screen level, it still couldn't stop the densely packed, excited comments from the live broadcast room. Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! What the hell? Killed the level 50 boss in one move? Sister Witch. Ah. What happened? What happened? I give this wave of CG animation a fucking 1. It is said to be the most handsome CG so far in the public beta. Right? Fox-Face Priestess. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Woo woo. Why am I not there, and can only watch the live broadcast? Angry. 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 The long road. He couldn't help but want to send a barrage of really handsome. But after hesitating for a while, he finally deleted these words. It can only be said that this is his last stubbornness. The other two friends beside him, Luochan and Yakuta Shigua, were also the same. After the battle with the Fox-Face Priestess, the three of them were silent at the same time. This is also the look of most of the viewers from Yenyu in the live broadcast room. They originally came with the mentality of seeing whether the mysterious NPC that the Qiandao players had been praising for a long time, the Fox-Face Priestess, was really a cow or a horse. As a result, after this, which can be said to be a battle to become a god, they realized a horrible fact. The players of Qiandao are not exaggerating, but rather too conservative. This is no longer a question of is it a cow or a horse, but a question of is it a dragon or a phoenix. A gorgeous debut, handsome moves, and a shocking instant kill at the end. After a set of combined punches, everyone has to admit that in the past half-month since the public beta was launched, no NPC in any country can reach the height of the Fox-Face Priestess at the moment. Do you feel a sense of familiarity? Among the three, Luochan sighed first. The remaining big watermelon nodded in understanding. And as for Changlamenman, he still stubbornly didn't want to admit it. But in fact, he knew in his heart what Luochan meant by sense of familiarity. The same one-shot victory. The same standing out from the crowd of NPCs, showing a crushing posture. And the same. Help. I suddenly regret choosing Yenyu to start the game. What should I do? Does anyone know where to buy a boat ticket to Qiandao? Fuck. When I saw how miserable Qiandao was on the forum, I refused the long-distance mission of the Northern Cross Fleet. Now I feel like a clown. Is there a second batch of the Northern Cross Fleet? I don't want to stay in Gili anymore. I also want to go to Qiandao. Born as a Qiandao person, die as a witch soul. The same way. With his own strength and relying solely on the personal charm of the NPC, he raised the impression and popularity of his native country among the player community. Public beta players may not have experienced it, but old beta players are very familiar with it. Because during the beta, there was such a very similar NPC. That was a scary little girl or witch who once dominated the entire beta plot, swiped almost all forums, and had a very high discussion. Even under its subsequent influence, the Flame domain where she was located became the default newbie village when the server was opened. Vivian. This is why Luochan blurted out a sense of familiarity. Although the Fox-Face Witch today is far less exaggerated than Vivian in the beta, everyone knows that after this initial exposure, the rest is just a matter of time. After all, judging from the current information, the Fox-Face Priestess is definitely not here to show off and then disappear. Such a high-quality NPC must have something to follow. And the ups and downs of the plot are waiting for the players. This means that if nothing unexpected happens in the middle, as the plot unfolds, the Fox-Face Priestess is very likely to surpass or even replace Vivian's position. After all, the number of players in the public beta and the internal beta are not at the same level. Regarding Vivian's story, the public beta players can only spread it by word of mouth. But the Fox-Face Priestess, the public beta players, and especially the Qiandao players, have experienced it personally. No! This can't go on. Whether it's the long road, or Luochan and Daxigwa, they have long lost the relaxed mentality when they first watched the live broadcast. On the contrary, now they are frowning. And it's a big alarm for Qiandao. After all, as the leaders of the Yenyu players, the three of them naturally think further and wider than ordinary players. And their interests are more or less tied to Yenyu. At present, the conflict between Qiandao and Yenyu is difficult to resolve. Even if there is no conflict, Yenyu is recognized as the #1 boss in the server. But now, a neighbor who is usually at the bottom and looked down upon suddenly turns over and wants to compete with them for the boss. How can they tolerate it? Therefore, Yenyu must also quickly come up with their own super popular NPC. Not the kind that can only be popular in Yenyu. At least, there must be an NPC like the Fox-Face Witch, who can rely on CG animation fighting or plots to make the topic popular. Don't underestimate the power of a topical NPC. You know, there are new players joining the game falling god every moment. These players should have been the fresh blood absorbed by Yenyu. It is very likely that they were born in Qiandao immediately after learning about the fox-faced witch through various channels. This will gradually shorten the gap in player power between Yenyu and Qiandao in the early stage when the players have not yet acquired the ability to travel across borders. To be more realistic, for players of their level, Deshigua is okay, as he is a single player, while Chonglumanman and Luochen are both guild members, and they can be said to have regarded the game as their own career. The number of Yenyu players is equivalent to the size of the market, and there are countless industrial chains of accompanying play, sparring, prop trading, peripheral products, and subsequent professional competitions. There are too many benefits. As a result, this piece of cake will be divided up by Qiandao. Of course, they are not happy. Therefore, the same thing. You have to use NPC to fight NPC. And they are not without such NPCs with great potential in Yenyu. So, Vivian, our witch lady, where on earth have you gone? I don't want to watch it anymore. Let's go! Changlemanman turned off the live broadcast first and walked out of the tavern. It's really a classic old saying. It's more painful to watch others make money than to lose money yourself. If you have this time, you might as well send more video studios under your own company to create more secondary creations about Vivian to maintain the popularity of your own willful NPC. At the same time, in another bar in Huidian City. Oh, little girl. I thought you were smart and promising at first. I didn't expect you to work under Lady Lee so soon. That's amazing. This is all thanks to my previous work experience with Lady Teddy. I'll toast you a glass. Bai Wiringrong smiled and continued to pour wine for Teddy, while silently closing the live broadcast of Sakurajima next to her. As a firm Vivian fan like Changlemanman, Bai Wiringrong also felt the crisis, originally planning to proceed step by step. Under the stimulation of today's live broadcast, Bai Wiringrong decided that she couldn't wait any longer and had to take a chance. She had come into contact with Baron Teddy in the public beta test by virtue of her detective profession, and thus learned a lot of hidden plots in the internal beta test. However, when she wanted to continue investigating, Teddy stopped her and even directly cut off her task chain. Fortunately, Biwei Rongrong glanced at the very conspicuous task with SS marked on the top in her task bar. Newbies and veterans. During this internal beta test period, after being refused to be hired by Teddy, a new super hidden task was triggered. Biwei Rongrong did not expect that she would be brought here after the public beta test. Under the guidance of this task, Biwei Rongrong did nothing in the more than half a month since the public beta test, but focused on the investigation, which really made her understand the internal beta test plot more and more thoroughly. However, as the investigation went deeper, Biwei Rongrong was more and more surprised, because all the clues would eventually be linked to a certain character. This character was not Vivian, who was well known to the public in the internal test. Instead, it was another NPC who only appeared briefly in the player's field of vision. Bye! The only time players saw this mysterious NPC was in the plot of climbing the Tower of Vulcan. At that time, the Abyss was approaching the city, and when everyone was desperate, it was this mysterious NPC who appeared and guided Harvey and Chris at the time, and took a group of players to climb to the top of the Tower of Vulcan. Awaken Archbishop Maggie, whose mind was corrupted by the Abyss, and thus prevent the Abyss portal. However, since then, this mysterious NPC has disappeared and never appeared again. Many players have long forgotten this character, and Biwei Rongrong is one of them. But after the public beta, Biwei Rongrong's little investigation found that whether it was the big change of the treasure-stealing group, or the explosion of Baron Teddy, or even the current Countess Liz who is in the limelight in Yenyu, and the mysterious Shirley who is elusive, there is actually a shadow of Bai behind them. It really fits the saying that there is no trace of him in the world, but there are all his legends. Biwei Rongrong spent a whole night sorting out the character relationship map. She was shocked to find that almost all the famous NPCs in Yenyu could not escape the relationship with this Bai. Even her Vivian was the same. Following this clue, when she cleverly pretended to be herself and claimed that she was also a subordinate of Bai, she immediately gained a lot of NPCs' favorability. That's why she could easily become a member of the Countess camp that countless players wanted to join. That's why Baron Teddy, who rejected her at the beginning, can now drink and chat with her like a colleague. Huh? taking a deep breath. Although B301 is also very interested in Bai. Her main goal at the moment is to find out Vivian's movements. Therefore, speaking of which, Lord Teddy, you said before that Lord Bai has a good relationship with Commander Harvey, and even lent Lord Bai a precious necklace. I have also had the honor of seeing that necklace several times. It is really beautiful. So, do you know what that necklace is called? B301 was a little nervous, and quietly clenched her hands under the table. After infiltrating the Countess's camp, B301 got a very vague intelligence. That is, Vivian's whereabouts were not what everyone thought now. That she had to hide her identity and avoid the limelight of killing the Count. But it was related to a necklace. She immediately thought of Teddy. So she came over to try and find a breakthrough. The name of the necklace? Drunk Teddy shook his head and thought for a while. It seems to be called something. Chain of the Water God? I don't remember it very clearly. Only you girls like these fancy things. We don't pay attention to them. Hiccup. B301 didn't pay much attention to the girls mentioned by Teddy. These NPCs can accurately determine the gender no matter how the players disguise themselves. Her focus was on the name of the necklace she got from Teddy. B301's pupil shrank in an instant. Chain of the Water God, Chain of the Water God? An outrageous possibility suddenly appeared in B301's mind. No. It won't. Chapter 317. The wind brought the seeds of the story. And time made them sprout. Whirl whirl. The calm sea surface suddenly fluctuated. And the rolling waves came from far away. On the route to the Thousand Islands, a small fleet of about 5 or 6 ships was setting sail, and sailing on the sea with the wind and waves. Among them was the largest sailing ship at the leading position of the fleet. A few seagulls were resting on the mast. But unexpectedly, strange monkey cries suddenly came from below, which scared the seagulls, and they flew away in fright. Woohoo! Take off, Brother Ming. We are going to be rich, ha ha ha. I just saw the comments of another buddy of mine in the live broadcast room. It made me laugh to death. I kindly pulled him onto the ship of the big sister. But when he heard that we were going to the Thousand Islands, he directly abandoned me. Now he is sending me private messages like crazy, asking if we can turn around and pick him up again. Me too. Me too. After the CG of the Fox-Faced Priestess was released, it felt like even we have become adults. This time we are in the atmosphere. Oh! It turned out that it was not the cry of monkeys, but the returning players on the Northern Cross fleet. Due to the characteristics of the players, no matter where they are, they can know any major events happening in the world at the first time. As the first NPC with CG animation after the server was launched, the current Geely players are full of expectations, and they can't wait to reach the Thousand Islands in the next second. Hey! All of you be quiet. Suddenly the hatch was opened, and a girl in a sailor suit was looking at the players, who were sick with an unhappy face. As for the reason for the unhappiness, it was also very simple. These strangers always looked at her with a shivering look, and they said a lot of strange things that she didn't understand. But she always felt angry. For example, the official really understands, knowing that we have nothing to do when sailing on the sea. They specially sent us welfare characters, which really makes me cry. Sailor suits are so cool. Okay. Jasmine. It's good for young people to be energetic. I think they are pretty good like this. Very energetic. Ha ha. From behind the sailor girl named Jasmine, another tall one-eyed woman appeared. The players who were originally planning to tease Jasmine became much more obedient after seeing her. Hello, big sister. The players greeted in unison. After waiting, Nan leaned against the door and asked the players casually, "What's wrong? You look like you have something happy?" Several Geely players looked at each other, not knowing how to explain to the big sister. One of them, whose ID was Yu-Gij, was more clever. He stood up and said, "It's like this, big sister. We are about to go to the Thousand Islands." So I told them a few legends about the Thousand Islands. These people listened and got a little too excited. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be able to tell stories? What legend is it? Tell me about it." Nan raised her eyebrows, showing curiosity. "Okay, big sister. It's a legend. In this way, Yu-Gij, under the banner of storytelling, quietly tested the word Sakuraji Island and Fox-Faced Priestess to the big sister. If the purpose of their trip is really related to these, then after hearing the keywords, the big sister will definitely have some reaction." The other Geely players on the boat behind also understood instantly. and they all had expectations on their faces. Unfortunately, after listening, Nen only commented on Sakuraji Island. Sakuraji Island. I have been to this place when I was young. But how should I put it? It can be said that it is one of the most dangerous islands I have ever seen. As for the fox-faced priestess in your story, sorry, I really don't know about that. After thinking for a while, Nan shook her head at the players, who looked like they wanted to get more information. Ah? How could it be? Did the fox-faced priestess appear recently? The players speculated privately. And Yugij finally couldn't help but continue to ask, Big sister, speaking of it, what are we going to do in Qiandao this time? This? Nan hesitated for a while. Although Zhao Yue had reminded her not to trust strangers too much. In Nan's heart, anyone who had gone out to sea together was a brother. We are going to Qiandao this time to find the father of a good friend of mine, and do some small business by the way. We should only stay in Yuyuan Island for a few days, and return immediately after finding the person. As for Sakurajima, Sister Nan, looking at the one-eyed woman beside her, it seemed that the story of the stranger just now aroused her interest in exploration. Jasmine, who was the deputy beside her, couldn't help but remind her. Well, okay. I also know the priorities. So you can see it. Sorry. Our plan this time does not include Sakurajima. Nan spread her hands helplessly. Ah, the players wailed after hearing it. Sister Nan. Feng Tu overheard the voices of sailors on other ships calling for help came from outside the cabin. The one-eyed woman patted the players on the shoulders, and comforted them that she would definitely go out to sea again next time she had the chance. And took the players to explore Sakurajima. And then left the cabin. It seems that our mission is not connected to the main line of Thousand Islands. After the big sister left, Yugij sighed. Although she was a little disappointed. She also gained something. Now basically, everyone defaults to the fox-masked priestess of Sakurajima as the main line of Thousand Islands. After adjusting their mood, the players on the boat quickly began to guess who the friend mentioned by the big sister was. After all, in this special period, you can still hire a fleet and travel so far across the country just to pick up a father? This is too big a deal. Anyway, Yugij opened the forum and prepared to update the latest mission news in his record post. Recently, this post has gained a lot of collections. And even the most handsome little wolf, who is quite famous on the forum, has collected his post, which gave him great motivation to update. Qifeng. Huthfire Tavern. It is different from taverns in other countries. The most famous in Qifeng, the chain of Huthfire Tavern in various cities. The main selling point is not alcohol, nor is it a marginal ball. After all, if compared with the other, these are all low-level cards. Yes, this can be said to be the largest travel card camp in Qifeng. It brings together the best card players from all over Qifeng, competing and learning in the tavern. And swaying blood? Since the public beta, with the influx of a large number of players, the liveliness of the Huthfire Tavern has reached its peak. At first, the local aboriginal card players disdained these foreigners. But later, when the foreigners accumulated their meager card libraries, they were able to come up with all kinds of fancy decks with various tricks. In just half a month, the foreigners not only got started quickly, but also played back and forth with them. The local card masters of Qifeng finally recognized the players, and started to play seriously. The Huthfire Tavern, which was already full, is now always full day and night. Dingling-dling. Push open the wooden door of the tavern. Come in and find a seat. Every time they enter the door, Qifeng players can hear the cordial greetings from the tavern proprietress. Speaking of the tavern proprietress, the rapid rise of Qifeng players in the journal card world is inseparable from this NPC, because she can be said to be one of the few NPCs who can open a card store for players. Not only is the quantity large, but there are also many rare and precious travel cards from other countries. However, recently, Qifeng players have started to love and hate this boss lady, because no one knows who is smart. It seems that he has taught the boss lady a mechanism called drawing cards in their hometown Blue Star. This has led to the boss lady changing from selling cards with a clear price to now only selling fixed price card packs to players. There are 5 cards in a pack, and the quality of the cards is completely random. Although the efficiency of players obtaining ordinary quality cards has been greatly improved, it is immediately difficult to obtain a specific card. What's more uncomfortable is that players find that they can't control their hands. Once they have saved enough money for a pack, they immediately become gambling dogs and can't help but buy a pack of cards. After a moment of climax, it will be followed by endless emptiness and regret. And it goes back and forth, endlessly. From the boss lady's increasingly charming smiles to the players and her friendly attitude. It is clear that she is definitely making a profit. But of course, the Qifeng players who came in this time did not go directly to the boss lady to buy cards. Their eyes fell on two people who were competing in card skills in a tavern surrounded by many spectators. One of them was a well-known player in Qifeng. His ID was called My Soul, and he was affectionately called Soul Teacher and Soul Treasurer by the players. The player opposite her was also an acquaintance of the players. The dark green cloak and hat, the small and exquisite harp placed on the table, and the long legs wrapped in white stockings. Well, in short, a standard bard outfit. Qifeng players are not unfamiliar with this person. And some people are even jealous. Come on, Hunterbao. Teacher Hun has made these NPCs understand what a Krypton Gold player is. Although, I think this is a close call. Indeed, that stinky bard has filled the field. What on earth is Teacher Hun doing? On the mini poker table, the bard's side was full of monsters, although they didn't look very strong. With an average of only 3 attacks and 3 health. They were in large numbers. Enough to take away the opposing players in one round. Just when the audience was sweating for Teacher Hun. Unexpectedly, Teacher Hun suddenly laughed. Because he was actually waiting for this moment. Teacher Hun took a look and saw that the bard was eager to fill the field and put pressure on the game. So he chose to go all out and put all the cards in his hand. Now that he had nothing left in his hand, he decisively bid on the heirloom card that he had endured for a long time and got it a sky-high price. My turn. Summon. Legendary card Vivian of Fire City. The golden light effect of the legendary card blinded the eyes of the audience around. And even the other card players in the Hutfire Tavern were startled. You should know that a legendary card is absolutely rare. And if it is the latest legendary card, it is even more valuable. Once it is played, it will attract the jealousy and desire of others. Vivian of Fire City. This legendary card, which was recently released by the association to commemorate the battle between Fire City and the Fallen Abyss, is undoubtedly one of them. The virtual man in cloth clothes emerged from the card and floated in the air of the entire game. If you look closely, you will find that it is exactly the same as Vivian who floated in the air of Fire City. May the beauty of the world meet you. The virtual man spoke with a light voice, which can only be done by cards above the epic level. And it comes with a dialogue sound effect. Then, the card effect was activated. First releasing the battle cry Arcane Barrage. The virtual man raised his arm, and countless arcane missiles flew out, causing 3 damage to all enemy minions. And this is not over yet. A black wolf, with 5 health and 5 attack appeared next to the virtual man. This is the second card effect. Summoning Xiao Hei. Finally, it can only be said that it is worthy of being a legendary card. And it also has an aura effect, which gives all the characters on the team a +1/+1 attribute. Wow! Is this a legendary card? Clear the board and return to the field. Too abnormal. No wonder Mr. Soul is so calm. It turns out there is such a killer move. I remember this card is only available in the latest expansion pack The Abyss emerges? Soul Treasure is too strong. How many packs must be bought to open it? Oilman is awesome. Let this stinky singing idiot bleed. The players watching the game collectively climaxed. And they were extremely excited. Because this might be the first time that the players won a game from this bard. Yes. So far. Anyway, in the forum records on the Qifeng section, the players' records have been shamefully shut out by this bard. At this moment, the bard looked helpless. He only had one chance to draw a card. To solve a black wolf that had become a 6 out of 6 under the aura. It was too much. One card. One card. Can you kill me in 1 second? Just when the person involved, Hun Bao, was also very excited. He saw the bard finally draw his next card. Then it seems that I have good luck. Impossible. Seeing the other party's happy look, Mr. Hun's heart skipped a beat. But he had already studied it. None of the current cards can perfectly solve his legendary card Vivian of the Fire Code. That's right. The opponent must be trying to scare him. Scare him. My turn. Summon. Legendary card Fox-Masked Priestess of Sakurajima. The bloody cherry blossoms flew down from the board. And a red-armored priestess appeared on the card, holding a katana. Cold and domineering. The road to Hades has been opened for you. Before Mr. Soul and all the audience could react. When the sound effect of the card appearance ended, the first battle cry effect was activated. The bard waved his finger, confirmed the target of attack, and the virtual figure of the red-armored priestess drew out the katana, and directly used the extremely fast sword Shadow to cut Mr. Soul 8 times in a row. Forbidden secret technique Instant Shadow Hellfire Tribulation Array causes 8 points of damage to any target. What? He didn't clear the board and just hit him in the face? He still had 4 HP left. So he couldn't be killed at all? Then the next moment, a familiar black wolf appeared from behind the red-armored priestess. The second battle cry effect of the card was activated. What is this? Teacher Hun's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Coordinated attack? Xiao Hei. Summon Xiao Hei to cause 5 damage to any target. Teacher Hun could only watch his card hero character being pierced through the armor by the black wolf's sharp claws, torn into pieces, and then exploded. The black wolf gave him a disdainful look as if mocking him, and then disappeared. Phew? It was a close call. But it seems I won this time. The bard wiped his forehead pretentiously. It's not fair. You are cheating. Where did you get this card? How come I don't know? My soul was anxious, pointing at the card Fox-Faced Priestess of Sakurajima and questioning it. And the other players were about to make a fuss. Eh? You asked this? Don't you know about the Fox-Faced Priestess? As a result, it was the bard who asked the indignant players around him after hearing it. The Qifeng players were stunned by this question. They knew a little about the deeds of the Thousand Islands. But you took out such a card just after the live broadcast. You? Qifeng is the kingdom of wind after all. No matter what happens in any corner of the world, as long as there is wind, the wind will naturally bring the seeds of the story to us. The bard explained with a smile. But what is your last coordinated attack? Everyone knows that Xiao Hei is a card special effect that only Vivian has. How can you, a fox-faced witch who has nothing to do with you, also have it? My soul asked unwillingly. After listening, the surrounding players agreed. They tolerated the first special effect of the fox-faced witch. But the second one was really... Everyone was waiting for the bard to give an answer. What a pity. This time the bard turned on the riddle man mode. Don't worry. I just said the last sentence. And there is still the second half. The wind brought the seeds of the story. And time made it germinate. So let's wait and see. Hee. Hey. What do you mean? Don't leave. Then I'll take the money for the wine. I wish you all a good time. Hey. Facing the players' questions, the bard just picked up the bag of money he won and gave a classic hey smile. When the players came back to their senses, they only felt a gust of wind blowing by. And there was no trace of the bard just now. Damn it! Many Qifeng players opened the forum and must report this bad NPC cheating situation to the official. At the same time, they finally realized that they couldn't just play cards every day. And they must also start to care about the events happening in other countries, because this may be closely related to the future trend and sale of cards. The first one that Qifeng players paid close attention to was naturally the Fox-Faced Priestess of Qiandao. Chapter 318 Epic Quest from the Fox-Faced Priestess. The wind fluttering from the butterfly's wings is quietly blowing to every corner of the world. But on the other side, the little butterfly, who still knows nothing about this, is now in her own troubles. After destroying the cursed fusion, the true flame witch costume was forced to withdraw, and the shrine maiden's clothes on her body returned to their original state. Vivian finally regained control of her body. But in the end, as if to say goodbye, the voice of the red-armored shrine maiden once again left 4 words in Vivian's mind. Yay! Shrine. Although the other party didn't say anything else, Vivian could understand what she meant. The other party hoped that she could go to this place. However, the little girl didn't have more time to think, because the situation that was about to get out of control was Vivian's biggest headache. Boom! 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 The ground trembled slightly again. But this time it wasn't that there were new cursed and deformed monsters, but that the Thousand Island players at the scene were rushing towards Vivian's location at a rapid speed. The little girl, who had remained calm when facing the fallen abyss, was approaching the city, was shocked by the current scene. If Vivian hadn't quickly opened a transparent magic barrier with a radius of about 5 meters with herself as the center, she would probably have been drowned by the tide of players. However, even though they were blocked by the air wall, the players' enthusiasm did not diminish at all. Everyone surrounded Vivian and looked at the fox-faced priestess in the center with expectant eyes, excluding some players who were screaming and shouting excitedly. Most of them were waiting for the fox-faced priestess to speak. Vivian obviously realized this, and she had to say something now. But it was the first time in her life that she was stared at by so many eyes in the audience. The palms and the sleeves of the little girl priestess had been changing shapes due to nervousness. Woo woo woo. Xiao Hei. Help. Help. Vivian cried in her heart. But she also knew that Xiao Hei would not appear, because this was her trial and the responsibility of the fox-faced priestess. When I thought of this, Vivian took a deep breath, and from somewhere, it seemed that an inexplicable force surged from the depths of her heart, relieving her overly tense body and allowing the little girl to relax in front of the players. That, finally, from the perspective of the players, the fox-faced priestess, who had been silent for a short time, spoke. In an instant, the originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and every player fell silent at the same time, waiting for the next words of the fox-faced priestess. Strangers who came from a distant unknown country, wandering and traveling. In the battle just now, the courage you showed surprised me, and your heroic posture in fighting made me admire. I never thought that the prophecy that had been forgotten for hundreds of years would actually come true. Foreigners, I can be sure that you are undoubtedly the saviors mentioned in the prophecy, who can save Sakurajima and even the entire 1,000 islands. Please forgive my abruptness here, but for Sakurajima, for the homeland that I love and protect, I beg you to help me eliminate the evil curse on this land and save this already dying island. The player's identity is mentioned at the beginning, and then it is praised. In the middle, it implies that the origin of his mission is very big, which raises the player's expectations, and then gives the players a savior title that sounds very high-sounding and instantly full of responsibility. Finally, you must first sell the pity end character, and create the image of a tragic hero. After the player's emotions are mobilized, and they feel sympathy and a sense of obligation, then combine it with the title of savior to produce linkage benefits. And then the real purpose can be revealed. Savior? Worker? This is the trilogy that the little wolf cub has prepared for Vivian. Liao Zixuan also knows that he can't force things to happen. If Vivian is willing to show up in front of the players, he has achieved his goal. To cultivate a legendary NPC, you have to do it step by step. Don't rush. He can guess that with his little girl's personality, it is likely that she will appear, and then there will be no more. His mind is blank, and he can't say anything. After all, Vivian's predecessor was not like Liz, a noble lady who was already adept at such a high-profile occasion. So there was no need for him to teach her. She was even more familiar with ordering others around. And she was an old capitalist. And the little girl in Vivian's heart still had the shadow of a village girl. So the above were all the lines that the little wolf cub had written for Vivian very considerately to prevent this situation. Now all the little girl needs to do is to read the words above to the players one by one. In fact, it is true. The night before, Vivian had already recited the lines that Xiao Hei had taught her countless times. Knowing that she was not good at speaking, she would make up for her shortcomings with hard work. The little girl was very hardworking. So, now is the time to test the results. She couldn't let Xiao Hei down. She couldn't let Xiao Hei down for all the hard work he'd done behind her. So, that, she had memorized it by heart. Even backwards. Every word Xiao Hei had taught her appeared clearly in her mind. But for some reason, she just seemed to be stuck in her throat, unable to pronounce a single syllable. In the eyes of the players at this moment, the fox-faced priestess fell silent for no reason. Everyone looked at each other, and no one could figure out what was wrong with the NPC in front of them. Yes, what happened? The little sparrow next to the fox-faced priestess was also very anxious at the moment. Sun Yan couldn't help but poke Vivian secretly with his beak. However, only the little girl knew what was in her heart at the moment. Say. Can't say it. Yes. It's not because she was too nervous and shy to say it. It's because the little girl realized that this was not what she wanted to say. The fox-faced priestess she played didn't want to say this either. So what did she want to say? What would the real fox-faced priestess say? In Vivian's heart, she already had the answer. Hug. Sorry. Xiao Hei. But at this moment, she really wanted to speak out these thoughts. So just when the players were about to hold back, and thought that they had to take the initiative to communicate with the fox-faced priestess to trigger the plot. Finally, I'm sorry. The fox-faced priestess spoke. And this opening made all the players stunned. Yes. Sorry? The fox-faced priestess apologized to them? What does it mean? What to apologize for? Didn't the fox-faced priestess come to save them? The players didn't let the confusion last too long. And soon the fox-faced priestess's follow-up voice sounded. In fact, the person behind the scenes, who made you come to this devastated island of disaster and pushed all this. It's me. Once she made up her mind, Vivian would not hesitate. Because you are the savior in the prophecy, and the only hope to save this dying island. So when the three magistrates were still discussing how to deal with you, I took the initiative to make suggestions, and sent you here through the hands of the three magistrates. I thought you were the fairy tale savior as prophesied, who could easily exorcise evil spirits and lift the island's curse for thousands of years. But after I secretly observed for a few days, I realized that I was wrong. Reality is not as simple as a fairy tale. You did not show the power I expected, and were even weaker than the worst I imagined. In just half a month, I have seen you die again and again. You may think that immortality is a powerful ability, but in my eyes, immortality is more like a curse. I have witnessed your pain, heard your cries, and felt your despair. Over and over again. These are like knives stabbing straight into my heart. During this time, I have asked myself more than once late at night, are you really the savior predicted? Even if you are, if this method is required to lift the curse, then will Sakurajima at that time still be the Sakurajima that I once loved and that can make everyone smile happily? If the way to lift a curse is to let another person take your place and continue to suffer pain and torture, then even if such a curse is lifted, what is the point? Huh? After saying so much in one breath, Vivian was a little out of breath. She had hardly thought about these things, all of which came from her instincts, and the words that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time. This step has been taken. The little girl under the fox mask had a firm expression. She clenched her hands in her sleeves and spit out the last thing she wanted to say. When I realized this, it was too late. Just like before. So I could only keep correcting and trying to make up for my mistakes. I secretly released blessings, purified the spring water, and engraved the stone tablets that provided inheritance. I hope that what I did can reduce your pain and let you experience less death. I used to selfishly covet that you could save my homeland. But now I only hope that you can survive. Spit out these last three words in a sonorous and powerful voice. Huh? The little girl exhaled again. Vivian said all her inner thoughts and felt inexplicably relaxed. These are absolutely not false. They are all her true inner thoughts that she has personally experienced. But maybe because she had memorized the scripts that Xiaohei gave her too many times before, she couldn't help but integrate many scenes from the scripts into them. But it was almost the same. She felt that she had conveyed what Vivian wanted to express to the strangers. But it was like the reaction after many impulsive decisions. In Vivian's heart, she also felt regret and disgust. Oh! If this happens, the strangers who know the truth will definitely hate her very much. Right? The image of fox-faced priestess that Xiaohei had worked so hard to let her perform should have been completely ruined by her now. Without the help of the stranger, Sakurajima could not lift the curse. And naturally they would not be able to see the legendary forbidden monster, the nine-tailed demon fox of the Ye Shrine. Without the help of that person, they could not enter the deep sea, could not find it, and could not get the water god chain back. Woo. Yes. I'm sorry. Xiaohei. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry. Master Vulcan Alice. I really can't do anything. The little girl noticed that after she said this, the strangers around her were now silent. And they didn't even look at her, but lowered their heads. They must be disappointed in her. Right? Then, there were many who were waving their fingers in the air, probably making some contemptuous gestures towards her. Right? These conclusions can be judged from the expressions of the strangers. From Vivian's perspective, the strangers were either stunned or had their eyes wide open, and some even fainted directly. They must be unable to accept such a cruel truth. Right? Woo-woo just as Vivian stared at her toes and her fox-masked head drooped in dismay. What the little girl didn't know was that the strange behaviors of the foreigners below her stage had nothing to do with what she had just said. Instead, it had a lot to do with a very crisp and pleasant ding that followed the moment she finished her last words. Because, right after Vivian's words, what immediately popped up in front of all the players was ding. You have received an epic mission from the fox-masked priestess. Survive. Do you accept it? Survive. Mission Introduction. In the previous battle, the priestess who saved you from the curse deformed monsters has always been your only spiritual support on this island of disaster. The priestess who silently helped you behind the scenes has now told you the truth. Everything you have suffered actually comes from her. It turns out that the witch mistook you for the savior, thinking that you were the one in the prophecy. But when reality came, she found that you didn't show any talent of the savior at all. The witch began to regret and suffer, thinking that she had misinterpreted the prophecy and put you in danger. Now the witch expressed her wish to you, no longer hoping that you can save Sakurajima, but hoping that you can survive. Do you want to accept this kindness? Do you want to forgive the witch for what she did? And is it true that you are not the savior, not the one in the prophecy as the witch said? All these choices are in your hands. Task tips. This is a long-term task, and the task rewards depend on the completion of each stage. Task tips. Your choices, performance, and extra performance in each stage will have different effects on the subsequent stages, as well as obtaining hidden rewards. Please be careful. Current task stage 1. Current task goal updated in real time. Survive as long as possible. Task reward. For every day you survive without any death, you will be rewarded with 500 experience points at midnight the next day. Note 1. Your current cumulative number of deaths, 0. Note 2. Your current cumulative points for killing cursed aberrations, 0. Note 3. Chapter 319. What a large-scale PA scene. Angry. This is the first feeling that almost all players have from the bottom of their hearts after reading the tasks issued by the fox-faced priestess. Angry. 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 But it is not what the little girl thinks at this moment. The foreigners are angry at the fox-faced priestess' selfish behavior of putting them in danger without authorization. This point that Vivian feels most guilty about and can't help but express is actually not worth mentioning in the eyes of the players. Instead, the other truth that the little girl inadvertently brought up is the biggest culprit that has now aroused the anger of the players. In the crowd at the scene, the big dog took several deep breaths, trying to calm his emotions. However, even if he closed the task introduction, the sharp words and harsh words on it still seemed to haunt him. The witch mistakenly regarded you as the savior. You did not show any talent at all. It is because of your weakness that you, the witch, feel pain and regret dragging you into the vortex. The big dog looked back and forth, turning over and over again. He read it horizontally and vertically over and over again, and finally saw the words in the gaps between the words of this task. It turned out that the entire task was actually written with only 4 words. That you guys are too weak. Coupled with the name of the mission Survive. Big Earth Dog felt it was so dazzling. In his chest, it seemed as if a flame was about to spread to his whole body. When had they, the players, ever been treated like this? When did they, the 4th natural disaster that claimed to leave no grass growing wherever they went, become only fit to survive? It turned out that the fox-faced priestess had always regarded them as saviors and heroes. But it was their weakness that disappointed the priestess. It was because they had no power that they could not protect the priestess, Sakurajima, or their beloved NPCs. Pain. Too painful. A memory that had been forgotten by Big Earth Dog and had long since died was thus brought back. And he began to stab him. That was when Datugo was in high school. At that time, going to college was out of reach for rural children. Other children around him were afraid of college, and other parents did not expect their children to become college students. But Datugo's mother was the only one who always believed that Datugo was smart and would definitely be admitted to college. So she was willing to take out a loan to enroll Datugo in the best tutoring classes and hire the best teachers. However, at that time, he was too playful, and because of the various hints from his classmates, he unfortunately failed the exam by a few points. Datugo will never forget the smile that his mother forced out when she learned the result. This twisted bitterness surged up my throat, and eventually turned into a suffocating feeling, which was suffocating in my heart. What is the charm of the game? It can make up for regrets, even if it is just an illusion, but it can still touch people. There are always people who have similar experiences to the big dog in reality, either failing to live up to expectations or being looked down upon. This task from the fox-faced priestess made them recall that feeling of suffocation, what they can't get back in reality. Do they have to do the same in the game? The answer is of course, no. The island of disaster. Right? A curse of just a few hundred years. Right? They are determined to save this island. Not only do they have to save it, but they also have to save it beautifully. Save it in a way that makes the fox-faced priestess look at them with new eyes. And save it in a way that is worthy of their title of the fourth disaster. After establishing this goal, the players realized one thing. How to save them. How to remove the curse of the island. When the anxious players wanted to ask the fox-faced witch again, they found that she disappeared after leaving this task. It turned out that under Sinyan's urging, Vivian had used the teleportation array to leave. The reason of the little sparrow was that she was worried that the angry stranger would start to lose control and run away, and even attack and retaliate against her sister. Vivian also felt that she needed to give the stranger some time to calm down. In addition, she also had to understand that she had to quickly reunite with Xiaohe for not following the script and being willful. Stand at attention and be beaten. Admit her mistakes and apologize. And then discuss and think about other ways to go. But what the little girl didn't know was that under her series of wrong actions, an inhumane Sakurajima monster extermination plan was launched. Don't look at me as a wolf cub. I'm unimaginably smart somewhere on Sakurajima. A little wolf cub hummed a tune and strolled leisurely. Of course, to outsiders, it was all wow baby cries. None of this is important. What's important is that the little wolf cub has confirmed with his own eyes that the fox-faced priestess played by Vivian has successfully contacted the players. Although he had far away to avoid suspicion and couldn't hear the conversation between the little girl and the players, Liao Zixuan was not panicked at all, because he had prepared a speech for his girl a long time ago. And as long as he read it according to it, there would be absolutely no problem. What? What if Vivian innovates herself? Humph! What a joke. First of all, and most importantly, his little girl is so well behaved and obedient, and she resolutely executes the words of him, the little wolf cub's military advisor, as if it were an imperial decree. So Liao Zixuan is very relieved. Secondly, just in case, the little wolf cub also paid attention to the expressions of the players in the audience after the dialogue with the fox-faced witch. From the classic finger sliding in the air, it can be seen that the task must have been received from the fox-faced witch, which is exactly what the little wolf cub expected. The only thing that was a bit unexpected was that Liao Zixuan didn't expect that the task copy he wrote casually seemed to be very popular with the players. They all gnashed their teeth and rubbed their hands. And some players seemed too excited. And their expressions were a little distorted? Go to hell. Monster! A heart-wrenching roar came from the wolf cub, which scared him. A player with red eyes stabbed at the wandering wolf cub with a dagger, obviously thinking he was a monster on the island. Unfortunately, the player's strength was not proportional to his momentum. He was only a pitiful level 3. The novice sword chopped on the wolf cub and was directly bounced away. The reaction force made the player fall flat on his face, just when the wolf cub was about to kill the unfortunate child with a claw. It should be after entering the battle that the system recognized this seemingly harmless wolf cub. The monster's name was actually a series of question marks, and it was at the dangerous level, which was blood red, symbolizing extremely deadly. So he knew the huge gap between the two sides. Don't kill me! With a thud, the player actually knelt down in front of the little wolf cub. This time, the little wolf cub was in trouble. If the natives of the world of fallen god made such a move, Liao Zixuan would not be surprised at all. But who are you? You are a stranger, a player, and the terrifying fourth disaster. How could a dignified player beg for mercy from a monster? Well, although there are some. But, woo-woo. I can't die. I promised the witch sister that I want to live, and I can't die. Please let me go. The player in front of the little wolf cub suddenly began to cry wildly, regardless of whether the monster could understand or not, and sobbed to the little wolf cub with snot and tears. What? What did you promise the witch to live? Just when the little wolf cub was confused, perhaps because he saw that the monster in front of him really didn't attack him anymore, the player not only didn't stop crying, but cried even harder, as if he wanted to talk. Why? I just want to be respected by the witch. I just want to prove to the witch that I'm not that useless. I can also be your savior. But why can't I do it? Nothing can be done. Woo-ah-ah-ah. I don't want the witch to suffer because of me anymore. Right. I have to cheer up. Run. Run. Live. Live. As long as you live, you can get experience points and become stronger. You wait for me. I will definitely come back to fight you. I will definitely make the witch look at me with new eyes. Definitely. That's it. The little wolf looked at the player who seemed to be suddenly ignited with a question mark on his face. running farther and farther until he disappeared from sight. At first, the little wolf didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, thinking that he had encountered some mentally abnormal individual players. But then, when he encountered the second, third, and 17th exactly the same scene, they were all red-eyed players. And they didn't even let go of such a cute little wolf cub like him. And they wanted to kill him for experience. Then, after discovering that this little wolf cub was a hidden boss, they began to cry bitterly and begged him to spare their lives and not kill them. It was not until this time that Liao Zixuan finally realized that the players on Sakuraji Island now seemed to be wrong. Very wrong. In the past, even if the players had conflicts with Yenyu, and the two sides began to compete, they didn't have such a crazy pursuit of levels like now. There are many monsters in Sakuraji Island that look like the little wolf cubs. They should be considered as underage monsters. They are all very low level, and give very little experience points. They can be regarded as cursed environmental animals. Players used to disdain to touch them. But now, from what the little wolf cub has just experienced, it can be seen that players seem to have begun to not let go of even such small things. What surprised the little wolf cub even more was that high-level players could explain it, because the death penalty gradually began to increase. But even those low-level players, who basically had no death penalty, were terribly afraid of death. It seemed that they were no longer players who could revive infinitely, but real natives, afraid of death, but extremely eager to fight, to level up, to prove myself. What drugs are the players on? Is the quest copy I gave to Vivian really that powerful? Undecided, the little wolf cub quickly logged into the game forum. I didn't know until I logged in, and I was shocked. Yes, I'm sorry, Sister Miko. I was killed by the monster because I was greedy. I failed to keep our promise to live. I am so painful and regretful. Record post. This is the 17th monster I have killed. Sister Miko. Did you see it? Did you see it? I will return to you once again as a strong man without dying, so that you will no longer be disappointed in me. Where did the fox-faced priestess go? She won't come to see us again. Will she? I'm so scared. So scared. I was wrong. I won't slack off again. Sister priestess, please come back soon. I will definitely kill monsters well in the future and never be lazy again. This. Ciao. If the little wolf cub hadn't logged out and looked at the forum again, it was indeed written with the words Falling God. Otherwise, the little wolf cub would have thought that he had walked into some large-scale PA scene. The posts that I could always see before, the posts that scolded Yenyu, have disappeared, and they are replaced by reflection posts, self-blame posts, and work hard posts. It's not difficult to find the source. The little wolf cub quickly replayed the video in the forum and listened to what the little girl said to the players at that time, and the corresponding triggered. God TM epic task. Liao Zixuan. The little wolf cub in front of the screen couldn't help but fall into silence. From his perspective, he could naturally understand the purpose of Vivian's words even at the cost of giving up the script he gave her. But Liao Zixuan could also better understand how deep the player's misunderstanding of the little girl's words was. And their focus was completely different. Let's be honest. The little wolf cub imagined that he was the player at the scene at that time, and couldn't help but clench his fists. So this wave is a play to get. And I don't know how much higher the rank is than his old routine task, copywriting. The rank here is really not a metaphor for the little wolf cub. It can be seen from the tasks issued by the system to the players. To be honest, when Liao Zixuan saw it was epic for the first time, he was stunned. You know, this is a task that jumped out of the letter rating and belongs to the highest level and rare batch. According to Liao Zixuan's idea, his original task could only reach SS level at best, which should be the upper limit of the tasks that the little girl can issue at present. But who would have thought that with Vivian's true feelings? It surpassed double S, even triple S, and became a real mainline task. Even the little wolf cub didn't know the principle. But it just happened. Unlike the Thousand Island Forum, where players are still immersed in the environment dominated by the fox-faced witches PUA outbreak posts, the forum sections of other countries have already exploded. Especially the players of Yenyu. One thing is unacceptable. Why? The value of epic tasks is reflected here. 500 experience points a day may not seem much at first glance, but it also depends on the level. For players of Vivian and the little wolf cub, it is not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. But for the players of Qiandao, who are currently less than level 10 on average, It is definitely equivalent to a cheat package. From level 1 to level 5 required for job transfer. A total of 970 experience points are required. And killing a monster that players can currently contact. The experience points obtained are about 20 to 50. Even if the highest 50 points are calculated. Players have to kill 20 monsters to reach level 5 without a job. But now, as long as you accept this epic quest, even if you just lie down and do nothing, as long as you don't die, you can directly upgrade to level 5 in 2 days and learn a profession. Of course, the level system of the Fallen God is that the experience required is more exaggerated as you go further, and it increases in steps. For players who are already level 10 or above, 500 experience points are not that much. But this quest is undoubtedly a huge help to the players of Qiandao. Just think about it. In 2 days, all the players on Sakuraji Island will become the first among the 5 countries. All professionals. And the average level is the first. The little wolf cub feels terrible. And what's more terrible is that this is just the most common reward in the first stage of this epic quest survive. What made the little wolf cub panic was that the appearance of this task had nothing to do with his golden finger. It was all Vivian's own operation. At this moment, it seemed to be for the occasion. Not far away, a little girl finally followed the induction and reunited with the little wolf cub. But now Vivian thought she had made a mistake. So she entangled her fingers together and lowered her head and dared not look at her own wolf cub. Even a little sparrow, because of the failure of supervision, was afraid of being scolded. So he hid in the sleeves of the witch's clothes and trembled. Finally, seeing that Xiaohei seemed to have discovered it, knowing that he could not escape, Vivian gritted her teeth, cried, and made a guilty sound. Chapter 320. Shining recognizes the master. And the faction power template is activated. Little Xiaohei, Vivian said, as she habitually hugged the little wolf cub. The first step to get through the test is to eliminate the sense of distance between each other, referring to the physical distance. But this time, the little wolf cub seemed to have expected it. He twisted his butt and dodged the little girl's hand directly, leaving Vivian empty-handed, and then turned his head to the other side, not looking at the little girl. Seeing this, Vivian did not give up. Obviously, she was also mentally prepared. If she failed once, she hugged again, and at the same time activated her skills, and her voice became softer. I miss you so much after being apart for so long. This tone was learned by the little girl from the strangers. In order to save her little wolf cub, Vivian was willing to risk her life. After she finished speaking, she pursed her lips, her cheeks like a burning cloud. The little sparrow, which had already flown from the sleeves to the shoulders, covered its eyes with its wings, looking like it couldn't bear to watch. Alas, Vivian had used this killer move. And the little wolf cub finally turned his head and sighed helplessly at the little girl. But in fact, Vivian was wrong. Rather than saying that Liao Zixuan was angry, it would be better to say that he was sour in his heart. If I had to make an analogy, it was as if the silly girl, who had only been with him for a few months, had unexpectedly surpassed him. Of course, the most annoying thing is that this silly girl still knows nothing about it. Woo woo. Little Blackie knows I was wrong and won't dare to do it again next time. Won't dare to do it again. Seeing that the trick just now seemed to be quite useful, Vivian immediately took advantage of the victory, pretending to wipe away tears, but actually secretly observing the reaction of the little wolf cub through the gap between her fingertips. Until the little wolf cub couldn't stand it anymore, waved his little paw to Vivian, indicating that it was okay. The little girl burst into laughter, happily successfully picked up the little wolf cub, and finally returned to normal. I knew that you would definitely forgive me. Xiaohei. Muo. This kiss lasted the whole summer. I don't know how many NPCs and players will shout that people are not as good as wolves because of this. Anyway, the little wolf cub didn't mention the player first, but asked the little girl to tell him what happened to the red armored priestess first. After Vivian described the situation in detail, the little wolf cub couldn't help but ponder. First of all, Liao Zixuan's guess about the identity of the red armored priestess was naturally the forbidden monster sleeping on Sakuraji Island, the nine-tailed demon fox named Sakura, and from the mysterious voice of the red armored priestess mentioned by Vivian at the end, the name of Ye Shrine mentioned in her mind, and wanting the little girl to go there, can confirm the connection between the two. In that case, are we going there now? But when Vivian heard the little wolf cub's immediate departure, she hesitated. It seems that she still feels bad for the stranger. The little wolf gave a reassuring look. Vivian still underestimated the player's imagination. Now there are a lot of analysis posts about her epic quest on the forum. Players have noticed that there are hidden rewards for surviving in the first stage. And the conditions for the hidden rewards are most likely related to the second prompt value. That is, the number of cursed aberrations hunted by players during this period. After gathering the so-called plot, the players finally reached a consensus on the Fox-Faced Priestess's quest. That is, surviving is only the most basic. To get the hidden rewards, you must ensure that you survive and not die once, and hunt as many cursed aberrations as possible to change the Fox-Faced Priestess' impression of them as weak. This is indeed the case. As the task publisher, the little wolf cub can see that the player's note prompt is actually a ranking list. It is divided into 5 levels from top to bottom. During the first stage, the number of cursed aberrations killed reached the top 0.2%, top 2%, top 7%, top 17%, and the lowest top 35% of all players. Maybe because the number of players who have received the task is too small, so it is not displayed. When Vivian reappears in front of the players and continues to issue this task, this ranking list should be available to the public. The little wolf cub looked at the rewards above. Among them, in addition to tens of thousands of experience points, a random rare skill book, reputation, and other messy rewards. The first tier really makes the little wolf cub jealous, which is to provide a way to change jobs in a hidden profession. Female players can choose to switch to the hidden profession warrior witch. Male players can choose divine servant guardian. Hidden professions are better than ordinary basic professions in terms of initial attributes and potential, not to mention the exclusive additional skills. When others are still riding bicycles, now there is an opportunity for you to drive a car. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an epic task. It is only the first stage, and the hidden profession reward that other tasks are regarded as the final treasure is released casually. The little wolf cub can imagine the madness of the players next, but at the same time, he is more curious in his heart. With Vivian's NPC ability, it is impossible to do this. So what is this epic task? This is also the reason why he even threw the players aside and asked Vivian to go to the Ye shrine quickly. The little wolf had a premonition. The answer he wanted was there. Seeing that Xiaohei didn't care about the stranger at all, Vivian finally stopped worrying and focused on her journey. After a while, they arrived at the foot of the familiar shrine mountain. I don't know if it was Vivian's illusion, but she always felt that the purple thunderstorm covering the top of the shrine mountain was less than when they first came. The figure of a young man was still sitting cross-legged in front of the shrine gate at the foot of the mountain. But unlike the first time, when he immediately turned around and entered the shrine after sensing Vivian's arrival, this time the young man took the initiative to open his eyes and spoke to Vivian. Have you figured it out? Xiao had no expression on his face, but from his subtle movements, it was clear that he was not surprised by the result. This blood man from Qinfeng was also Liz's brother. He also had the mysterious identity of Yizu. He obviously thought that Vivian came to the shrine this time to find him. Since you have figured it out, take me to Yinyu to find my sister, Xiao said as he was about to get up from the gate of the shrine. But who would have thought that in the next moment, this young man who was originally taciturn and had a very cold personality suddenly widened his eyes and showed an extremely shocked expression on his face, as if he had seen something extremely incredible. So much so that even his movement to get up was frozen in midair. Because Xiaohei, I can actually enter the shrine. In front of Xiao, under the gaze of the young man, Vivian took a step into the shrine, and the absolute shrine barrier that was supposed to block all outsiders seemed to be ignored by the little girl and failed. How is this possible? Xiao exclaimed. His first reaction was that the barrier failed. But the power of the barrier came from her sister. If the barrier failed, it meant that fortunately, Xiao hurriedly checked several times and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because the barrier was fine and was still operating as usual. Xiao also realized that he was too nervous. If the barrier really disappeared, Sakuraji Island would definitely be the first to suffer. And it would not be as calm as it is now. Since the problem is not with the barrier, there is only one possibility. Xiao fixed his eyes on Vivian. How did you do it? Wait. Why is there? The young man questioned at first. But as he got closer to Vivian, his expression changed again. Xiao felt the breath of fellow tribe on the little girl. Vivian and the little wolf cub thought that the breath Xiao was referring to her sister. But But what they didn't expect was that Yao's next words stunned them. This breath. Is it my sister? No. Father? No. It's the ancestor. You? The young man stuttered and couldn't even speak clearly. The ancestor here obviously does not refer to the ancestor of his blood clan, but the ancestor of his fox demon clan. The first ancestor? While Vivian was still confused, Xiao seemed to be too excited because it was too incredible. He stepped forward quickly and wanted to pull the little girl's hand to investigate carefully. Xiao's behavior naturally caused dissatisfaction with the little wolf cub. But before the little wolf cub could make a move, Vivian's subconscious reaction took the lead. The little girl's brain hadn't reacted yet, but her body reflexively stepped back. Although the description seems very ordinary, the red after image at that moment, and Xiao felt that it was the moment when Vivian dodged his hand, and his own time flow seemed to be suspended. All shocked Xiao again, because this is Xia Ta. Xiao blurted out this move that he was very familiar with. The young man did not approach Vivian again. Instead, he stepped back several steps as if he was looking at a monster, and distanced himself from the girl. Xia Ta. The second move of the secret flowing fire sword technique that is unique to their Bajong clan. This requires not only bloodline, but also extremely high comprehension. Even he had only comprehended the first move, the Wuxiang realm, and could never learn the second move, Xia Ta. Now it actually appeared on this human girl, and she used it naturally like eating and drinking water. Even if the power was not that strong, how could Xiao not feel fear? There was a moment when Vivian used Ayatata. Xiao really thought that the person standing opposite him was the great ancestor who built the Yi Shrine and opened up their fox demon clan and entered the ranks of forbidden monsters. Well, calm down first. In fact, I don't know what happened to me. I came to the shrine this time because I wanted to ask you for advice. It's like this. Not long ago, under Vivian's comfort, Xiao finally calmed down. After that, he didn't say a word and listened quietly to the little girl's story about her previous experience with the red-armored priestess. But unfortunately, under Vivian's expectant eyes, Xiao shook his head. I don't know the shrine maiden you mentioned, but if she really gave you a hint and asked you to come to the Yi Shrine, she should have asked you to go to that place. That place? Vivian asked. Yes. Xiao nodded with a complicated expression, and after hesitating for a few times, he finally turned his head and walked towards the depths of the shrine, and asked the little girl behind him to follow. In this way, they climbed up to the end of the shrine mountain step by step, and finally appeared in front of Vivian. It turned out to be a cherry tree? To be precise, it was an unimaginable huge cherry tree. It grew in the deepest part of the shrine. Compared with this cherry tree, the surrounding shrine rooms and facilities were like toys, and the small witches and the big witches were compared. Its rhizome is extremely thick and bottomless, as if the entire shrine mountain is spread to the bottom by its rhizome. Vivian even had an illusion that it was not the sacred cherry tree that grew on the shrine mountain, but that the shrine mountain was formed and born with the help of the sacred cherry tree. However, this sacred tree, which has lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, is now withered and dying. It is called a cherry tree, but there is not even a single cherry blossom. All the branches are bare, like a dry riverbed. If you look closely, you can find countless tiny cracks all over the surface. This sacred cherry tree has always been the absolute lifeline of our Yi Shrine. All previous shrine owners must be recognized by the sacred cherry tree before they can succeed, because it is said that this sacred cherry tree was planted by our ancestor and has unparalleled significance for our Yi clan. But, after my sister's accident that year, Xiao said, clenching his fists and falling silent. Vivian also noticed that right in front of the sacred cherry tree, there was a fox stone statue more than 2 people tall. Although Xiao didn't say it, from his expression, it can be seen that this stone statue is the forbidden monster on the other side of the 1,000 islands that has sealed itself and fallen into a deep sleep. The nine-tailed demon fox. However, what surprised the little girl was that the race was clearly called the nine-tailed demon fox. But from the fox stone statue in front of her, it clearly only had 8 tails? I don't know, but as far as I can remember, all of our fox demons have 8 tails, which is also the origin of the name of the Yi Shrine. Xiao read Vivian's confusion and explained aloud. Then, as if he was moved by the scene, he stared at the stone statue in front of Shinying in a daze and stopped talking. Having come this far, Vivian no longer retreated, and she also felt a faint call from the bottom of her heart. It was from Shinning on the opposite side. So, after giving the little wolf a look, Vivian put him and Sinyan down and walked toward Shinning alone. As Vivian got closer, the call of Shinning became stronger. No, it became weaker. Instead, it was a sense of doubt from Shinning. It was like seeing a figure that looked very similar to an old friend from a distance in front of it. But as the figure got closer and closer, it realized that things had changed, and it was not the one it expected. Finally, when Vivian was only 3 steps away from the Divine Sakura, even though the Divine Sakura was barely surviving, it became agitated. When the little girl took the first step, the Divine Sakura transformed into various small animals as its eyes. But when it saw the witch costume on Vivian and the fox mask on its waist, all the transformed animals that blocked the way gave way. When she continued to take the second step, this time the Divine Sakura transformed into no small animals, but various terrifying island-deformed monsters. They were ferocious and brutal, and wanted to pounce on the little girl and tear her apart and eat her. In response, Vivian closed her eyes, and the first move of the flowing fire sword technique, Wuxiang, came out smoothly, making her step steady. No matter how the Divine Sakura evil ghosts interfered, they could not stop her steps at all. This second step was also taken. Finally, there was only one step left. And this time, the god Sakura was no longer testing Vivian. Instead, ding! You are forced to accept the emergency task God Sakura Resurrection. All the players on Sakura Island, no matter what they were doing at the moment, heard this system prompt in their minds. When the players hurriedly clicked on it, they found that this task had no task description, no task prompts, and even no task rewards. Only a short dialogue box. Are you willing to contribute 500 experience points to the Fox-Faced Priestess? Yes/no. Task time limit, 54. 500 experience points. Before, there were definitely many players on Sakurajima who would hesitate when they were asked to give such a large amount of experience points in the early stage, even if they had a good impression of the Fox-Masked Priestess. In addition, there were also a large number of players who were concerned about whether they could get these 500 experience points. And this task only gave players 5 seconds, which meant that they could only rely on their subconsciousness, and there was no time to accumulate experience points. However, it is different now. It cannot guarantee everything, but it can be said that 90% of the players did not hesitate and directly chose yes. Beams of light that the players could not see rose from all over Sakurajima, and then flew straight to the center of the island, the top of the Ye Shrine, where the sacred cherry blossoms were located. A single beam of light may be very weak, but with a huge number of players, countless green buds grow from the withered branches of the sacred cherry. One of the branches closest to Vivian begins to sprout and bloom, and finally the pink cherry petals flutter and fall into Vivian's palm. At this moment, the system prompt sound, which is even crazier than the last time the red-armored priestess appeared, begins to bombard the little wolf cub's mind. Ding! You have successfully completed the first stage of the task Resurrection of the Sacred Cherry. Ding! You have been recognized by the Sacred Cherry. Ding! You have become the new successor of the Ye Shrine. Ding! The task you posted, Survive, has reached the unlocking conditions of the second stage. Do you want to unlock it immediately? Ding! You have obtained a new hidden profession, Divine Witch. Do you want to change your profession? Warning. Once you change your profession, your original profession will disappear. Ding. You have unlocked the faction power template. Please name your faction power. Ding. Your faction base has been updated. Current territory, Sakurajima. Ding. Your legend degree has increased by 3 points. Ding. You? Chapter 321. My scalp was numb. The system notification sounded for a full minute before it ended, looking at the panel pop-ups one after another like nesting dolls on the screen. The little wolf cub hurried to check them one by one. The first one to bear the brunt was the prompt that the first stage of the task Resurrection of the Divine Cherry was completed. When he clicked on the details of this task, it was different from other ordinary tasks. The little wolf cub felt his eyes blurred instantly. When he came back to his senses, he found that his consciousness seemed to have come to a new and strange space. Not only the little wolf cub, but also Vivian appeared in this space. This is... The little girl looked around. The rest of the space was dark and chaotic, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her. But right in front of them, there was a small green bud, like a firefly, emitting a faint light in the darkness. Vivian involuntarily approached and half-squatted to observe carefully. Although the bud looked fragile and thin, people were afraid that a gust of wind would blow it down. But it broke out of the mud in this dark space. And its figure that was growing tenaciously made people feel a kind of strength that was completely different from its appearance. When the little girl couldn't help but reach out and carefully fiddled with the branches of the bud. The bud seemed to have a spirit, and its trunk slightly bent, as if it was actively leaning towards Vivian's fingers and letting her touch it. This time, the wolf cub doesn't need to send detection again. The seedling panel automatically pops up in the form of a task. God Sakura. Current growth, 14% seedling stage. Target growth required for the next stage of evolution, 21%. This growth can provide ability, Sakura young leaves. Note 1. Legend has it that the first cherry tree on this island was planted by the first generation of the nine-tailed fox, and it was endowed with the power to exorcise evil spirits and guard a place. Note 2, however. As time passed, after the dramatic changes at the A Shrine, the god Sakura, which absorbed too many negative thoughts, could no longer receive the wishes given by people who worshipped and offered sacrifices, and eventually the balance was broken. The god Sakura began to wither and age rapidly, and was on the verge of extinction. Note 3. For unknown reasons, new branches and buds were born from the dead divine cherry tree. Does it mean another reincarnation or a new chapter? The mission goal of the divine cherry tree revival is to cultivate this divine cherry tree seedling. When the divine cherry tree reaches different stages, corresponding mission rewards will be given. But it seems that this mission reward may not be very useful to Vivian. But if you change your perspective, I saw that this seedling in the dark space began to grow hard under Vivian's touch, and finally stopped at a height of about 2 fingers. Then a leaf of the seedling quietly fell off, and fell into the palm of the little girl. Young Sakura leaves. Category: Special item only available in the Sakura Island area. Reusable. Quality: Rare blue. Effects: When holding a young Sakura leaf, within 2 hours, the breath of the young leaf will cover you, making you no longer the target of the vines. Even if you touch it by mistake, the Thunder Sakura will no longer strike you with lightning, except for active attacks. Cooling time: 9 hours. The leaves of the young god Sakura have magical powers. Even the cursed and deformed Thunder Sakura on the island will not harm their god Sakura. The leaves are not real leaves, but a kind of illusion. What Vivian holds in her hand is the real body. As long as the little girl wants, she can distribute as many as she wants. For their level, the attack of laying is not worth mentioning at all. But it is different for players. They have to concentrate all the time. Even when spawning monsters, they have to be careful not to step on the tendrils of the vines, which will cause lightning strikes. Even if the fox-faced witch before could not help the players. Who would have thought that a small sprout could easily solve this problem? Although it is only 2 hours, it will undoubtedly greatly increase the monster spawning rate of players. And it will also improve the game experience of players, and reduce the torture of being struck by lightning, compared with the previous rewards for strengthening personal strength. This reward may not have much effect on a single unit, but it can produce qualitative changes in a group. Therefore, the little wolf cub immediately realized that the resurrection of the divine Sakura mission in front of him was very likely to be complementary to the new NPC ability that Vivian obtained, namely the faction power. Speaking of faction power, the little wolf cub's paws trembled slightly, unable to hide his inner excitement. He never expected that Vivian would be able to unlock this NPC system in such a short time. In the past, no matter how influential Vivian was, and how popular she was among the players, it was too inefficient for the little wolf cub to just cut the leaks. He always lacked a more formal and systematic means to truly cash in this popularity. Moreover, from the half-month of the public server, Vivian's shortcomings have also emerged. It cannot be said that she is a little girl, but most ordinary NPCs are like this. As long as the frequency of appearing in front of the player's field of vision decreases slightly, then the popularity and fame will decline quickly accordingly. Never underestimate the player's forgetfulness, because Liao Zixuan knows too well what kind of people these people are. Today, they still say that XXX is the only love I want to protect in my life. But the next day, maybe after seeing some new characters, they turn around and start calling husband and wife. Just like Vivian and the fox-faced witch. After the CG footage of the fight between the Red Armor Priestess in the previous scene was leaked, there were definitely a large number of Vivian fans. They didn't betray, But at least they gave a piece of their hearts to the fox-faced priestess. So in terms of the big pig's hoof, there is no gender difference. All players are the same. So what can an NPC really retain players? At least what Liao Zixuan concluded is that it must have a faction of its own. Then let the players join it. And the two sides will be bound together. In this way, even if the NPC never shows up again and leaves the shopkeeper alone, the players will have a sense of home, as if the fallen leaves return to their roots. This cohesion is much stronger than just shouting on the forum. Liao Zixuan vaguely remembers why Chris, Demir, and Harvey were able to become the best NPCs in the previous life in the Flame domain and left a deep impression on the players. It is because the power behind Chris is the treasure-stealing group. Demir is the Fire God cult, and Harvey is the Fire Code Knights. They each have a set of faction systems and countless player brothers under them. Naturally, even if they have less plot, players will support them. Liao Zixuan can help Vivian improve quickly in terms of strength, but he can't even achieve quick success in terms of faction power. After all, to a certain extent, it can be said that it is really a pure comparison of origin. That is, the plot background. Liz's strength is much worse than Vivian's, but it is because she is the daughter of the Earl. Now she has become the first female Earl of the Fire Code City. Liao Zixuan saw from the forum of the Yenu players that although Liz herself didn't know, her unique faction power system has been open to players. However, Vivian's background in the plot is a little village girl, highlighting a poor character. But now it's different. From now on, if anyone dares to call his Vivian a little village girl, the little wolf cub will be the first to spit out anger. From now on, please call us Vivian, the current successor of Ye Shrine, the owner of Sakurajima Island, and the supreme goddess. It seems that the last title is still tentative, but the first two are inevitable. The little wolf cub clicked on Vivian's new faction power system. Faction name? Not yet named. If you give up, the default name is Ye Shrine. Number of bases, 1. Faction area distribution, Sakurajima badly damaged. Founder, Fox-masked Priestess Vivian. Total size of faction members, 1 lone commander. Regional power rating, D. At least there is an island. World power rating, E+. Congratulations. Your power scale has defeated 7% of the factions in the entire continent, but it has not yet reached the level of being able to be recorded in the Adventurers Association. Please keep up the good work. Overall rating, it has great potential and may become the second power in the Thousand Islands after Yuan Grand Society. But the premise of all this is to eliminate the curse that shrouds Sakuraji Island. Woohoo! Take off. After seeing the real template, the little wolf cub was completely relieved. Vivian really inherited the power of the Ye Shrine camp, which became a foregone conclusion. From the 3 tests of the Divine Cherry, the successor must meet the requirements of specific clothing and costumes, and must have the skills that symbolize the fox demon lineage, and finally be okay. In fact, Liao Zixuan has no idea about the light spots that gathered from the island and flew into the Divine Cherry tree at the end. But it should be one of the most critical factors. And the little girl accidentally met the conditions. Damn! Is this the protagonist's halo? Looking at the little girl, who was still confused and puzzled about why her little wolf cub was laughing for no reason, Liao Zixuan strongly condemned this in his heart. Return to the camp template. The power rating mainly depends on 3 aspects. The first is the number of stronghold areas, as well as the area and prosperity. The second is the total size of the camp, the number of members and the average strength rating, high-end combat power, etc. The third is the hidden attribute that cannot be reflected by data. That is, the influence of the camp, which is somewhat similar to the legendary degree in personal attributes. At present, the little girl has just been recognized by Shinying and inherited the power of the Ye Shrine camp. Naturally, she is alone, but relying on the huge power area of Sakurajima. At least she still got D in the local rating. Of course, the above is just an abbreviated version of the camp system. When the little wolf cub actually clicked the details button, it can be said that there are a plethora of options, and all of them are selected. After all, the faction system can be said to be the most complicated in the NPC template. Liao Zixuan first picked out the items that he was most concerned about, such as the current position appointment column. To be determined first level cadres finance, none. Current adjutant bonus, none. To be determined first level cadres military, none. Current adjutant bonus, none. To be determined first level cadres discipline, none. To be determined. All position names can have one custom naming opportunity. If you give up, it will automatically default to the position name under the A shrine. Position appointment. A huge camp certainly cannot have only a commander without troops. A sophisticated machine needs different parts to work together in addition to the engine. Positions are basically based on the various fields required by the camp. According to the camp rating, several levels of positions can be set up for each field. After appointing a cadre, a basic bonus will be obtained. And at the same time, according to the cadre's own expertise if any, an additional bonus will be obtained for the field under the jurisdiction of the current position. So it can be seen that the appointment of cadres, especially senior cadres, is very important. The little wolf cub first tried to see if he could be appointed as the general leader of the military. But the results showed that his contracted beast could not be appointed, which made Liao Zixuan angry for a while. But fortunately, there are almost no other restrictions on appointments. In addition to NPCs, even players can be appointed. After browsing job appointment, the little wolf cub immediately clicked on the faction task module, compared with the original NPC personal template to issue tasks to players. When there is a faction, it is equivalent to a shotgun upgrade. Not only is the upper limit much higher, but the most important point is that there is no need for Vivian to appear in front of the players one by one to issue tasks. As long as the players join the faction, they can automatically obtain tasks. This is definitely a huge improvement in efficiency. Faction task is further divided into external and internal. As the name implies, internal tasks are specifically for members to build within their own camps, maintain their bases, etc. The epic task Survive released by Vivian before was automatically classified by the system as an internal task. And external tasks, which are to send camp members out to cause trouble, are the most significant channel to increase the influence of the camp. At present, the Ye Shrine obviously does not need external tasks. Their primary goal is to quickly restore their own island of influence. Why did the little wolf cub say before that the task Resurrection of the Divine Sakura was specifically paid for the current camp forces? Although there is only one stage reward for the god Sakura at present, the little wolf cub boldly speculates that, combined with the origin of the god Sakura, it is likely to be beneficial to the players and better eliminate the curse on the island. So the subsequent action plan suddenly became clear. Expand the scale of the camp, recruit players, and then improve the growth of the god Sakura to obtain higher level god Sakura rewards. The higher the level of the god Sakura rewards, the more players can improve the efficiency of exorcising the curse. And the faster the curse is exorcised, the higher the growth of the god Sakura. This goes back and forth, entering a virtuous circle. I believe that it will not be long before Sakuraji Island is restored to its original state, and the curse disappears completely. Just around the corner. Once the strategy is determined, seize the time and act quickly. According to the plan, they must first improve the camp rating in order to expand the scale limit. So how can they improve it the fastest? The answer is naturally 1. Recruit NPCs. The little wolf cub opened his little notebook and began to count the part-time workers that could be recruited on Sakuraji Island. Ahem. The glorious veteran NPC cadres. Chapter 322 Yuan Island? Even dogs won't go there. Shall. If we talk about the closest and fastest NPC who can be recruited, it must be the elder brother-in-law in front of him. After all, we are all family. Although the taciturn young man in front of him doesn't seem to have this awareness yet. When Vivian and the little wolf cub withdrew from the Shining space, the anxious Xiao was about to approach and ask what happened. The process of Shining recognizing the master may not be felt by outsiders. But as a former member of the Ye Shrine, Xiao discovered it in an instant. It feels like, even if the family has fallen into decline, it still has hundreds of years of inheritance. How can you just give all these assets to an outsider? In Niao's heart, even if her sister is asleep, the owner of the shrine is still her sister. Now it has changed. And the new owner is not a fox demon clan, but a little girl who is a human. No one could accept it for a while. But before Xiao approached, Shining reacted first. Perhaps it sensed Xiao's hostility towards Vivian, and Shining immediately separated several branches to block the young man. It seemed that if Xiao approached Vivian one step further, these Shining branches would be rude to him. In Shining's eyes, it seemed that Xiao had become an outsider of the shrine. Fortunately, Vivian quickly communicated with the young bud soul in Shining's body, which made these branches that blocked the young man retreat. After this, Xiao calmed down a little. And it can be said that he recognized the reality. That. You don't have to say it. Xiao saw Vivian opening her mouth, thinking she was going to explain. So he interrupted her directly. The process is no longer important. The fact is that since Shining has recognized you, our Ye clan will no longer have any objections. I'm sorry. I didn't control my emotions for a while. I have also been observing the changes on Sakurajima these days. To be honest, I am increasingly unable to guess your identity. I don't understand where you got so many immortal strangers from. Most of them are willing to work hard for Sakurajima and fight tirelessly. At the end, Xiao smiled bitterly and self-deprecatingly. Heh. Maybe this is why Shining abandoned her sister and chose you. Compared to her sister who sealed herself and could do nothing. Or me, the disaster star of the Ye clan. You are more suitable for this position. Just as Xiao finished speaking, he was about to pack up his bag and leave with a lonely back, but was stopped by Vivian. The young man turned back a little irritated and reluctantly, frowning at the little girl opposite. It is obvious that in Zhao's heart, he is not as open-minded as he showed in his words just now. I know that Ye Shrine has an unimaginable status in your heart. So I promise you that the name of the shrine will never change in the future. In addition, please allow me to make another slightly excessive request. Can you stay on Sakuraji Island for a little while longer and help me to restore this island to its original appearance? What did you say? Xiao was stunned by the girl's words. He could understand the first half, and keeping the name of Ye Shrine meant that Shining had not made a mistake. But the second half, do you still want to save this island? Xiao looked at him like a fool. What else? Vivian asked back with a confused look. The foundation of Ye Shrine is Shining, and vice versa. Wherever there is Shining, there is Ye Shrine. Now that you have been recognized by Shining, you only need to let Shining differentiate into seedlings, and you can find another prosperous island to plant them. Isn't this much easier than restarting a disaster island that has been riddled with holes, uninhabited, and abandoned for 100 years? Let's take a step back. Even if you really did it and made Sakurajima regain its former prosperity, don't forget that my sister, the former owner of the shrine, Sakura, will also be able to lift her self-seal and wake up. Aren't you afraid that my sister will compete with you for the shrine? Zhao's fast and fierce words were full of a feeling of why are you so stupid? Until he finished speaking. The very straightforward young man suddenly realized that he was talking too much. But at this point, Xiao still gritted his teeth and continued to speak. You can say it's stubbornness or the stubborn pride of their clan. I remember you said that the reason you were looking for my sister was to enter the abyss. If that's all, then you should choose a new place to build the shrine. Because my sister's way to enter the abyss is also through the divine cherry, through the accumulated wishes of people visiting the shrine, so as to open the passage to the abyss. In other words, now that you have been recognized by the divine Sakura, there is no need to wake up your sister. You can open the gate to the abyss sea by yourself. So, do you understand? If you understand, take your strangers and leave this cursed island. All the disasters and misfortunes here are caused by our Ye clan. You don't have to pay for us. To be fair, after Xiao's words, the little wolf cub was a little moved. Liao Zixuan didn't expect that the divine Sakura seedling had such a hidden ability and could be transferred at will. He didn't know that the key to opening the gate to the Abyss Sea was not the special secret method of the Fox Demon clan, but the will of people. It was opened by using the divine Sakura as a medium. The divine Sakura was the key. It was indeed as Xiao said. No matter from which angle, Vivian didn't need to be obsessed with Sakurajima anymore. What she should do now was to quickly look through the map of the 1,000 islands and choose the most suitable new island to develop the shrine. But the little wolf cub was too lazy to even open the map and pretend, because he was very sure it was useless. The reason why Vivian was because the little girl had an extraordinary persistence in certain things, just like now. So, can you stay and help me restore Sakurajima? There was no extra expression, no extra tone, and not even a single extra word. Vivian just stared at the young man opposite her, and then repeated her words at the beginning very seriously. You? Xiao. At first, he was a little angry and wanted to say something. But then, when the young man looked into the clear and firm eyes of the little girl, Xiao finally fell silent. It was like this for a few seconds. Humph. The young man snorted coldly, turned his face away first, crossed his arms, and looked away. All these small movements were naturally paving the way for his subsequent words. Since even you, an outsider, have not given up this island. How can I, Yajing Xiao, abandon my hometown? What's more, humph, don't forget that you promised me to take me to Yinyu to find my sister. Before that, I will naturally not let you out of my sight. If possible. The little wolf cub really wants to make a wiping sweat.jpg expression now. Liao Zixuan's evaluation of this is: so, are all the NPCs in Falling God arrogant? Thank you, Xiao. Liz has a brother like you. I believe she will be very happy when she knows it. Vivian was of course very happy with this reply. And she also heard the hidden meaning of Zhao's words. And the little girl smiled sweetly, looking back at the young man opposite. The little wolf cub vaguely remembered that when they first met, this young man of the Qingfeng blood clan was still pretending to be taciturn and cold. But now after another cold snort, a blood bead was conjured out of nowhere by the young man, and then thrown to Vivian, telling the little girl to crush the bead when she needed him. He had just said that he would not let Vivian out of his sight. But now he looked like he was going to flee, and could not even stay in front of the little girl for a second. He even said something stubbornly before leaving. But I warn you, I'm very busy, so don't bother me if there is nothing important. Looking at the figure of Xiao, who is a fox but runs faster than a rabbit, the little wolf couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Vivian, you are really worthy of it. The little wolf seemed to have foreseen that a personality bulldozer who would scare all NPCs in the Fallen God continent was gradually revealing the tip of her terrifying iceberg. Complaints aside, the wolf cub's subordinates and claws didn't listen. When Xiao agreed to Vivian's request, Zhao's option automatically appeared in the job appointment of the wolf cub. An evil smile appeared on the wolf cub's face. Since you agreed, then how to use you in the future is up to me. Don't bother me if it's not important. Right? The wolf cub said that we are tyrannical and arrogant. Xiao is worthy of being an NPC from the fourth major version of the Qingfeng country, which has not even been released in the previous life. Just this LV-52 is enough to make the wolf cub smile. Judging from Zhao's character, the wolf cub appointed Xiao to the cadre position in charge of military without much thought. Ding. Recustomized name successfully. Military first level cadre position changed to general. Ding. You successfully appointed Xiao as the general of the Ye Shrine. Ye Army. Fixed reward for appointment position, plus 5% efficiency of all members in the camp to obtain experience points. Ding. Due to the characteristics of Xiao, your Ye Shrine has obtained an additional bonus, plus 7% efficiency of skill proficiency growth of all members in the camp. Ding. Due to the characteristics of Xiao, the camp store items in your Ye Shrine have been updated. WOC. Xiao. Worthy of being the brother-in-law. The additional proficiency bonus alone is enough to surprise the little wolf cub. Although the value seems not high, you have to know that this benefits the entire camp. Unexpectedly, Al has more than one characteristic. The little wolf cub quickly opened the list of the camp store. It was originally empty. Before he had time to get it, a new item had already appeared. Blood breathing. Type, skill book purple. Benefit provider, owl. Effect, after learning. When entering a battle, you will slowly restore your health value. And the recovery ratio is 1% of your maximum health value increases with skill proficiency. The effect will automatically disappear after leaving the battle. How to obtain, after accumulating a certain amount of contribution points. Talk to General Owl. Good guy. The little wolf cub saw the potential of this skill at a glance. Especially on Sakuraji Island, where all the monsters have a curse mechanism that can make players lose blood continuously in battle. The effect of blood breathing is simply invincible. I don't know how much endurance it has increased. Even if it is not such an extreme environment as Sakurajima. Players who have this skill in the early stage don't know how much blood bottle money they can save. The most intimate thing is that this is a passive skill. No operation is required. Comfortable and comfortable. It is definitely a great skill for pioneering. Sorry, brother-in-law. Just based on this skill, the little wolf cub knows that Xiao will be busy next. And 996 is not going to run away. A large number of players are waiting to learn skills from him. At the same time, after this level 52 NPC joined the camp. Although the score in the world rating did not increase, the camp score in the local rating directly soared from D to C+. The total number of members that the camp can accommodate has also been directly expanded to 50,000 people. But the little wolf cub's appetite is certainly not limited to this. After all, The number of players on Sakuraji Island is at least hundreds of thousands. How can a mere 50,000 be enough? It must be expanded. And expanded again. And there is more than just Shao on the island. The evil witch. Here we come! At the same time, on the other side of the 1,000 islands, unlike Sakuraji Island, there are thunder and lightning, strong winds and rainstorms. As the center of the main city, Yuyuan Island is full of birdsong and flowers. And the sea is calm. But in fact this is just an appearance. Just like old sailors know that they can't be careless when facing a calm sea, because there may be some turbulent undercurrents hidden below. One of the 3 envoys of the 1,000 islands, the magistrate of the community, inside the Sakai family, the room of the head of the family that originally belonged to Sakai Risa. Now sitting on the futon is another man, her younger brother Sakai Yosuke. After Vivian and her team successfully solved the case of the imprisoned girl, the Grand Purification Magistrate acted vigorously, and Rokudo Raza took the opportunity to rectify the internal affairs and personally took over the position. He arrested many of the subordinates of the executive officers who came from Winter and called themselves apostles, and sent them to the Sin Prison Mountain. The Kanjo magistrate Keisuke, who was originally in the Sin Prison Mountain, was also liberated and reunited with his daughter, who was captured in the name of Shrine Maiden. He regrouped and regained the position of power of the Kanjo magistrate. With this, 2 of the 3 magistrates of Tsushima have returned to the right track from their original puppet state. But the magistrate of the community doesn't know whether to praise Sakai Yosuke's foresight or his luck. After he succeeded in taking power by framing her sister with the help of foreign forces from Winter and the astrologist, he immediately cut off his relationship with Winter. And the apostle executor's power was wiped out by Vivian before he could brainwash him into a puppet regime. This allowed Sakai Yosuke to succeed in taking power and maintain legitimacy. In addition, Sakai Risa had no news and was unwilling to return to Moon Abyss Island. At the moment, the water god just fell into a deep sleep, so even Rokudo Rosa couldn't do anything to him. However, Sakai Yosuke is not having a good time now, because although Rokudo Rosa can't do anything to him on the surface, he has secretly joined forces with the Kanjo Bugyo. Both sides have been suppressing the Society Bugyo and forcing Sakai Yosuke to abdicate. The young head of the family is now pacing in his study, thinking about countermeasures. She and Dao originally had 3 powers separated and checked each other, but now 2 of them are fighting him together. Sakai Yosuke must find a 4th force to unite with and borrow in order to fight. And finally, on Sakai Yosuke's desk, he racked his brains to figure out how to turn the tide and break the deadlock. There are 3 words written on it. It was also what he suddenly realized that he had been looking for. The 4th force that he thought did not exist. Stranger. Chapter 323. There is a time lag in the control of the players by the 3 magistrates of the 1,000 islands. Those players who entered the game immediately without creating characters at the beginning of the server, and relied on the fact that the 3 magistrates at that time had not yet reacted, had successfully sneaked into the 1,000 islands. As the largest Yuan island, there are naturally many players who were not sent to Sakuraji Island. Although the Great Purification Magistrate was also looking for these foreigners who slipped through the net. As time went by and due to public opinion, it was left unresolved and turned a blind eye to these foreigners on the island. To say that the biggest contributor among them, the Society Magistrate and the real secret pusher behind it, Sakai Yosuke, are absolutely indispensable. It was he who used the power of the Community Magistrate to arouse the citizens' sympathy for the foreigners, and added humanitarianism. And it was during the general election of the gods and witches. So he finally saved the foreigners. By the way, the general election of the gods and witches, which was supposed to last for a month, has been postponed indefinitely due to various accidents in the 1,000 islands. This is another major factor in Yosuke Sakai's ability to keep his position. As the core of the previous general election of the gods and witches, Yosuke Sakai's words changing the commander at the last minute is a taboo. You can investigate me, but please let me complete this general election smoothly are enough to shut everyone up, as long as the general election of the gods and witches is not over. Rokudo Rosa will not be able to track him down. Of course, Rokudo Rosa and his men also have countermeasures. Holding the Shinto and Shaman election requires money and manpower, which should have been provided by the remaining 2 magistrates. But now they are blocked and deliberately targeted. Sakai Yosuke couldn't get money from the Kanjo Bugyo, and asked the Daifu Bugyo for manpower. But the answer he got was that there was no one. It is almost obvious that they have already exposed their cards, which is to deliberately let the shrine magistrate make Sakai Yosuke unable to continue to hold the Shinto and shaman election. In this way, Rokudo Rosa has sufficient excuses to take down this traitor, who also colluded with foreign forces on the grounds that Sakai Yosuke is incompetent and unable to be the head of the shrine magistrate. Rosa's idea is good. If the stranger hadn't suddenly appeared, perhaps Sakai Yosuke would have really just waited for death, with no solution. Unfortunately, as a military officer, Luo Sha's sense of the changing situation was not as strong as Sakai Yosuke's. Dong. Dong. There was a knock on the door from outside the study. Sakai Yosuke, who was pacing, first quietly put away the scroll on the desk about how to use the stranger's plan, and then called a person outside to come in. Soon a player with the IDK Black Feather appeared in the room. If the little wolf cub was at the scene at this moment, he would definitely be amazed, because this ID was very famous in the previous life. The famous KA Guild president, Black Feather, had the title of Feather Emperor in the forum for a long time. In the previous life, when the 1.0 version of Fallen God was launched, the KA Guild quickly occupied the throne of the first guild with the help of the sponsor club behind it, and its already famous reputation in the industry. Its comprehensive strength was far ahead of the guilds behind it. The major guilds were once shrouded in the fear of being dominated by KA. This phenomenon did not last until the end of the 1.0 version. Due to the large size of Fallen God and its increasing popularity, it attracted all kinds of monsters and demons. After the entry of the gods, KA gradually became unable to cope with it and could not dominate the market. Later, it was revealed that the classic management was chaotic and the senior management was not human. And then it was gradually eliminated by the times. Now, the popularity of Fallen God, which was supposed to be launched at the end of version 1.0, has increased significantly in advance because of a little girl during the internal test. This can be seen from the number of players in the public test. Therefore, even KA feels a lot of pressure. There are many more competitors than in the previous life, among which there are guilds and clubs of similar size. Of course, the most ridiculous thing is that under the instigation of the butterfly wings, the president of KA in front of him, Heiyu, actually chose to go all out and no longer be born in the flame domain like in the previous life, but to use Qiandao as the birthplace of their entire KA guild. There are various factors involved. It may be because the flame domain is too popular. You don't need to look at it to know that the competition is absolutely fierce and cruel. It may also be that he was accidentally inspired by the post "the most handsome little wolf" on the forum. In short, Heiyu is very excited now, and he feels that his decision is extremely wise and correct, because there is no doubt he made the right bet. At this moment, the fact that Heiyu could appear in the study of the head of the family, who is one of the top powers in Tsushima, is the most powerful evidence. Master Yosuke, I have completed all the tasks you assigned to me. Heiyu suppressed his excitement and chose to submit the task to the NPC in the dialogue box in front of him. In reality, he handed the report sheets to Sakai Yosuke one by one. Sakai Yosuke looked through each one, nodded, and showed appreciation and satisfaction to the stranger in front of him. It was normal for the natives to be wary of the players at first, and so was Yosuke Sakai. However, he was cornered, and he tried his best. As a result, by some strange coincidence, he became the first NPC in Tsushima to contact the players. This contact was not a big deal. Yosuke Sakai instantly realized the infinite potential of these strangers. For example, now, after secretly observing, Yosuke Sakai selected a leader among the strangers, took him in as a subordinate, and then tentatively assigned him to do some simple tasks. What he didn't expect was that no matter what he said, these strangers were very obedient and had no complaints. And most importantly, they never disobeyed orders. After accepting the commission, they would definitely do the job thoroughly before reporting to him. Looking at the report in front of him, cleaning the venue, sorting election goods, purchasing fireworks, maintaining the security of the shrine made in Tur, and so on. Even the samurai who are doing the great purification may not have such efficient speed and execution as the stranger. Of course, the most incredible thing is, even if Yosuke Sakai doesn't look up from the report, he can feel the expectant and fiery eyes of the stranger opposite him, as if he is saying that he should quickly give him something more difficult and more important. Yosuke Sakai has seen workaholics, but he has never seen a workaholic like the stranger, who seems to be tireless, and is still full of energy even if he is only paid a low salary. Power. This is the power that Yosuke Sakai urgently needs now. As long as he controls the stranger. Even if he is targeted by the remaining 2 magistrates. Why worry about not being able to hold the election of the shaman? Let's see what Rokuto Rosa has to say then. Even a hint of viciousness flashed across Yosuke Sakai's eyes. After appreciating the power of the stranger, a bold idea began to grow wildly in his heart. Anyway, you targeted me first. So, don't blame me for fighting back. Mr. Kuroba, through this period of time, you and your stranger companions have proved to me, and the citizens of Yuan Island, that you are by no means as dangerous as the Great Purification Magistrate and Kanjo Magistrate described. You are objects that need to be vigilant. I am deeply sorry for what happened to you. Sakai Yosuke pretended to appease him. And Kuroba on the other side also waved his hand in cooperation. No. If it weren't for the support of Lord Yosuke, we might have been caught by the people of the Great Purification Bureau and sent to Sakuraji Island. How could we be able to move freely on Yuan Island like now? Ding. Sakai Yosuke's favorability towards you plus 10. Nice. Kuroba was secretly happy. And at the same time, he curled his lips a little. Sure enough, the character settings of these main NPCs are very simple. And they can increase their favorability with a few compliments. Yes, in Kuroba's eyes, Sakai Yosuke has long become what he thinks is the real main NPC of Thousand Islands. Although the forum has been discussing the fox-faced priestess recently, Kuroba is very dismissive of it. No matter how powerful she is, can she be better than the head of the community bureau in front of her? Moreover, from the plot point of view, they were treated unfairly at first. And then with the help of this person, they were able to gain a foothold in Yuan Island and take charge of the relevant matters of the God Shaman election. Hey, you had specially investigated that the God Shaman election was an absolute grand ceremony in Qiandao, which was held only once every 10 years. And now they just happened to encounter it. For an old player like him, this setting is almost the same as the main line. And as far as it can be seen, in addition to the obvious line of holding the God Shaman election, there seems to be a hidden line? In the past half a month. Hey, you also vaguely discovered the undercurrents and conflicts between the Society Commissioner and the other 2 commissioners. As expected, Mr. Kuroba, I believe that with your intelligence, you must have discovered something wrong with our Thousand Islands. I didn't want to tell you this because you are a wandering traveler, and I shouldn't give you such a heavy task. But, hey, I really have no other choice now. For the future of Thousand Islands, Mr. Kuroba, I ask you to take on this commission from me. This heavy tone. This helpless and sad expression. Here it comes. The big one is coming. As expected by Yosuke Sakai, the stranger on the opposite side was not afraid at all after his words, but was extremely excited. Yosuke Sakai believed that Rokuto Rosa would sooner or later discover the power of the stranger. So he had to take the lead before that. It's like this. Not long ago, I discovered that a foreign force was invading and eroding our Thousand Islands. Yosuke Sakai began to tell the players in front of him what happened on the Thousand Islands. Of course, it was a slightly modified version. On the other side, Kuroha immediately focused and listened very carefully. After all, he had led the guild to work for the Society Bugyo for so long. And it was finally time for the main storyline. In this way, Kuroha learned from the main NPC Yosuke Sakai that the current Great Purification Bugyo and Kanjo Bugyo had been infiltrated and controlled by foreign forces. And their ultimate goal was to prevent the god and witch election from taking place. They used a treacherous trick to put the water god into a deep sleep, and then join hands to completely destroy the last Society Bugyo who was struggling to support it, and make it a puppet of foreign forces like them. The Shibuxing was originally fighting 1 against 2, on the verge of collapse, and was about to collapse. Fortunately, the strangers, that is, the players, appeared, so there was a turnaround. Whether they can finally defeat the remaining 2 controlled magistrates and help Qiandao overcome this difficulty depends on the players. Ding! The current Shibuxing family head, Sakai Yosuke, has issued you an A-level mission for Qiandao. Do you accept it? Tip: once you accept this mission, you will be forced to join the Shibuxing faction. Please choose carefully, without thinking about it. Hey, you directly accepted. For him, the system prompt was more like a temptation. You know, this is to join a faction, or the Shibuxing, a behemoth of one of the 3 magistrates of Qiandao. You can tell at a glance that it is the main plot. The official absolutely upright faction was so easy to join. And even got a position. It's really a good deal. Yes. The moment you accepted. Another prompt from the system sounded. Ding. You have successfully joined the faction of the Society Commissioner. Ding. Due to your outstanding performance, you have been valued by Sakai Yosuke. And you have been promoted to the position of General Leader of Foreigners. Ding. Your current task status has been updated. You quickly opened the task panel and found that the A-level task was for the 1,000 Islands. The prompt entered the first stage, and a new branch task flashed below. Gather strength. Task introduction. In order to defeat the Great Purification Commissioner and the Kanjo Commissioner and allow the God and witch election to proceed smoothly. The strength of the foreigners on Yuan Island is far from enough. So Sakai Yosuke hopes that you can set off to another island where a large number of foreigners are gathered. Sakurajima. This you held his breath after reading the mission brief. Master Yosuke. What do you mean? Yes. Thanks to your efforts during this period, the reputation of the strangers has been reversed on Yuan Island. Now it's time to pick up your fellow countrymen. I appoint you as the head of the strangers. Later, I will arrange for someone to lend you 5 ships. One by one, you can bring your reliable companions to join our camp. Ding! The mission objective has been updated. Current mission objective. Assist in transporting 1,000 players from Sakuraji Island back to Yuan Island. Reward. Open the camp store. Yes. Master Yosuke. I promise to complete the mission. Yes. Please, Mr. Kuroba. The hope of the 1,000 Islands depends on you. After sending this excited stranger with a flushed face away affectionately, the righteousness on Sakai Yosuke's face disappeared. Instead, a sneer appeared. After all, Sakai Yosuke didn't believe that there were other big figures in the 1,000 Islands who could contact these silly strangers earlier than him. Now, Lu Dao Lusha probably still thinks he has a sure win. Little did he know that he had already implanted the wrong guidance in the stranger's mind. This seed will take root and sprout in the future, and then completely help him to control the 1,000 Islands. To achieve this ultimate goal, it is naturally not enough to rely on the few strangers on Yuan Island now. So Sakai Yosuke will focus on Sakuraji Island. He now has to thank Rokudo Rosa and that stinky girl called Vivian. If they hadn't abused the strangers so much and sent them to a hellhole like Sakuraji Island, Sakai Yosuke might not have been sure that he could get all the strangers to join his camp. But now, humph. Sakai Yosuke is full of confidence. After all, anyone with a normal mind would think that on one side is the cursed island full of thunderstorms and disasters, and on the other side is the prosperous and beautiful Moon Abyss Island. And there is also the big backer of the society. Which one to choose? Even a fool knows. Right? Chapter 324. Dajie. Koalu. I refuse. In front of Sakai Risa's temporary hut on Sakuraji Island, the woman crossed her arms and turned her face away. After successfully recruiting Owl, the only NPC left on the island was this one. But when Vivian and the little wolf cub came to the door and explained what happened, they thought the process would be much smoother than Owl. But unexpectedly, Sakai Risa refused. And this time, the refusal was not that Sundra's style in the past. Judging from her expression, Sakai Risa was really a big shot. And she would never give up even if she was beaten to death. It was Ruko next to her who saw this and sighed, and helped to explain. It's like this, Miss Vivian. The reason why Lady Risa is so resistant is not because she doesn't want to help you, but because she's afraid. Afraid? Not only Vivian looked confused, but the little wolf cub was also confused. You are the 1,000-faced witch Bella. What could scare you? Do you remember the slate that magically appeared on the island before? It records a lot of legends, and one of them is the image of an evil witch, who seems to be very similar to Lady Risa. Most of the strangers on the island have read those stories. So Lady Risa is unwilling to help you, because she is afraid that the strangers will, mistake Lady Risa for the evil witch in the story, causing a conflict and counterproductive. It was difficult for Lucy, because in her eyes, these stone tablets were all made by Vivian. So she had to think twice before saying anything. She couldn't just accuse the other party of portraying the image of the head of the family so badly in front of the little girl. After this explanation, Vivian showed a look of sudden realization, and then glared at the little wolf cub in her arms with a look of accountability. The little wolf cub was even more speechless. In particular, She saw that on Sakai Risa's face. Although she didn't express it obviously, she could still see a little bit of grievance, as if she was let down by a scumbag. Risa, you don't have to worry about this at all. Believe me, the foreigners are easy to talk to. I took the initiative to confess to them before that it was me who brought them to Sakuraji Island. But the foreigners did not hate me for this. Instead, they worked harder and worked hard to improve the island. Besides, the story on the stone slab is fictional. You have a clear conscience and don't need to worry about strangers. After Vivian's words, Sakai Risa and Ruko were surprised. They didn't expect that the little girl, who had such a perfect character as a fox-faced priestess, would still take the initiative to reveal the truth to strangers. What's more, she was facing the danger of her character collapse. But from Vivian's words, it seemed that she was more welcomed by strangers because of this. In this case, she should try it too? Bella relied on the clones in various places in the 9 countries. It can be said that among all the natives, she is the one who knows the potential of strangers the most. So how can she not be tempted by the opportunity to show up in front of strangers now? But Bella decided to test it out of caution. If she was not hated by strangers as Vivian said, then it would not be too late to join the group. Huh? Look! It's a new type of monster. Fuck. It's a humanoid monster. Where did it get cursed and deformed this time? Come on! My threshold has been raised a lot now. I won't be afraid of any deformed or mutated monsters. Wait. Could it be that the position of its deformation is so big, so white? Damn! You actually designed such an evil and deformed monster. Planner. Bring more monsters like this. You guys are so stupid from killing monsters. This is obviously not a monster. It's an NPC. A new NPC. For careful consideration, Sakai Risa brought Ruko and specially chose a place with few players to show up. But the sensation caused still shocked both of them. So far, the only living NPC that players have encountered on Sakuraji Island is the fox-faced priestess. Now that 2 living NPCs have appeared, how can the players not be excited? Because they are so rare. Players subconsciously began to guess the identities of the 2. As for the players' understanding of Sakuraji Island, it almost all comes from the mysterious stone tablet. So naturally, wait, do you remember the evil witch that the fox-faced priestess went to find in the stone tablet? Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. The slate says that there is a human slave girl beside the witch. And now there is a servant standing next to her. The case is solved. As expected. So the historical figures on the mysterious slate will actually reappear one by one. Right? The whispers of the players were captured by Risa Sakai one by one. Bella sighed in her heart. Just as she thought. Because of the slate of the stinky little wolf. Her identity as the evil witch could not escape. The players who realized this were originally excited to go over and talk to the new NPC to see what new plot could be triggered. But they all stopped abruptly and hesitated. Because if we look at the slate plot, the evil witch is undoubtedly a villain. Or at least a chaotic neutral. If they rush over like this, what if the other party is a red-named NPC? Originally, the players might not be afraid of death. But after receiving the fox-faced witch's mission to survive, because there are many analysis posts on the forum that mention that the mission rewards, especially the hidden rewards, will be linked to the number of player deaths. So now the players are particularly cherishing their lives. But of course, their hesitation lasted no more than 5 seconds, and they all collapsed, and ran towards Sakai Risa with their eyes shining. There is no other reason. Very pure. Even if this person is really an evil villain, she is really too big. It doesn't matter if she is killed once. It's worth it. If it's an old woman with an eagle nose and a pointed mouth, then players have to strike hard. And if it's an evil witch with fair skin and beautiful body, players, does the witch sister still need slaves? It's okay if she needs pets. The previous one should have some shame. Don't lose the backbone of our players. Can you learn from me? For the sake of the fox-faced witch, from now on, I will keep a close eye on the witch 24 hours a day and never let her do bad things again. That's right. We are not betraying the fox-faced witch. We are in the enemy camp, but our hearts are with the Han. Originally, Bella was going to suppress her witch personality, play the role of Sakai Risa well, and create an image of a well-educated and well-mannered former head of the community. But she found that no matter how much she told the players did not believe it at all. And they all called it a witch's trick and lie. So later, Bella stopped pretending and just let herself go. But the magical thing was that Bella found that even if she was poisonous and arrogant, and sometimes she couldn't help but beat up several foreigners who looked unpleasant, she didn't get the foreigners' dislike, let alone the imagined crusade. On the contrary, many of the foreigners seemed to enjoy this feeling very much, and they all hoped that she, the villain and evil big sister, would work harder. This made the witch Bella very happy. Which doesn't like to have a group of reusable masochists? Lucy, who is beside her, is very distressed now, because there are strangers who look at her with sympathetic eyes, and run to stare at her neck from time to time, mumbling something. Why can't I see the collar and handcuffs written in the stone story? Coupled with a regretful expression. Even Lucy, who has the best temper, can't help but clench her fists and frown wildly. Before contacting strangers, it was Lucy who comforted Risa Sakai, saying that Risa-sama should believe in her charm, and strangers will definitely like you. And judging from how they treat the fox face witch played by Vivian, these strangers are not bad in nature. They are a very good group of people. After they really met. Lucy, I admit that I was overthinking. These foreigners are really nice and talk nicely. I like them very much. Oh, don't frown all the time. By the way, Lucy, you see, many foreigners have some opinions about your dress. What if they become suspicious of our identities because of this? So, do you want to, cooperate with the plot written by Vivian? And put a hand on your neck. Hey! I'm just talking. Don't show such a scary expression. Sakai Risa and Lucy should have settled it. Even if Lucy becomes the one who refuses, she has no choice but to accompany Sakai Risa as a subordinate political officer. In this way, the 3 NPCs on Sakuraji Island were all included in Vivian's back garden, and the little wolf cub was very satisfied. Originally, Liao Zixuan planned to quickly appoint these 2 people to their positions in the camp, but he was attracted by browsing the player forum inadvertently. First of all, several posts that he specially collected have been greatly updated. The collection posts here refer to various record posts posted by foreign players with potential marked by the little wolf cub. The little wolf cub regards these posts as sources of intelligence. The white ghost from the winter finally escaped from the laboratory successfully, and even abducted one of the female executive NPCs, forming what is suspected to be the first camp created by the players themselves, named White Star. This caused quite a stir on the forum, and it was precisely because of this that the camp system was also brought forward and taken seriously by players. Many popular science and strategy posts about camps sprang up like mushrooms after rain. In addition to winter, the Northern Cross voyage record post published by Yugich and Gili, which was collected by Little Wolf Cub, was also updated. As mentioned above, Yugich thought at first that they were going to Sakurajima and would intersect with the story of the current popular NPC, the Fox-Faced Priestess, who had just released a fighting CG. But after his investigation, he was a little disappointed. It turned out that the destination of their fleet was Yuan Island. And according to the big sister on the ship, the purpose of their trip was just to find a friend's father. Later, Yugich also posted his various analysis, guessing who the big sister's friend is, who the father is, and why he is in the Thousand Islands. Anyway, the little wolf cub looked for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. There is still too little information. But when it comes to father and daughter, the little wolf cub immediately thought of a certain Uncle Gili, who he met on the Astrologus. This is really a coincidence. One is a father who wants to go to Gili to find his daughter, and the other is a daughter who wants to go to the Thousand Islands to find her father. TSK. Why don't you two make do with each other? Complaining is complaining. But the little wolf cub is 100% sure that the Uncle Gili has absolutely nothing to do with the task this player received, because the current players don't know. But the little wolf knows it in his heart. In the previous life, the version was advanced to the 3rd country, Gili. Even if it was not updated, he still knew that the real supporter behind the Northern Cross fleet was Zhao Yue, the leader of Qilin Pavilion, one of the 5 elements of Gili. The character of Zhao Yue highlights a rich woman with a mind deeper than the sea. If you believe what she says, then you will be sold and help the rich woman count money. So the little wolf didn't believe anything at all. He came to Qiandao just to find his father. This nonsense must be because he saw that Qiandao was in chaos because of Vivian. And this rich woman, who was crazy about business, probably saw some business opportunities. So she was ready to move. Still looking for the father. Even if they have the same surname, There are many people with the surname Zhao in Gili. And Zhao Jia said that her daughter's name is Xinger, not Yer. In Gili, adding after a female name is a very common format. He abandoned his wife and daughter and left his hometown with heavy debts. Then more than 10 years later, he found that his daughter, who was only a few years old at the time, not only paid off all the debts, but also became the highest authority in Gili. My goodness, who is this Zhao Jia? The protagonist? I dare not write this in a novel. It's outrageous. Instead of going to why these unrealistic things. In fact, what made the little wolf cub frown the most when browsing the forum this time was from the 1,000 Islands where they are now. Because are you still being tortured by the hellish environment of Sakurajima? Are you still seeing all kinds of weird and deformed monsters every day when you open your eyes? Join K, and we will end your suffering. Take you to escape from Sakurajima and enter the real 1,000 Islands main line. Seeing this, the popularity rose like a rocket, and it was pushed to the top of the discussion post in the 1,000 Islands subforum. Countless question marks instantly rose in the little wolf cub's mind. Why is K, the Flame Domain Overlord Guild in the previous life, in the 1,000 Islands? Are they capable of taking people away from Sakurajima? And what? The real 1,000 Islands main line? The little wolf cub immediately clicked in and carefully read the details of the post. At first, he was a little panicked because of K's reputation in the previous life. But as he read more posts written by the other party, the little wolf cub became more relaxed. And in the end, he even couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Good guy. Really good guy. Liao Zixuan didn't know where to start complaining. Originally, Sakai Yosuke, the villain who caused the explosion on the astrologist, was almost forgotten by him. But now I have to say that this skill of reversing right and wrong and distorting facts is really unique. What's more amazing is that he actually knew how to use the players, keeping guilds of K in the dark and using them as his own guns. Admire. The idea is good, but it's a pity. The little wolf cub snorted coldly, causing a little sparrow next to him, who wanted to get closer to shudder all over. Sanyan immediately showed a sympathetic expression, because she knew that whenever Brother Hay showed this expression, it meant that someone was going to be unlucky. After Vivian inherited the Ye Shrine, Sakurajima was definitely the core of the core in the eyes of the little wolf cub. No one was allowed to have any idea about this island, whether it was Sakai Yosuke or the former overlord of the server in the previous life. K.A. Guild? After a little thought, Liao Zixuan already had a plan in his heart. He originally planned to directly announce the camp system to Sakurajima players. But now it seems that he needs to wait a little longer. Yes, it is not before the K.A. Guild ship arrives, and it is released quickly to stabilize the Sakurajima players. Liao Zixuan obviously wants to play a higher level of operation, because he knows that retaining players depends on superiority. And superiority is not spoken, but compared. In addition, compared with the boring and dry strategy posts, it is obviously the kind of regret post full of emotions and tears, which is more contagious and influential. Isn't it? Chapter 325. In the stormy waves, the 5 ships of the Society Commissioner sailed hard from Yuyuan Island. The closer they got to Sakuraji Island, the worse the environment in the sea became. They were like a swaying leaf, at risk of being swallowed and drowned at any time. Thanks to the heart of the sea substitute made by the Society Commissioner based on the astrologist, they did not really sink in the sea, but the imitation is still an imitation, and it can only keep the ship from being overturned by the waves. But the dizzy and violent shaking, and the vomiting and diarrhea of the ship's body, are unavoidable. The players of the K.A. Guild on the ship were fine. The system automatically helped them avoid these discomforts. The players just watched it as a cutscene, and they still felt it was quite exciting. But the native NPCs were not so comfortable. This damn place. If it weren't for the order from Lord Yosuke, vomit, cough cough, on the largest leading ship, one of Yosuke Sakai's trusted subordinates, Muto, was cursing in his heart. But he was only halfway through cursing when he was shaken by another huge wave and immediately leaned over and retched. Of course, Yosuke Sakai couldn't be so confident to hand over the operation to the players. Although Kuroba was appointed as the head of foreigners, he actually had no real power. In the eyes of most NPCs, players are equivalent to refugees, and Kuroba is equivalent to the leader of refugees. So even though Yosuke Sakai has reminded him that they are all colleagues, in Muto's eyes, he still looks down on Kuroba and foreigners. This unfriendly attitude was magnified several times in the harsh environment of Sakuraji Island, making him full of impatience with Kuroba. If it weren't for these strangers, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Muto looked at the strangers around him, who seemed to be fine, and couldn't help urging them, when you get there, you should move quickly, and quickly load your country bumpkins onto the boat. After that, we'll return home immediately. I've had enough of this place. On the other side, looking at the arrogant expression on the face of the NPC named Muto, Kuroba was also very angry. But he still endured it and pretended to be respectful. Yes. Don't worry, Lord Muto. It won't take much time. And I will do it as soon as possible. Muto waved his hand and returned to the cabin, muttering while cursing. I really don't understand why Lord Yosuke cares about these foreigners. Isn't it better to let them fend for themselves on Sakuraji Island? They are not worthy of coming to our Yuan Island. Damn it. Brother Yu. After hearing this, several KA personnel around Kuroi got angry, but were quickly stopped, now that they have joined the Society Commissioner's camp. And it is the early stage of the server. They should be able to tolerate this kind of NPC. If they really fight, whether they can beat them or not is another matter. If they make the relationship with the Society Commissioner awkward, then their good situation will be gone. However, when they grow up, they will be able to become players. Hey, you secretly remembered the name of this NPC adjutant. Let's get back to the point. Compared to this annoying NPC, what bothers the KA president Hey you the most is another thing. Muto is only responsible for supervising them. And it is Hey you who really selects the strangers to board the ship. This is the benefit of being the one who triggers the task. In other words, who can board these 5 ships of the company and escape from Sakurajima is entirely decided by Heiyu. Heiyu, who has a very keen sense of smell, instantly realized that this is an excellent opportunity to absorb fresh blood for their KA guild. So before he set off, he made a prompt decision and ordered the copywriters in the guild to spread the news directly in the forum. The post was written as an announcement, but it was actually a recruitment post. Our KA guild now controls the NPC routes of Sakuraji Island and Yuan Island. Although we really want to save every player suffering on Sakuraji Island, because the number of places is limited, we can only give priority to the members of the KA guild to board the ship. The subtext means, want to board the ship? Then you must join their KA. In Heiyu's imagination, those first-tier high-level players on Sakuraji Island, no matter how reluctant they are, can only be forced to join KA in order to leave Sakuraji Island. In this way, it is equivalent to recruiting a large number of truly high-level players who have been tempered in such a difficult environment of Sakurajima without any effort. It is conceivable how the strength of the KA guild will skyrocket. The idea is very beautiful, but reality gave Heiyu a blow. Once the recruitment post on the forum was issued, it did set off a considerable wave of enthusiasm and received a lot of responses. There were many players who immediately followed the post and signed up, hoping to join KA. However, when the statisticians in the guild made an intuitive table of the levels of all the registered players, Heiyu was dumbfounded. Why are they all rotten fish and shrimp? Heiyu investigated that the current Sakurajima player group belongs to the first-tier high-level players, and some of them are so terrifying that they can break through level 15. This is definitely one of the best in the recognized novice village Inu. I have to admit that the environment of Sakurajima is bad. But the worse the environment, the more masters will appear, which is also the human resources that Heiyu covets. However, in the statistics of the recruitment posts of their KA guild, let alone the top players of the first echelon who are over level 15, even the players who are over level 10 can be said to be few and far between. What the hell? Heiyu was puzzled. Don't these high-level players plan to leave Sakurajima? Didn't they read the announcement post I posted? And the real main line is in Yuan Island? Have they all gone crazy from leveling up? There are many monsters in Sakurajima. But no matter how many monsters there are, following the main line of the game plot is the real kingly way. Don't these high-level players even understand this simple truth? Heiyu despises them in his heart. But for the sake of the strength of the KA guild, he still has to win them over. Of course, it is also possible that these arrogant elite players disdain to reply to such recruitment posts on the forum. Okay, then Heiyu will be polite. At worst, when the ship docks later, he can go and persuade those powerful players he has marked. Yes, as a formal large-scale guild with a club behind it, KA Guild is still good at intelligence. Heiyu has already obtained a list, which specifically lists many top players who have performed well on Sakurajima. For these people, Heiyu is determined to get them and absorb them into KA. Finally, amidst the lightning and thunder, the 5 shaky ships finally successfully docked and arrived at the cursed island of disaster shrouded by purple clouds. As soon as he arrived, a new prompt appeared on Kuroba's task panel, requiring him to recruit 1,000 players from Sakurajima to board the ship within 2 hours. As soon as this prompt came out, Kuroba couldn't help cursing, because it was originally agreed to be 3 hours. But because of the impatience of this NPC Muto, he directly cut an hour for him, which made his room for operation less. But there was no way. At the beginning of the game, they could only swallow their anger at the NPC. Under Muto's urging, Kuroba set foot on the land of Sakurajima for the first time. Wow! The ship is really here. Look at the first one to come down. Is he the president of the KA Guild mentioned on the forum? I've heard of KA. They dominated several games back then. I can only say that they are indeed a super guild. They are really powerful. Because Heiyu had spread the word on the forum in advance and had already created momentum. There was already a large number of players gathered on the coast of Sakurajima. Whether they were just there to watch the fun or really wanted to get on board, there were quite a few of them. Heiyu first used a speech that he had prepared long ago to inspire people, telling how good Tsukiyuki Island was and creating an image of KA Guild as a savior. Then he disappeared from the stage and prepared to find someone privately. Sakurajima did increase the stickiness of players because of the NPC Fox-Faced Priestess. But there were still some people who were persuaded. It could also be that they really couldn't stand the underworld environment of Sakurajima and began to yearn for Tsukiyuki Island. They were successfully promised by KA Guild and wanted to get on board. However, non-KA Guild members. 5 silver coins per person. Several individual players were stopped by KA at the boarding entrance and asked for fees. 5 silver coins may not seem like a lot, but for players at this stage, it is hard-earned money. Immediately, an individual player questioned, "That's not what your guild leader said on the stage just now. I've never heard of charging a fee. Besides, both the ship and the route are owned by NPCs. At most, KA has played a role in matchmaking. Why do you charge a fee?" But the KA members didn't listen at all. Instead, they sneered and told those who couldn't pay to get out quickly, so as not to delay the many people waiting in line behind them. The mission required 1,000 players. No matter how big the KA Guild was, it certainly couldn't take on so many players in one go. So they had already planned to leave about 100 places to attract the top players of Sakurajima. Of course, KA would not be so kind as to let them board the ship for free to escape. Naturally, they wanted to make money from it. For this, even the NPC turned a blind eye and just limited the time. After all, Heiyu had already established a good relationship with Muto, and part of the fees collected would be bribed to the NPC. This instantly screened out a lot of players, which naturally attracted the anger and accusations of the players. But the KA Guild didn't care at all. First, they were a monopoly, and second, they couldn't even take out 5 silver coins. Such low-level players were not worth boarding the ship. It was even more outrageous later, after they found out that the Sakurajima players were richer than they thought because they killed a lot of monsters. They immediately started to raise the price, gradually increasing the price of the so-called boat ticket, until there are only 200 spots left. And now you have to pay 9 silver coins to get on the boat. What? It was 7 silver coins just now. You guys are too much. Pay it or not. If you don't want to pay, just leave quickly, and don't block the road. Looking at the fearless KA members in front of him, the individual player clenched his fists, and finally relied on scraping together 9 silver coins to trade. And what he got in return was just a sneer, and then being let go. At this moment, the casual player suddenly felt that it was all worth it. These 9 silver coins were earned by the Fox-Faced Priestess's tasks and job transfer stone tablets. And now he gave them to this guy. This feeling was even more so when he really boarded the ship, because it was not only him, but many players on the ship had this feeling. They did not seem to be taken to Yuan Island, but more like cargo or laborers, from the eyes of the NPC sailors and the so-called community officials on the ship. They could see the disgust of these foreigners. This made the casual player recall how the Fox-Faced Priestess helped them step by step when they first landed on Sakuraji Island. How she really warmed and improved the environment of the players by various means. And the domineering and wonderful rescue CG. Everyone can feel the sincerity of the fox-faced priestess to their players, which is in stark contrast to the NPC on the ship now, who is supposed to come from Yuan Island to save them. Moreover, in the plot, the fox-faced priestess regarded them as the saviors and the hope of the island. They had already disappointed the fox-faced priestess once, and they kept shouting that they must prove themselves. Could it be that their final proof was to run away in such a disgrace, admitting that they were really not the saviors, and were really weak and incompetent? Such a similar tangled feeling surrounded the hearts of every player who had boarded the ship and was ready to leave. And as if it was at this moment, the sudden system prompt sounded in the minds of the players on these ships. Ding. Reminder. If you leave Sakuraji Island, it will automatically be considered that you have completed the task and survived. After the players quickly clicked into C, when their eyes moved to the column of task rewards, almost many people fell silent, because they could be said to have abandoned Sakurajima and the fox-faced priestess. But they could still get the reward, in addition to experience points and money. The thing that was most like a needle piercing the hearts of the players was reward, fox-faced priestess's favorability +1. Yes. Sometimes there is no need for too many words. Even a short task reward can convey too much information. This favorability is more like a symbol than a reward. It represents the attitude of the fox-faced priestess towards their escape behavior. Not to retain, not to be angry, not to be indifferent, but to be relieved, because the players have completed the task of surviving. Even if this island will continue to be cursed and shrouded in disaster after losing them. Even if the fox-faced priestess will continue to endure all the pain alone on the deserted island. But, as long as you live happily, it's fine. Silence. Silence. At the bottom of the ship's hold, a large number of Sakurajima players, who were squeezed together like cargo coolies, were surprisingly quiet at this moment. And often this kind of tranquility is a sign of a storm. Can you bear it? Endure. After all, you have already paid your money. Not to mention that the real main line is on Yuan Island. Sakurajima's environment is too bad. What else is there to come? There is a saying that goes, in fact, tossing a coin is not to see the front and back. But at the moment of tossing the coin, you know which side you want to get. So, hold it in. What excuses are there? If you have to be cautious even when playing games. It's too humble. Get off the boat. I want to get off the boat. Woo woo. Sister Miko. I was wrong. I was carried away for a moment. I'm a scumbag. I'm a scumbag. Damn it. I'm so full that I still want to get on the boat. I swear I won't leave until the curse of Sakurajima is removed. When the first player jumped off the boat, it was like a chain reaction. Although not all of them. At least 1/5 of them jumped off the boat. Both the KA Guild and the NPCs on the boat, who were originally from Yuan Island, were dumbfounded. They didn't understand the behavior of these players at all. And on a high slope not far away where you could overlook the coast, the little wolf cub nodded to these players. This can be said to be entirely from the personal charm of the fox-faced witch. Or it can be said that the previous reminder was Liao Zixuan's chance to re-choose for the players who made the wrong choice. The number is more than he imagined. This is what the little wolf cub wants to see. His little girl has given her sincerity. And she has also received the sincerity of the corresponding players. What he can't tolerate is naturally estimating the time. The little wolf cub silently turned around and left from the high cliff. At the same time on the other side, as the president of the KA Guild, hey, you didn't know about the unusual situation on the coast. And he didn't care much. After all, the fate of those ordinary players was not his focus. But now he still felt uncomfortable, even to the point of self-doubt. Because the plan he was responsible for, to win over the top elite players of Sakurajima, could not be said to be progressing smoothly. But it could only be said to be difficult to move forward. Chapter 326. Humph. A bunch of idiots. You are really crazy. You still have feelings for paper people. You are sick. Holding the torch high, he looked at the Sakurajima players jumping off the boat in the distance, and sneered with contempt. And the group of Holy Fire Guild members around him also echoed him. The Holy Fire Guild, one of the several major guilds that wanted to forcibly occupy the professional steel, was later wiped out by the little wolf cub and the ghost shadow beast king. It was seriously injured, lost its wife and soldiers, and its reputation plummeted. The overall strength has regressed a lot. The guild that was originally ranked in the first echelon has now become a middle-class guild. As the president, he has been depressed these days. He is very unwilling to accept it. But now, Brother Torch has changed his sad face and is very excited. Because he has been waiting for a long time. And the turning point that can make the Holy Fire Guild turn around and return to greatness has finally come. President, I just heard from the people on the KA side that there are less than 200 places left. Aren't we going to get on board? A member next to him couldn't help asking. But Brother Torch shook his head mysteriously. No hurry. No hurry. Although our holy fire has been temporarily weakened due to the game settings, we can't lose the shelf of a large guild. Only ordinary players with no skills have to pay money to get on board. People like us, of course, have to wait for him KA to invite us. This, seeing his own president's confident look, the confidants around him hesitated to speak. Perhaps he also saw the anxiety of his subordinates. After all, the opportunity is rare. Now that they have failed in Sakurajima, they must seize this opportunity to escape. Torch Brother comforted. Don't worry. It is true that they are a super guild. Our holy flame is now in a trough period. But as the saying goes, a general is picked from a group of short men. He is an outsider and has no idea about the current situation of Sakurajima. Their president must think that others are begging him to leave Sakurajima. But the reality is that he can see it from the ordinary players who jumped ship just now. A large part of them don't even want to leave Sakurajima. I guess the more powerful the players are, the more they are like this, the more crazy they are. So I guess the president of KA will probably be frustrated everywhere, since he can't win over the top players. KA can't return empty-handed. Right? Isn't it our turn? After Torch Brothers' analysis, many members of the Holy Fire Guild showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. On one hand, they praised the president's awesomeness. And on the other hand, they began to secretly look forward to Kei's invitation. Is this really the case? Somewhere in Sakurajima, Tetsugu and his group were forced to stop killing monsters. Standing in front of them was a man with the ID Heiyu. After all, he is the famous Kei president, and Tetsugu still has to give him some face and respect. Brother Yu, I really appreciate your Kei coming to invite us. But to be honest, we really have no intention of leaving Sakurajima. Tetsugu patiently repeated it again. He said similar words almost 3 or 4 times. But the KA president on the opposite side just didn't listen. And it was a bit like, unacceptable? Brother Tetsugu, listen to me. I know you are one of the beneficiaries of Sakuraji Island. And you have received an epic mission. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is at most a branch line. Yuyuan Island is the real core of the Thousand Islands. The main city. You have also seen the task screenshots I sent you in private chat. Right? This is a great opportunity to join the Society Bujai camp. You may not understand the status of the Society Bujai in the Thousand Islands. It is one of the 3 Bujai. The pinnacle of power. All dozens of islands in the Thousand Islands are under the jurisdiction of the Society Bujai, including your current Sakuraji Island. Speaking of Sakuraji Island, look here. What is there? It is a deserted place. And there is not even an NPC camp. I have also seen the battle CG of the Fox-Face Priestess. It is indeed handsome. But then what? No matter how strong the individual NPC is, it is useless without its own camp. When we judge the potential value of an NPC, we can not only look at her strength and image, but also look at her resources. Right? Is it a down-and-out Lone Ranger who can provide more resources to our players? Or is it a large official organization that can provide us with more resources? With Brother Tetsugu's understanding of the game, you should know how much benefit joining a faction, especially a strong official faction, can bring. Right? Isn't this countless times better than just killing monsters on Sakurajima? Besides, at our level, the plot is just for fun, and it is the real truth to improve your own strength. Heiyu was a little straightforward at the end. Standing at the top of every industry, the benefits must be greater than the interests, and you will gradually lose your original intention. The KA president has long stopped playing games for fun, but what he didn't know was that these words completely annoyed Tetsugu. Especially the 3 words for fun. Brother Yu, you can always skip the game plot and think it is useless, and only focus on the intensity. But you can't despise those players who seriously integrate into the plot and invest their body and mind. I used to have great respect for your KA guild, but now it seems. Tetsugu didn't continue to speak, and was about to leave with a group of younger brothers behind him, who were also dissatisfied with Heiyu's words. You? The people of Ka Guild naturally looked gloomy after hearing this. Unfortunately, after comparing the levels and professions of both sides, Heiyu could only choose to swallow his anger and let Datu go and his friends leave. They were in Yuyuan Island, and in terms of combat power, they could not compare with the players of Sakuraji Island. Bah! Show some good face. You really think you are someone important. After Datugo and his group walked away, Heiyu's subordinates immediately stepped forward and scolded their president. In addition to venting his anger, Heiyu's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Because if Datugo was just an isolated case, it would be fine. But the problem is that he has found several people in a row. But the replies he got are all similar. This made Heiyu wonder. How charming is this fox-faced priestess? How can she tie the players' hearts firmly to the island? Forget it. Heiyu looked at the time and planned to give up the high-level players for the time being. If he could attract some big V players with high popularity even though their levels were not good, it would also be valuable. As luck would have it, there was such a person on Sakurajima. After entering the word sunny day with umbrella but no knife in the player search, Heiyu sent a friend request to him. If an ordinary person wanted to add this well-known columnist on the forum, it might be difficult. But Heiyu was the president of K after all. And after a while, he received a prompt that his friend had passed. After sending the chat content that had been carefully edited long ago, Heiyu was still very confident in winning over this big V. After all, this umbrella big was famous for supporting Yinyu, and then stepping on Qiandao. Not only did he publish such straightforward posts, as why I don't recommend everyone to start with Qiandao before the server was launched, but he also made a big move after the server was launched, choosing to be born in Qiandao himself, and then describing how tragic Sakurajima was in the form of a war correspondent. This back and forth, even Heiyu had to admire. Although he gave up the character development in the game, the popularity he gained was unparalleled. And he didn't know how many fans he gained in the Rail forum. Heiyu vaguely remembered that at that time, Sanda's article, "We Are Like Abandoned Orphans," resonated with many Qiandao players. Such a big V who was not optimistic about Qiandao and hated Sakurajima finally had the opportunity to leave. And he was definitely eager to run away. And he just sold the other party this favor. And then tried to let Sanda take the opportunity to write another hot article. Heiyu had thought of a name for her. Called Sakurajima? Dogs don't even stay. Never underestimate the influence of a big V blogger. What Heiyu remembered most was that there was a very well-known game removal incident at the time, which was caused by a big V's rhythm, resulting in a big game being directly banned. Although this big V was also washed away by others later, he still saw the power of the big V from then on. Heiyu believed that as long as he could cooperate with Sanda and publish more articles like this to step down on Sakurajima and praise Yuanjima, then those stubborn players on Sakurajima would definitely change their minds. Just as he was waiting for Sanda's reply. On the other side. Wow. Sanda. It's the KA president. The super famous KA club president. He actually took the initiative to add Sanda as your friend. We are not going to be famous. Somewhere beside an uninhabited reef. The originally quiet atmosphere was broken by the excited voice of the little assistant. However, as the main character, Qintian brought an umbrella but no knife. But he didn't even blink his eyebrows, and seemed to be concentrating on typing on the virtual keyboard. Seeing this, the assistant couldn't help but ask Sanda, "Don't you want to see what the KA president sent you?" "Oh, what else can it be? I guess he just wants us to take a boat with him." Sanda curled his lips after the assistant's words, without even raising his head. That's right. The KA Guild is really amazing. They found the real main line so quickly. And they could also use the NPC power to send a ship to Sakuraji Island to save us. The female assistant's speech finally made the girl raise her head from typing. "Why are you looking at me like that? Sanda, do you want to leave?" The female assistant pursed her lips and hesitated. She really hated the hellish environment of Sakuraji Island. On the surface, Yuyuan Island was many times better than Sakuraji Island. But soon the female assistant's expression changed from hesitation to puffing up her cheeks. At the same time, she symbolically clenched her fists and gestured twice in the air. "Of course I want to leave. But I can't leave so disgraced. I have never been so wronged by an NPC in my life. I must become stronger and expel the curse from this island." leaving no one behind. Then, I will enjoy the fox-faced priestess's admiring expression on me. Let her know what happened to her when she looked down on me. Puff. The girl couldn't help laughing when she saw her assistant like this. What kind of female-oriented novice protagonist is this? Okay. If the president of KA continues to send harassing messages, just block him. I'm busy with my new column, and don't have time to deal with him. He wants to trick me into going to Yuan Island? Even dogs won't go. After finishing his words, Sanda continued to bury his head in the draft. And the assistant beside him came closer because of curiosity to see the title of Sanda's next hot article. Huh? Didn't Sanda publish this article once? The female assistant was confused at first, but later realized that she didn't see it clearly, because the title of this next hot article is, "We Are Like Abandoned Orphans." At first glance, it is not exactly the same as the previous one, but the difference this time is that there is a line of words following it. Until she appears. Hurry up. Hurry up. Start the boat. Next time, even if it is ordered by Lord Yosuke, I will never come to this damn place again. Muto cursed. And the sky covered with purple clouds, as if to cooperate with him, dropped a huge boom thunder, which immediately gave the adjutant a shiver. Next to the adjutant, the KA president, who returned to the ship. Kuroba no longer had the ambitious look he had when he came, although there were some small episodes of jumping off the ship and refunding tickets in the middle. It was not difficult to gather 1,000 players who wanted to leave Sakurajima in the end. After achieving the goal, the 5 small boats of the club immediately set sail again, and in the storm, they staggered away from Sakurajima with the players on board. Brother Yu, I don't think there is any need to be so sad. The reason why those people in Sakurajima are unwilling to follow Brother Yu is largely because they have no foresight and are blinded by the immediate interests. Just because an epic task was issued, they all treat the fox-faced priestess as a treasure. But Brother Yu, don't worry. On the main ship led by the Society's fleet, most ordinary players are only qualified to stay on the bottom of the cabin, and only a few players with status can come to the deck. The president of the Holy Fire Guild, holding the torch high, appeared beside Heiyu as he wished, becoming a player who is qualified to move freely on the ship. It's really the saying that a general is picked from a group of short men. After the top players in front refused, Kei could only choose to cooperate temporarily even if it looked down on the Holy Fire Guild. Holding the torch high was apparently to appease Heiyu, but in fact, he had his own little tricks. People and things are afraid of comparison. Now just relying on you. Brother Yu. You, the KA Guild alone, say the good things about you on Island. And those players of Sakuraji Island can't understand it at all. When we, the players who have truly seen the situation and escaped from Sakurajima, join the Society Commissioner camp of Sakafujima, our strength will begin to improve by leaps and bounds, with excellent equipment and sufficient supplies, as well as a lot of camp resources to back us up. At that time, we will have to post on the forum and show it to the players of Sakurajima, so that they can truly understand the gap between Sakafujima and Sakurajima, and the resource gap between a small NPC like the Fox-Faced Shrine Maiden and a huge Society Commissioner. Once this contrast effect is reflected, even if they say Sakurajima is good and they are doing it for the Fox-Faced Shrine Maiden, they will regret it in their hearts. When we get the second batch of transport ships, I'm afraid that the quota will be snapped up. After the words of the Holy Fire President, Heiyu nodded. It seems that there is some truth. Heiyu couldn't help but look up to the young president next to him. It seems that the other party is also capable. At the same time, Heiyu naturally heard what the other party meant. To put it bluntly, it is now their Yuan Island and Sakuraji Island that are fighting for resources. And the Holy Fire Guild is equivalent to a traitor. Oh, no. The Imperial Army. If you want to absorb more people from Sakuraji Island, you naturally have to let the first batch of people who are willing to surrender live a more comfortable and decent life, so that the people on the other side can't help but want to change the map. After a little thought, Heiyu patted the shoulder holding the torch. Okay. Don't worry, Brother Torch. When we get there, I'll go talk to the head of the club and try to allocate more resources to your Holy Fire Guild. But at that time, you have to help me and promote us more. Brother Yu is straightforward. That's for sure. After all, our Holy Fire will rely on the care of Kei, the towering tree. In the future. No. Win-win. Win-win. the two of them each took their own ideas and hit it off, and began to imagine the future. Little did they know. Perhaps it was 3 minutes after their 5 ships of the club left with 1,000 Sakurajima players? Or 5 minutes. All the players who were still on Sakurajima, whether because of lack of money or for some other reason, who did not board the ship to leave the island, heard 2 system prompts in their minds. The first one is ding. Due to your performance, the Fox-Face Priestess's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points. The second one is ding. Because your favorability meets the requirements, the exclusive camp of Fox-Face Priestess, Yay Shrine, is now open to you to join. Chapter 327, Playing Games. You must play with a smile. A blood bead appeared in Vivian's palm. The little girl gently crushed it, stepped back a few steps, and began to look around and wait. This was the communication token that Xiao gave to Vivian after he agreed to help her. With this, she could summon him at any time. The little girl didn't wait too long. A blood mist quickly condensed in front of Vivian, and then a familiar cold young man walked out of the blood mist. Xiao looked at the little girl opposite and frowned. It had only been a short time, and he didn't expect Vivian to need him to take action so soon? What's the matter? Xiao's usual style is to be concise and to the point, without saying a word of nonsense. He crossed his arms and looked indifferent, although he seemed to have returned to the original attitude of keeping strangers away. He also did not show any perfunctory or impatient expression. In fact, from the speed at which Xiao rushed over, it can be seen that he valued Vivian, or his own promise very much. Since he promised others something, he would definitely fulfill it seriously. Vivian briefly explained the situation and the problem to Xiao, saying that with the current power of the stranger, although the curse on the outer periphery of Sakurajima can be easily exorcised, it is still a bit difficult to remove the deeper inner curse. Therefore, the little girl hoped that Xiao could take the time to teach and guide the stranger, or if there was any good training method that could help everyone quickly improve their combat power, and thus completely purify Sakurajima as soon as possible. After listening to the story, Xiao closed his eyes and pondered for a while. But in fact, the little wolf cub next to him already knew the results. After all, the system had given a hint. Next, it was as expected. This cold-blooded young man said that although he had this secret technique that could maximize the potential of people in a short period of time, it was a taboo spell that could not be passed on to outsiders by the Blood Clan. And secondly, it could only be used by people in the Blood Clan. Just when Vivian's expression darkened after listening to the story, Xiao suddenly changed his tone. However, combat power is also a kind of strength. If it is just to improve combat power, I can teach those strangers a set of breathing methods that I have learned. Although this cannot be said to increase their strength, if they can skillfully use this breathing method in battle, they can greatly reduce consumption, and even achieve fighting to support fighting. Then Xiao introduced the detailed effects of blood breathing to Vivian. The more the little girl listened, the brighter her eyes lit up. Moreover, because it was a breathing method created by Xiao himself, there was no concern about unauthorized transmission. Looking at Vivian's excitement, Xiao couldn't help but throw a bucket of cold water. But don't be too happy too soon. Although this breathing method is powerful, it also has high requirements for the learner's comprehension. At the beginning, even I spent a week to barely figure it out. You foreigners. As the young Blood Clan man spoke, he couldn't help showing a little pride on his face. It seemed that he was secretly proud of the fact that he had only spent a week to comprehend it. As for Dallas' concerns, Vivian smiled mysteriously. It's okay. It's just that. Next, you may have to work hard, Xiao, because you also know the number of foreigners. The little girl scratched her head embarrassedly. But when the young man opposite heard this, he was immediately unhappy and frowned slightly. Didn't she understand my hint just now? According to Zhao's estimation, it would be good if 1 out of 100 foreigners could learn it. At most, he would only teach a dozen foreigners a day. What's the point of being tired? Or did she think she was bragging about the difficulty of the breathing method? But Xiao held it in for a long time. And out of consideration, he didn't attack Vivian. He even took the opportunity to show off a little bit, and waved his hand to the little girl arrogantly, saying that Vivian didn't have to worry about whether he would be tired. He shall put his words here today. When the time comes, he will sit in the camp and let Vivian send any foreigners to learn. He will teach as many foreigners who can learn as many as they can. Yeah. In response, Vivian nodded cutely, and it seemed that she was about to give Xiao a model worker banner. The little wolf cub next to him also cast a sympathetic look at his poor silly brother-in-law. Seeing the strange appearance of the man and the beast opposite, the young man suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. But he didn't think too much. After asking if there was anything else, Xiao immediately took action. Xiao himself was a man of few words and action. After a while, he was ready to wait for the strangers, who came to study according to the place Vivian agreed. At the same time, on the other side, beside the coast of Sakuraji Island, that is, where the 5 ships of the society were previously moored. Of course, the ships have already left. But the players who gathered here have not left yet. A few seconds ago, there were still many players who wanted to leave Sakuraji Island. But because they couldn't get on the ship, they were beating their chests and stamping their feet, depressed and lost. But in just a few seconds, the expressions of these players began to change one after another. Fuck. What the hell? I suddenly got a mission to join the A Shrine? Hey. You too? Me too. And me. The wolf cub's precise timing in releasing the camp system has, as expected, caused widespread discussion among the Sakurajima player community. Without even going to the forum, the players gathered on the coast naturally put aside the matter of leaving Sakurajima and quickly shifted their attention. Is this true? I wanted to go to Yuan Island before because I valued the opportunity to join the Shibuxin camp. But after all this fuss, it turns out that we have camps in Sakurajima. Yay Shrine. Hiss. Do you think the shrine is related to our fox-faced priestess? It's normal for a shrine to be paired with a priestess? I knew it. The story of the mysterious stone tablet laid so much groundwork. The fox-faced priestess must have a very important background. And now, isn't the faction force here? Yes. And according to the story of the stone tablet, this faction force may have existed for hundreds of years, even earlier than the appearance of the water god. My god. Isn't this 100 times stronger than some community magistrate? Fuck. This time it's a blessing in disguise. At first, most ordinary players' discussion point was still on the new faction of Ye Shrine. But some careful and powerful players soon found another clue. Umbrella. I don't know how. I triggered an incredible hidden task. Okay. Stop yelling. If you mean the mission of the Ye Shrine faction, then I have it too. And I guess all the players who choose to stay in Sakurajima should have it. Hey! Is it? Woo. I'm so happy for nothing. The assistant was a little disappointed at first. But soon, he was dissatisfied and asked his blogger. Umbrella. Why are you so sure? Humph. Do you still need to ask? Don't you think the timing of this task is a bit too coincidental? The girl rolled her eyes helplessly at her assistant. After being reminded by Umbrella, the assistant realized something. Oh! It seems that Kei's ship just left Sakurajima. And the faction mission came right after that. No. There seem to be 2 system prompts. The first one is the favorability of the fox-faced priestess. Many players ignored the first prompt because of the faction system. But in fact, the first favorability of the fox-faced priestess is the most thought-provoking. Sunny day with an umbrella but no knife. Hesitantly. Soon. The Big V blogger's face showed a thoughtful and playful expression. She has always thought that the character setting of the NPC character of the fox-faced priestess is the standard of the upright faction. And despite the bitter and deep hatred background, she is still the type of saint who is true, kind and beautiful in her heart. But after this, Senda found that this NPC seemed not so simple. At least, it was definitely not related to the Virgin Mary. She was wondering before why the ship of the Society Commissioner came to Sakuraji Island to pick up people. But the fox-faced priestess never showed up. But now it seems that as soon as the ship of the Society Commissioner left, their players immediately received a system prompt. What does this mean? It means the whole process. Although the fox-faced priestess did not show up, she actually knew everything about the players' dynamics and everything that happened on Sakuraji Island. And she was paying attention to it secretly. A very detailed point is that Sanda also paid attention to the forum and knew that if he chose to board the ship to leave Sakuraji Island, he would automatically complete and end the epic task of survival, and then gain a little favorability from the fox-faced priestess. At first glance, it seems that the fox-faced priestess seems to encourage players to leave. But if you really think about it carefully, surviving is only the first link of the epic quest. Automatic completion and ending means that players will no longer be able to continue the subsequent serial quests. What is this equivalent to? It is equivalent to having a gold mountain. but you are forced to leave after digging a few gold nuggets. This is probably one of the key reasons why most high-level players refuse to leave Sakurajima. Now let's look at it again. Even the 1 point of favorability gained by the player choosing leave Sakurajima is compared to the 20 points of favorability gained by choosing stay in Sakurajima, which is simply a naked comparison hint. According to the famous theory of relativity, it can be concluded that writing increases 1 point of favorability. But in fact, the Fox-Faced Shrine Maiden actually reduces your favorability by 19 points. What makes Umbrella even more amazing is that if the favorability is useless, it would be fine. But from the perspective of the camp system, the first condition for joining the A Shrine Camp is the favorability of the Fox-Faced Shrine Maiden. So from the moment those players boarded the ship and chose to abandon Sakurajima, they were equivalent to being completely abandoned by the Fox-Faced Shrine Maiden. It would be fine if they didn't come back. But even if they came back, it would be difficult for them to join the A Shrine Camp again. At least it would be several times more difficult than other unwavering Sakurajima players. In addition, King Sando even began to doubt whether there was a possibility that the leading party of this plot was not Yuan Island, but Sakurajima. The game deliberately designed this to test the players of Sakurajima. After this set of combined punches, now all the players have to do is to complete the simple faction tasks and officially join the A Shrine to see which of the two factions is stronger, although she dare not guarantee it. But the girl felt that there was at least a 99% chance that the A Shrine on her side would completely beat the Shibuxing faction, even though Shibuxing is one of the top power institutions in Thousand Islands. The source of this confidence is naturally the Fox-Faced Shrine Maiden. The Fox-Faced Shrine Maiden could have chosen to release this faction mission and leak some information before the arrival of the company's ship, or even before the players boarded the ship and left. In this way, she felt that at least more than half of the players would choose to stay and wait and see. But the Fox-Faced Shrine Maiden did not do so. Instead, she gave King Sando the feeling of a ruthless woman with deep scheming, deliberately let a group of betrayers go, and then slapped them in the face, making these players, who left Sakurajima, regretful and miserable. What a Fox-Faced Shrine Maiden! This kind of skill, this little devil-like desire for revenge, is completely different from the image of the Savior Shrine Maiden created in front of the players before. Interesting. Qi-Tian brought an umbrella but no knife and began to be more and more interested in the Fox-Faced Shrine Maiden. This feeling is like unveiling the mystery bit by bit, and she can discover new things every time. This kind of excitement of exploration has not appeared for a long time, since she became a big V. It must be said that Sakurajima, the Fox-Masked Priestess, made her regain the feeling of playing games. What good drama will be staged later? King Sando is looking forward to it more and more. At the same time, she created a new document next to the previous article "We are like abandoned orphans until we met her," which she had not finished writing. As a big V, you must not only keep up with current events, but also learn to predict current events and prepare copywriting in advance to be one step ahead of others. So, what is a good title? After a little thought, the corners of the girl's mouth rose with a sense of evil. Her nimble fingers neatly typed these words. Moon Abyss Island? Even dogs won't go there. The conditions for joining the camp set by the little wolf cub are not difficult. Just exorcise a certain number of cursed deformed creatures. In essence, it is still to delay time. At least let the ship of the Society Commissioner make a long journey. And don't turn back halfway. Right? Wait until the group of Sakurajima players, who were fooled by the KA Guild, arrive at Moon Abyss Island and officially join the Society Commissioner camp. And then let the A Shrine make its debut. This wave is called blocking your retreat. So, while the players of Sakuraji Island were busy doing the preparatory tasks for joining the camp, the 5 ships of the Society Commissioners finally returned to Yuan Island. Ah, this bright sunshine. This cloudless blue sky. This bustling street with people coming and going. Look at what a main city is. What an island in the world is. In comparison, Sakuraji Island? Many Sakuraji Island players who got off the Society Commissioner's ships felt like they had come from hell to heaven. Indeed, compared with the environments of the two islands, Yuan Island is many times stronger than Sakuraji Island. The president of the Holy Fire Guild, holding the torch high, his hands trembled with excitement, and escaped. He finally escaped from that damn broken place. What awaits him next will be a bright future and an exciting main plot. Along the way, He and K's president Kuroba carefully analyzed the plot clues of Tsukafuchi Island obtained from Sakai Yosuke. Holding the torch high, he has already started to fantasize. Should they join the top-secret team to perform intelligence missions? Or let them start a war of minds with foreign spies? Or let them protect the key characters in the election of gods and witches? The classic plot of School Beauties and Masters? Just as a group of Sakurajima players stood at the port and imagined the future, rubbing their hands and waiting for the company's magistrate to come and greet them. Finally, you are the group of foreign refugees from Sakurajima that Yosuke said. Right? A bespectacled company official finally appeared in front of the players, with an impatient look on his face. Although the NPC's expression was very arrogant, he held the torch high for the sake of the subsequent tasks and the favorability of the camp. So he endured it. Okay. No need to say. Just look at your tattered clothes and you will know. Yes, you came at the right time. There is an urgent task assigned by Master Yosuke that needs you to do. Here it comes. Isn't it such a powerful opening right at the beginning? It is worthy of Yuan Island. It is worthy of the main line. It is worthy of the urgent. Ding. The subordinate official of the Society Bugyo, Hishio, issued an E-level emergency task to you to move bricks. Do you accept it? Moving bricks. Introduction. Because of the targeting of the Kanjo Bugyo and the Great Purification Bugyo, the Society Bugyo is extremely short of manpower. Now a concert of a candidate for a shaman is about to be held. But the stage was blown down by the strong wind. Now the Society Bugyo can't spare any workers, and can't afford to hire additional workers to rebuild it. But fortunately, you are here. Mission objective. Carry 100 bricks before dark. Mission reward. Plus 5 favorability to the Society Commissioner Camp. Plus 50 experience points plus 1 for each additional brick carried. Up to 300. Mission penalty. Minus 100 favorability to the Society Commissioner Camp. Hint. If the Society Commissioner's favorability towards you drops to a certain level cold, you may be expelled from Yuan Island. Chapter 328. What the hell? The expectant expression holding the torch was frozen on his face. Not only him, but also many Sakurajima players, who received the task pop-up window behind him. There were only 3 words in everyone's mind. WTF? What the hell? Moving bricks? Where is the exciting main line? Where is the bright future? We came all the way here and paid such an expensive boat ticket to the KA Guild. But the first thing we did when we came to Yuan Island was to move bricks? Look at the task reward. A fixed reward of 50 experience points. And then 1 point for each additional brick moved. Is this a way to get rid of beggars? Even if you do it all, you can only get 350 experience points. And this is on the premise of moving 400 bricks. And you have to know that at the beginning, when they were still in Sakuraji Island a few hours ago, the Fox-Masked Priestess survival mission, even if you did nothing every day, as long as you made sure you were breathing, you would get 500 experience points. Comparing the two, these Sakuraji Island players suddenly felt that they were being fooled. Yes, an illusion. Gaojiwa thought that there must be something wrong in the middle. He immediately cast a confused look at the KA President Kuroba next to him, as if to say that this seemed to be different from the pie you painted for everyone in Sakuraji Island. Seeing this, Kuroba pretended to cough. But he was actually cursing in his heart. But there is no way. The surface image should be maintained. So Kuroba tried to negotiate with the lower-level official of the community magistrate opposite. Mr. Kazuhide? I think you should confirm it with Lord Yosuke again? Or let me report the situation to Lord Yosuke first. I don't think Lord Yosuke took so much effort to bring us from Sakurajima just to let us do these brick-moving jobs. Kuroba felt that his tone of voice was already very polite. But in the eyes of the community magistrate opposite, it seemed like a provocation, making Kazuhide's eyes widen. Huh? What do you mean? Are you questioning me? And you are even disgusted. I tell you, if you are willing to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, I will report it to Lord Yosuke and let you, a group of foreigners, go back to where you came from. After the official of the Society Commissioner finished speaking, he did not give Heiyu a chance to retort. And he led his people away with a curse, leaving only a group of angry and confused players on the dock. Endure. Endure. Heiyu had to endure it, because this task was related to the favorability of the Society Commissioner camp. And it was extremely pitfall. Only 5 points of favor were given after completion. But if it was rejected, it would be doubled by 20 times. Deduct 100 points of favor. In addition, the last prompt of the task, once it dropped to cold, they would be expelled. It was almost clear that they were forcing them to execute it. Helpless. In order to appease the emotions of the players of Sakurajima, Heiyu originally did not intend to say it in order to maintain the style of Kei. But now, he could only reveal to the players that in fact, they, have been doing these things on Yuyuan Island for the past half-month. After all, Yuyuan Island is different from Sakuraji Island. At least it is very peaceful and stable on the surface. Not to mention there are monsters. There is nothing left for the players to do. Just these miscellaneous tasks? But here comes the point. As the little wolf knows, the player's imagination is very strong, and they will draw pie for themselves even if there is no cake. Heiyu told the players from Sakuraji Island not to worry. What are these? Just foreshadowing. It's like before entering the main line. You always have to do some daily life. Whether it is meaningful or not. I believe it won't take long. When they rely on these bits and pieces of daily life to accumulate the trust of the society, then they will naturally open the real main line to them. For Heiyu's rhetoric, players have to believe it. And they have to force themselves to believe it. What else can we do? We have chosen the path and have come to Yuyuan Island. So we can't turn back. Right? So thousands of players honestly came from the dock to the designated construction site and started to move bricks. It is worth mentioning that there were players who tried to sneak away from the team and wanted to make a name for themselves on Yuyuan Island. But unfortunately, they were immediately wanted by the Shifengsing, and were later arrested and sent to the crime prison mountain. This was a warning to others. In order not to spend their precious time in prison during the development period, the players had to obey and never planned to escape again. The company's magistrate. In the tea room of the master's room, the company's magistrate subordinate official, Kazuhide, who had issued tasks to Kuroba and other Sakurajima players who had just disembarked at the dock, now appeared here. How are those foreigners? Sakai Yosuke asked leisurely, while brewing a pot of hot tea at the main seat of the tea room opposite Kazuhide. Reporting to Lord Yosuke, your foreign leader, although he was a little resistant and reluctant at first, finally compromised under my fierce words and honestly organized the large number of foreigners he brought from Sakurajima to go to the construction site. Kazuhide lost his previous arrogance in front of the players and became respectful and honest. But he slightly exaggerated himself in the report. He continued to flatter, now Lord Yosuke can rest assured, and don't have to worry about those foreigners from Sakurajima getting out of control. It turned out that the scene with Shio at the dock was deliberately arranged by Sakai Yosuke, because Yosuke was worried that there were differences between foreigners. The ones from Yuyuan Island were obedient, but who could guarantee that the foreigners from Sakurajima would be the same? Therefore, he deliberately did not show up in person at the first time, but sent his men to give the players such low-level hard labor. What Heiyu and the others didn't know was that once they collectively refused and did not cooperate, Yosuke had already placed samurai near the dock and would take down these players on the spot. Thanks to the game system and detailed task prompts, players were able to avoid this dead end. This also shows how ruthless Sakai Yosuke is. What he needs are strangers who listen to him, not strangers who are out of control. In addition, whether it is Hishio's status as a lower-level official or his confidence and daring to be so arrogant in front of the players. In fact, Sakai Yosuke is behind and controlling him. This is a warning to Kuroba. Sakai Yosuke is worried that, as the number of strangers on Yuyuan Island increases, Kuroba, the stranger leader appointed by him, will also be restless and have more small thoughts. Now, through this, on the one hand, it lowers the image of Heiyu in the foreigner group. And on the other hand, it can also be a good warning to Heiyu, not to think too much of yourself. In fact, even a lower-level official of the community can order you around at will. I have to say, not all NPCs are like a silly girl. Especially the more powerful they are, the easier it is to play with the players, who are mostly ordinary people in the real world. But unfortunately, this is the difference between the game and reality. In reality, it is difficult to resist this. But in the game, the fourth disaster is not just talk. Since you play with fire, you must be prepared to burn yourself. But of course, for players who are still in the server opening stage, Sakai Yosuke does not need to worry about the fire of self-immolation burning him. Moreover, he also understands the principle that after hitting a stick, you have to throw a sweet date. The stranger seemed to attach great importance to their status. The Black Feather has proposed to him several times, hoping to let them join the company, even if it is just a request for non-staff personnel. Sakai Yosuke also understands this. Refugees, after all, hope to integrate into the locals and get rid of their refugee status. Then he will give the strangers a name. Construction site. It has only been a short time, and Gao Shihua still vaguely remembers that when he just got off the boat, he admired the bright sunshine and blue sky of Yuan Island. However, after he mechanically moved bricks for 2 hours, he looked at the almost unchanging sun and blue sky above Yuan Island, and suddenly felt that holding the torch was so boring and tasteless. Even as a comparison, he couldn't help but recall the sky of Sakuraji Island in his mind. The lightning and thunder that he originally thought was extremely scary, and the purple cloud vortex shrouded by the curse, seemed to become nostalgic. The cursed dogs and deformed monsters that he originally scolded and wished he would never meet again in his life. Now he holds the torch and wishes that 2 of them would appear by his side. The human species is always like this. Only when you lose something, you know how to cherish it. It turns out that what is more terrifying than the underworld is boredom. Even if they move bricks for a whole day, players will not feel tired physically, but the mental fatigue will increase exponentially. The most taboo thing about the game is not the liveliness, not the bad plot, and even if the players are not treated as human beings, as long as it is interesting, they can tolerate it. What players can't accept the most is boredom. Boredom is the biggest enemy of the game, and this is exactly what Yuan Island feels to them now. Especially the group of players who voluntarily gave up Sakuraji Island and switched to Yuan Island. What were they doing before? Fighting with the cursed aberrations in a tense and exciting way. Living in a harsh environment with nerves tense at every moment. What are they doing now? Moving bricks. Cleaning. Working as coolies. It's a huge contrast. It's been less than half a day since they came here, and many Sakurajima players have already started to regret it. This situation is even worse when they are using the time to move bricks and are about to open the forum to kill time. When they see the latest information posts on Sakurajima, they are completely broken. Looking around, the forum is full of discussions about new camp and Ye Shrine. They are dumbfounded, because these were not there when they just got on the boat. How come they ran out in the blink of an eye? This is a sneak attack. A naked sneak attack. If they knew that Yuan Island was like this, if they knew that Sakurajima also had its own camp, why would they rush out? Paying for trouble? President. The management of the 3rd branch that we stayed on Sakurajima just sent a message saying that a large number of people suddenly began to withdraw from the association. And the reason was that they didn't want to follow the president to Yuan Island. After listening to his subordinate's stuttering report, the man holding the torch was so angry that he threw bricks at his subordinate. Asshole. A bunch of short-sighted idiots. Isn't it just the Ye Shrine camp? Do they really think they can beat our Society Bugyo camp? The subordinate looked at the angry president and shrank his neck. He wanted to refute that even if Ye Shrine was worse than the Society Bugyo, Sakurajima had already started the process and could join the camp directly after completing the task. While we agreed to join the Society Bugyo, but in the end, we were sent to move bricks and didn't even see the shadow of a Society Bugyo official. But due to the president's state, the subordinate chose not to offend and kept silent. Just like that, when the dissatisfaction was about to accumulate, finally, the turning point of the players of Yuan Island finally appeared. I saw President Heiyu, who changed his previous decadent state, began to hold his head high and appeared in front of the players on the construction site with a proud look on his face. The other person walking with him was a senior official of the Human Resources Department of the Society, who was also the source of Heiyu's pride at the moment. This senior official of the Human Resources Department was naturally following the instructions of Sakai Yosuke to send vests to the players, in view of the fact that the foreigners were willing to endure hardships, abide by the law, and perform well in all aspects. The channel for joining the society is now open to all of them, as long as certain conditions are met. That is, after accumulating contribution points through physical work, you can join the society and become a non-staff member. The senior official here also emphasized that although they are non-staff members, they are also considered as society members, so that players should not be discouraged. As long as the contribution points are sufficient, they can also be promoted. This finally made the players of Yuan Island breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that at least K did not lie to them, and they can really join the society. As for what really gave them another shot of stimulant, hey, you had promised to hold the torch high and take care of them with the Holy Fire Guild. They must be treated decently to show the superiority of their Yuan Island players. Especially now that even Sakurajima seems to be deliberately against them. The Yei Shrine Camp has appeared inexplicably. So for the Holy Fire Guild, they no longer need to meet the contribution requirements like ordinary players to join. The Holy Fire high-level players, including Gao Juhuji, were specially approved to become the first batch of players who officially joined the club from Sakurajima. When the system prompt sounded ding, "Congratulations on your successful joining the club," Gao Juhuji was almost excited and cried. He felt that all his risky efforts were not in vain. The decision to move the entire guild to Yuan Island was indeed correct. Look at the powerful bonuses brought by this Society Magistrates camp. First of all, a set of work clothes. Finally, I can give my worn-out novice suit to poor-quality Society Magistrates clothing. Quality, gray. Attribute, none. Equipment effect, high sensitivity to the camp plus 10. Additional special effect, in battle, the enemy will increase the critical hit rate by 5%. The batch of goods rushed out overnight have a certain probability of cracking during strenuous exercise. Holding the torch high, I rubbed my eyes carefully and confirmed countless times that this additional special effect is the enemy's increased critical hit rate, not myself. Okay. According to the current main plot, the Society Magistrates are being attacked by two other magistrates controlled by foreign forces. It is normal to be a little poor. This is to match the plot. To match the plot. Speaking of factions, we have to mention the professions. One of the great benefits of joining a faction is that players can obtain the special professions exclusive to that faction. The Shifeng is a big company, so the professions available for players to change are naturally dazzling. Which makes Gao Zuhu dazzled. There is nothing to take in. All you can see are the most basic professions, such as warriors, mages, and priests. There are also special professions, such as the special profession of the Mage Spirit Spell Master exclusive to Qiandao, and the advanced version of the warrior profession Samurai, etc. But these are not TM. Can you learn them on Sakuraji Island using the professional steel of the Fox-Faced Witch? And the professional steel is open, free, and without any conditions. Even if a guild wants to occupy it, it will attract monster attacks. Their Holy Fire Guild has tried it themselves. But now the special professions of the Shifeng faction are not only exactly the same, without any extra new professions, but also very expensive. Not only do you need high contribution points, but you also have to hand in a large sum of money to get these professions that are already popular on Sakuraji Island. Huh? Holding the torch high, he took a few deep breaths and comforted himself that it was okay. It was okay. The faction actually had a greater role, which was the extra bonus. That's right. As long as you join the faction, you can enjoy the benefits. It's a passive skill. It may not be significant in the short term, but in the long run, it will be the key to widening the gap between their players. The bonus given by their community is, yes, when you buy the goods produced by the community, you will get a 5% discount. Not bad. Not a loss. It's better to have it than not. Holding the torch high, he twitched the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that this state could not last too long, because it was too late. When the Holy Fire Guild began to show off its community camp to the Sakurajima players as agreed, the Sakurajima players began to show off their Yei Shrine Camp benefits in the forum. All members gained plus 5% experience points, plus 7% skill proficiency growth efficiency. The mysterious NPC of the Blood Clan at level 52 can learn the pioneering skill Blood Breath if the conditions are met. This is a purple skill. Holding the torch. Who is the idiot who wants to come to Yuan Island? Come out. Stand up. What the hell is going on? RNMSK Guild. Return the money. Holding the torch, and all Yuan Island players may think that this is the worst news. But they don't know. This is just the beginning. A little wolf cub on Sakuraji Island is still holding the big cards of the two NPCs in his hands. After all, it's too boring to crush the opponent at once. It's fun to play games when you have to go back and forth. Meaning, you can't let the opponent just hang up and quit the game. You have to always have the illusion that you can kill him, and then revive and kill him every time. The little wolf cub lying comfortably in Vivian's arms pretending to be well-behaved, while the little girl is not paying attention. He can't help licking his thirsty little paws. Chapter 329 For the sake of my son-in-law. I, Zhao Jia, will invest in this project. Ah. The assistant with the ID Super High School secretary sighed and walked listlessly on the beach. The boss was concentrating on writing her popular articles and didn't want to be disturbed. So she kicked her out. At this time, she would usually find her sister group in the game to eat melon seeds and chat. But now the little assistant sighed because all the good sisters on Sakuraji Island ran away, leaving her alone. When she thought of this, the little assistant gnashed her teeth at the KA group and stomped her feet several times. Who told them to abduct her sister group, causing her to be so bored and lonely now? In the 25th century today, the proportion of female players in the game, especially the more famous games, although it cannot be said to be equal to that of male players, but it is no longer a rare thing like in ancient times. However, the difference between female and male players in the game has not changed from ancient times to the present, which can be seen from the recent faction turmoil. They all want to leave Sakurajima. Most male players may value the pie drawn by the KA Guild, the main line and the resources brought by the social practice faction, while female players don't care about these at all. They just want to change to a place with beautiful scenery. The difference brought about by this was revealed in the subsequent two camps of Yujinja Shrine and the Shrine Magistrate. In comparison, most of the male players on Yuan Island regretted their decision. But the female players did not feel this way. On the contrary, they were very satisfied with Yuan Island, with birds singing and flowers blooming. And the years were peaceful. This is the game atmosphere that most female players like. And forget about Sakuraji Island. Oh, I almost forgot. There is only one thing that can transcend all of the above for female players. It would be even better if there were handsome NPCs. This is the mentality of most ordinary female players. So the assistant can also understand that her sister group abandoned her. After all, not all female players are like Sanda, who is more hardcore than most male players. Speaking of which, the assistant opened the forum and found that the number of NPCs on Sakuraji Island has gradually increased with the appearance of the Yae Shrine Camp. In addition to the fox-faced priestess at the beginning and the evil witch who appeared in the stone tablet story. It seems that there is a new NPC today, and it is said that from this NPC, you can also learn purple skills. A pioneering skill, since she also made a bold statement at the beginning. She would work hard to kill monsters and become stronger, and then let the fox-faced priestess look up to her. Then, before the assistant finished her words to encourage herself, she frowned and began to find something wrong. When she looked closely again, she was struck by lightning as soon as she opened the forum. When she saw the screenshot of the game on a post, the assistant's eyes widened. What the hell? What? How did her husband get posted on the forum? Ahem. When it comes to the onset of disease, men and women are treated equally. But anyway, after the fox-faced priestess and the evil witch, and their accompanying slaves, the fourth NPC welcomed by Sakurajima, Xiao, brought the enthusiasm to the players, which was no less than the previous ones. Of course, there is a reason why Xiao is the mentor who provides players with the pioneering skill Blood Breath. But the young man is the first male NPC of Sakurajima, and he is so taciturn, cold and mysterious. And the most important thing is that, just like in many TV dramas and movies, the setting of the Blood Clan is also the same in Fallen God, at least in terms of appearance. Except for a few babies, the Blood Clan is absolutely one by one. All handsome men and beautiful women, especially the more noble and pure the blood of the vampires, the more amazing their temperament and appearance. With Liz as a reference, it is conceivable that Zhao's appearance cannot be said to be handsome, but can only be said to be handsome. Even the little wolf cub had to admit that this sultry Blood Clan brother-in-law was indeed a little more handsome than him. Due to the limited thinking caused by gender, Liao Zixuan did not consider Zhao's advantage at the beginning. So when the brother-in-law was put into actual combat, the effect he brought to the Yae Shrine Camp was a surprise. Many female players, like the little assistant at the moment, were originally uninterested. But after seeing the pictures on the forum, they had a brain congestion on the spot and went straight to Zhao's camp without saying a word. But because of Zhao's personality, he is not like an evil witch. So as long as they are not looking for him to learn blood breathing, he will close his eyes and ignore them, showing his aloof demeanor. This has led to a surge of leveling up among female players. And the effect is even more effective than that of the fox-faced witch. They work hard day and night to kill monsters and level up. just to meet the standards, and then come to Xiao to hear that sentence. Humph. Stranger, you have to be mentally prepared. Only a very few people can learn my breathing method. Even I took a week to understand it. Then in front of Xiao, after easily learning blood breathing, they admire Xiao's stubborn and unwilling to admit jealous expression. This kind of scene where a cool and handsome man is defeated is like a stimulant to them. It is even exaggerated. Some female players choose to forget the skill of blood breathing after learning it in order to repeat the process several times, and then go to kill monsters to accumulate experience points again, and come back to Xiao to learn it for the second and third time. This operation made the little wolf cub dumbfounded. It also made him have a significant change in his view of the combat effectiveness of female players. It seems that the old saying that women can hold up half the sky is not a lie. In addition, the little wolf cub actually admires Xiao. You said that it would be fine for the first or second time, but the young man was as stubborn as a donkey. Before teaching the players, he must say the above lines, and then be slapped in the face by the players at the speed of light. So much so that, looking at Xiao surrounded by countless female players, the envious male players next to him began to complain that Xiao's NPC intelligent algorithm seemed to be not very good, and the lines were too repetitive. But you know what? This also reflects Xiao's professionalism. He really teaches as many players as they come. It is a flag set by himself, and he must complete it with tears. There were several times when Vivian couldn't stand it and wanted Xiao to take a break, but Xiao refused. His pride didn't allow him to do so. Here, another major advantage of the Blood Clan is reflected again. Let alone 996. 007 is no problem for them. In addition to paying respect, the little wolf cub also had a greedy look that discovered business opportunities. He had already started to conceive in his mind, and was preparing to write a mysterious slate extra chapter, specifically about how miserable the character of Xiao was. The more tearful it was, the more sympathetic and pitiful it was. Only in this way could the wallets of those rich women be squeezed dry. Let the female comrades be full of fighting spirit. How did that saying come about? Madam, you don't want your Gigi to suffer on Sakurajima, do you? Well, this is also for Sakurajima, for Xiao's sister. And the little wolf cub believes that Xiao will definitely not mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, when the female players on the side of Yuan Island found various photos of Xiao on the forum, what was even more excessive was that there were also people like the little assistant who deliberately stood with Xiao and took screenshots and photos. Taking photos was not enough, so she sent the group photos to her sisters on Yuan Island in revenge. For a while, the birdsong and flowers in the eyes of the female players on Yuan Island, and the peaceful days, suddenly became so boring and not fragrant at all in front of men. Finally, perhaps he noticed that the people in the foreign land were losing more and more vitality, and Sakai Yosuke could not sit still. So he opened up layers of benefits to them, and put a large number of new goods into the camp store, including various fashion props and even novels and picture books, so that he could barely win back some players. Unfortunately, in response, seeing that the company magistrate finally made a move, the little wolf cub was too lazy to hide it, and appointed Sakai Risa as the head of the camp's personnel department, and Ruko as the acting financial officer of Ye Shrine. Sunyan was a little dissatisfied with this, because in her opinion, the position of Minister of Finance should be held by her. In short, the special faction bonus provided by Luzi is consumption required for upgrading faction facilities minus 12%. And the bonus provided by Sakai Risa is very powerful. The Thousand Faces character will still accumulate experience points at a very slow rate during the offline period. To put it simply, even if players do not log into the game, their experience points will increase by themselves. But the speed is very slow. This may not be very useful for those leveling maniacs who work hard 24 hours a day, but for many office animal players and students, this effect is simply a blessing from heaven. In addition, the official appointment of Sakai Risa has also added a lot of new products to the faction store, including the recipes of various props and medicines. Logically, even if there is a recipe, it is useless because all the materials of Sakurajima are contaminated by the curse. But everything is different after Vivian gets the power of the god Sakura. Thanks to the efforts of the fanatical players, the power of the curse outside Sakurajima has been reduced by almost half. Correspondingly, the curse has weakened, and the god Sakura has grown, successfully entered the second stage, and gained new abilities Sakura's first reveal. As the little wolf guessed, The various abilities of the god Sakura are special attacks against curses. Sakura's first reveal can provide players with the power to purify curses, although there is also a daily usage limit. This way you can get purified materials with normal materials, and then blending them. Players are self-sufficient and make props and medicines. And finally get rid of the dilemma of having no supplies. In general, everything is thriving. And the biggest advantage of Sakurajima is that they are not short of money. Or more precisely, they have money but nowhere to spend it. The only thing the camp needs to do now is to remove the curse. Let the god Sakura grow up. And then borrow the new power of the god Sakura to better remove the curse and form a virtuous circle. So the little wolf cub does not need to consider the problem of camp funds for the time being. Although he has suggested that the goods in the camp store, like the social practice of the neighboring Moon Abyss Island, require not only contribution points, but also a certain amount of currency to purchase. Even if the price is set very low, it is still a considerable fortune based on the number of players. The reason why the Shibuxing opened more and more faction goods to players is probably because they tasted the sweetness and began to take advantage of the players. Unfortunately, this proposal was firmly opposed by the little girl. The little wolf cub felt sorry for it, but he thought it was just spending money to buy reputation. After all, in front of the expensive faction store of the Shibuxing, the Ye Shrine, which only needed contribution points to buy everything, was envied by the players of Yuan Island. Of course, human, wolf can't be content with the status quo. Most of the money on hand of the players is dropped by killing monsters and belongs to the system. Vivian doesn't know. But the little wolf cub knows that this part of the money is actually the players themselves. It's useless to hold it in their hands. And they also want to convert it into combat power as soon as possible. Even if Yujinja Shrine is superior to the Shibushi, it still has to admit that it lags behind in one area. That is weapons and equipment. There are mature weapon and armor shops on Yuan Island. After the Shibushi loosened up again, it is not difficult for players to get a brand new set of equipment. Although they can't use it, it doesn't matter if it looks good. For this, the players of Sakurajima really envy Yuan Island. Look at other people's shiny little leather boots, the newly acquired fine iron swords, and the gleaming silver armor. And then look at their tattered novice suits. They must feel uncomfortable. Props and medicines can be obtained by blending, and professions can be obtained by inheritance scrolls. But only weapons and equipment, which are no longer simply produced out of thin air. This involves too much scouting, mining, smelting, melting, cooling, etc. At the very least, there must be a complete set of assembly line workshops to stably produce weapons and equipment, regardless of quality. It is not impossible for the players to do it alone. But after all, they are still tasked with fighting the cursed aberrations. If a large number of players are assigned to run workshops and blacksmith shops at this time, the little wolf cub always feels that it is a bit of a loss. So, why not just move a ready-made one over? Just like in difficult times. If you want to develop the fastest, the best choice is of course to attract investment. The idea is good, but it is definitely a technical job. Especially like Sakurajima. Even though Sakurajima is no longer what it used to be, under the protection of the increasingly resurgent and growing divine cherry blossoms, a cursed vacuum zone can appear. In addition, with the protection of the players, the safety of a factory area can be guaranteed. Little Wolf believes that it can be done. Unfortunately, Sakurajima is too famous. I am afraid that any boss will first suspect that you are crazy when hearing that the industrial chain, equipment, and workers are going to be placed on Sakurajima. After finding out that you are serious, you will be kicked out. Even if there is a gold mine, like Stranger with infinite consumption potential here. Question: what should I do at this time? A. That depends on human relations and worldly affairs. Just like Xiaodu sold his masculinity for Sakurajima, the little wolf cub also risked his life. He happened to know a boss who specialized in this field. And he was an acquaintance. Yes. A certain Geely merchant. A middle-aged uncle, Zhao Jia, who seemed to have not appeared for a long time. Originally, the little wolf cub regarded Zhao Jia as a passerby. That is, when he saw the Northern Cross voyage of the Geely player on the forum, he thought of it. But now it seems that for investment, for Sakurajima, for the fox-face priestess, for the majority of players, foreign, damn it, he has to play the role of son-in-law again. Chapter 330. Yuan Island. Zhao's Chamber of Commerce. The sound of abacus clacking was endless. A certain Geely uncle, the head of the Chamber of Commerce, was calculating an account. At the beginning, he could not repay the debt of more than 50,000 gold coins. So he was forced to flee abroad and drifted to Qiandao. Now, almost more than 10 years have passed. Even if the debt is calculated on the bright side, the interest alone will probably double or triple, reaching a terrifying 100,000. Zhao Jia felt very sad when he thought of this number. This is more than 100,000 gold coins, not silver coins. The conversion rate of silver and copper is 1 to 10, while that of gold and silver is 1 to 100. In other words, if he wants to return to Geely legitimately, he must at least come up with more than 10 million silver coins. Although it is an astronomical figure, Zhao Jia did not give up, but kept working hard. It has to be admitted that in Geely, where business is booming and competition is extremely fierce, Zhao Jia was able to make it. Although he failed in the end, his business acumen and ability cannot be denied. Therefore, after coming to Qiandao, even though Zhao Jia started from scratch, he has achieved some success after more than 10 years of hard work. The Zhao Chamber of Commerce, which now owns several mines, is the result of his hard work. The income of the mines is not considered to be a huge profit in Qiandao, but it is stable. According to Zhao Jia's initial estimate, he can save enough money to repay the debts and reunite with his wife and daughter in another 5 or 6 years. As a result, things are unpredictable. Zhao Jia had already sensed that the atmosphere in Qiandao was getting more and more wrong in recent years. At this time, the right thing for businessmen is to withdraw and run away quickly. It is easy to say, but Zhao Jia is reluctant to do it. As expected, under the cover of the witch election, his own mine was also implicated and was innocently closed down. And the entire Chamber of Commerce was on the verge of bankruptcy overnight. Recalling the predicament at that time, even Uncle Geely, who is now in front of the abacus, still couldn't help sighing at the magic of fate, and sighing that he had been insisting on burning incense to Lord Yan every day for so many years. It was in such a desperate situation that Zhao Jia accidentally got the news that the astrologist, which had not been moved for decades, would go to sea in the near future, even if the ticket was sold at a high price. Zhao Jia felt it was magical. At that time, he seemed to be insane, and he must board this ship even if he sold everything he had, firmly believing that this would be an opportunity and turning point for him. Looking back, maybe this was the blessing of Lord Yan? There is no need to say more about what happened later. Not only did he get to know Vivian, who must be a prominent figure in Yanyu now, but the most surprising and unexpected gain for Zhao Jia was the news of his daughter in Geely, and the son-in-law who seemed to be a little scary for free? Why do you say that? Only Liao Zixuan knew about the time, and in the later period, only a small group of them knew about it. Zhao Jia, as an ordinary person, was naturally not in this group. So from Zhao Jia's perspective, Liao Zixuan had only looked for him once. And it was that time that made Zhao Jia mistakenly regard Liao Zixuan as the object of his daughter. So he gritted his teeth and lent the mine to Liao Zixuan at the risk of breaking the law and being caught. Although Zhao Jia didn't know what happened in detail later. But just a few days later, the earthquake of the 3 magistrates of the 1,000 Islands, a bunch of corrupt officials who colluded with foreign forces were arrested, and the Grand Purification Magistrate and the Kanzhou Magistrate were all replaced. And they joined forces to continue to target the most difficult society magistrate. All of the above made Zhao Jia sure that even if the mysterious object of his daughter was not the hand behind the scenes, he was definitely a key figure. Good guy. At first Zhao Jia still had a little bit of the same feeling as all old fathers. That kind of cabbage was taken away by the pig. But after this, Zhao Jia's impression of Liao Zixuan had a drastic change. What is this? This is a country's internal affairs. How powerful must the person of my daughter be to be able to participate in it, and even play a relatively important role? This is not a pig digging up the cabbage. This is simply a cabbage stuck on a dragon. Now Zhao Jia thinks carefully about Liao Zixuan's strange behavior when he talked to him about his daughter. No wonder he looked a little evasive. Every time he got to the key point, he hesitated for a long time. It seems that it is not what he thought, that the other person is chasing his daughter. But his daughter chased the other person first. Maybe he hasn't succeeded yet. And both parties are at a critical period. So the other person doesn't know how to face him as a father. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his behavior of helping Liao Zixuan was correct. After staying in Qiandao for a long time, he also learned some local culture. In light novels, what is his behavior generally called? Oh, right. Assist. He called it assisting his daughter. Zhao Jia slapped his thigh, and the sound scared the other financial officers in the Chamber of Commerce. But seeing his boss's face full of red light, he was laughing foolishly, probably thinking of something happy. The financial officers kept silent and lowered their heads to continue working. Today's Zhao's Chamber of Commerce has indeed miraculously revived, because a group of officials have been replaced. The original seizure order is naturally invalid, and their several mines can continue to operate. Zhao Jia originally planned to sell off his property and return to Gili to reunite with his wife and children. But this plan was changed. It must be said that this is a businessman, or perhaps the persistence of Gili people, compared with escaping back in poverty. Zhao Jia certainly hopes to return home in glory. Moreover, the Qiandao Islands are undergoing reforms, and the prospects seem to be very good. Zhao Jia is even more reluctant to leave. With his operations, the Zhao Chamber of Commerce is thriving. The only regret is that the factory on Bailing Island is still not open to the public, because it involves some confidential information. Although the Kanjo Bugyo compensated the Zhao Chamber of Commerce a lot, there is still a whole assembly line, equipment, and workers that have been idle because of this. Now they are gathered here, and what they are doing is to find a new mine source and buy the mining rights, so that this idle assembly line can be restored as soon as possible. But this is easier said than done. It requires a lot of calculations, deductions, and cost analysis. From the many options listed, finally choose a mine source with the highest profit. These days, not only the boss, but also the finance staff have been working overtime all night for this matter. But unfortunately, they still haven't found a suitable mine source. Either the profit ratio is too low, or they are not strong enough to take it. When they were worried, a guy suddenly ran in from outside the Chamber of Commerce. He leaned close to the boss's ear and whispered something. What? Then a loud shout from Zhao Jia startled the accountants in the accounting office. But he was the boss, so they endured it. But then quick. Come in. No. Bah. He's at the door now. Right? The guy was a little stunned by Zhao Jia's excitement. He nodded stupidly, and then saw their boss with a big belly of dozens of kilograms. But he rushed to the door like a 100-meter runner. This scene shocked everyone in the Zhao Chamber of Commerce. Everyone couldn't help but be curious and confused. Who could make the boss so excited and run to the door to greet him in person? Under the plaque with the big words Zhao Chamber of Commerce, a handsome young man was standing here at the moment. From time to time, passers-by on the street would look over here, especially female comrades, who were attracted by the faint melancholy aura emanating from the young man, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. All Liao Zixuan sighed. Yes, he was indeed very sad now, especially when he thought about meeting Zhao Jia later. He felt a little guilty. Maybe it was only about half a minute before the guy who reported left. A burst of hurried footsteps came from the Chamber of Commerce towards his door. Liao Zixuan couldn't help but look inside. What came into view was a round Zhao Jia who probably weighed more than 200 pounds, running towards him panting, and excitedly waved when he met his sight. Good guy. From Zhao Jia's fat body, it can be seen that after the Qiandao reform wave triggered by Vivian, Zhao Jia must have lived a comfortable life. The performance of the Chamber of Commerce is at least booming. Otherwise, how could he become so fat in a blink of an eye? Although he is fat, Liao Zixuan is a little relieved. After all, the stronger Zhao Jia's financial resources are, the greater his chance of success in persuading Zhao Jia in the future. Finally, huff. Huh? Sorry. I haven't exercised for too long. Hey, let's not talk about this for now. Good boy. You still remember to come to see your Uncle Zhao. Right. I almost thought you forgot about me. Zhao Jia panted. And after recovering, he patted Liao Zixuan's shoulder with his big hand. Although the tone of his words was somewhat complaining, the uncle's smile showed that he was surprised and happy about Liao Zixuan's visit. Come on. Come on. Come in first. No matter what you have to say. I'm telling you, I just bought a batch of good tea from Gili recently. Speaking of tea, it's the tea from Gili that tastes good. Under Zhao Jia's hospitality, Liao Zixuan was pulled in without even having a chance to speak. The two chatted about family matters all the way, and in a blink of an eye they arrived at the reception room of the Chamber of Commerce. While Zhao Jia was making tea, Liao Zixuan finally seized the opportunity to get to the point. That. Uncle Zhao. Thank you for your help last time. Also, I'm really sorry that I lied to you because of a confidential operation at that time. Bai is actually just my code name. You can call me by my name from now on. Liao Zixuan. Oh, it's okay. Your Uncle Zhao has seen a lot of storms. In fact, I have long guessed that Bai is not your name. After all, I feel familiar with you as soon as I see you. I think you must be our Gili people. How could Gili people have such a name? Haha. This time the case is solved. Zixuan is good. What a good name. It sounds like a dragon among men. Zhao Jia waved his hands with a laugh, praising Liao Zixuan's name while making tea for him. This kind of friendly treatment was not given to Liao Zixuan last time. It made him a little uncomfortable. In particular, Liao Zixuan also found that Zhao Jia looked at him from time to time, with a feeling of can't let the landlord's stupid son run away, which made him even more nervous. But there was no other way. Since he was already here, Liao Zixuan could only bite the bullet and continue. Uncle Zhao, I don't want to beat around the bush. I'll just say it straight. This time I came to you, Uncle Zhao, to actually ask you for a favor. As expected, Zhao Jia's expression didn't change on the surface, but he still sighed in his heart. But he quickly adjusted himself and patted his chest and said, Go ahead, Zixuan. We are all family. If you have any difficulties, don't worry about it. Just tell me. As long as my Uncle Zhao can help, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Looking at Zhao Jia's natural look of an elder protecting a younger generation, Liao Zixuan was still a little touched in his heart, and naturally didn't care too much about anything. Zhao Jia took the opportunity to emphasize the little thought of family. After that, Liao Zixuan packaged his recent actions on Sakurajima and gave them to Zhao Jia, and finally proposed that Zhao Jia could open a factory on Sakurajima to smelt equipment. His Sakurajima? After listening carefully to Liao Zixuan's words, Zhao Jia first took a breath of cold air. Obviously, he also knew about the bad reputation of Sakurajima. Liao Zixuan had prepared a long speech in his mind, from various angles such as safety, cost, and benefits, and was ready to spend several hours to convince the shrewd businessman from Gili. However, what he didn't expect was that, after the uncle opposite him might have only been thinking for 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, Uncle Zhao, don't rush to refuse. This deal is absolutely right. Liao Zixuan was halfway through his words when he saw the middle-aged man opposite him who had made the decision. He felt a little embarrassed. Please, you should at least ask me a few more questions about such a big thing. Wouldn't that make me look stupid? Zixuan, I know you must be surprised, but there is an old saying in Gili that goes, don't employ someone if you doubt him, and don't doubt someone if you employ him. Although it's not appropriate to put it here, the general meaning is still the same. Since my daughter believes in you, and you have indeed proved your ability to me in a series of previous events, then even if you are so imaginative, let alone building a factory in Sakuraji Island, even if you say you want to open a trade route between Sakuraji Island and Gili, and build Sakuraji Island into the largest city in the 1,000 islands that surpasses Yuan Island, why would I, Zhao Jia, not dare to help you? Not dare to invest? When it comes to judging people, I, Zhao Jia, have never made a mistake. What's more, Zixuan, you don't know, but our Chamber of Commerce just happened to have a stocked assembly line, and we were worried about where to open it. I hesitated for a long time about this, but now it's all right. I don't have to work so hard anymore, and I have to thank you. Ha ha, Uncle Zhao. Okay, Zixuan, don't say anything. Just because you are my future son-in-law, I will invest in this project no matter what. Looking at the young man opposite who looked moved by him, Zhao Jia was actually secretly happy in his heart. Humph, brat. No matter how capable you are still experienced in dealing with human relationships. Zhao Jia has indeed invested in this project. But correspondingly, Zhao Jia has also bitten your tongue to death on you. The rich son-in-law. You want to run away after taking my investment? No way. Zhao Jia doesn't care about building a factory on Sakurajima. Why? It's not that he is rich enough to rival a country, and doesn't care about this loss. On the contrary, their Zhao Chamber of Commerce has only 3 assembly lines in total. Once Sakurajima is destroyed, it is equivalent to a direct loss of 1/3. But everything has to be compared. Zhao Jie always believed that nothing in the world could compare to his daughter's future. In his opinion, he hoped that the factory in Sakurajima could make a huge compensation, so that Liao Zixuan could owe him a favor and naturally treat his daughter better. It was worth it to exchange a factory for such an excellent son-in-law. Zhao Jie had never done such a worthwhile business in his life. No one could pull out this cabbage stuck in Yolung's head. Zhao Jie actually had some guesses about Liao Zixuan's identity, and he was very sure. After all, he was so mysterious and powerful, and his status in Geely was definitely not low. He must be a person of the 5 elements, and he might be a high-level young master of Xuanwu Pass, who was specifically for the outside world. Zhao Jie has already begun to fantasize that in the future, his daughter will be able to work in the 5 elements, which is envied by countless people, under the introduction of Liao Zixuan, and become an official in the system. As for which of the 5 elements she will go to, is there any need to ask? It must be the legendary Qilin Pavilion, which is known as the brain of Geely. This is also the place that countless businessmen dream of going to. Zhao Jie does not expect his daughter to climb to a high position, but only hopes that she can be a small official or secretary there. If she can tell others about it, it will definitely bring honor to the family. If at that time, he can let his daughter reveal a little information about the Qilin Pavilion owner, so that she can grasp the administrative direction of Geely in advance and help her father do business. Chapter 331. No one knows a daughter better than her father. The 2 old foxes each had their own ulterior motives, and both achieved their desired goals. They hit it off immediately, skipped the tug-of-war, and went straight into the details of how to implement it. Zhao Jie was responsible for overcoming all objections and convincing the people in the Chamber of Commerce and the workers below to agree and cooperate with this investment. This sounds simple, but it is not easy to do in practice. Imagine that your boss suddenly said that he would take you to a place where there was constant gunfire to do business. The first reaction of a normal person would probably be crazy, right? What's more, in the eyes of most local residents of the 1,000 Islands, Sakurajima is countless times more brutal than any battlefield with flying sand and rocks. Even though Zhao Jie is the president of the Chamber of Commerce, it is useless to have a big say in this matter. How to make his subordinates loyal and willing to take risks with you depends purely on personal ability. However, Liao Zixuan looked at the Uncle Guili opposite him and seemed quite confident about it. It was obvious that he was an old capitalist and had already started to plan how to make a pie. Uncle Zhao has made such efforts, and Liao Zixuan, as the leader, naturally cannot fall behind. First of all, he must live up to his promise to Zhao Jie and ensure that the equipment on their assembly line and the workers, especially the safety of the latter, will be guaranteed on Sakuraji Island. In addition, the natives are not like players who have system protection, so the curse on Sakuraji Island is more of a visual and mental impact for players. But for the natives, the curse will pollute their spirit and body at all times. At the least, they will cough and get sick after staying for a long time, and have various physical discomforts. At the most, they will be directly distorted and assimilated into monsters. Liao Zixuan glanced at the current resurrection of the Divine Sakura task. The current progress of weakening the curse of Sakuraji Island is 37%, which is 3% away from the 40% of the 3rd stage. Since the 2nd stage, Liao Zixuan can see the task rewards of the next stage in advance. Compared with the 1st and 2nd stage Young Sakura leaves and First Blossom of Sakura, the 3rd stage Young Sakura branches can be said to have a step-by-step leap in effect. Sakura Twig. Category: Special item only available in Sakurajima area. Reusable. Quality: Epic Purple. Effect: After inserting the branch into the soil at any position, a divine cherry barrier will be formed with the branch as the center of the circle, and the filthy curse in the area will be continuously purified. After any cursed deformed body enters the area, all attributes will be weakened to a certain extent. Duration: Permanent. The phantom branch differentiated from the divine cherry has the conductive function of an antenna, which can project the power of the divine cherry to a farther position. People in ancient times relied on this to avoid monsters and purify evil spirits even after that disaster. The divine cherry no longer exists, but this tradition still continues to this day. People in 1,000 Islands often insert a cherry branch at the door of their homes, which means to drive away evil and avoid disasters and stay away from diseases with the Sakura Twig. A true curse vacuum zone can be achieved, making the area no different from a normal island. Unfortunately, this item is not unlimited like the previous 2. After breaking off one, the divine cherry needs time to grow new branches. Otherwise, Liao Zixuan would have directly let each player have one and planted all the branches on Sakuraji Island to solve the curse. As a task reward, Liao Zixuan looked at the area of the first branch given for free. As a center, it is not a big factory, but it is still possible to build a workshop and smelting plant. The only regret is that within the range of the branch, only the curse-deformed monsters can be weakened, and all monsters cannot be kept out. So in terms of defense, the main force to protect the factory and ensure the safety of the indigenous workers is undoubtedly the massive players of Sakuraji Island. As for how to mobilize and maximize the enthusiasm and passion of players, although it is also a big project, we have to mention the most classic expansion pack link of the game. Liao Zixuan wants to officially announce to the players that the main line of Sakurajima has entered version 2.0. The Industrial Age. Unfortunately, he can't really make an expansion pack to warm up, so he can only settle for the second best and use the folk method of Mysterious Stone Tablet to preview the subsequent plot for the players, so that the players can prepare in advance. I thought that the Mysterious Stone Tablet link he came up with at the beginning could retire gloriously, but now it seems that he has to continue. Alas, when Liao Zixuan thought about having to start making up stories again, he felt a little overwhelmed. Now he understands those online writers a little bit. But before that, Zixuan, leave the equipment and personnel to me, but you can take care of the transportation. Zhao Jia hesitated. Even if it is just a small or medium-sized assembly line factory, the equipment that needs to be transferred is not a small number. And it is also a route to Sakurajima, which requires a strong transportation capacity. The Zhao Chamber of Commerce alone cannot do it. But Zhao Jia believes that since Liao Zixuan came to him, it is impossible that he did not consider this. The fact is indeed true. Uncle Zhao, don't worry. I have already made arrangements with the Kanjo Bugyo and the Daifu Bugyo. You don't have to worry about the ships. By then, not only will there be enough ships, but there will also be special frigates from the Daifu Bugyo to escort them. With Liao Zixuan's connections, it goes without saying that Luo Sha, the Grand Purification Minister, and Jing Fu, the current Kanjo Minister, and her daughter were all rescued by him. It is not a problem to borrow a few transport ships and frigates. However, what is easy in Liao Zixuan's eyes is completely different in the eyes of others. Ah? Oh ha ha. So, then I'm relieved. Zhao Jia's eyebrows jumped. In order to maintain the image of his father-in-law, he pretended to be calm. But in fact, he was more determined in his heart to hold on to the rich son-in-law on the opposite side. Good guy. He can get the two ministers to help him so easily. And in such a tense period. How powerful is his son-in-law? Or is it that this project was originally the intention of the Tsushima officials, and his son-in-law came to match him up? Anyway, no matter which of the above possibilities, Zhao Jia, who originally wanted to make a loss in order to earn a son-in-law, began to really look forward to this investment. So Zhao Jia gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. Zixuan, when are you going to leave? I'll also prepare to pack my luggage. Zhao Jia's words scared Liao Zixuan. He quickly asked, pack your luggage? Uncle Zhao, you're not going to come with me, are you? Humph, you're just talking nonsense. Brat. Seeing Zhao Jia's face, which showed that he didn't need to say anything more and was determined, Liao Zixuan couldn't persuade him anymore. In addition, from a selfish point of view, he certainly hoped that Zhao Jia, the backbone of the Chamber of Commerce, could come to Sakurajima with him, which would definitely stabilize the morale of the troops and make it less likely to go wrong. It's over. If Zhao Jia's daughter Ingili, Xing, knew that she had deceived her father like this, not only did she have a lover inexplicably, but also took her father to a disaster place like Sakuraji Island, she might have killed her heart. Ahem. It seems that I owe this Xinger more and more. Fortunately, the other party got the script of a poor girl, and her personality must be the same as that of a little girl. Gentle, kind, and considerate, and she could understand my difficulties. But just in case, in this situation, Liao Zixuan couldn't help but think of the Northern Cross voyage mission that Geely players received on the forum at that time. Although he was sure that there was a 99% probability that this task had nothing to do with the ordinary Uncle Geely in front of him. But in order to prevent the extremely small probability of 1%, he still pretended to cough twice and tentatively asked Zhao Jie, "By the way, Uncle Zhao, do you know the famous pavilion master of Qilin Pavilion in Gili? Zhao Yuer?" "What? Zhao Yuer?" Zhao Jie showed a confused expression after the young man's words. He remembered that more than 10 years ago, when he just left Gili, the pavilion master of Qilin Pavilion was not called this. But after Liao Zixuan's repeated affirmation, he also used the game experience in his previous life to hint to Zhao Jie that this Zhao Yuer was not an old woman, but a very young girl. What comforted and reassured Liao Zixuan was that Zhao Jie did not show any extra expression at all, but just seemed to sigh inside. Hey, it seems that the younger generation of Li Jiang is really pushing the older generation. You young people of the new generation are really amazing. You have achieved such success at such a young age. We, the older generation, can't compare. Can't compare. Li Jiang is a famous river in Gili, which has nurtured generations of Gili people. Because of this, the Li Jiang River always appears in many poems and allusions that are easy to recite in Gili. Zhao Jie's words were not finished yet, and the next sentence made Liao Zixuan's eyelids jump suddenly. Hey, listening to what you said, our Gili's new pavilion master Zhao Yuer has a similar name to my daughter Xing'er. Both of them are surnamed Zhao, and there is only one character difference. What do you call this? Great minds think alike. Yuer's father, and I thought the same thing. He knew that daughters with this name would be blessed and achieve great success in the future. Looking at Zhao Jie's happy expression, he seemed to be complacent because the new pavilion master had the same surname as him. He felt like an ordinary person who had the same surname as the emperor in ancient times. Liao Zixuan couldn't help but ask the core question. Is there a possibility? Just a possibility. Uncle Zhao, what if I say that your daughter is actually the pavilion master of Qilin Pavilion? As for why Xing'er changed her name to Yuer? Out of caution, Liao Zixuan had to force Zhao Jie again. If he really found out about Zhao Yuer's connection with Zhao Jie, he would never let Zhao Jie go to Sakurajima with him. And even the entire investment plan would have to be rectified. After all, the rich woman in Qilin Pavilion is too scary. If she knew that he treated her father like this, Liao Zixuan couldn't help but shudder all over. He had already imagined that after the Northern Cross fleet brought the news back, thousands of fleets and warships would come from the return to attack him. So in order to avoid such a tragic situation, Liao Zixuan had to let Zhao Jie bring him into the scene. He racked his brains and began to make up a nonsense reason that the two names were different. Oh, right. It's because your daughter. She is resentful that you, Uncle Zhao, abandoned her and her daughter. So she changed her name to imply that she wants to break off with her past, and you. Zhao. Damn it. Why does it seem to make more sense the more you talk about it? This is not a novel. Such a bloody thing will not really happen. Right? Just when Liao Zixuan was about to convince himself and panic. Fortunately, I have to say, there is a saying that is right. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Zhao Jie held his belly and laughed at the panicked Liao Zixuan. No, Zixuan. Ha! Oh no. No. Don't do this. My old body can't laugh too much. It's almost falling apart. After a long while, Zhao Jie straightened up and patted Liao Zixuan's shoulder earnestly. Boy, if you talk about other things, Uncle Zhao is old. His brain is slow, and he can't react. He may really be deceived by you. But if it's about Xing'er, stinky boy. I know you have a good relationship with Xing'er and are very close. But no matter how close you are, and how well you know Xing'er, can you compare with me, her biological father? Zhao Jie suddenly used the pressure of a father-in-law at this time. He started to tell Liao Zixuan as if showing off, let me tell you this. When Xing'er was 5 or 6 years old, she suddenly cried loudly in the room. When I heard it, I ran over and asked her. It turned out that Xing'er's favorite socks were lost. She searched for half an hour in the room alone, but couldn't find them. Guess what happened? Ha! No. I want to laugh when I think about it. So I pointed to her little feet and asked Xing'er, what are you wearing on your feet? Ha! I will never forget this. So you say that such a silly girl can become the head of Qilin Pavilion? Ha! Then our Gili will be finished. Ha. Cough. Cough. Zhao Jie was originally trying to compete with Liao Zixuan, and wanted to prove how deep his bond and memories with his daughter were. As a result, Zhao Jie realized that it was not good. How could he tell his daughter's embarrassing story to others? What if the rich son-in-law across the street had a bad impression of his daughter after hearing it? Zhao Jia hurriedly coughed a few times to change the subject and tried to make amends. But of course, Xinger was a little stupid when she was a child. But she might have eaten. She had to eat 2 big bowls of rice for every meal. And her figure was amazing. She was white and plump. It is said that when fighting in school, the most powerful boy king had to give in to Xinger. Respectfully call her Chior's sister. In the eyes of Zhao Jia and most of the traditional older generation of Geely people, children who can eat are a blessing and a symbol of health. The whiter and fatter the child is, the more popular he is, and the more he represents the wealth of the family behind him. Liao Zixuan watched Zhao Jia proudly telling the glorious deeds of his daughter. At the same time, based on Zhao Jia's 2 stories, he also sketched out an image of a silly fat girl in his mind. This made Liao Zixuan finally put down the big stone in his heart. After all, that Zhao Yue is slender, with skin as white as cream, and is known as the exquisite jade woman. This seems to have nothing in common with the daughter described by Uncle Zhao, except that both of them are very white. Also, Zixuan, I have to say something to you. Although I know you are joking, you can't slander my daughter Xinger like this. You changed her name to cut off the relationship with me. I, Zhao Jia, will tell you this today. How can I not know my daughter? How could Xinger be such a person? When she was a child, the person she loved the most was not her mother, but me as her father. She wet the bed and pants so many times, and I washed them by myself. Before going to bed every day, she must be coaxed by my side to fall asleep. Otherwise she would scream and cry non-stop. Even if she failed the exam, she would secretly find me to help her hide it from her mother. Now tell me, Xinger will not recognize me as her father. Zhao Jia clasped his hands and snorted. With the pride of an old father, he said arrogantly in front of Liao Zixuan word by word. No one in this world knows Xinger better than me. Chapter 332. The 5th slate appeared out of thin air. It is a good thing to have such a reliable partner. Zhao Jia dispelled Liao Zixuan's last concern and let him start to show his strength with confidence. Liao Zixuan first asked Zhao Jia not to worry, and to inform Zhao Jia after everything was ready. At that time, he would come to pick Zhao Jia up to go to Sakuraji Island in person. During this period, Zhao Jia only needed to concentrate on mobilizing the Chamber of Commerce and the workers. After that, Liao Zixuan immediately set off to return to Sakuraji Island. After returning to the form of a little wolf cub, he entered the shining space with Vivian. As soon as she came in, Vivian showed a surprised expression. After all, Shening, which was still a seedling a week ago, is now almost taller than the little girl. The little wolf looked at the progress of the task. The recovery rate was 40.3%. It was just the time he went to Yuyuan Island to discuss business, and it increased by more than 1%. The little wolf had to praise the efficiency of the players. He roughly explained the situation to Vivian, of course omitting many unnecessary details in the middle. In short, the little girl showed an expression of expectation and worry. She was of course very happy to be able to build an equipment smelting plant on Sakuraji Island. And the factory owner was her acquaintance, Uncle Zhao Jia. But it was also because of this that Vivian was very concerned about the safety of the factory. After all, when they resisted the water god before, the scene of Zhao Jia being blown away and killed because of her was still fresh in Vivian's memory. Although the situation on Sakuraji Island has improved with the efforts of them and the strangers, it is still a dangerous place for ordinary people. Reach out from under the branches of the divine cherry tree and break off a glowing branch. This is the reward for the 3rd stage, the young branch of cherry. After Vivian took it out, she had obviously left the divine cherry space, but relying on the branch in her hand, the little girl felt that the divine cherry was still in front of her. After getting the key props, the next step is to choose the location to insert it. Since the safe zone that can be set up by branches in the early stage is relatively small, it is almost the area of a university playground. Even the smallest mine in Sakuraji Island cannot be covered, so the little wolf cub can only give up the plan to include the mine. In this way, it is equivalent to giving up mining and letting Zhao Jia's factory be responsible for smelting equipment. The advantage is naturally that the safety factor is greatly increased, and the disadvantage is that the efficiency will be worse. It's not that there are fewer people mining. The little wolf cub didn't expect Zhao Jia's workers to mine. This kind of hardship and this great opportunity to do tasks should naturally be left to the players. It's just a pity that because the safe zone cannot cover the mine, It means that the cursed pollution on the ore has to be purified by the players themselves with Sakura Dew. In this way, even if the players dig more mines, the amount of Sakura Dew that can be purified every day is limited, which undoubtedly limits the output. This is really the only way in the early stage. The little wolf cub has no good way. In the end, he negotiated with Vivian and chose a mine on the outskirts of Sakuraji Island, which happened to have an open space and was suitable for setting up camp, playing the role of the fox-faced priestess again. And under the suggestion of the little wolf cub, Vivian did not deliberately conceal her whereabouts like she did in the previous times. On the contrary, this time the fox-faced priestess appeared in front of the players, carrying the branches of the sacred cherry, and went to the planned area to set up the sacred cherry safety zone. This move successfully attracted the attention of the players, and many people stopped their monster killing and leveling at hand, chasing after the fox-faced priestess. Curious about the little girl's actions, many clever players have guessed and secretly excited and expected that some new plot must be about to begin. When the tender branches of the sacred cherry were inserted into the soil by Vivian, they immediately burst into dazzling light. At this time, the sacred cherry body of the Yae shrine at the top of Sakurajima also flashed, echoing from afar. A translucent cherry barrier spread rapidly until it covered the entire open area in front of the mine cave with the tree branch as the center. In such a strange scene, the players looked around and exclaimed. They looked at their feet. The various unknown purple mosses that had been crawling all over the ground began to retreat like a tide. The plants growing on them, which were deformed by the curse, also withered and deformed, and finally died. But if you look more carefully, the players will see a touch of new green from under the dead bodies of the deformed plants, which should not appear on Sakuraji Island, symbolizing real life. After being used to seeing all kinds of underworld things, this is undoubtedly a great comfort to the players' hearts, making people can't help but want to protect them. In addition to the land and vegetation, the lavender air around the players, which was originally permeated by a layer of dirt, also became clear and transparent. Some players standing at the border of the divine cherry barrier can feel the difference most directly. The barrier is like a filter. The cursed fog outside the barrier just came back and drifted over. As a result, when it hit the barrier, it was like the first snow hitting the scorching sun, and it evaporated in a few minutes. Great! Cheers came from the players one after another. After the introduction of the faction system, the mentality of the players also changed. Originally, they might have just regarded Sakurajima as a dungeon scene, but now more or less, they really have a sense of belonging to home. Of course, I was happy to see that the environment of my home had become a little better. In addition, what do you think the fox-faced priestess wants to do with such a large safe zone? I don't know. Hiss. Is there a possibility? Look at the map. There is a cherry iron mine cave next to this open space. There must be a reason why the fox-faced priestess chose this location to remove the curse. The smart player opened the map and pointed at the mineral mark on it. But this caused his companion to frown. You mean it's related to the mine? Are we going to mine next? No. No. I would rather go to kill monsters than mine. Indeed. I just mocked the people on Yuan Island not long ago, saying that they could only move bricks every day. And now it's our turn to mine? Don't worry. I don't think it's that simple. Let's see what happens next. The players were talking about it, but most of them had no interest in mining itself. It was too boring. The little wolf cub was not surprised by this. It was too normal. It was like a joke. I am XXX game character. I punch XX and step on XX. I have experienced all kinds of storms and waves. I have participated in all kinds of major plots. And my legendary deeds are praised everywhere on the continent. And now you want me to run errands for you and deliver letters? Oh. For gem/diamond/crystal/rough stone/ah. That's fine. Okay. The little wolf cub believed that once the news of the subsequent equipment smelting plant was released and the minerals were linked to the equipment, the more they dug, the better equipment they would be qualified to smelt. Then the players would definitely become gold miners. And he would believe if he said they would live in the mine day and night. After all, equipment is nothing to players from other countries. But for the Sakurajima players, who have been in the game for almost a month and are still wearing the worn-out novice suit, the attraction is absolutely endless. Originally, the little girl wanted to directly issue such a task, but was stopped by the little wolf cub. He deliberately asked Vivian not to mention the equipment, but simply to issue mining tasks to players, and not to reveal anything else. Vivian was puzzled by this, but she was used to it. Whenever this happened, the little girl would warn herself in her heart, Xiaohei must have a deep meaning for doing this. Ding! The fox-faced priestess issued an E-level task to you to mine ore. Mining ore. Task details. You followed the fox-faced priestess to a mine entrance. The barrier of the purification curse failed to extend into the mine, so the ore inside is still contaminated. If you are willing to enter the mine and dig ore, you will get free purification from the fox-faced priestess. Task requirements. Mine at least 5 pieces of contaminated cherry iron, and give them to the fox-faced priestess. Reward. Get the corresponding amount of cherry iron. All players present near the mine received this task edited by the little wolf cub. The players looked at each other, and many of them were disappointed. The reason is that compared with the tasks previously issued by the fox-faced priestess, this mining ore is really too low level. The little wolf cub roughly observed that half of the players took the task casually, but had no intention of doing it. And another 20% did not even accept it. Only the last 30% of the players did not care much about the content of the task. They just made up their minds that no matter what the task reward was, they would do whatever the fox-faced priestess said. The little wolf cub snorted and retreated behind the scenes. Don't think that he has no requirements for the players of Sakuraji Island just because he is full of malice towards the players of Yuan Island. Unlike Vivian, Liao Zixuan cannot be called a good person in the strict sense. What he is doing now is actually cultivating a habit of the players. That is, increasing the proportion of players who can listen to Vivian without thinking. Liao Zixuan still has a sword hanging in his heart. Although it has been a while, he has never forgotten it. When the snake shadow girl Meiwu first appeared, she asked him why he left her sister when she left. He learned from the water god that Meiwu came from the future. The reason why she appeared in their timeline and helped them was on the one hand Meiwu's ability, and on the other hand it was the product of some kind of causal law. The real answer is still in the abyss, in the Yamata no Orochi. And he can't get in touch with it now. Liao Zixuan doesn't understand the timeline, and he is not sure whether Meiwu's words are true or false. But just in case, he has been consciously or unconsciously preparing for the day when he is really not with the little girl. The current mine quest is like this. At first glance, it seems like a rubbish and boring quest. But in fact, there are great benefits behind it, making those players who did not follow the fox-faced witch's words at the time regret it. Does it look familiar? Yes. The scene in Yuan Island before was also like this. There will always be only a few true lovers who can always like Vivian and stand on the side of the little girl without thinking. Therefore, Liao Zixuan wants players to develop another kind of ability to dissolve Vivian, which can also be translated as self-painting. In this way, if the day of his departure really comes, according to Vivian's stupid girl's personality, it is estimated that no attractive quests will be issued, and there will no longer be generous rewards behind it like now. But the players will still automatically become D because of the inertia of the past. No matter how stupid or ordinary the task Vivian sends out, the players will accept it without hesitation and try to complete it. Although this is not a long-term solution, Liao Zixuan dare not guarantee that there will be no players at that time. But it is always right to prepare for a rainy day. It seems that the thoughts are a bit too far away. The little wolf cub looked down and saw the fox-faced witch who had begun to purify the ore for the players one by one. He shook his little head and left here, putting aside the heavy topic. Let's do something relaxing now. For example, think about how to write the next mysterious slate to give players a preview of the equipment smelter. Making up stories is the happiest thing. An hour later, on the deserted peak, the little wolf cub sat on the ground with his ears drooping listlessly. A stone used as a pen was held in the little wolf cub's mouth. If you look closely, you will find that the stone is densely packed with small tooth marks. I don't know how many times it has been bitten back and forth. And then look at the mysterious stone slab in front of the little wolf cub. It's so funny. There were 2 lines of words written in total, and they were crossed out because they were not satisfied. Oh! This is even heavier than the previous topic. The little wolf cub fell on his back with a plop, unable to get up. And then, he was like many writers who wanted to find an excuse to slack off after getting stuck. Forget it. Let's go to the forum first. Change our minds. And look at the stupid netizens and players. Maybe inspiration will come to us. Under normal circumstances, writers who do this will basically become addicted to it. When they come to their senses, They find that it is dark, but their minds are still blank. Then they will be in classic pain and write the shameful words leave in a blank document with tears in their eyes. But as soon as the little wolf cub opened the game for him, before he had time to relax and look at the stupid posts, his cute eyes widened and his face was full of question marks. Because major discovery. The fifth mysterious stone tablet finally appeared. Wow! This new slate actually has a special animation short film. Is this considered an expansion pack? And it seems that the drop rate is much higher than the previous 4 slates. Many people here have spawned them. So why did the plot suddenly become so abusive? Don't do that kind of thing. Wow. So this is the origin of the fox-faced priestess. Wait, then what the fox-faced priestess is doing at the mine now? Could it be? Brothers, take action. We must not let the tragedy of history repeat itself. Little Wolf? Looking at the large discussion on the forum about the latest mysterious slate part 5. And then looking at the empty 5th slate in front of him. It feels like I am still stuck and haven't figured out the subsequent plot. But I found that my novel online has been updated to a new chapter. What happened? Chapter 333. Fox. A very special race among the demons. And it can be said that it is the most unlike demon. They sacrificed their physique in exchange for intelligence and wisdom far beyond other demons, making them unique. Soon after, another fox demon with natural talent appeared, and invented magic that was usually only used by humans. That is, sorcery, for the fox demon clan. From then on, the fox clan completely jumped to the forefront of the demons. And this fox demon was naturally promoted to the position of patriarch. However, it was at this time when the fox clan was full of vigor, and the fox clan was invincible. The patriarch who brought the fox demon clan a transcendent status did not know. There is a reason why the ancestors of the demons abandoned wisdom and despised the humans, who claimed to be the most intelligent race among living beings. Unfortunately, when the subsequent clan leaders realized this, it was too late, because unknowingly, their fox clan had already borne the so-called curse of wisdom. The origin of all disasters was just a crying young fox. On this day, the entire fox clan was filled with a festive atmosphere. The old and the young stopped what they were doing and looked at a certain house expectantly. Even the most majestic clan leader was now nervously and anxiously wandering at the door of this house. Finally, with the crying of the young demon coming from the room, all the fox demons smiled. And the clan leader, who was already over half his age, also breathed a sigh of relief. The reproduction of demons is not like that of humans. The purer and more noble the bloodline, the harder it is to give birth to offspring. Therefore, whether the patriarch can pass on offspring is a big deal for the entire fox clan. However, when the pale attendant walked out of the delivery room with the young fox in his arms, the smile on the patriarch's face suddenly stopped, followed by the exclamations of other fox demons from below. I saw the young fox trying to open her big round eyes and curiously looking at this new world. From her limbs swinging restlessly in the air, it can be seen that she must have a lively and active personality. The tail behind the young fox is also swinging restlessly. One tail. So simple that you don't even need to count. The tail of the fox clan has an incomparable meaning for fox demons. The more tails there are, the higher the talent and potential of the fox demon. The patriarch who invented the magic and made the fox demon clan shine was the 8-tailed one. And he was also the most noble Yazi clan of fox demons. All the previous Yazi clans were born with 8 tails. Without exception, this is a symbol of the patriarch's bloodline. But when it came to this generation, the patriarch's daughter was a 1-tailed fox demon. No! Even the lowest ranking members of the current fox demon clan have 2 tails. If they only have 1 tail, they are not fox demons, but foxes. Beasts, not demons. Fortunately, judging from the performance of the young fox, it is intelligent, and can even be said to be smarter than most newborn young foxes, because she could actually read the atmosphere of the scene. Her original curiosity and exploration of the world turned into fear and dread that made her curl up. Although she could not understand the discussions from her peers below, she could feel the sadness, heartache, disappointment, and sly joy. The young fox instinctively wanted to seek support. When she mustered up the courage to stretch her tender paws to the fox she felt closest to, that is, her clan leader father, her paws suspended in the air did not receive a response for a long time. Until later, she curled up again. The scene changed. Little wolf cub. Fuck. There is a transition? Liao Zixuan, who clicked on the mysterious site Part 5 recorded by the player himself on the forum, couldn't help but complain. Yes, all of the above are not texts, but pictures of ink painting style that are unique to countries like Gili and Xiandao. Add the description of the narration. It feels like a PV. Compared to the first 4 pieces of dry pure text that he carved on the stone slab with his own hard work, the level is much higher, which can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. So, who is it? Who is imitating him and throwing this 5th mysterious stone slate to the players? And it has achieved this level. You know, it is impossible to engrave such realistic and vivid ink images on the stone slab, so that players can feel as if they are in the scene as soon as they touch the stone slab. At least the little wolf cub admits that he does not have this ability. Could it be the great witch Bella? The first person that came to the little wolf cub's mind was naturally Bella. As a 1,000-faced witch, Bella may not be the strongest in terms of strength, but she is definitely in the forefront in terms of knowledge and experience. It is normal for her to know some fancy secrets. However, as the little wolf cub continued to read, as the ink images of the story on the stone slab progressed further, he began to reduce his suspicion of Bella. Until the end, it was completely clear. The scene changed. It was already unknown how many years later, the daughter of the clan leader, a young fox, had grown up and was now a graceful fox demon. The excellent bloodline from the Ye clan was well reflected in all aspects of her except her tail. The fox demons did not dare to say much because of her identity as the daughter of the clan leader, but she knew that the clan members were very repulsive to her as an alien. After all, even her biological father, the current clan leader of the fox clan, was extremely indifferent to her and did not care about her. But she did not blame her father, because if it were not for her father, who relied on his prestige to suppress all doubts, she might have been executed on the day she was born. After all, the clan leader can only have one offspring. This is the ancestral precept passed down from the fox demon's ancestors. That is, as long as she lives one day, the Ye clan will not allow new members to be born. She originally thought that she would always hide in a remote corner, avoid contact with her own clan, and live alone until death. Then a turning point appeared. It was a group of human fleets that mistakenly entered the island. Afterwards, the fox demon witnessed what the demons, including her father, did to humans. Finally one day, she mustered up the courage, transformed into a human, and chose to help humans as weak as her. At this point, the scenes that were previously told began to accelerate suddenly, flashing quickly like a slideshow. The little wolf cub was surprised to find that the simplified ink painting content was the story on the first 4 mysterious stone tablets that he had written in order to create the image of fox-faced witch for Vivian. The little wolf cub racked his brains until the plot of the fox-faced witch was forced to appear in front of humans because of the evil witch's design, and was worried about how to continue writing the content on this 5th stone tablet. Afterwards, the fox demon as the fox-faced witch was regarded by the people on the island as a master who was practicing in seclusion here, and was regarded as a saint and a witch. The fox demon, who originally planned to cut off ties with humans, also received so much praise and love for the first time since childhood, and experienced what it felt like to be liked and valued by people. So the fox demon gradually lost herself among humans and really became a fox-faced witch. In the end, she spent less and less time among the demons in the form of a fox demon, and the entire fox demon was about to live with humans. And because of the power of the fox demon, the human race began to grow stronger and stronger. So strong that the demons who were planning to feed humans began to pay attention to them. On this day, the fox demon accidentally overheard the secret conversation between her father and other demons, and learned that they were about to launch a large-scale demon tide against humans in order to weaken the humans who were about to start. This news made the fox demon anxious. She revealed the information to humans, and quietly opened the fog that blocked the island for humans, and repaired the damaged ships with magic, hoping that humans could escape as soon as possible. But what the fox demon didn't know was that she was addicted to humans. And so were humans. The humans hoped that the fox-faced priestess could escape with them. But how could the fox demon do that? What she didn't expect was that, after being rejected by her, the humans actually chose to stay on the island and gave up the chance to leave. Of course, the humans didn't want to stay and die. They used the passages and ships that the fox demon had unlocked to send a group of people to the outside world and dug out the secret treasures and equipment that the family had buried just in case. As long as this batch of equipment is transported back to the island, the strength of the humans will be greatly enhanced. By then, even if there is a tide of monsters, humans will be confident that they can withstand it. Although the fox demon knew that such a plan was too risky, she also hoped that humans could stay on the island in her heart. After all, once humans left completely, she would return to her original lonely life. The original fox demon was not afraid of loneliness, and even adapted to it, but it was as if she could endure the darkness if she had never seen the light. So, the bold and naive action began. Everything was normal up to this point. But looking back, the little wolf cub understood why the players on the forum kept posting abuse. 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 And some of them even sent kind greetings to the planner's family. The following shots are very simple. And the more they go on, the more blurred they become. It should be that after the human ship dug up the equipment's secret treasure, it was attacked by demons during the return voyage due to the lack of guards. As a result, all the crew members of the transport ship were destroyed, and the equipment's secret treasure symbolizing hope also sank into the sea. Naturally, the fox demons and humans who were looking forward to the return of the ship on Sakuraji Island could only wait endlessly until the demon tide came. And they still could not wait for the secret treasure equipment to arm themselves. Humans who lack equipment will undoubtedly die in the demon tide and be slaughtered. The more the ink painting style goes on, the more it tends to be black and white, until the last shot that flashed by. On the ground full of human corpses and demon corpses, a huge nine-tailed demon fox body covered the entire island. Among the other 8 tails, there is only one that is extremely special at first glance. It is the 9th tail that exudes an evil and weird aura. The thick black fog of annihilation that corrodes all living things spreads from the 9th tail until it swallows up the entire island, as well as the fox mask that was thrown to the ground and broken into 2 pieces. So far, the ink image of the 5th mysterious stone slab has completely ended. No! There seems to be another sentence? It is also the only sound in the entire image. The sound is intermittent and very strange. It feels like it has crossed a distance farther than the region. It is a passage transmitted across time. This is the story you shouldn't have seen. Here, the light is gone. Please look once more before the faint light disappears. From here, the little wolf cub completely eliminated the suspicion that the 5th mysterious stone tablet was Bella's trick. Because although Liao Zixuan and all the players have never seen the fox demon who lived hundreds of years ago, when this voice sounded, everyone's heart was unanimously certain that the owner of the voice was the fox demon in the story. That is, the fox-faced witch. Although there was a trace of sadness in the voice, it was more of a trust in future generations and a firm belief in a better future. If I have to describe it, it might be like the little wolf cub was reminded of the voice. He had gone back in time again and again, and at the end of each failed ending, he also felt sad but still firm. So, combined with what Vivian had told me at the time, the source of the true flame witch costume, the fox-faced priestess soul body that appeared out of thin air dressed exactly like her. It was very similar to the 5th mysterious stone tablet that appeared out of thin air. The little wolf cub shook his head, but he felt much more at ease. He was a little happy and worried about Vivian inheriting the divine cherry blossom and opening her own Ye Shrine camp. He always felt that it was all too coincidental and too smooth. So smooth that it made him a little uneasy. But after the 5th stone slab, the little wolf cub is now at ease. It's like there is always someone who is secretly helping you and clearing obstacles for you behind the scenes. Although you are the beneficiary, you will always worry about what the other party's purpose is, why they are helping you so much, and whether they will have a bigger purpose for you in the future. But if the person behind the scenes finally comes to the stage and explains everything to you honestly and expresses his demands, there will be trust between the 2 parties, and naturally there will be sufficient sense of security. Liao Zixuan doesn't know how many times this fox demon's reincarnation of coming again has been repeated. But at least it is certain that the last time the Sakura of Ye Shrine failed. But no matter what terrible and difficult changes are waiting for him later, the little wolf cub believes that this reincarnation will not fail again. After all, this time there is not only a little girl with the strongest golden finger, but also countless great foreigners who have descended from the sky. This is not it. Players with strong analytical ability have made countless analysis posts on the 5th stone tablet in just a short while. Players can guess from the plot at the end of the stone tablet story that the 9-tailed demon fox that destroyed the world is a fox demon, a fox-faced priestess. But it seems to be blackened and corrupted. The current miserable state of Sakurajima may also be caused by this. In order to avoid all this, that is, to restore Sakurajima, they must find the key node in history, and then embark on another world line. The evidence is that they have experienced the escape of the first node, Tsukiochi Island and K Union. The company's practice. Don't they correspond to the plot in the story? Then after most Sakurajima players choose to stay. The second node is the Equipment Secret Treasure. In the story, the Equipment Secret Treasure symbolizing hope is because the ship's guard force is insufficient, which leads to the encounter with wild monsters on the way, and the team is wiped out. The subsequent series of tragic chain reactions are all due to this node. So what should they do now? They don't even need the wolf cub to guide them. The players are ready one by one just by analyzing the fifth mysterious stone tablet. They have to escort the ship equipped with the secret treasure. As for how the secret treasure and ship will be manifested now, smart players have begun to vaguely notice it from Vivian's recent actions in the open space at the entrance of the mine cave, and have gathered together. Everything is ready. All they need is the east wind. Chapter 334 Uncle Zhao. Welcome to Sakurajima. Everyone, hold on tight. It's a little shaky now. But don't be afraid. We're almost there. On the ship heading to Sakurajima, Zhao Jia tried to drown out the sound of the heavy rain hitting the deck outside, shouting to comfort the shivering workers in the cabin. After receiving the news that Liao Zixuan was ready to take over at any time, Zhao Jia also set off immediately. He moved as many tools and equipment as possible for smelting weapons and armor onto the ship. And then he rejected Liao Zixuan's suggestion and did not choose to go to the relatively safer Daifubuyo frigate, but decided to stay on the same ship with the workers who were willing to follow him to Sakurajima. The effect of this was immediate. It can be seen that even the workers who had prepared themselves mentally in advance were still frightened by the thunder, the raging waves, and the dark clouds, as if the dark purple sky of Sakuraji Island was shrouded by evil spirits. When the ship entered the area of Sakuraji Island, thanks to Zhao Jia who kept talking to the workers in the cabin, whether chatting or comforting, the tense atmosphere was greatly relieved. Otherwise, more than half of the workers would have fainted when they arrived at Sakuraji Island. Even the officials of the society could not bear this punishment, let alone ordinary people. It could also be seen from here that Zhao Jia was able to achieve some success in both Gili and Qiandao, and it was not unreasonable. Finally, as the turbulence of the ship finally became less intense, the speed of the ship began to slow down. Zhao Jia looked out the window and found that several frigates of the Great Purification Commission also began to turn around and slowly return. All signs showed that they were almost at the shore. Sure enough, Liao Zixuan walked down from the deck, opened the door of the cabin and told Zhao Jia that everyone could pack up their luggage and prepare for the landing in a while. After that, Liao Zixuan smiled mysteriously at Zhao Jia and told him that he had something to do next and could not continue to accompany him. But don't worry. He sent a colleague to receive them. Wait, Zixuan. Colleague? Zhao Jia, who was calm in front of the workers just now, was a little panicked when he heard that Liao Zixuan was not there. Actually, Zhao Jia of Sakurajima was also here for the first time. Of course, he was afraid of such a terrifying environment. But the reason why he was so brave before and had the energy to do psychological work for the workers was because Zhao Jia knew that his powerful son-in-law was watching him on the boat. He was sure of it. So of course he was not afraid. But now Liao Zixuan suddenly said that he wanted to leave. Don't worry, Uncle Zhao. Don't be nervous. You also know this colleague of mine. And maybe you know her better than me. What? I know her too. And I know her very well. Unfortunately, Liao Zixuan disappeared after he finished speaking, leaving Zhao Jia, who was confused, behind. With the sound of anchor dropping, the ships of the caravan moored one after another. Zhao Jia, who was a little nervous, was the first to get off the boat and looked around, trying to find the colleague mentioned by Liao Zixuan. But there was no one around. How could there be a colleague like Uncle Zhao Jia? Suddenly, a low and happy shout came from behind. Scared, Zhao Jia was startled at first, and then turned around hurriedly. But when he found that what came into his sight was a fox face, he was frightened again on the spot, and squatted on the ground with his hands on his head, facing the position of the fox face which, crying and shouting, "Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Uncle Zhao Jia! It's me! It's me!" Seeing Uncle Gili's frightened look at this moment, Vivian was a little amused. She also half crouched down, and then quietly lifted a corner of her fox mask in front of Zhao Jie, revealing the cute face of a little girl inside. Ah! You Vivian? You are Vivian. When Zhao Jie saw the familiar face, he finally got rid of the shock and realized that the fox face just now was just a mask. Why are you here? No! Wait a minute. You can't be the colleague that Zixuan mentioned. Zhao Jie, who had recovered, immediately looked at the fox face witch in front of him with a surprised look. But Vivian on the opposite side tilted her head. Although her face was covered by the mask, she still looked confused. Zixuan? Colleague? Huh? Are you here to pick us up? Yes, I am. That's strange. Oh, no. Look at my memory and... Oops. Sorry. Zhao Jie slapped himself, as if he had made a mistake and felt regretful. He quickly changed his words and said, Vivian, you are Bai's colleague, right? Bai. As Zhao Jie expected, the fox-faced witch opposite was stunned for a moment, but then quickly nodded and said to him, That's right. Uncle Zhao Jie. I am, Bai's colleague, and I'm here to pick you up. Vivian knew about the wolf cub's vest. In addition, although Liao Zixuan was extremely careful, he was unfortunately backstabbed by the previous time rewinding. So Vivian also knew that her little wolf cub could transform into a human form. However, both parties chose to pretend to ignore this point, and no one broke the window paper. This is also the reason why Liao Zixuan could not continue to accompany Zhao Jie. Oh, Vivian, I didn't expect that you are also from Xuanwu Pass. After Zhao Jie got the accurate answer from the little girl, he was completely relaxed and expressed his unexpected feelings. Among the 5 elements of Gili, only Xuanwu Pass is responsible for all external affairs. So Zhao Jie naturally assumed Liao Zixuan's identity as an action staff member of Xuanwu Pass. And the little girl, as a colleague, was also affiliated with Xuanwu Pass. In addition, Zhao Jie nodded secretly in his heart. It seems that when he listened to the storytellers in Gili Tea House before, those storytellers were not making up jokes. As expected, professionals are called by code names and never by their names. Xian? Ah. Yes. Although Vivian didn't understand, she pretended to nod in order to cooperate with Xiao He. Indeed, as Liao Zixuan said, Zhao Jie is more familiar with the girl in front of him and more relaxed. He even forgot the purpose of coming to Sakuraji Island for a while, and began to ask the girl about this and that. Vivian, I remember that when you were on the astrologist, weren't you from the Flame Domain? Could it be that our Gili intelligence network has been so deep? Yes. Right. Wait. So even the accident on the astrologist was actually under your control and expectations. Right? Hiss. Could it be that your purpose of boarding the ship was to deal with the Yamata no Orochi? Why are you wearing this outfit now? What is this fox mask for? You? Under Zhao Jie's questions one after another like cannonballs, Vivian hesitated and hesitated. Fortunately, okay. You don't have to say it. I understand. For ordinary people like us, the less we know, the safer it is. Zhao Jie saw Vivian's troubled look, and immediately realized something, showing a cooperative look, and no longer asked about this aspect. But under strong curiosity, Zhao Jie couldn't help but change the direction and asked, By the way, you and Bai worked together on the astrologist? Yes. Then you must have known each other for a long time? No. Right? Just a few months? Just a few months. I thought you were old colleagues. But it's true. You are both so young. I wish my daughter was half as young as you. Zhao Jie sighed enviously. But suddenly, as if he realized something, he rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, Vivian, what do you think of Bai? A very good person. A very good person? How good? Zhao Jie asked anxiously. Alert. In short, he is very important to me. A very important person. I treat Bai as my family. Vivian's speech was very serious, but it was heard by Zhao Jie across from her. Tada! His heart skipped a beat, especially when Vivian emphasized the words very important, and the extremely harsh family at the end. What? Treat them as family. The thing Zhao Jie was most worried about still happened. Based on his experience as a middle-aged man, Vivian's words just now were all about feelings. without any polite words. Although he couldn't observe Vivian's expression at this time because of the fox mask, Zhao Jie dared to bet 10,000 times that the little girl in front of him definitely liked Bai. It's broken. It's broken. Unlike the mysterious feeling Liao Zixuan gave Zhao Jie knew more about Vivian. It was precisely because he knew more that he was more nervous. The astrologist, which had not set sail for decades, came specifically to pick up Vivian. The ocean overlord and forbidden monster that made countless people fear was trampled under the feet of the little girl in front of him. With power, strength, personality, and beautiful appearance, except for her poor figure. When Zhao Jie examined Vivian from a female perspective, he found that he could not find any faults. She was simply perfect. So such a perfect person is still a foreigner. How can a poor daughter, who is still in debt because of her father, compete with others? Seeing that Uncle Zhao Jie, who suddenly became inexplicably anxious, was about to speak, Vivian finally couldn't help it, and took the lead to get the conversation back on track. Uncle Zhao Jie, if you have anything else to say, you can put it off until later. Let's land your fleet now. This woke Zhao Jie up and reminded him that there were still a lot of his own workers and equipment on the ship. And this was Sakuraji Island. Not as safe as Yuan Island. When it came to this, Zhao Jie looked around. In addition to the lightning and thunder environment, which was indeed a bit scary. But where were the monsters? It is said that there are many deformed monsters generated by curses on Sakuraji Island? Why can't I see even one now? Or are there fewer monsters on the coast? In addition, these people are the strangers that Zibai said? Zhao Jie glanced at the players, who had gathered around curiously not far away while they were talking before, and asked Vivian quietly. Well, Uncle Zhao Jie, don't worry. The strangers are all very nice and friendly. These are just a small part of them. I called them to help Uncle Zhao move the equipment off the ship. Is that so? Zhao Jie nodded. He had heard a little about the strangers, but he didn't know them too well. Then he started to do his business, directing the workers to come down one by one. On the other side, Vivian asked Zhao Jie which ship the equipment for smelting equipment was on, and then waved her hand to the players. The players who had been waiting for a long time and were eager to get on immediately. In the dumbfounded eyes of Zhao Jie and many workers, there were more than 2 ships, and it was unknown how many tons of equipment were unloaded in less than 10 minutes under the hands of the strangers. And they were neatly arranged on the coast. This is not over yet. Zhao Jie thought the next point was how to transport these people and equipment to the construction site of the factory. But who would have thought that Vivian shook her head at her and said that she would just wait a moment. A huge teleportation array began to flicker under their feet, because it contained about 200 or 300 workers and many tools. Even Vivian had to chant a little, once again admiring the girl's strength. Zhao Jie also realized at this time that the reason why they landed so safely around them, without even a single monster, must have been because of Vivian. Oh no! Brother Go! Another monster has spawned over there. Suddenly a loud shout rang out among the strangers. Before Zhao Jie and the workers could react, the harmless and kind-hearted strangers, who were helping to move the equipment, suddenly seemed to go crazy. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Jie and his team only had time to see the eyeball of a monster. And then, the monster's position was flooded by a large number of strangers. After another blink of an eye, there was no trace of the monster. Only a corpse that was hacked to death on the ground. This, Zhao Jie's eyes widened. And before he could say anything, the light of the teleportation array flashed from under his feet. And Vivian, who had finished chanting, disappeared with everyone. After the white light flashed, the scene in front of me became clear again. Iron railings, trenches, earth walls, and even watchtowers. Every 10 meters, you can see a foreigner standing guard with a serious expression. More than half of the foreigners are still busy building various new defense measures. At the edge of the Sakuraji barrier, teams of foreigners are patrolling back and forth. Team 1, go to the B43 coordinate area. Team 2, quickly set up the spider web trap. Team 3, everyone, open your eyes wide. The deformed monster can't enter the barrier even if it's only half a foot. We must not let the tragedy happen again. Do you hear me? Yes, President. Zhao Jie was completely dumbfounded. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Risking his life to run a factory. Good guy. If the equipment of these foreigners was not so simple and worn out, Zhao Jia would have thought that he had entered a military institution of the Great Purification. Anyway, the last little girl who came out of the teleportation array came to the side of Zhao Jia, who was in a daze, looking at the nervous and busy foreigners after the fifth mysterious stone tablet appeared. Vivian smiled and said to Zhao Jia with a little proud tone, "Uncle Zhao, welcome to Sakurajima." Chapter 335 Huge Business Opportunities. Ding dong. Dong. Ding dong dot dong. In the Sakura Iron Mine Cave, the sound of the pickaxe hitting the stone wall echoed rhythmically in the tunnel. Looking inside, there were strangers working hard and sweating. After digging out the ore, the players took out a small bottle-like prop from their backpacks and dripped the Sakura's first dew on the ore. The filthy substances crawling on the surface of the ore immediately receded like a tide. The purified ore was carefully stored as if it were a treasure, and the above process was repeated until the Sakura's first dew for today was consumed. After the player poured it for a long time and found that the small bottle was empty, not even a drop was left, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly left the mine. The ore itself is not of much value to the players, but everything has changed completely after the Chamber of Commerce fleet came a few days ago and built a smelting camp. Players only need to bring the purified ore to the camp to find the NPC miner headed Guang inside to talk. And then, they can get corresponding points according to the quantity and quality of the ore handed in. According to the number of points, players can register with the final NPC Zhao Jia and upgrade their commission forging level step by step. Commission forging, as the name implies, means that players do not have the ability to forge equipment themselves, so they entrust it to NPCs. It is the latest and only way for Sakurajima players to obtain equipment. From top to bottom, 3 levels are currently open. As the level increases, players can entrust NPCs to forge higher quality equipment, from the lowest ordinary to excellent and the highest rare level. Yes, among ordinary people, with the ability of Zhao Jia Chamber of Commerce, forging rare equipment is already very high. This is thanks to Zhao Jia's selfishness, bringing a master blacksmith in the Chamber of Commerce with him. Therefore, the number of rare level open to players is also limited every day. Of course, most of the current players, because the new camp has just been open for a short time, generally have not even reached the most basic commission qualification. At this time, we have to mention the group of players who quietly did the mining tasks issued by Vivian at the beginning, while other players were preparing their weapons at the last minute and frantically digging in the mines in order to start commission forging. They relied on being one step ahead and had already accumulated a lot of ores. They went directly to a Guang to exchange points and got the qualification for commission forging in the first place. There are even a few hard-working players who, after handing in all the ores they have worked hard for, directly jump to the level where they can commission forging excellent quality equipment, which makes others envious. 473,572 copper coins, converted into silver coins, is 4,700. After deducting the daily salary of 2 silver coins for each worker, the total net income is 2,600 silver coins. Converted into gold coins is 260 gold coins. In the account room of the new Chamber of Commerce camp on Sakuraji Island, Zhao Jia looked at the smelter flow that he had calculated in less than a week. His eyes widened, and then his mouth almost smiled crookedly. Good guy. Isn't this more profitable than opening a factory on Yuan Island? Zhao Jia didn't expect that these foreigners' desire for consumption was so strong. And they spent money without blinking an eye. Don't they have to consider their future food, clothing, housing, transportation, wives and children? They really spent all their money on forging equipment. The net turnover of just a few days can be nearly 300 gold. And this is still in the initial stage. Zhao Jia has done a market assessment later, and I am afraid that this number will have to increase several times in the future. So, where do these strangers get so much money from? This is indeed a question that Zhao Jia has been wondering about these days. Usually, practitioners like strangers, who are classified as adventurers by Zhao Jia, rely on completing commissions or collecting monster materials and handing them over to the Adventurers Association, which is responsible for converting them into equivalent currency. It was not until later that Zhao Jia saw with his own eyes that the strangers could touch out several copper coins from the corpses of monsters that he was stunned. However, the monster's corpse will also disappear soon after this. Zhao Jia could only understand this phenomenon as the fact that the strangers generally have a secret method to refine corpses, similar to the alchemy flavor of turning stone into gold in Gili legend. Dong dong dong. Just when Zhao Jia was still thinking about analyzing the stranger, there was a knock on the door. When Zhao Jia asked someone to come in, he found that it was a worker. A Guang. Why are you here? The strong man at the door was nervous and restrained. After Zhao Jia signaled to come into the room, the miner leader named Guang suddenly knelt down with a plop. Hey! You! What are you doing? Get up quickly. Get up quickly, Guang. Fortunately, Zhao Jia was quick-witted and quick-handed. While shouting anxiously, he quickly helped him up. Boss Zhao, I just want to thank you. Thank you. Thank you for giving us such a job. And this? Such a high salary. Guang's nose was sore, and his voice was sobbing. Zhao Jia quickly moved a stool for him, poured a glass of water, and comforted him, saying, don't be excited. Sit down and talk slowly. As the big man spoke after his emotions eased a little, Zhao Jia finally understood Guang's purpose. It turned out that it was actually the daily salary for the past few days. That is, the 2 silver coins were continuously issued to the workers, and the workers felt like they were dreaming. After all, 2 silver coins for them. If they were to work in an ordinary factory on Yuan Island, they might not get this number in a week. But now it has become a daily salary of 2 silver coins. How can the workers not be excited? When you, Boss Zhao, came to Baekneong Island and told us that we could start working again and make a lot of money, we were all very excited and knew that Boss Zhao had not forgotten us. But then you, Boss Zhao, said that the new factory would be opened on Sakuraji Island. We were all stunned because everyone knew that Sakuraji Island was an absolute forbidden area and there was only one way to go. But because of the turmoil of the 3 magistrates, even though it is much better now, we still can't find a job on Baekneong Island due to the aftershocks. In addition, Boss Zhao offered such a high salary, so we gritted our teeth and followed him. After saying this, Guang paused for a few seconds, and with a hard heart, he still said to Zhao Jia sincerely, But for me, I came here with the mentality of exchanging my life for money for my family. And I didn't expect that Boss Zhao would really offer such a salary. I believe that other workers must think so too, because it is too unrealistic. But after these few days, when I really arrived and started working, I realized that although Sakurajima is scary, it is also just as you, Boss Zhao, promised us. There is no danger at all. Every day is actually the same as working anywhere else. And the salary is really given to us without a penny difference. I just think, how can there be such a good thing in the world? Such a good boss. So not only me, but also on behalf of all our coworkers, want to express our gratitude to Boss Zhao for giving us this opportunity. Guang was about to kneel down again, but Zhao Jia quickly pulled him back. He first corrected Guang's mistake. There are indeed some black-hearted bosses who will defraud and exploit employees, but it is definitely not him. Zhao Jia hoped that Guang would not have such thoughts in the future. And he also used the example of how he often educated his daughter when she was young. Zhao Jia told Xing Er that businessmen can pursue profits, but they must do so by legitimate and legal means. In addition, the greater the profit, the more it must be based on the benefit of the people. If Xing Er wants to do business one day and follow her father's path, she must remember that wealth is created by creation rather than plunder and exploitation. As a father, he naturally has to set an example for his daughter. Otherwise, how can he educate her with dignity? After that, Zhao Jia waved his hand at Guang and mentioned the second point. The person Guang really wanted to thank was not himself, but the fox-faced witch. He originally wanted to mention Liao Zixuan, but after thinking about the special nature of his son-in-law, he decided to put Vivian, who was in the open, on the stage. Zhao Jia told Guang that the fox-masked priestess contributed the most to the current safety conditions of Sakuraji Island, and such an opportunity. And he, Zhao Jia, was just a supporting role. I understand. Boss Zhao. Although the priestess was wearing a fox mask and was a little scary, we have all adapted to it now. Can you believe that such a noble priestess actually sent water to us miners and asked about our health? This is something we dare not think of in any shrine. From that moment on, I knew that this shrine maiden must be just like the Vivian who came to our village. Both of them are very good people. Zhao Jia was stunned when he listened. Vivian? Seeing that the boss seemed very interested in this name, Guang hurriedly explained, Yes, Boss Zhao. Do you remember that there was a candidate for the shrine maiden named Akino under the community magistrate, who used the gimmick to sell her inferior products? Many young people in the village were addicted to it, and as a result, they developed strange diseases and were bedridden. Right? After the storm subsided, we didn't know the specific details, but fortunately, the Great Purification Magistrate finally banned it. But after that, the bad guys were caught, and they thought the problem was solved, and they didn't care about us afterwards. Later, an adult named Vivian came to our village and said that fortunately her memory was correct and she remembered the location correctly. Then she cured all the villagers who had strange diseases, including my useless brother. That's why I remember it so clearly. Unfortunately, when we wanted to repay that adult, she had disappeared. Aguang lowered his head as he spoke, his face full of shame and regret. They didn't repay such a great favor, and Aguang and the villagers were upset about it. On the other side, Zhao Jia on the opposite side was a little amused and helpless. He sighed at the magic of fate, and felt powerless from the bottom of his heart, feeling powerless towards Vivian. This little girl is really so annoying. Even if Zhao Jia knew that she would be a strong competitor of his daughter, he couldn't raise any hostile mentality. He could only sigh and sigh again. After so many years in Qiandao, Zhao Jia also understood the working style of Qiandao officials. It may be influenced by the closed-door water god that Qiandao officials, even if they are not corrupt, will only do their duty when doing their work. If they exceed the limit, they will not care. As Aguang said, although Zhao Jia was not present, it can be imagined that Qiandao officials must think that it is enough to seal up the harmful products. As for those villagers who were sick and bedridden because of food before, what does it have to do with them? No one wants to clean up this mess. Most of the bigwigs at the top certainly didn't notice this little thing. But from Aguang, Zhao Jia knew that Vivian not only solved the problem from the root, but was even so careful that she even kept such a little thing in mind, and didn't forget it. It's okay. Aguang, I remember that you people from Qiandao believe in fate the most. So maybe, although you may feel that you can't repay the favor now, under fate, maybe you have actually repaid the original favor inadvertently. What do you mean? Boss Zhao, I'm stupid and don't quite understand it. Aguang scratched his head in a daze. What I mean is, work hard. If you want to repay a favor, you must have the capital. Isn't now a good time to accumulate your capital for repaying a favor? That makes sense. Boss, I'll go work another 3 hours. Looking at Aguang's back as he ran out excitedly, Zhao Jia covered his face speechlessly, and hurriedly called him back, scolding him harshly, saying that health is the first priority. Don't be stubborn, and rest well to work better. He. Ah, I almost forgot. Actually, I came to see the boss. And Aguang suddenly became embarrassed and shy. After being glared at by Zhao Jia, Aguang hurriedly said, Boss Zhao, can you take my brother over and let him work with me here? Not only my brother, but actually many people in the village didn't come because they were afraid of Sakurajima. But if they knew that the real situation was like this, Aguang didn't say anything more. But the meaning was already very clear. Zhao Jia certainly couldn't give a response to such a big thing, so he could only promise Aguang that if he really wanted to add new workers, he would call his brother. After sending Aguang, who was full of joy and thanked him repeatedly, away, Zhao Jia pondered in the account office. In fact, he was also considering expanding the staff and increasing the scale. After all, the fanatical consumption consciousness, stable per capita income, and a large base that is still increasing. These three combined let Zhao Jia see endless business opportunities in the stranger. Zhao Jia believed that if the stranger had not appeared for a short time, coupled with a blockage of information, other businessmen would definitely flock to Sakurajima, even if they broke their heads to get a piece of the pie. After all, in front of such a high-quality consumer group, no businessman can resist such temptation, and in the face of huge interests, let alone the fact that Sakurajima has an absolutely safe safety zone now. Even if there is no such zone, Zhao Jia asked himself, even he couldn't resist the temptation to do business, let alone other businessmen. Now, I rely on my relationship with Liao Zixuan, so I am the first to eat the dividends of this cake. But Zhao Jia knows that the future of Sakurajima is limitless. After Vivian and others solve the cursed problem, countless businessmen will surely flock to it, which means that more and more people will come to share this cake, and there will definitely be some business tycoons among them. even if his son-in-law takes care of him. His Zhao's Chamber of Commerce must have the corresponding strength. Then what he should do most now is to increase his size, as much as possible, and occupy the cake share he can eat before he still has this first mover advantage. This is an opportunity. His Zhao's Chamber of Commerce. His Zhao Jia's opportunity to rise. Wife and Xinger. Wait a little longer. Your father will soon be able to turn things around and return home in glory. At that time, you must buy the biggest house, the best clothes, and the most beautiful rouge for your daughter and wife to make up for the debts of so many years. Fantasizing about the beauty of the future, Zhao Jia clenched his fists, and his eyes once again ignited the same fighting spirit as when he was young. But what he didn't know was, at the same time, on the other side, a certain armed fleet North Cross, which sailed from Gili to Yuan Island, experienced a voyage of almost a month, and finally docked in the night tonight. Smoothly arrived. Chapter 336 Equipment Enhancement and Enthusiastic Citizens. Chirp! 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 The little wolf cub interrupted the chirping of a sparrow next to him with an impatient cry. Okay. Okay. I won't forget you. I'll give you a position to play with. Okay. Chirp. As the camp was getting more and more built, everyone around Vivian became busy. Al became the instructor of the players, and Sakai Arisa moved her original hut here and turned it into a prop workshop sign. As a top-notch elite government official of the former club, Ruka was responsible for the daily chores of the players, seeing that everyone has become a very popular character surrounded by strangers. Even the greasy uncle, who was looked down upon by Xi and Yin. Zhao Jia has been in the limelight recently, as the person with the most seniority besides the little wolf cub. Xi and Yin is naturally unhappy, so this guy is hanging around the little wolf cub, hoping to get a job title or something, and enjoy the feeling of being surrounded and admired by strangers. After sending Xi and Yin away, the little wolf cub still looks restless. I don't know what happened today, but I always feel very flustered. Could it be that the equipment enhancement plan I designed recently is too pitfall? The equipment smelting plant is a project that Liao Zixuan focuses on, and it is also a big money-making project. He secretly signed a contract with Zhao Jia behind Vivian's back, and he invested in the Chamber of Commerce himself. And all the profits earned at that time can be divided into 10% for him. Every qualified male wolf cub must have his own small treasury. Because of this, in order to recharge his treasury, he was very motivated. During the observations in the past few days, he found many areas that could be improved in the smelter. One of the biggest problems was also obtained through the reactions of players on the forum. That is, Zhao Jia still retains traditional thinking, and the forged equipment must be finished products. If you don't give you a finished product, will you give you a semi-finished product? At first, the wolf cub also felt incredible and had a face full of question marks. But later he realized that this was the difference between players and natives. Because players have a system, they can see the quality of equipment at a glance and are very sensitive, which makes it difficult to sell those slightly inferior finished equipment. It may not be obvious now, because players have not yet reached the level of striving for perfection. But as players have a set of equipment, there will definitely be a large number of finished equipment that are unsaleable. Everyone wants to wait a little longer. Maybe the next finished product will be better? So the strategy of the little wolf cub is that since players complain that finished equipment is expensive and there is no suitable one, then give you semi-finished products, or even embryos. Then let the players buy it and strengthen it themselves. Let's take a simple example. It may be the same piece of equipment, and the final attributes are all crit rate plus 3%, defense plus 5, and attack power plus 19. If it is a finished product, list all the attributes, and the player will never buy it, because except for the first crit rate, the next two are too rubbish, not even a percentage, and belong to the worst fixed values. But if it is a semi-finished embryo, only the first critical hit rate attribute will be displayed, and the latter two attributes will not appear because they have not been forged yet. In the eyes of players, this embryo is not only the best, but also a hot commodity, which is instantly snapped up as soon as it appears. As for the subsequent players who spend money to strengthen it, and find that they have been cheated, it is another story. You can't just think badly. Maybe the first secondary attribute of the embryo is not good, but the subsequent secondary attributes are actually the best. In this way, no matter whether the current one is good or bad, players will buy it because of their expectations for the unknown, which greatly stimulates consumption and keeps the vitality of the market. In addition, the time and manpower required to forge a finished piece of equipment is too much. And the higher the quality, the more it increases exponentially. On the contrary, if you only forge an embryo, it will greatly save time and improve efficiency. The quantity will increase, and the probability of producing top-quality products will also increase. Players also get low prices, which spread the price of the finished product to each enhancement, and can stop losses at any time, as well as a tense and exciting gambling experience, which greatly increases the gameplay. It is a win-win situation. At that time, let Xiaojia give players an equipment recycling function, which is specifically used to recycle the garbage equipment that players have strengthened and wasted. The ratio is 1 to 4 is good. For pieces of garbage equipment can be exchanged for a random embryo. It's a lot of money. Ahem. The little wolf boy restrained his overly excited mood a little. Such a conscientious welfare is definitely not the reason for his panic now. What is When Liao Zixuan habitually opened the game forum, a reminder of the collection post update popped up. He quickly clicked in and took a look. Northern Cross Voyage Progress Update. We finally reached the 1,000 Islands. In line with the eye-catching title, Yu Gij was leaning against the armed warship of the Northern Cross, using the in-game photo function to take a photo with Yuan Island. Damn! This solved the case. So the source of panic came from here. That's not right. He had clearly confirmed with Zhao Jia that there was no connection between the two. So why was he panicking? Forget it. Just treat it as a follow-up. After all, Liao Zixuan had never heard of this mission in his previous life, and Vivian's subsequent journey would always have to go to Gili one day. So it would be good to take this opportunity to contact Gili's forces. After making up his mind, the little wolf cub set off immediately. First, he sent Xinyan to deliver the rough ideas about equipment enhancement and recycling that he had written to Zhao Jia. After Zhao Jia further considered the specific details, he set off immediately and went to Yuan Island again. Beach, sunshine, and sea. Woohoo! Gili is a pure land country. So when Yu Gij and other Gili players arrived at Yuan Island, they were naturally very excited and curious to see the refreshing island environment. However, since the Northern Cross did not get the official diplomatic documents this time, it was considered to be a secret trip. Nan could not find someone in a big way, so he could only investigate privately. As a member of the crew, the players naturally received the corresponding tasks. Ding! Your Northern Cross voyage task status has been updated. The current new goal: familiarize yourself with the environment. Familiarize yourself with the environment. Task introduction: after almost a month of sea travel, you finally arrived at the 1,000 Islands. From Nan's mouth before, you vaguely learned that the purpose of this voyage was to find the father of an old friend of Nan. But as for more information, Nan did not tell you. Even after docking, he just asked you to ask around. Task goal: find clues about the old friend's father and report to Nan. Task reminder: Yuan Island seems to have a lot of things happening recently. Chat with the local natives. Maybe you can find some useful information from them. This. Yu Gij and other players looked at each other. All of them were a little speechless about this new task. It seems that the big sister doesn't intend to let us intervene. The crew players of the Northern Cross quickly saw this from the task. Rather than saying that Nan asked them to investigate, it would be better to say that they were just asked to wander around Yuan Island. The real investigation work is probably still being carried out by Nan himself. So, this old friend's father is still a big shot? Brother Yu analyzed with the players around him. Judging from the experience of sailing on the sea for less than a month, their big sister should not say that she doesn't trust them and is so secretive to guard against them. Nan Jia is not such a person. After all, they have experienced a lot together. Here we have to mention that Yu Gij and other players of the Northern Cross did not spend this month purely on the ship and at sea, but also stopped at ports along the way to replenish supplies. Sometimes, the big sister was afraid that they would be bored, so she would deliberately find a deserted island for them to get off the ship and spend the night and camp. In short, a lot of interesting things happened. But at the moment, the reason why they still issued such a somewhat lazy task to them is probably that they do not want these newcomers of the Northern Cross to participate. Either this task is very dangerous, or they think the level is too high and they cannot participate. Nan's idea was good, but unfortunately, the new foreigners she had recruited were creatures called players. No! We have to share the worries with the big sister? Yes! We are not afraid of any dangerous mission. We have to help the big sister find such an important person as soon as possible. Let's go! The players reached a consensus in an instant and began to look for indigenous passers-by near the dock according to the task prompts, trying to ask for information. However, after asking around, Ugij and his group did not get anything. The NPCs near the dock were basically all sailors and porters. These people did not care much about current affairs, so naturally they could not ask anything. Just as the players were wondering whether to secretly leave the dock and investigate in a more prosperous area without the knowledge of the big sister. Suddenly, hey! Look! There is a title on the head of that NPC. The exclamation of one of the sharp-eyed players immediately attracted other North Cross crew players, such as Ugij. When they looked in the direction of the finger, they couldn't help but show strange expressions on their faces. They saw that at the end of the dock connecting to the city center, which was exactly the limit of the free movement range that the big sister told him to move freely, a passerby was standing there idly, as if basking in the sun. Enthusiastic citizen by saying, "Damn!" Ugij couldn't help but complain in his heart. What kind of title is this? But even though he complained, the Northern Cross players, who were worried about not being able to find a breakthrough, rushed towards the NPC like sharks smelling blood. After all, it's a title. And you can tell with your feet that this NPC must be specifically for their current task. Sure enough, when the players just approached, before they even stepped forward to talk, the NPC named by Sang seemed to have noticed something and took the initiative to look at the player's position. "Hey! You guys! Come here! There's a chance. I found the right one." Generally speaking, when the NPC takes the initiative to find you, it triggers the task process. Look at you. You are not from our Yuan Island, right? No. You are not even from Qiandao Island, right? You are from foreign countries? The players nodded in response to Bai Sang's question. And this time, they learned their lesson. They no longer said that they were foreigners, but that they were traveling merchants from Gili who wanted to do some business here. So they asked about the current situation on Yuan Island and whether there were any major events recently. Is that so? Ugij saw Bai Sang nodded thoughtfully on the opposite side. And the following speech made him happy, and he quickly focused. You are asking the right person. When it comes to the major events that happened on Yuan Island, it is no exaggeration to say that if I say I am second to none in terms of knowing everything, no one dares to say I am first. Ignoring the NPC's bragging, the next thing that made Ugij sigh was that Bai Sang was indeed a warm-hearted citizen, and he dragged them to chat for more than half an hour. Ding! You have roughly grasped the situation of the 1,000 Islands through the communication with warm-hearted citizen Bai Sang, and there seems to be some key information. You are unsure. Prepare to return to the North Cross to report to Sister Nan. Seeing the mission completed prompt finally appear in front of them, the players quickly found an excuse to get away from this very talkative warm-hearted citizen. But what they didn't know was that after they turned away, Bai Sang, who was very warm-hearted just now, gradually calmed down, looking at their backs and thought in silence. In fact, when Liao Zixuan saw the ID of Ugij, he knew that this group of players was the one he was looking for. After that, he spent half an hour, seemingly explaining the situation to the players. But in fact, Liao Zixuan was also judging the Nan behind the players from their reactions. At present, it seems that Nan does not intend to let the players participate in this matter. How can that be possible? As Liao Zixuan's natural spies, the more the players can get in touch with confidential information, the more beneficial it is for him. Therefore, after observing the helpless progress of the players on the dock, he couldn't stand it and took action. The players relied on the system's task prompts to get the father of the old friend, and it might be related to the big things that happened recently. So Liao Zixuan used the elimination method. Since Nan didn't say it clearly, he simply told the players everything that happened, and then asked the players to report to Nan. Then, based on the subsequent players' responses, he gradually narrowed down the scope. So, Saphone Action Chaos, Winter Executor, Water God Sleeping, and Astrologist. Liao Zixuan waited and saw which event Nan would choose for the players to follow up. Of course, he quietly added in his heart, just don't choose the last one. Just when the enthusiastic citizen Bai Sang was bored waiting for the players to come back and find him again, suddenly a familiar figure appeared in Liao Zixuan's sight. That was a foreign player. It was also a familiar person that Liao Zixuan never expected to appear here. Biwei Rongrong. Chapter 337 The Most Handsome Little Wolf. Here we go! WTF? Biwei Rongrong, during the internal beta period, was the biggest stumbling block for the little wolf cub in his witch cause. He is also the #1 enemy of Vivian's anti-fan, the most handsome little wolf on the player forum, and the unwavering leader of the White Vivian party. This person has not appeared in Liao Zixuan's field of vision for a while. After the public beta, his attention was all on Qiandao. Because Liz and Shirley were watching Yinyu, he didn't pay much attention to it. So, what is the situation now? Let's not consider how this guy was able to travel across borders in the early stage. What makes Liao Zixuan sweat is why Biwei Rongrong appeared here. Previously, due to the conflict between Yinyu and Qiandao, two representative regional NPCs, Vivian and Fox-Faced Priestess, were implicated and forced to confront each other, and were compared and competed by players on both sides. Although the recent dense plots on Sakuraji Island have attracted the attention of Qiandao players, and they have no time to engage in PvP quarrels with Yinyu players on the forum, which has brought the relationship between the two sides into a period of relaxation. But no matter how you look at it, Biwei Rongrong, a die-hard fan of Vivian, has no reason to come to the enemy camp. Wait a minute. Is there a possibility? Liao Zixuan had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He tried to put himself into Biwei Rongrong's perspective, and his originally foggy thoughts suddenly became clear. First of all, let's rule out the possibility that Biwei Rongrong discovered that the fox-faced witch was actually Vivian, and then came here to chase stars. If she is really so awesome, why doesn't she become a detective? Then, when your own female star is unable to show up for performances for some reason, but the other party's female star is frequently touring and gaining popularity, how can a qualified fan win back? The answer is, of course, to dig up the other party's black material, then expose it fiercely. In this way, even if your own female star does not increase in popularity, you can make the other party lose popularity. According to the famous theory of relativity, it is equivalent to increasing your own fans. In one word, absolutely. Liao Zixuan couldn't help but applaud Biwei Rongrong. Wonderful. So wonderful. Look at her. What is a high-quality fan? In order to help Vivian defeat the fox-faced witch, she would do anything. For such an enemy, even the most handsome little wolf should have respect and awe. Therefore, Liao Zixuan decided that this time he would change his usual behavior and no longer target Bai Weirengrong, but instead help her with all his strength and assist her to dig up the black material of the fox-faced witch. He wanted Bai Weirengrong to expose the fox-faced witch severely and denounce her as a hypocritical NPC, a wolf in sheep's clothing. It would be best if Bai Weirengrong could be even more ruthless and put the opposite hat of witch on the witch to completely discredit her. Next, the climax is coming. When everything was settled, Bai Weirengrong and a group of Bai Weiwei's party players were complacent and proud. He asked the fox-faced witch to take off her mask and reveal the face of the little girl inside. TSK, TSK, TSK. Liao Zixuan laughed wildly in his heart, as if he could already hear the slap in the face from the leader of the Bai Weiwei's party, who made him grit his teeth. You said that the fox-faced witch was a witch and exposed all kinds of her black materials. In fact, the fox-faced witch was Vivian. Doesn't that mean that you indirectly acknowledged Vivian's identity as a witch? Without any effort, he eliminated the hardest stumbling block in his witch cause in one fell swoop, completely crushed and defeated the Bai Weiwei's party, and raised the witch banner of the Black Weiwei's party. Such a good opportunity. If you don't fight now, when will you fight? When Liao Zixuan thought of this, he even put aside the Northern Cross player and prepared to approach Biwei Rongrong. But before that, he must not be in this state now, because Biwei Rongrong is not like other players. He has experienced the internal test and has seen Bai. What's more, compared with the identity of Bai, there is obviously another better vest to contact the other party. Quickly dodge into a corner with few people. When he came back to his senses, Liao Zixuan had already transformed into another appearance. This was the character model he made when he was a player in his previous life. But this time, the ID was different from the previous life, and he had a new name. The most handsome little wolf. Here we come! Biwei Rongrong didn't expect that she had tentatively proposed to Liz the idea of going to the Thousand Islands for expansion. And it was actually approved later. And she was even given a boat ticket. This further confirmed Biwei Rongrong's guess that as Liz's best friend, Vivian was very likely to have come to the Thousand Islands. However, the intelligence information obtained through the water god chain came to an abrupt end. She came. But Biwei Rongrong had no idea how to find further clues about Vivian. But don't worry. Biwei Rongrong looked at the rare secondary profession detective that she had obtained during the internal test. Because she was familiar with the process. She immediately took the lead in getting the profession again at the beginning of the public test. It was with the assistance of the detective profession and the inheritance of the SS-level task newbie and veteran during the internal test that she was able to come all the way and successfully track Vivian's traces. Ding! You have activated the detective's exclusive professional skill clues. Clues. Quality, rare blue. Skill effect, for the currently executing task. An additional task prompt is activated. Prompting accuracy and cooling time. Determined by the detective's professional proficiency. There is only one truth. Ding! You have a new target through a series of reasoning and analysis. Extra prompt. Investigate the light novel stall ahead. Ah! This? Biwei Rongrong looked at the dialogue box that appeared in front of her, revealing an old man, a subway, and a mobile phone. Investigate the light novel stall? Does this have anything to do with her current mission goal? But a faint yellow line started from Biwei Rongrong's feet, and then very considerately guided to a place not far ahead. This is the ability of a detective. And there was a very ordinary vendor stall, with all kinds of books of various varieties being sold. The only attraction was probably the colorful signboard of a character from a novel next to it, which would occasionally make passers-by look sideways, even if she felt strange. Since the detective profession gave such a hint, Biwei Rongrong immediately went to investigate. As soon as she approached, the vendor at the light novel stall immediately greeted her warmly. Miss, are you here to buy light novels? Let me introduce you to the latest ones that are very popular nowadays. Unfortunately, the vendor was interrupted by Biwei Rongrong before he finished speaking. No, I want to see that one. Biwei Rongrong had a clear goal and pointed directly at a small pile of books on the innermost side of the vendor stall. Zero starting 1,000 islands. Ah? The vendor looked at it and immediately showed a surprised expression, as if he found it a little incredible. Any questions? No. But, I'm asking, from the way you look, are you here specifically for this book? Are you a fan reader of it? Biwei Rongrong frowned at the vendor's question. She did come here specifically for this light novel, but she was not a fan reader. But because her detective ability continued to guide her after arriving at the stall, marking a special faint fluorescence on this light novel. No, I just think the name of this novel is interesting and novel. What's wrong? Is there anything special about this novel? After Biwei Rongrong denied it, she began to ask the vendor. And the vendor showed a look of realization and began to explain to Biwei Rongrong. Miss, you don't know? This 1,000 Islands Journey from Zero is the worst-selling one among my batch of light novels. I even planned to remove it from the shelves to avoid taking up the position of other books. So when I saw you came up and asked for this book by name, I couldn't help but ask a few questions. The more the vendor said this, the more curious Biwei Rongrong became. She asked, is it because the story is boring? I don't think so. On the contrary, this novel is the most novel one I've seen in my more than 10 years of reading. It tells the story of the protagonist, who is involved in a disaster on the legendary Astrologus, and finally turn the tide, resolve the crisis, and save the entire ship. Hey! Don't show that expression in a hurry. The vendor saw Biwei Rongrong's that's it look on his face, and waved his hands repeatedly. The biggest feature of this book is that, unlike other novels, the protagonist has overcome all obstacles along the way. On the contrary, the protagonist in this book can be said to have died several times, and her greatest ability is that every time she dies, time will go back, allowing her to start over again, which is the so-called starting from scratch. Hiss. It seems to be quite novel. At least Biwei Rongrong has never read similar stories. She was successfully interested in the introduction of the vendor, but she was also very confused. It does sound interesting, but it is not a big seller. But it is not as bad as you said. Right? At Biwei Rongrong's question, the vendor sighed, with a kind of regret. Hey, miss, you don't know this? The biggest problem with this book is that it can't be said that this book is a problem, but the problem of this teacher Xiaochiozi. In all her novels, the protagonists are all women, and most of the characters in the story are also women. There are also many, that kind of plot, which leads to the loss of male readers and the dissatisfaction of female readers. Tell me, no matter how good the story is. Can anyone buy it? But the reason why I am willing to buy this book Zero starting 1,000 Islands is because I found that Kasumi Akiko had for the first time added a male character who has a lot of roles and secretly helps the protagonist in this work. So I thought that with this change, the public might be able to discover Kasumi Akiko's excellent works. But now it seems, alas, I'm afraid that everyone will give up and not even want to read it once they see that the author is Kasumi Akiko. Amid the sighs of the vendor, Biwei Rongrong bought the novel. As a player of Yenyu and one of Liz's secretaries, Biwei Rongrong has no shortage of money, if nothing else. So, what does this light novel have to do with my mission? Wait! Astrologus. 1,000 Islands Flame Region. Biwei Rongrong had just read the prologue of the novel, which was roughly introducing the background of the story. And she immediately became excited. If you want to reach the 1,000 Islands from the Flame Region, you must take a ship. And a big shot like Vivian will definitely not take an ordinary ship. So the astrologist here. Suddenly, a very bold guess emerged in Biwei Rongrong's mind. Could it be that the heroine in this novel is based on Vivian? The more she read, the more Biwei Rongrong felt that the kind, brave, and resolute heroine in the story was exactly the same as by Vivian in her mind. Unconsciously, Biwei Rongrong was immersed in the exciting novel story. And she didn't even notice that another new customer came to her side at some point. Sir, are you here to buy light novels? Let me introduce you to some of the latest and hottest books. The same greeting as before to Biwei Rongrong. But this time the new customer seemed a little hesitant, not knowing which one to buy, which gave the vendor a chance. First of all, it's naturally this book my families are not that strong. Let me tell you, this novel is unique. It is set against the background of Qingfeng's blood clan and tells the adventure story of a high-ranking vampire lady and her human family who are playing pigs and eating tigers. Not interested? Then how about trying this book? I can brush affixes infinitely. The biggest feature of this book is that the protagonist can give affixes to others and himself. For example, after adding the strong affix, the whole person will instantly become extremely powerful. After adding the wealth affix, there will be a lot more gold coins in the bank account. Let's see how the protagonist relies on. Okay, sir. If the first two can't satisfy you, then you must try this explosively sold I will. The vendor's endless introduction was interrupted before he finished, because the new customer in front of him, while he was selling, seemed to be very concerned about which light novel the lady next to him was reading. And after, the new customer waved his hand and pointed to the inconspicuous corner at the innermost side of the bookstall. And there was exactly no need to say, I want that 1,000 Islands journey from zero. How much is it? What happened today? Double happiness? Is it that teacher Xiaochiozi is finally going to be popular? Just when the bookstall vendor was confused, surprised and happy, Biwei Rongrong, who had been immersed in the novel, finally shifted her attention from the book after hearing the familiar title and glanced at the new customer beside her. This glance was not a big deal. In return, Biwei Rongrong was stunned for a short time. And then, her almond eyes widened with hostility, as if she had seen a grudge enemy. It's you? Chapter 338 3 Directions. Biwei Rongrong was not surprised to meet a 1,000 Island player on Yuan Island. But she never expected that the first person she met was a 1,000 Island player, with the 4 characters, the most handsome little wolf, on his head after just a short time. There are not many players whose nicknames can make Biwei Rongrong remember. But the most handsome little wolf is definitely one of them. You have to ask why. During the internal test, Vivian, the famous and biggest black fan leader, Biwei Rongrong had more than one quarrel with him. Unfortunately, every time she saw that she was about to win, the most handsome little wolf always came up with all kinds of incredible but tangible evidence, which made Biwei Rongrong feel helpless and very annoyed. The most recent example is when the public beta was about to start. The most handsome little wolf called on everyone not to choose the flame domain, and to start with 1,000 Islands, and also brought up Vivian. He said that Vivian, as a witch, had created enough chaos in the flame domain after assassinating the kind Earl, and she would definitely not stay for long. To put it more bluntly, she was tired of playing, and it was time to find the next toy. Then naturally, as a neighboring country, the 1,000 Islands would be the witch's next first choice for harm. Biwei Rongrong clearly remembered that when she saw this post. Her first reaction was outrageous. Outrageous. The black fans were too much. Too rampant. What made her even more angry was that this argument was actually agreed and followed by many brainless black fans of Vivian, resulting in many new players who believed it to be true. If she hadn't immediately joined forces with many other true fans of Vivian to post popular science, argumentation, and rumor-busting posts on the forum, telling new players not to believe in this poisonous strategy, and not to choose Thousand Islands as the starting point, and to identify the Flame domain as the birth point. Otherwise, the number of Thousand Islands players would have to increase by at least 30%. So, after quickly recalling the hatred education in her mind, Biwei Rongrong frowned and looked at the most handsome little wolf next to her, or to be more precise, at the light novel in his hand, which was the same as hers. Was it a coincidence? Luck? Or did he also rely on some kind of coincidence to find the same clue of the key prop that could point to Vivian's location as herself? When Bai Wiringrong thought of this, he immediately became alert. Who knows what this black fan leader is going to do? He must quickly test it out. But of course, the default rules must still be followed. No matter how much they quarrel online, they still have to be courteous when they meet offline. At least they have to pretend to be polite on the surface. Bai Wiringrong was thinking about it in his mind. He had just prepared a speech in his mind, but he didn't expect the other party to take the lead. Excuse me. Who are you? The most handsome little wolf seemed very confused and looked at the female player opposite, who suddenly greeted him. This froze the fake smile on Bai Wiringrong's face for politeness. This feeling is like what? It's like the enemy who has always been against you, whom you regard as your number one enemy, the enemy you want to get rid of every night. But the other party doesn't even remember your name. She opened her mouth and pointed to the nickname Biwei Rongrong on her head. The big words seemed to be written in her eyes, full of unbelievable words. You don't know me? How can you not know me? How can you not know me? The most handsome little wolf on the opposite side should have understood Biwei Rongrong's thoughts, and showed a carefully thought expression to her ID. But after a long time, it was still those two words. Who are you? Bai Wiringrong. Huh? Take a deep breath. The flat chest, which is comparable to Vivian's, may only be seen slightly rising and falling at this time. Seeing that Bai Wiringrong was about to explode, Liao Zixuan finally stopped pretending at this time. He admired the angry posture of the other party, and satisfied his desire for revenge. Then he waved his hand, and said with a smile, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. Hey! Okay. Don't leave. I'm just joking. It's just a joke. I remember your ID very clearly. How could I not recognize it? After all, we are old friends who don't know each other after fighting. What? Liao Zixuan looked up and down at the female player wearing glasses opposite him, and asked curiously, I remember that I seem to have seen you during the internal test. But you didn't look like this at that time? At that time, there was a prop that could be used for disguise, but it was recycled after the internal test ended. So that's the case. To be honest, when I first saw your ID, I really thought I recognized the wrong person, or it was a high imitation. First, it was a matter of appearance, and second, I remembered that you should be a player of Yinyu. But why are you here now? Faced with Liao Zixuan's temptation, Biwei Rongrong remained silent, not willing to reveal too much to this mortal enemy. Liao Zixuan didn't care about this and continued to talk to himself. Well, since it's inconvenient to say it, forget it. But I still have to say something. In fact, you don't need to be so wary and hostile to me now. To be honest, I have no interest in Vivian, an NPC who was very popular during the internal test, but is now obviously out of date. So I won't argue with you guys about whether she is good or evil. Anyway, my attention is now all on Qiandao, the latest popular NPC, the fox-faced priestess. As Liao Zixuan spoke, he showed a classic look of a blogger who was trying to get attention, in order to reduce Biwei Rongrong's hostility and pave the way for subsequent enticement. On the other side, as expected, although Biwei Rongrong hated people who followed the trend of whatever was popular, from her point of view, if she could reduce a super anti-fan leader for Vivian out of thin air, she would definitely open champagne to celebrate. Moreover, Biwei Rongrong suddenly had a bold idea. Judging from the words of the most handsome little wolf, he should have no idea that Vivian had come to the Thousand Islands, and he didn't realize that the light novel in his hand was actually the key clue prop to find Vivian. In this case, why can't she take advantage of the situation? Doesn't the most handsome little wolf like to take advantage of the popularity? Then she, Biwei Rongrong, will change her usual behavior this time and help the most handsome little wolf. She took the initiative to reveal to the other party the information that this Thousand Islands journey from zero is actually very likely to be written based on the fox-faced priestess as the prototype. Yes, that's right. B-Way-Rong-Rong deliberately hid the truth Vivian and replaced it with the fox-faced priestess that the most handsome little wolf hoped for. In this case, the most handsome little wolf will definitely post this news online immediately, and then praise the heroine in the book, the fox-faced priestess, to attract a lot of attention. Next, it's the climax. B-Way-Rong-Rong's excited hands quietly shrank and trembled in her sleeves. After learning that Vivian might be in the Thousand Islands, B-Way-Rong-Rong thought about the possibility that the fox-faced priestess might be Vivian. After all, the two are really too similar. After reading this book, A Thousand Islands Journey from Zero, B-Way-Rong-Rong didn't dare to guarantee this conjecture, but she was at least 80% sure. Therefore, she will find ways to go to Sakuraji Island, where the fox-faced priestess is. B-Way-Rong-Rong believes that with her detective profession, she will definitely find ironclad evidence that Vivian is the fox-faced priestess. By then, B-Way-Rong-Rong seemed to be able to hear the slapping sound from this mortal enemy who made her grit her teeth. You said Vivian was an outdated NPC. Right? You liked to ride on the popularity. Right? You liked to black Vivian before. Right? But now, you find that the new NPC you praised for a long time is actually the best of the old NPC you had blackened for a long time. B-Way-Rong-Rong wants to see what the expression on the face of the most handsome little wolf at that time was. It was effortless. In one fell swoop, she eliminated the stumbling block of her Saint Lady's cause, completely crushed the Black Vivian party, and absorbed countless Thousand Island players into the big family of the White Vivian party. Such a good opportunity. If you don't fight now, when will you? Ahem. Fox-masked priestess? No wonder you want to buy this book too. B-Way-Rong-Rong pretended to cough twice, and deliberately began to lure the most handsome little wolf into the trap. As expected, B-Way-Rong-Rong saw the most handsome little wolf after her words. And then she didn't know if she saw it wrong, as if she felt relieved. But soon it became as B-Way-Rong-Rong expected, very strange and confused, and immediately asked, "This light novel? Fox-masked priestess? What is the relationship between these two?" Humph. I took the bait. B-Way-Rong-Rong smiled smugly in her heart, but her facial expression management was still very good. After pushing her glasses, she pretended to be very innocent and said, "This is a task I just received. It is about tracing the origin of the fox-masked priestess. The key item in the task guide is this light novel." Huh? Really? Seeing the most handsome little wolf immediately start flipping through the book as if he had found a treasure, B-Way-Rong-Rong looked at it with satisfaction and made a victory gesture. She also knew that her words were full of loopholes and could not be questioned by others. So she quickly found an excuse to leave and disappeared from the bookstall. But what she didn't know was that, after watching B-Way-Rong-Rong's back completely disappear, the most handsome little wolf, who seemed to be immersed in the novel just now, put the novel back to its original place. "Sir, aren't you going to buy one?" The cheerful vendor immediately became anxious. "No. Your price is too high. I might as well ask Xiaoqiozi for one." Liao Zixuan, who was used to staying with the little girl and inherited the habit of thriftiness, complained about the 3 silver coins for a light novel. There was no point in staying here. So he turned around and left. He was still muttering as he walked. Oh no. This time Vivian's identity might be exposed early. But then again, isn't that B-Way-Rong-Rong quite smart? How come after reading this novel, she didn't even think of Vivian? Or was she distracted by the task prompt? Well, in the end, it's because this girl publishes books too fast. Isn't it? Isn't it said that all novelists have procrastination? How come she finished writing a novel of hundreds of thousands of words in less than a month? Is she a tentacle monster? After Liao Zixuan left, he was left with a sad face, leaving only the bookstall vendor. Perhaps he couldn't help it. Or perhaps he wanted to express his dissatisfaction with Liao Zixuan. So the bookstall vendor cast a contemptuous look at Liao Zixuan's back. TSK. If you can't afford it, just say you can't afford it. Why go directly to Teacher Xiaoqiozi to ask for a copy? Who are you? If you know Teacher Xiaoqiozi, then I have talked to the water god. After venting, the bookstall vendor was worried about his unsaleable journey to the 1,000 Islands from zero. just when he was wondering whether he should listen to Liao Zixuan's complaints and lower the price a little, and not think about making money. Just sell it at the original price without losing money. Suddenly, two officials wearing the uniforms of the Society Commissioner came to his bookstall. This made the vendor's heart tighten, wondering if he had made a mistake or violated the rules. Just when he was a little uneasy. "Hey! You? Pack up all your books. Our Society Commissioner wants them all." "What? What?" The vendor was stunned first, followed by ecstasy that he couldn't believe his ears. Okay, sir." While the vendor, who seemed to have been hit by a pie in the sky, was sorting out the list and packing the books one by one, another official of the company looked at his companion and asked, "Is this okay? Master Yosuke asked us to go to the big bookstore to buy light novels for the strangers as new products, saying that it can increase the enthusiasm of the strangers." "Oh, why do you care so much? What's the difference between this small stall and the big bookstore?" "It's much cheaper. You don't know how expensive those popular light novels are. Just take some unpopular and unsaleable junk and deal with it. Master Yosuke asked those strangers from Sakurajima to work for us, not to read novels. But don't worry. We'll split the money we save 40% to 60%. No, I still think 50% to 50%. Hey! Yes. You. Stop packing. Take out those expensive bestsellers. We don't want them anymore. I think you're right. What if the strangers get addicted to them? What if they get obsessed with them? Let me see. Just pack up the worst-selling, cheapest ones. The light novels like Zero or something. Okay. Seeing such a good big order go away, the vendor secretly cursed the corruption of the officials of the company. But in fact, he could do nothing about it. He could only comfort himself that at least the other party cleared out the consignment goods that he was most worried about. But what did they say? Was it for strangers to read? Speaking of which, is there really a sign that the number of strangers on Yuyuan Island has increased recently? I always feel that something big is going to happen. Chapter 339, Experts Battle. After finishing the filming at the Baiwarengrong site, Liao Zixuan quickly changed his appearance and returned to another filming site in the image of Bai Sang from the Thousand Islands. As expected, the group of players from the Northern Cross who had returned from the previous stage were already standing in their original positions, waiting for a long time and looking around anxiously. When they saw Liao Zixuan, they all relaxed their frowns and ran over with joy on their faces. Bai Sang, where have you been? It's so hard for us to find you. After the players surrounded Liao Zixuan, the quest NPC, they couldn't wait to start a conversation. Bai Sang, can you tell us more about the Society Envoy and the Astrologist? Although the players thought they had not exposed their big sister, Liao Zixuan actually knew their purpose from the beginning. So when this sentence came out, his eyelids jumped uncontrollably. I had clearly released several major events that happened on Yuyuan Island recently to the players, but the players only picked this one to follow up with me. This was definitely the hint and instruction of the big sister Nan, who was behind the players, the captain of the Northern Cross. Therefore, it can almost be proved that the father of the old friend is related to the astrologist. And it is even very likely that he is one of the passengers on it. As for who it is, Liao Zixuan no longer has a fluke mentality at this time. After all, there is only one person who has left on the ship. So, Liao Zixuan began to recall that he had repeatedly tried to test Zhao Jie, and even directly put the title of Kirin Pavilion Master in Zhao Jie's face. But the old uncle was indifferent, and seemed to be making fun of him. Pretending? Impossible. Liao Zixuan shook his head, and denied it immediately. He could not forget Zhao Jie's confident look at the beginning. If this was pretending, then he would definitely win the Oscar for Falling God. So, this stinky uncle actually didn't know anything about his daughter. And no one in the world knows my Xinger better than me. Right. Liao Zixuan began to reflect. Why did he really believe what this old guy said? If it is a father, it must be a father? If it is a daughter, it must be a daughter? Bai Sang. The players on the other side were waiting for Liao Zixuan to talk to them again. But they found that the quest NPC suddenly fell silent after what they said, and his face became uncertain, gnashing his teeth from time to time, as if he was extremely regretful about something. The players' consecutive shouts finally pulled Liao Zixuan back to reality. He looked at the Northern Cross players around him, who were waiting with eager eyes, hoping that he could give guidance for the next task. Liao Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "What is the astrologus?" "Well, instead of telling you dryly here, I might as well recommend you a light novel that just came out recently and happened to have this legendary giant ship as the background. It's just that I'm not sure if you can still buy it now. But it's a bit of a coincidence. I was here just now and happened to see a stranger like you, holding this novel in his arms, going over there. If you chase him now, you should be able to meet him." "Right. Light novel. Stranger? Is this asking us to find a player?" Yu Gij and others were confused by Liao Zixuan's words. But when they wanted to ask more later, Liao Zixuan ignored them. Just like an NPC who had already completed his own script. No matter how much the players talked, it was useless. He just urged them to hurry up and not let Bai Weirengrong run away. Yes, Liao Zixuan suddenly had an idea and hinted that the person that Yu Gij and other Northern Cross players were looking for was Bai Weirengrong, who had just separated not long ago. After learning that Nan was looking for Zhao Jie, Liao Zixuan changed his strategy. Even if he tried to cover up and hide, Nan was not like the players. He must have had his own intelligence methods. It was only a matter of time to find out that Zhao Jie was on Sakuraji Island. In that case, Liao Zixuan might as well not hide it and give the information to the players openly, so that Nan could go to Sakuraji Island earlier. In this way, he could also increase the weight and trust of the players in Nan's heart. If there is any situation in the future, he could also know it through the players at the first time. In addition, Liao Zixuan was worried about how to send Bai Weirengrong, the Yinyu spy, to Sakuraji Island. After all, as the saying goes, send the Buddha to the west, and help people to the end. Now it seems that the Northern Cross fleet can perfectly solve this problem. Damn. This is the first time I have seen an NPC mission with a player as the target. Who is this person? How can he be so capable? And a female player? Yu Gij and other players complained and looked to the right, following Liao Zixuan's instructions, trying to find the female player that Liao Zixuan described to them. Soon, after a while, Yu Gij's eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled her companions around her. "Hey! Look! She's wearing glasses, blonde hair, a brown windbreaker and black leather boots. Like a detective. And she's holding a novel in her arms. Is she the one we're looking for?" They were right. It was the Bai Weirengrong that Liao Zixuan hoped for. Now she was holding a light novel. But when she looked up again, she found that she was surrounded by several players. "What are you doing?" If she were in the wild, Bai Weirengrong would be nervous. But this is Yuyuan Island. In such a big city, PvP between players is prohibited. Fuck. Bai Weirengrong? I seem to have some impression of this ID. I remember. Isn't she one of the popular players on the forum at that time? The blogger of the internal test player strategy. Oh, now that you mention it, it's true. I think I've seen her posts. Damn. She's a great player. No wonder she can get NPCs to issue quests. When the Northern Cross players saw Bai Weirengrong's ID, several of them, who often surfed the forum, immediately recognized her. After they briefly explained their purpose, as Liao Zixuan expected, players like Bai Weirengrong were immediately interested. They said they would help. But could they also let her follow the Northern Cross players to meet the big sister? The Northern Cross players were hesitant at first because Nan said that this operation should be as low-key as possible. But relying on the celebrity effect, they agreed to Bai Weirengrong's request. The group hit it off and immediately set off to return to the fleet. A small episode happened in the middle. Bai Weirengrong specifically asked the players of the Northern Cross to take her to find the enthusiastic citizen NPC who mentioned her before, wanting to meet her. Unfortunately, Liao Zixuan would never give Bai Weirengrong this opportunity. He had already left, leaving them empty-handed. They searched for several times but to no avail. In desperation, they could only return to the Northern Cross directly according to the original plan. "Are you back? Are you this time?" On the ship led by the Northern Cross, the crew guarding the entrance just wanted to say hello to the stranger who had performed well recently, but saw a strange face in the team and immediately stopped him. After the players quickly explained that this was an important informant they had found, Nan heard the noise and came out to tell the guards not to be nervous, and warmly invited Bai Weirengrong to come in. In the cabin, Nan flipped through the light novel that Bai Weirengrong had given her. It's interesting. Even though I've been at sea for so many years, the story in this book still attracts me. It's really interesting and imaginative. Sister Nan, A female deputy next to her was a little anxious to remind the big sister whether a middle-aged businessman who appeared in this light novel was very similar to what they were looking for. But she was interrupted by Nan's suggestive hand. You said that the author of this novel was one of the passengers on the Astrologus. So although most of the content in the novel is fictional, it also borrows some reality. After Bwei Rongrong nodded, Nan suddenly laughed. Isn't this a coincidence? I just happened to have a friend on Yuan Island. And her sister was also a member of the Astrologus at that time. Why don't you wait a little and let my friend read this light novel? Nan said it. And naturally no one else had any objections. And they didn't let everyone wait too long. About 10 minutes later, a lively red-haired girl appeared at the door of the cabin. If Liao Zixuan were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize her at a glance. Because this is Xiaoqiuzi's sister, and the poster girl of the Nagano fireworks shop. Nagano Miyako. Gili also has a fireworks business, especially during the grand ceremony. The two countries actually have many similarities in culture. Nan's Northern Cross fleet travels between countries to trade goods, and naturally imports fireworks. The Nagano family is the best and most famous, so it is not surprising that the two of them will become friends after a few visits. Nan. It's been a few years. It's been a long time. Sorry. Do you have a guest? Nagano Miyako was about to leave in a hurry, and Nan smiled and said, No. 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 Miyako. We are still waiting for you. Waiting for me. Hey! Nan. The light novel in your hand. When Nagano Miyako was just wondering, she caught a glimpse of the light novel in Nan's hand, and immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Next, when Nagano Miyako said that this novel was actually written by her sister, Nan was completely sure and locked Zhao Jie's information. So it can be seen from this that Liao Zixuan was right, even without his own assistance. Relying on Nan's own network of relationships, it is only a matter of time to find clues about Zhao Jie. Of course, after Liao Zixuan said Bwei Rongrong over, the process obviously accelerated a lot. Nan was very smart in front of everyone, and did not hide her real purpose. Instead, she expressed that she wanted to find the prototype of the female protagonist in the story and ask some questions. Unfortunately, Nagano Miyako shook her head and said that she was not very clear about it. She might have to ask her younger sister for details. Unfortunately, because of the poor sales of Re-Zero starting Thousand Islands, my younger sister is now very autistic at home. She has turned her grief and anger into motivation to write the next light novel called Reincarnated as a Water God, and then Invincible in the World. It is estimated that she will not leave the house for a week and will not see outsiders. It seems that the clues are broken again. At this time, Bwei Rongrong next to her recognizes the opportunity and speaks cleverly. Master Nan. To be honest, I have been investigating this person. Although I am not 100% sure, there is at least an 80% chance that what you are looking for is actually the fox-faced priestess on Sakuraji Island. When these words came out, not only Nan, but also all the Northern Cross players present were shocked. Sakuraji Island? The fox-faced priestess. Nan frowned and pondered, and took the opportunity to look at the foreigner crew who were excited after being shocked. Nan remembered that during the previous voyage on the sea, the foreigner seemed to have mentioned the name fox-faced priestess to her once. Can I ask your basis? Unfortunately, Bai Wiringrong on the other side shook her head at Nan, saying that the explanation was too complicated and she herself was not willing to reveal it. But she hoped that Nan could believe her. Is that so? Nan fell into deep thought again. Soon, she really did not make any judgment at the first time, but just told Bai Wiringrong and the other players to continue searching for clues. And she had to be cautious because the matter involved Sakurajima, a forbidden place of thousands of islands. Bai Wiringrong naturally didn't mind, but she made a request, which could also be said to be a reward for her information. You mean, if we really want to go to Sakurajima, you hope to let us add 2 more outsiders and take a ride together? This time, Nan didn't hesitate much and agreed readily. The only possibility was that he was a little curious. You said 2 people? One of them must be you. I can see that. But what about the other person? Your friend? Yes. Bwei Rongrong nodded affirmatively. After taking a deep breath, she adjusted her glasses and said very reluctantly that her friend was absolutely reliable and would not make trouble. The 2 of them were comrades who knew each other for a long time and often practiced together. This time they made an appointment to go find the fox-faced witch. So she hoped that Nan could bring him along. Biwei-Rongrong's serious look dispelled Nan's last concerns. And after noticing that the friend in Biwei-Rongrong's mouth was him, Nan gave him a look that said, "I understand." Even the Beishi Gili players next to them looked like they had eaten a big melon. This almost made Biwei-Rongrong choke herself to death. But for her grand plan, Biwei-Rongrong chose to bear the humiliation. After all, Biwei-Rongrong opened her friend list, then clicked on the blacklist, and then clicked on the first blacklist friend named the most handsome little wolf. Biwei-Rongrong, Port, Gili Fleet, Beishi, come quickly. Take you to Sakurajima. It is undeniable that Biwei-Rongrong admits that she is a woman with a little bit of revenge. As the saying goes, send the Buddha to the west. Help people to the end. Biwei-Rongrong has done her homework and knows that there are a group of Sakurajima players who have been bewitched by Shifengsing recently. And now they are crying and shouting to go back. The most handsome little wolf is now on Yuan Island, probably belonging to this group, since she wants the most handsome little wolf to praise the fox-faced priestess, so as to finally reveal the truth and defeat the Black Vivian party. Then he must be sent back to the fox-faced priestess. This wave. Biwei-Rongrong can't help but praise her forbearance and overall view. I guess the most handsome little wolf must be very happy now. Right? Hee hee. Laugh. Wait for you to cry later. Just when Biwei-Rongrong was imagining what kind of grateful expression her mortal enemy would have at this moment, little did she know. WTF? Liao Zixuan, who had already returned home, set off from Yuan Island, flew halfway, and was about to reach Sakuraji Island. At this moment, with a question mark on his face, he was floating on the sea, looking at the private chat dialogue box of friends that suddenly popped up. Chapter 340. Stop at the point. 3 days later, on the Northern Cross Fleet, Nan spent 3 days thinking about whether to go to Sakuraji Island. But fortunately, the final result still made Biwei-Rongrong feel relieved, and Nan agreed. Now it is time to call back all the players who are out and prepare to set sail. Biwei-Rongrong hurriedly made an explanation expression to a male player on the deck beside him, who had been stood up for 3 days, saying, Look, I didn't lie to you. This lucky male player is naturally Liao Zixuan, who plays the role of the most handsome little wolf. After receiving a private message from Biwei-Rongrong, he cursed secretly, wondering if there was something wrong with him. But at the same time, he had to turn back halfway for the sake of the witch's plan, looking at the nearby Sakuraji Island, and returned to Yuan Island. The indigenous crew members on the Northern Cross were mostly worried and constantly making various emergency preparations, while the foreign players were completely excited. Everyone knows that the most famous place in the Thousand Islands now, at least among the player community, is Sakuraji Island rather than Yuan Island. So Yu-Gij and other Northern Cross players were so excited that they couldn't sleep well in the past 3 days. And they used these days to finish reading the book Zero Starting Journey to the Thousand Islands. In addition to the excitement of the story, they paid more attention to the heroine in the book, who was said to be based on the fox-faced priestess, trying to dig out more. This brings up a question. It takes about half a day to sail from Yuan Island to Sakuraji Island. The players gathered on the deck were discussing their reading experience of the light novels in the past few days. It was quite normal at first, until one player suddenly said, By the way, have you noticed the beginning of the novel, which is the part that explains the background? The root setting of the stories on the astrologist in the book is from the flame domain to the Thousand Islands. So do you think there is a possibility that the prototype of our heroine is actually a flame domain person? The players' remarks made the other players of the Northern Cross stunned at first. They really didn't pay much attention to the background, especially at the beginning, and they forgot it after scanning several lines at a glance. But now, after being reminded, a heated discussion immediately broke out. I really didn't pay much attention to it. Now that you said it, it seems to make sense. Fuck. If this is true, it would be a big discovery. So there is actually a foreshadowing in this plot? The foreshadowing in the flame domain? What is it for? Is there a linkage with the flame domain later? At this moment, Yu-Gij, one of the internal test players at the time, suddenly slapped his thigh. This scared the surrounding players, and everyone looked over strangely. It can be seen that Yu-Gij was extremely excited and seemed to jump up. Brothers, this is incredible. This is incredible. You reminded me that the foreshadowing in the flame domain is a female character. Did you forget about the hot woman? What a hot woman. The other players who returned from the Northern Cross were not beta players. So they didn't understand Yugij's words for a while. Until Vivian. Vivian. She was the most famous NPC in Yenyu during our beta. But after the public beta, she suddenly disappeared. And Yenyu players couldn't find her no matter how hard they tried. Yugij walked around while talking, trying to ease the excitement of discovering a big secret. But what he got was the confused faces of his companions. This made Yugij look anxious. And he wanted to find someone with whom he could speak in common. And it just so happened that if we talk about the players, who are very familiar with the NPC character Vivian here, Yugij, who has experienced the beta, has to rank second. Sister Rongrong, do you think my reasoning is correct? Isn't it very likely that the heroine from Yenyu in the book is Vivian? Wait a minute. If it is true that Sister Rongrong mentioned at the beginning, the heroine here is still a fox-faced witch, then doesn't it mean? Yugij said, and his eyes widened again, as if a door to a new world was slowly opening in front of him. But just as he could peek at the colorful scene behind this mysterious door, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The firm voice of Biwei Rongrong, who was respected by Yugij as Sister Rongrong, and was one of the most knowledgeable white powder leaders on the forum, who was not the biggest but definitely one of the best in Vivian, kicked the door to this new world back to Yugij. What? Yugij looked at Biwei Rongrong in bewilderment. He never expected that he would be rejected. And Rongrong looked so unquestionable. Indeed, Biwei Rongrong had to be unquestionable, and wanted to quickly shut up Yugij, even though she knew that Yugij's guesses were all correct. All the reasons came from another person present. Biwei Rongrong glanced nervously at the most handsome little wolf beside her. And what made her heart sink was that the most handsome little wolf seemed to be a little bit interested in what Yugij had just said, and was about to speak again. No! She had to stop it. I must not let the leader of Vivian's anti-fans find out the truth. Not only will all my previous efforts go to waste, but this guy will find a new hot topic and start operating his anti-fan army again. When Biwei Rongrong thought of this, she said to Yugij, who was still in the state of I don't understand. Without mercy, I have studied Vivian for so long. I can be very sure that she will never leave Yenyu. And it is nonsense to take a boat to Qiandao. So, impossible. Absolutely impossible. But, seeing that Yugij was about to refute, Biwei Rongrong got a little anxious, and glared at him fiercely, saying something harsh. What? Do you know Vivian? Or do I know Vivian? Okay. Biwei Rongrong's words really made Yugij unable to refute, since the professional strategy blogger said so. How could he, an ordinary player, question it? At most, he shrank his neck and muttered a few words in a small voice. It's not. Why are you so fierce? Huh? Seeing Yugij was overwhelmed by her authoritative aura, she glanced at the handsomest little wolf next to her, and saw that he didn't seem to want to continue this topic. Biwei Rongrong finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, what Biwei Rongrong didn't know was that the handsomest little wolf, who made her nervous, actually had a heartbeat like her after Yugij's words. It was a close call that Liao Zixuan secretly loosened his clenched hands in his sleeves. He didn't expect that among the Geely players on the boat, there were people who had participated in the internal test of Yenyu. When Yugij said that, Liao Zixuan had already made preparations, and Biwei Rongrong would definitely discover the secret immediately. Who could have expected that before Liao Zixuan tried to rescue her? Biwei Rongrong was the first to stand up and refute the rumor faster than him. This made Liao Zixuan unable to do anything. I can only sigh. Maybe this is the so-called confusion of the authorities? Or maybe Biwei Rongrong has a deep stereotype of Vivian. Or is she just stupid? But anyway, this situation is what Liao Zixuan wanted to see. But just when Liao Zixuan was thinking whether he should find a new topic to divert everyone's attention from this, in case Biwei Rongrong suddenly came to his senses and realized something again, one wave of troubles arose. A Geely player of the Northern Cross seemed to be inspired and asked in confusion, No. Have you read the climax of the fight at the end of the novel? The chapter where the heroine fights against the Yamata no Orochi. If I remember correctly, there is a detailed description in the text. Although it is only a short sentence, it still says that the heroine summoned a giant wolf's phantom to fight with her. Right? Isn't Vivian of the Flame Realm also a summoner? And isn't her summoned creature also a wolf? As soon as this was said, the players on the boat all looked puzzled, and quickly opened the light novel and looked for the paragraph location mentioned by the player just now. After a while, exclamations rang out one after another. Fuck. There really is such a paragraph. You are too meticulous. Indeed. When I read this, I just felt my blood boiling. And I didn't pay much attention to the details of the fight. The case is solved. The case is solved. This time it is probably what Yugij said. Right. Right. Yugij nodded fiercely. And then looked at Biwei Rongrong with grievance. As if to say, Sister Rongrong, now you know you have wronged me. Right? However, he didn't know that Sister Rongrong's mentality at the moment could not be described as a state of complete silence, but only as a state of despair. It's over. This time, the evidence is as solid as a mountain. How can she argue? According to the most handsome little wolf's understanding of Vivian, at this time, she must have wait a minute. Wait a minute. Brother, this is wrong. I think there are a few problems with what you said just now. What? Not only Yugij, a Geely player, but even Biwei Rongrong showed a surprised expression to Liao Zixuan. What do you mean? First of all, since you mentioned fighting, you should know what weapon the heroine in the book uses. It's a chain claw. But what does Vivian and Yin Yu use? It's a giant sickle. Swish. Bai Wiringrong's eyes lit up. Yes, that's right. Because she is not a combat-oriented player. She has always been weak in this aspect, and did not notice this key difference. Now that it has been pointed out by the most handsome little wolf, she feels like she has been pulled back from the edge of a cliff. This is not over yet. The next most handsome little wolf continued, in addition, you said that the heroine summoned shadow wolves to fight together. Let's not talk about this description. It is so insignificant in the amount of text in the novel. Look at this. Liao Zixuan waved his hand casually. And then, under the stunned expressions of the players on the boat, two phantom wolves were seen surrounding him. And they disappeared after another wave of his hand. Yes. In fact, wolf summons are very common. Not only summoners, but also various other professions, such as shamans, druids, and even thieves and mages, have similar skills. So that's how it is. Yugij and other players had no chance to refute, because Liao Zixuan showed his level in time. 19! For players like them who barely reached level 10, this can only be described as God. Such a high-level player came out to refute the rumor, and Yugij finally gave up. So far, the connection between the heroine and Vivian has been left, and no one dares to mention it again. This made Biwei Rongrong wave his fist fiercely. I couldn't help but give praise from the bottom of my heart. Well done, little wolf. No. So, is it true that the heroine of this book is not Vivian? No. Absolutely impossible. There must be some mistake that we don't know about. Yes. It must be like this. Although she was still not shaken by Liao Zixuan's words in her heart, Bai Wiringrong still gave Liao Zixuan great affirmation on the surface. And even out of some kind of secret joy, she treated Liao Zixuan a little better, and started chatting with him. Liao Zixuan also wiped his sweat secretly, gave himself a perfect rescue in his heart, and pretended to cooperate with Bai Wiringrong in a proper manner. In fact, the two of them had already changed the topic at the same time and talked happily. Finally, only a group of returning players from the Northern Cross were left, feeling depressed and full of a feeling of frustration that they couldn't express. But there was nothing they could do. Who told the two great gods here to be so sure and confirmed? Maybe they were wrong? After this episode, as the Northern Cross fleet got closer and closer to Sakurajima, everyone on the ship, except Liao Zixuan, who had long been tired of seeing it, was attracted by the scene of Sakurajima, which was covered by thunderstorm clouds and looked like the end of the world. The leader of the fleet, Nan, stood at the highest point next to the mast, looking at the vague outline of Sakurajima in the distance with a serious expression. She ordered all the crew members to be on standby. It would not be as relaxing as it was on Yuyuan Island. This was not Nan's first time to Sakuraji Island. She knew how terrifying this island was. In addition to the thunder in the sky, the island was full of terrible deformed monsters and plants. If you were not careful, your life might be in danger. Everyone, bring your weapons. We are ready to dock. I don't know if it was Nan's illusion. In her impression, it should be in the stormy waves, after a difficult struggle with the sea, before barely reaching the shore. But this time, the waves on Sakuraji Island were much smaller, and the Northern Cross basically didn't bother her too much. and she successfully dropped anchor and docked. This change was not enough to make Nan relax her vigilance. After the ship stopped, Nan took the lead, with a big sister style, and was the first to jump down from the ship. The black iron sword in her hand flashed, and Nan blocked it in front of her, looking around the environment on the coast. This Nan looked around at the empty coast, frowned slightly, and finally put away the sword. Because of the monsters? Why can't she see any? It was not like this when she came to Sakuraji Island. Even landing had to clear the monsters wandering on the shore first. As for the players on the ship, they were also very strange. Isn't Sakuraji Island said to be both dark and scary? Now it seems that only the environment is a little scary. But it seems like a slap in the face. Just when everyone was slightly relaxed, a terrible scream suddenly rang out from not far away. Ah! The sound was endless and touching, and everyone could hear the deep despair and pain hidden in it. Oh no! Someone is in trouble. Go save them. Nan took the lead, followed by many crew members of the Northern Cross and the players, rushing to the place where the scream came from. Fortunately, the distance was not very far. In a few breaths, a foreign player kneeling on the ground appeared in everyone's sight. Monster! Where is the monster? No. Saving people is more important. When Nan was about to rush over, the foreign player kneeling on the ground and still immersed in sadness cried again. Ah! I am an assassin. And I finally snatched a top-quality embryo with double explosion and percentage attack power. Why did you strengthen my full crooked defense? Ah!